Chapter 251 Sorry, Anemia? 3 days later, the short film The Wronged Hero shot by Spielberg came out, and through the funds provided by Zhengzhou, it purchased the primetime rolling broadcast of major national television stations in the United States. The first broadcast caused a sensation. This short film The Wronged Hero is only 15 minutes in duration, and the theme is also very simple. It is a flight from Los Angeles to New York, which was hijacked by robbers on the way and prepared to use it to crash the Statue of Liberty. However, when he was about to arrive in New York, the Chinese who was on the plane, Lin Feng, and his bodyguards defeated the robbers and seized control of the plane, but the pilot of the plane was killed by the robbers. In times of danger, Lin Feng gave orders to fly the plane. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng, who could never fly an airplane, accidentally crashed the Statue of Liberty while trying to control the airplane. Afterwards, the gang of the robbers used the plane to chase and kill Lin Feng in order to avenge his brother. In the end, Lin Feng was forced to flee, and fled to Washington. Lin Feng, who was not familiar with the plane, almost hit the White House by mistake. As a result, the robbers also hit Lin Feng for revenge. At the critical moment, Lin Feng successfully raised the plane, but the robbers were too vengeful to control the plane, and finally hit the ground. In the end, the screen also used computer technology to insinuate that the White House was not crashed. There is no protagonist in the whole short film. It's only about the name of the protagonist by the members on board. At the end of the film, the 267 people on board assured Lin Feng as a hero. In addition, Spielberg and Prince William individually pledged to Lin Feng at the end of the film, swearing that Lin Feng is a hero and not a terrorist. The release of this short film caused an uproar in the world. At first, American audiences thought this was a documentary on 9.11, but later realized that it was not, but a film about Lin Feng's acquittal appeal. At first, American audiences also did not believe that Lin Feng was a hero in the short film. But under the swearing promises of 267 people, Spielberg, and Prince William's credibility guarantee, they had to believe. The United States is a country that advocates freedom and democracy, especially heroes. In this movie, Spielberg successfully portrayed Lin Feng as a hero, Hollywood hero who fought desperately for the 267 passengers and robbers on board regardless of personal safety. Although this modeling is a bit exaggerated, Lin Feng is too perfect. Americans who have become accustomed to Hollywood blockbusters learned that such a hero lives in the real world and immediately gained the love of the vast majority of American people, chanting that the government should release the hero. Other countries in the world have also expressed their opinions on this, and they all believe that from this short film, Lin Feng is indeed innocent. There is evidence from Hollywood's big-name director Spielberg and even Prince William of the British royal family. The guarantee of these two people is beyond doubt. Hero. Lin Feng became an American hero overnight, from a terrorist suspected of participating in a terrorist attack to becoming a hero. Especially in China, this is used as evidence to strongly protest the illegal actions of the United States and demand that the United States release the hero. For this short film, the most troublesome is the FBI and the Ministry of Justice. This almost immediately subverted Lin Feng's image. Originally, the Ministry of Justice was very sure about accusing Lin Feng of deliberately crashing the Statue of Liberty, but now it is unnecessary to think about it. The film has clearly attributed it to Lin Feng's inability to fly a plane. What's terrible is that the American audience also believes that Lin Feng is a hero. The so-called American Statue of Liberty was destroyed. At this moment, American audiences think it is worth the collision. After all, in Hollywood blockbusters, the Statue of Liberty was hit countless times, and now it has only become a reality. But Lin Feng is to save people, and the Americans can accept it. The one who hates most is naturally Bush. The destruction of the Statue of Liberty and the destruction of the White House were all events that caused an uproar in the American people. Lin Feng used to be a scapegoat in front of Bush. Now Lin Feng has become a hero. American citizens naturally point their finger at the government, believing that the government's incompetence caused this to happen. Some people even chanted the president to step down, apologizing for this. Therefore, after this short film came out, the trial of Lin Feng has attracted more global attention. In contrast, it is not so important that the US government believes that the hijacker who crashed and destroyed the north wing of the World Trade Center was planned by bin Laden. At least until Lin Feng was sentenced, there was nothing in this world that attracted more attention. Football is not good, beauty is not good, nothing is good. Now the world is only concerned about whether Lin Feng is guilty. September 21, 2001. Was the day when the US Supreme Court tried Lin Feng. This is a serious incident. If Lin Feng is guilty, he will be convicted of endangering national security. The highest criminal law is the death penalty. Therefore, it is left to the Supreme Court of the United States for a ruling. Mr. Lin, please change into this suit and give you a good grooming. Let the jury see you refreshed and clean, and prove that you are not a robber, but a hero and a successful businessman. Ron handed give Lin Feng a decent suit. After washing a little, Lin Feng stepped into the police car and went to the court. When Lin Feng just got out of the police car, hundreds of fluorescent lights were shining on Lin Feng. Almost all important media organizations around the world came to interview and ask Lin Feng for his opinions on the opening of the court. Mr. Lin, do you think you are guilty? Many reporters asked. Everyone, not only is my client absolutely innocent, but he is a hero. We must never let a hero suffer. Ron answered for Lin Feng from the side. Mr. Lin, can you express your views on this matter? The reporters blocked the way forward. Everyone, I am absolutely innocent. I believe in the American judicial system. Lin Feng walked up the steps after speaking and entered the Supreme Court of the United States. In this trial of the century, the US government absolutely broadcasted live television to the world in order to prove their justice to the world. It is conservatively estimated that the number of people watching the judgment of the century this time around the world exceeds 1 billion. Half an hour later, the trial of the century that affected the world's attention began. The defense lawyer, does the defendant plead guilty? The judge asked. Your Excellency, I will defend the innocence on behalf of the client. Tom got up and bowed slightly to the judge, and said, Okay, the court session. The judge announced that it was the court session. The prosecution lawyer, please attend. The judge said, regarding the accusation that Lin Feng was involved in a terrorist attack this time, although there was an order from above that Lin Feng must be put in prison, the prosecution lawyers were actually not sure in their minds. In particular, Lin Feng is now being praised as a hero by Spielberg in a short film. Look at the expression on the jury. The prosecution lawyer Thomas also knows that this is difficult. Mr. Judge, this is the recording of the call between Lin Feng and the Air Traffic Control Center on September 11. Thomas played this recording that had been tampered with by the FBI in court. Tom smiled. When Thomas returned to his seat, Tom invited the authoritative voice analysis expert in the United States. My jury, and Your Excellency the judge, with my 25 years of authority in this area, I can guarantee that this tape is not the original tape and has been tampered with, said the sound analysis expert. Thomas was stunned. The FBI did not tell him the fact that the tape was a forgery, which made Thomas a little stunned for a while. He did not expect the FBI to do such a stupid thing. After that, Thomas, who barely recovered, cross-examined several witnesses who were willing to testify for Lin Feng. But no matter how he cross-examined, in short, among all the witnesses, Lin Feng was a hero. And Tom also showed evidence that Lin Feng has never received a driving certificate. Obviously, the prosecution wanted to falsely accuse Lin Feng of deliberately crashing the Statue of Liberty. The court will open again in 3 days. After 3 hours of debate, the judge announced that the court was temporarily adjourned. But Lin Feng was still not allowed to bail. Ron smiled and faced all the reporters. My defender is definitely a hero, not a criminal. As for the collapse of the White House, I will prove to everyone that it has nothing to do with my client. Ron's words led all reporters to guess. Thomas rushed to the FBI after adjourning court, berating Robert. You actually gave me false evidence. You are committing a crime. Thomas scolded Robert. whether he is guilty or not. He crashed the Statue of Liberty and caused the collapse of the White House. Isn't this kind of person guilty? Robert was also not annoyed. Don't do this next time. There is a law of only one rat shit in the pot in American law. Once there is false evidence, the relevant evidence will be invalidated, and Simpson was acquitted because of this. I don't want you to be stupid policemen like Las Vegas, Thomas said angrily. Well, how sure are you to accuse Lin Feng of deliberately leading the robbers to crash into the White House? Robert said. As long as you don't do anything stupid, you have a lot of confidence. Thousands of people have proved that Lin Feng drove a plane into the White House, and then deliberately pulled it high, causing the robbers' plane behind to lose control and crash into the ground. It caused an explosion and caused the White House collapse. Although I cannot accuse Lin Feng of participating in the terrorist attack, I can accuse him of intent to lead the robbers to destroy the White House. Thomas said. Is it a big deal? Robert said. I don't know. It depends on what the jury thinks. Thomas shook his head and said. 3 days later, the court opened again. Thomas invited dozens of witnesses who witnessed the incident in Washington at the time to prove that Lin Feng deliberately induced the robbers to crash into the White House. Your Excellency, please let me promote my witnesses. Tom stood up and said. Tom interrogated the old witness 3 days ago, but they were all just to prove one thing, to prove that Lin Feng did not know how to fly a plane, and he was very panicked. Only because of his responsibility he was reluctant to fly the plane. Lin Feng, why did you fly to Washington then? Tom asked. I don't know, I just keep flying. Someone behind wants to hit me, I can only keep flying. Lin Feng followed Tom's previous answer. Then why did you fly to Washington, to the White House? Because I just acted subconsciously. There was not much jet fuel at the time. I just wanted to see the White House, the political symbol of the United States, before I died. Then why did the sudden fall seem to hit the White House, and then suddenly raise it? Because I was a little dizzy at the time, so I lost control for a while. You know, I'm a bit anemic, and sometimes dizzy when I'm too nervous. Lin Feng said helplessly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 252 Deadly Evidence. Lin Feng's theory of anemia caused an uproar at the scene. Especially Thomas was full of anger. However, as far away as China, the people watching in the country laughed at this, secretly praising Lin Feng for being smart. Mr. Judge, this is Mr. Lin Feng's health report. My client is indeed suffering from anemia. If he is too nervous, he will get dizzy. Tom looked at the jury and said. Thomas hammered the table angrily, which made him a complete failure. He did not expect that the defense lawyer would use Lin Feng's body to defend. In this way, the defense can evade all Lin Feng's actions as physical discomfort, which is absolutely admissible evidence under American law. Also, we have invited the most authoritative structural engineer in the country. Tom summoned the most authoritative structural engineer in the United States. Everyone, according to my 3D computer simulation analysis, the explosion of the crashed Boeing 767 may indeed cause the collapse of the newly renovated White House. But I have a question. I flew from Boston to New York and then to Washington. The plane was left. It is absolutely impossible that the fuel oil will cause enough reason to cause the collapse of the White House. Structural engineer analysis. My jury, and the judge. This is the fuel report of the hijacked United Airlines Flight 175 refueling in Boston. According to calculations, when the Boeing 767 arrived over the White House in Washington, the remaining fuel was tight, only enough to fly for a few minutes. Tom handed the judge a report. If this is the case, I can use my 18 years of authority as a structural engineer to say that such an explosion shockwave is absolutely impossible to exceed the collapse of the White House. The structural engineer vowed. Then why did the White House collapse? The judge asked. This question is what all Americans want to know. I don't know, but after looking at the pictures, It might be a missile attack, the structural engineer said. Missile attack? The judge asked. Or someone has planted a bomb inside the White House. In short, it is absolutely impossible for the White House to collapse with just a little fuel explosion, and it can only wash the face for the White House. The audience was in an uproar. Watching the live broadcast all over the world, people who support Lin Feng clapped even more. Your Excellency, I demand that my client be released immediately and unconditionally in court. Tom smiled triumphantly. Also, I hope President Bush can imprison a hero by mistake by the Department of Justice and award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom to show the reward for saving 267 Americans. Uproar. There was an uproar at the scene, but many Americans who came to visit applauded. They admire heroes, especially in this horrible incident. There are heroes like Lin Feng, which is worthy of commendation. People around the world who support Lin Feng cheered even more, especially in China. It is extremely excited. It is absolutely unprecedented for a Chinese to receive the highest medal of honor awarded to foreigners by the United States, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Bush, who was watching the live broadcast, violently smashed the coffee cup in his hand. Joke. This damn Chinese man crashed into the Statue of Liberty and the White House. He actually wanted to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom by himself. Never. Your Excellency, rest assured, we have found an absolute evidence. This Lin Feng will definitely be convicted. The consultant comforted Bush and handed Bush a report. After Bush saw it, he laughed. At this time, supporters of Lin Feng from all over the world had cheered for victory, but at this moment, a person broke into the court. Thomas, this is what Robert asked me to give you, the man said and left. After reading the report in his hand, Thomas was overjoyed and got up immediately. Your Excellency, I have the latest evidence here to prove that Lin Feng is related to the September 11th terrorist attack. He is definitely not a hero, but a terrorist who planned 9.11. Thomas said loudly. Everyone was shocked. Tom was even more surprised. Please present your evidence, the judge said. Your Excellency, here is the latest evidence that can prove that the defendant purchased a large number of U.S. stock index futures on the eve of 9.11, all of which were bought down in just over 10 days. He has made nearly $700 million on this. Thomas looking at Lin Feng with fire-breathing eyes, he handed the data to the judge. After the judge read it, he passed the data to Tom. Your Excellency, we have not received this evidence before. This cannot be a testimony in court. Tom knew it would be deadly evidence to Lin Feng, and immediately retorted it. Your Excellency, this is the evidence I just got. Thomas immediately objected. After weighing, the judge announced that the court would be held 3 days later. The fact that Lin Feng bought a large number of U.S. stock index futures before 9.11 was also promoted through live broadcast, causing a global uproar. Originally, Lin Feng was still a hero, but immediately became a terrorist. The most embarrassing thing is that Spielberg, who filmed the wronged hero, walked away on the spot, with a sullen expression on his face. Jessica also looked shocked, and Prince William was even more embarrassed. As for China, there are two factions. One group believes that Lin Feng is a terrorist and should be sanctioned. The other faction believes that Lin Feng is not guilty. Even if guilty, the Yankee deserves it. The two factions were arguing on the internet and were not convinced by each other. Zhongnanhai in China. Lao Tzu seems to have seen the wrong person this time. Oh, but we have all investigated the source of his funds. It's clear, it's impossible. Anyway, once the US declares him guilty, you should know what to do. Lam Feng Company, Wu Zhaopu is also desperate. Since Thomas revealed in court that Lam Feng bought a large number of US stock index futures before 9.11, many employees of the company have resigned because they did not want to work in the hands of a terrorist. However, Wu Zhaopu knows that these people have been poached by the high salaries of other companies. This is just an excuse. Fortunately, although a large number of employees resigned, the core personnel, such as Cohen, who developed BT and studied cloud computing, did not leave, nor did the senior executives of Lin Feng's companies. The branches in South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan also only left some low-level administrators and employees, and the high levels barely moved. But once Lin Feng is convicted, I am afraid that this hard-working foundation will be over. Of course, the happiest game companies are those rivals that have been pressured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's downfall will benefit them the most. Compared with these competitors and some former employees, ordinary people are extremely supportive of Lin Feng. At least in the past few days, the business of Lin Feng's starting point fast food restaurant is also the first time that McDonald's and KFC's business are overwhelming. According to the words of the ordinary people who came to eat at whether Lin Feng is a terrorist or not, he has hit the Statue of Liberty, and it's damn cool to blow up the White House. If the United States wants to be a national hero, we will not go to McDonald's and KFC for consumption. As for the Second World, due to the dispute between the two factions, it was only slightly affected. However, most game players still support Lin Feng, believing that whether Lin Feng is a terrorist or not, he is guilty of the Chinese people. But what the future holds, Wu Xiaopu is really not sure. Relax. I believe Lin Feng will not be a terrorist. And he will definitely be fine, Liu Yinying said to encourage Wu Xiaopu. Now that Lin Feng is not there, the people in the company are panicking, and these high-level people can no longer mess up. Otherwise, if Lin Feng is not guilty and comes back and sees the company in a mess, these high-level officials will be really shameless to face Lin Feng. In Lin Feng Villa, several girls also cried into a ball, and the saddest one was naturally Li Zhu. Rest assured, Brother Lin will be fine. We have to trust him. Huang Meixi and Lin Ziyui comforted Li Zhu. I know, I'm not worried about him, but I'm afraid. Why don't we go to the United States? Li Zhu said, wiping away his tears. Well, let's go. I want to go too. And I don't believe that Brother Lin will be a terrorist. Algra also said, I'll go too. Yuan Xianglai also said from the side. The girls looked at each other and nodded. This time, I didn't tell Liu Yinying again. She took her passport and booked a ticket to the United States and got on the plane. United States. Do you still believe that I am not guilty? Lin Feng was a little bit depressed. Since Thomas announced the evidence in court, Lin Feng knew that he was in trouble this time. I have no reason to explain my stock purchase this time. Mr. Lin, our slogan is 100% innocence, and we believe in procedural justice. Besides, you are our client. No matter what the client does to us, the client is absolutely innocent. Ron said indifferently. Lin Feng smiled. It was a bit of comfort. Lin Feng, now you tell us the truth. Why did you buy a lot of stock index futures before 9.11? Tom frowned and asked. This is the deadliest evidence to Lin Feng, but they couldn't find any excuses to refute for the time being. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What can I say? And can I tell them that I am from the future? I am afraid that governments of all countries will experiment and even dissect themselves as guinea pigs. Ron and Tom frowned. Without Lin Feng's cooperation, they would not be able to respond to this new evidence and seize possible flaws. Mr. Lin, you must trust us, even if you are really a terrorist to us. You are only our client, Ron said. Lin Feng still shook his head. This reason can never be said. Ron and Tom sighed. Mr. Lin, if you don't cooperate anymore, we can only helplessly announce the end of our employment relationship. Ron said helplessly. Since this new evidence broke out, Ron's senior law firm has been under pressure far beyond everyone's imagination. In the firm, except him and Tom, everyone persuaded them to abandon the case. But Ron had an intuition that Lin Feng must be fine. That's why he still insisted on acting as Lin Feng's lawyer. But Lin Feng didn't cooperate, and he didn't want to defend his doomed failure. Wait. Lin Feng called to the two of them. I think there is only one person who can help me now. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Who? Ron and Tom asked in unison. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 253 Grandmaster Big and 134 Generation Grandchildren. Lin Feng knew that someone might be able to help herself. But would she help herself? Abby Cohen. I want to talk to her. Lin Feng looked at Ron and Tom and said. Ron had heard of Abby Cohen, and it suddenly dawned on him. Let's arrange this. If she can testify for you, I will be able to remove your suspicion of buying US stock index futures for huge profits before 9.11. Ron also asked Lin Feng to pay attention to some things now. He also told Lin Feng to remain calm, and after maintaining a peaceful state of mind, he left with Tom. Ron, who is that Abby Cohen? Tom asked. Ron looked at the sky and said meaningfully, a Wall Street myth. A woman who has repeatedly predicted financial crises. Okay, let's contact her to see if she would like to see Lin Feng. After the two left, they flew straight to New York to find Abby Cohen, the residence of Abby Cohen. Hello, Miss Abby, I came to see you on behalf of my client, Mr. Lin Feng, and he hopes to talk to you once. Ron said, looking at the woman in front of him. Abby frowned and asked her husband to take her daughter away. Mr. Ron, I don't think I have anything to talk about with him. I have already filmed the wronged hero for him, and vowed to guarantee Lin Feng to all American citizens, but he deceived us and deceived all people. I won't go to see this liar again, Abby said angrily. Ron and Tom looked at each other helplessly. This time, the scandal that Lin Feng bought a large number of stock index futures on the eve of 9.11 caused Lin Feng to lose almost all of his friends. Even the 267 passengers who were on the plane before regarded Lin Feng as a liar. These passengers all look at Lin Feng in this way, and how others look at Lin Feng can be imagined. Miss Abby, why don't you meet with our client? Maybe it's not what you think. Not what everyone thinks. Ron didn't give up and continued to lobby. Enough. I don't want to talk about this topic anymore. I'm going to send my daughter to school, and I will ask you to leave. Abby issued an eviction order. Ron wanted to explain something, but seeing Abby's face indignant, he knew that he couldn't get any results today. But Ron will not give up. His dictionary never has the word give up. He only believes in one point: person is 100% innocent. When the two left the gate, Tom suddenly turned around. Miss Abby, I have read your information. You predicted the Japanese financial crisis in 1996. Didn't you? Not bad. Talking about his profession, Abby looked confident. The Asian financial crisis was predicted in 1997. Didn't it? Tom continued to ask. Yes, what's the matter? Abby Fox asked. I just don't understand. Why can you accurately predict these futures that no one else can know? Tom asked. This is professionalism and talent. I have been studying finance for 18 years, dealing with these numbers every day, and everything that happens in this world is connected. Although we cannot fully know the future, we can find clues. A little sign of the future, Abby explained. If you can, why can't Lin Feng, our client? Tom smiled at Ron and turned to leave. Abby was taken aback and caught up a few steps. Wait, what did you just say? Abby asked urgently. My client started from scratch and made $1 billion in 2 years. And his growth rate is far faster than any successful person. Wouldn't it be unreasonable for him to predict that the stock market will crash recently? Besides, my client does not know how to fly a plane. Any reasonable person would never personally carry out suicide terrorist attacks with a net worth of $1 billion. Since ancient times, it has never happened before, Tom said. Abby's face sank after hearing this. She was annoyed that Lin Feng had deceived everyone before. But now listening to Tom and thinking about it, there are indeed many doubts in the middle. But there is a problem that cannot be explained in any way. Lin Feng spent $90 million on the eve of 9.11 to buy all stock index futures. Abby hesitated to express the doubt in his heart. Then we can only find out when you meet with our client. I think that if he invites you this time, he will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Ron gave Tom a thumbs up secretly. Abby thought for a while. Well, I'll meet him with you. But I don't guarantee that I will testify for him again. Abby said. We are here only to hope that you can meet our client. Ron said with a smile. Being able to go means that her position is not firm enough. And not being firm means that she can change her position. After waiting for Abby to arrange family affairs, the three flew to Washington. Before Abby arrived, two people came to visit Lin Feng. William, Jessica, I didn't expect you to come to see me now, Lin Feng said in surprise. At this time, Prince William and Jessica came to visit Lin Feng, and the risk they took was not small. Once Lin Feng was convicted as a terrorist attack planner, the two of them were involved in Lin Feng, and the trouble was certainly not small. Prince William still had a sunny smile, but there was a little hesitation in his smile. Lin Feng, look into my eyes. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you have anything to do with this terrorist attack? Prince William looked into Lin Feng's eyes and said, No, not at all. Lin Feng stared at Prince William's blue eyes and said, Okay, before you are sentenced, we are still friends, and I still believe in you. Prince William sat down. I believe you too. Jessica also smiled and sat down. Lin Feng looked at Jessica in surprise. Lin Feng, I am an actor, so I can clearly see if you are lying. You must know that human eyes cannot lie. Your eyes are very clear, although I feel that you are hiding something from us, but I'm sure you must have nothing to do with this. Jessica smiled charmingly. Lin Feng and Prince William were heartbroken. The three chatted casually, without mentioning any topic about the case. Prince William and Jessica's trip was to confirm whether Lin Feng was involved in this matter. They were also extremely entangled in their hearts during the past 2 days. On the one hand, from the evidence, Lin Feng has the greatest suspicion, but emotionally, they don't want Lin Feng to be this kind of person, and no matter how you look at Lin Feng, he is definitely not that kind. A frenzied terrorist. Lin Feng, we will cheer you up the day after tomorrow. I believe you must be fine. Prince William and Jessica didn't sit for long either. In order to avoid suspicion and unnecessary trouble, the two left early. After the two left, Lin Feng was still very pleased. At least this time it was not too bad, and some people were willing to believe him. Soon after Prince William and Jessica left, Ron and Tom brought Abby Cohen. Thank you for coming. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Abby Cohen's ability to come proves that he still has hope. Now let's see how she can persuade her to prove it for herself. Ron, Tom, can I talk to Abby in person? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Ron and Tom backed out. Only Lin Feng and Abby were left in the room. Abby, I invite you this time because I hope you can testify for me, Lin Feng said with a smile. Abby Cohen frowned. Mr. Lin, I just came here this time to know why I spent $90 million on stock index futures on the eve of 9.11. Abby did not answer the question. Lin Feng scratched his head with a headache. Abby, do you think I will be the kind of crazy terrorist? I'm only 21 years old this year, and I already have $1 billion in fortune. What reason do I have to do that kind of thing? Lin Feng explained. The key to whether he can get rid of the crime lies in Abby Cohen, who must first persuade her to make her believe in herself, and then go to court to do a false testimony on her behalf. With her authoritative position in the American financial world, if she is willing to testify on her behalf, she must be fine. Mr. Lin, I haven't met such a person. In order to make profits, Soros did not hesitate to detonate the Asian financial crisis, and even almost forced several Asian countries to go bankrupt. You may not be unable to do it for $700 million. Abby was cold. Say. Lin Feng frowned when he heard it. He actually compares himself with Soros, and I don't know if I should be happy to be compared with this financial giant. Abby, don't you think it's too ridiculous? For $700 million, will I go to bomb the World Trade Center and destroy the White House? Besides, I am still on the plane, and I just bought the futures index just before the incident. It's really everything I planned, and my actions are too low-powered. Isn't this telling the US government that I did all this? Lin Feng asked. Abby Cohen was taken aback for a moment. Lin Feng was indeed right. If Lin Feng is really planning all this, at least others shouldn't be in the United States. And if you want to make a lot of money, you can also use an anonymous account to transfer money and launder money through major banks in the world. You will not be easily caught by the FBI for such obvious deadly evidence, and since he is interested in making money, it means that this person will not commit suicide. Then Lin Feng's appearance on the plane couldn't explain it. Abby, I do know some things, but it is not a terrorist attack, but the future trend of the stock market. But my reason cannot be stated in court. Lin Feng saw that Abby had a little bit of faith, and struck while the iron was hot. Why can't you tell me why? Abby frowned and asked, gradually believing in Lin Feng. Abby, I hope that when I tell you later, no third person can know. Lin Feng said solemnly. Abby thought for a while and nodded. Abby, because I can predict the future. Lin Feng said very solemnly and mysteriously. What? Abby exclaimed. Fortune-telling? This is too exaggerated. If this is true, it can indeed explain why Lin Feng bought a large number of stock index futures. But since he can predict the future, why didn't he tell the US government about the September 11th terrorist attacks? Although one question was solved, more questions appeared in Abby's mind. Will Lin Feng tell Abby the secret of his rebirth? Of course not. This secret Lin Feng will always be brought into the grave. But in order to win the trust of Abby, Lin Feng decided to fool her. Use the mysterious ancient Chinese culture to fool Abby. Abby, how much do you know about China? Lin Feng smiled like a fox. Ancient Chinese culture? Abby Cohen thought about it for a moment, then said in deep thought, China is a very mysterious country, an ancient civilization with a history of 5,000 years. And there are too many things that the West cannot understand and understand. Since Abby views China in this way, Lin Feng is more confident in his heart. Abby, you should know that Chinese surnames have been handed down from ancient times, and all Chinese cannot change their surnames because this is a betrayal of their ancestors. Lin Feng started his own deception plan. Abby had also heard about this, knowing that surnames are very important to Chinese people. Do you know the origin of Lin's surname? Lin Feng asked. Abby shook his head. In the ancient times, there was no Lin surname. According to archaeologists, the Lin surname originated more than 3,000 years ago, when the last dynasty of the Shang dynasty in China was King Zhou, the Qi Bigan. King Zhou is a famous faint monarch in Chinese history. No way. Deprived of conscience. But Qi Bigan is a loyal minister. In order to discourage King Zhao's evil deeds, he was gouged to death by King Zhou. After that, Abby exclaimed. Later, after a generation of Ming Junzu Wu Wangjai died of Shang Jianzu, he felt the loyalty of the Qi Bigan and gave him the luck to escape the chase of King Zhou. His son was named Lin and his name was Jian. This is the origin of Lin's surname, Lin Feng said. Abby nodded, sighing. Compared with the 200-odd-year history of the United States, China's history is too long and has too many stories. But what does this have to do with your ability to predict the future? Abby asked questioningly. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. Abby, do you know that China's 4 great masterpieces Feng Shen Bang tells about the process of Zhou Wu Wangji's extermination of Shang more than 3,000 years ago? Although there are many exaggerations in it, one thing is true. Lin the ancestor Bigan was proficient in divination and was able to use the Book of Changes to predict the future. Lin Feng continued to fudge. The Book of Changes? Abby looked blank. The Book of Changes is our earliest book of occupancy in China. It describes how to use some media to predict the future. Our ancestor Qi Bigan was proficient in this way. It has been passed down for more than 3,000 years, and it is already in my generation, the 134th generation. Although I don't have the magical powers of my ancestors and can predict everything in the future, I can simply predict major events in the future. Lin Feng said by deceiving people. Really? Abby didn't believe it. This is too mysterious. But there is a faint expectation in my heart. Hee. I know you don't believe it. Now I can prove it to you. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Under Abby's gaze, Lin Feng held the weird-shaped pebble. Lin Feng picked a twill that he had prepared earlier in his hand, closed his eyes, muttered a word, and after a period of mystery, he gently threw the pebble into the air. After a tumult, Lin Feng pretended to count the stones. Abby, I don't have the supernatural powers of my ancestors, but I know everything in no way. I can only predict some important events. Lin Feng suddenly said with an uncomfortable expression. Mr. Lin, what's the matter with you? Abby was surprised. It's okay. It's just that every time we prophesy we'll overdraw a little life. This is the ancestral training of our clan. and it is also the limitation of our clan's ability. Lin Feng said with difficulty, and it took a few minutes to relieve his breath. Of course, everything is Lin Feng acting. Although Abby was shocked, she seemed to realize it. Abby, I predict that an African country will be lifted by the UN sanctions in these few days. There are no more details. Lin Feng finished speaking, and took a few breaths. As for the predicted country, it happened at the time of the September 11th incident. Lin had paid attention to the news outside of his style. He remembered that during this time an African country publicly expressed support for the United States to attack Afghanistan, and then not only won the United Nations to lift sanctions against it, but also received a fortune from the United States Poverty Alleviation Funds. At that time, many people scolded that African country. Lin Feng didn't remember the name of the country, but only remembered one thing. Abby frowned. Lin Feng said, too mysterious. Don't you buy stocks also predictive? Abby asked. Yes, my company is experiencing bottlenecks in its development and requires a lot of capital. For the company, I have to use divination to predict. The divination told me that the US stock market will fall sharply in the near future, so I bought all the money to make the most profit. But the ancestors clearly stated that they must not use divination to profit for themselves, otherwise they will be retributed. Sure enough, I will encounter this now. Lin Feng forced a look of regret and helplessness. In this case, you can tell the judge in court, Abby said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Abby, 1. Our family has an ancestral precept: we will divination. Absolutely must not speak to others, because this will make people ask us for everything, and forget that everything is actually a matter of human action. If you don't work hard, there can be no gains. Lin Feng's words were approved by Abby, and they were extremely reasonable. Second, Chinese culture is too esoteric. With all due respect, many Americans don't understand China and even more ignorant of Chinese culture. Do you think they will believe me? That's why I hope you can testify that I am obedient to you. Predictions on the US stock market, and bought futures. Abby frowned. If she hadn't believed in Lin Feng a little bit now, I'm afraid she would have to leave on the spot if she heard that Lin Feng had perjured her. Abby, there is nothing I can do about it. But if you think about it, is it possible for me to launch a terrorist attack on the world's most powerful country for 700 million? Besides, you also know that the White House was bombed by the military itself. What they need now is a fig leaf. I just became a scapegoat, Lin Feng said while the iron was hot. I know, but Abby still had doubts. Lin Feng said that was too mysterious. She did not dare to confirm whether it was true or not. In case it was Lin Feng's conspiracy again, wouldn't she be fooled for the second time? She wanted Lin Feng to predict one more thing that she would know immediately, but Lin Feng also said that the prediction was very hurtful, and Abby couldn't bear to let Lin Feng hurt his vitality again. So, let me think about it. Abby thought for a while, decided to go back and check the information, and then talk about it. Well, thank you. Lin Feng knew that it could only be so. The rest depends on whether Abby believes in the mystery of ancient Chinese culture and his own deception. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 254 Final Judgment? Soon after Abby left, Ron and Tom came in. Mr. Lin, what's the matter? Miss Abby left with a thoughtful look. Is she willing to be your witness? Ron asked. It should be 70% certain. Since Abby first arrived, he was angry and disdainful of himself, but in the meditation when he left, Lin Feng believed that his flicker had already worked. Well, let's first find a few authoritative figures in the financial industry to prove that Abby's prediction is an authority in the financial industry. Ron said. Yep. When Lin Feng was worried about whether Abby would agree, Wang Meng also rushed to Washington. Zhengzha, what is going on with Lin Feng's money? Wang Meng asked. The most deadly thing to Lin Feng now is the $700 million futures which has been frozen by the US government. Instructor, I don't know. The boss asked me to buy it, Zhengzha said helplessly. Didn't he say the reason? Wang Meng frowned and asked. No, He said he would definitely fall. Zheng Zhao was even more depressed. Well, don't care about this for now. Who of you believes in Lin Feng? Wang Meng asked. Everyone glanced at each other and nodded to express their belief. Well, if the court pronounces Lin Feng guilty, I'm afraid it will be the death penalty electric chair. At that time, we will rob him. Li Rui, you are responsible for arranging the vehicles. Zibo, you are responsible for manufacturing the relevant ID cards. And Feng Jun, you are responsible for surveying the terrain. Others people and I will prepare guns. Wang Meng decided that once the US government convicted Lin Feng, he would save Lin Feng without hesitation. As for the final hiding place, Wang Meng also thought about it. Africa. In Africa, Wang Meng couldn't be more familiar with that. In the vast grasslands of Africa, there are no more than 100,000 troops to encircle and suppress. Don't try to catch yourself and others in Africa. Abby did not return to New York, but found a hotel near Washington to stay. Lin Feng's words were too mysterious, but they were too plausible, and Abby decided to look up some information. The first thing Abby checked was King Zhu of the Shang dynasty, as well as the Qi Bigan. Everything was just as Lin Feng said. Later, Abby probably watched the Feng Shenbang, and all it said in it exceeded her imagination. As for the Book of Changes mentioned by Lin Feng, Abby also studied carefully for one night. He was dizzy. The content was too esoteric. If you want to study it thoroughly, I am afraid that it will not be possible within 10 or 20 years. But this also made Abby believe Lin Feng a little bit. At the same time, Abby also inquired that the Book of Changes, like tarot divination, is extremely popular in many countries around the world. You must be accurate, obviously a bit too mysterious. But it is not accurate. But what many fortune tellers predict is extremely accurate. Besides, Lin Feng said that he is the 134th generation grandson of Qi Bigan. It is not impossible for such an ancient family to inherit certain mysterious divination techniques. Obviously, Abby was confused by Lin Feng's Grandmaster Bigan's 134th generation grandson. She believes that it is impossible for Chinese people to lie with their ancestors, so she did not consider Lin Feng to lie to her on this matter, and it was destined that this Wall Street myth was deceived by Lin Feng. Then Abby inquired about countries sanctioned by the United Nations in Africa. Abby searched and found a country that met Lin Feng's conditions: Sudan. In August 1993, due to the long-term inability of the Sudanese government to repay the huge loan to the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations rejected the right to vote and listed it as an insolvent country and unsuitable to provide loans. However, with the reform of the Sudanese government in recent years, the economy has recovered on a large scale, and it seems that the United Nations may lift its sanctions. Abby was sure that what Lin Feng had predicted was Sudan. But is Lin Feng prophesying, or is he obtained from a large amount of information beforehand? Abby could not be sure. In any case, there is no excuse for being too eloquent. But the next day, after Abby got a piece of news, he made up his mind to spread a panic this time, proving that Lin Feng had followed his suggestion and bought the futures index. Because on the morning of September 28th, the Voice of America broadcasted the UN declaration to lift the sanctions on Sudan. Abby asked himself that he couldn't guess when the UN would lift Sudan's sanctions, but Lin Feng was sure that it would be within these few days. Except for prediction, there is no other possibility. Besides, Abby had also thought about it carefully, and Lin Feng could not be a conspirator planning a terrorist attack. Indeed, as Tom said, no planner, with a net worth of $1 billion, has planned and carried out such a frenzied terrorist attack personally at such a young age. I'm glad you can testify for my client. Now let's simulate the court proceedings. Ron was very happy that Abby was able to testify for Lin Feng. As for whether it is perjury, for Ron, he believes in procedural justice. He will not ask, nor will he guess. It will only try to make Abby's testimony impeccable. Abby just smiled. She is willing to give false testimony for Lin Feng this time. In addition to being curious about Lin Feng's prediction of the future, she has carefully analyzed that Lin Feng is by no means a terrorist. She can only say that the timing of his purchase was indeed too coincidental, causing it. Everyone misunderstood, but his reason could not be made public. And Lin Feng saved her and her daughter after all, so she felt that she should also repay her. Of course, the fact that Lin Feng is the 134th generation grandson of Qi Bigan also puts a lot of pressure on Abby, and she doesn't want such an ancient family to be extinct because of the divination techniques handed down since ancient times. In the past 2 days, Tom went to find relevant financial experts to prove Abby's authority, and Ron began to appear on talk shows on major TV stations to express his views on Lin Feng's case. In the program, Ron was very skillful in telling the American audience about Lin Feng's achievements in China, so that the Americans could know and understand Lin Feng. Although this is not of much practical help for the actual sentencing. But Ron is convinced that the jury is also human. Although the jury will not watch this kind of show, the jury also has family members. As long as they believe in Lin Feng, even if there is only that little, they will be able to play a decisive role in the final judgment. I have to say that Ron's show has changed many Americans' views on Lin Feng. A 21-year-old young rich man really has no reason to commit such a senseless terrorist attack. Although the $90 million purchase of futures index cannot be explained, at least some Americans no longer blindly reprimand Lin Feng, and the court found Lin Feng to be a terrorist without a verdict. In just 3 days, an instant passed. It was the day when Lin Feng went to court again. It is still live broadcast globally, but this time according to statistics, there will be more than 1.5 billion people watching the live broadcast worldwide. After the judge announced the opening of the trial, the prosecution still showed evidence that this deadly Lin Feng purchased $90 million of futures, which directly pierced Lin Feng's vitals. Mr. Lin, may I ask for what reason you bought $90 million of futures and made a profit of $700 million? Is it because you are the planner of the September 11th terrorist attack? Thomas yelled. Protest. I protest the prosecution's unfounded speculation. Tom immediately stood up to protest. The protest is effective. Please pay attention to the prosecution. But the defendant must answer truthfully, the judge said. Lin Feng smiled slightly and showed a confident smile to everyone. This gentleman, if I said I bought it because I followed Sum Yeon's suggestion, do you believe it? Lin Feng said. The audience was in an uproar, and no one expected Lin Feng to say so. Who suggested it? Thomas asked immediately. Your Excellency, this is the cover character of this financial magazine, called Abby Cohen in Wall Street Mythology. Tom immediately handed over an American financial magazine. Thomas took a look and sneered. Mr. Lin, based on what one person said, you are so convinced that you used all the $90 million to buy futures. It's unbelievable. Thomas sneered. Do you believe me, jury? You will do this. Would it be easy to believe a person's prediction and use $90 million to buy futures? After speaking, Thomas sat down, looking at the face of the jury just now. Thomas knew that the jury did not believe what Lin Feng said. He didn't need to cross-examine anymore. Please reply, the judge said calmly. The jury, indeed, as the prosecution lawyer said, it is incredible to spend $90 million to buy futures by just listening to one person's prediction. But the problem is that it is not someone else who said this, it is called Wall Street Myth. Abby Cohen. Tom turned the magazine to the page where he interviewed Cohen. Tom brought the first witness, Abby Cohen, to court. Miss Abby, have you ever suggested that Lin Feng buy US stock index futures? Tom asked. Yes, I remember. I happened to meet Lin Feng in Los Angeles. He asked me what I thought about the future of the US stock market. I gave him a word or two. Unexpectedly, he was a foreigner who believed in me so much. I'm so honored. Then calmly said, why can you predict that the US stock market will fall again? Tom asked. This is my major. I rely on various data analysis, so I boldly predicted. Abby said, Your Excellency, this is the financial event predicted by Ms. Abby. So far, almost all have been fulfilled. Tom presented the collected events predicted by Abby to the court. The judge read it and gave it to the prosecution. Thomas frowned after reading it. He had already guessed how Tom was going to have an innocence debate. "Mr. Lin Feng, why do you believe in Miss Abby Cohen so much?" Tom asked Lin Feng. "Because American magazines say that she's an American Wall Street myth, and the predictions are absolutely accurate. Why don't I believe it?" Lin Feng said. "Okay, Your Excellency, I have no problem. But I want to say that if this hero who saved 267 lives bought $90 million of futures for believing in the prophecies of our American Wall Street myths and was sentenced to terror attack the planner, isn't this too ridiculous?" Tom said. The prosecution lawyer Thomas sneered and got up. "Miss Abby, must your prediction be accurate?" Thomas asked. "Your Excellency, I have the certifications of 13 financial authorities on Wall Street in the United States. They can prove that Miss Abby's financial sensitivity is something that no one else has. Almost 98% of her predictions will be fulfilled." Tom got up and handed a copy beforehand, prepared data report. Thomas frowned even more after reading it. "Miss Abby, if your prediction is so accurate, why didn't you make a fortune with your assets of only $7.8 million? Thomas pierced his weakness. "Because I am just an analyst. If I invest myself in this way, it will definitely affect my professional judgment. This is what every financial analyst tries to avoid. There is an old Chinese saying that doctors do not heal themselves," Abby said. Thomas frowned. "Then do you believe that someone would blindly invest $90 million just because they met and followed your casual advice?" Thomas asked tricky. "No. Against the prosecution's unfounded speculation." Tom immediately stood up and protested. Thomas smiled secretly, wondering if he had stabbed Tom in the underbelly. "The objection is invalid, but the witness may not answer." The judge said. "Your Excellency, I think I can answer this question." Abby said confidently, "I have done hundreds of analyses for clients in the past 18 years. In my early days, there were companies that failed to invest because of my analysis, and even led to they went bankrupt. But in the later period of my analysis could bring huge returns to the customers. Although $90 million is a bit too much, it's not impossible. Besides, I'm not talking casually, but based on my 18 years of experience in the industry." Prediction. Abby replied affirmatively. "Your Excellency, here is a business report of Miss Abby's current job at Goldman Sachs. The data above proves that Miss Abby's analysis followed Miss Abby's analysis and investment. In the past year, there were 178 clients, involving funds of $120 million. Tom showed evidence at this time. His protest just now was just a means to interfere with Thomas' logic. Thomas glanced at Tom. After a quarrel, the two sides started a fierce debate about Lin Feng's $90 million purchase of futures because of magazine. "Okay, now I invite the prosecution to make a closing statement," the judge announced. "Dear jury, what is the concept of $90 million? I think most of you, including me, have never seen such a large amount of banknotes. I am a first-level prosecutor of the Ministry of Justice. A year's salary is $250,000, but I have to work 360 years to earn $90 million, and I am already a good American. The defendant only listened to a financial analyst's casual stance while drinking coffee. In one word, he invested $90 million in US stock index futures and bought them all, buying this kind of futures that are very likely to lose no penny. And in just over 10 days, he made $700 million. This is nothing short of it. Fantastic nights. If the defendant has no contact with the terrorist attacker, how can it be so accurate? The terrorist attack happened on the third day of the purchase. Therefore, I beg the jury to convict the defendant. Thomas just issued a closing statement in awe. After Thomas sat down, Tom got up and smiled. "My jury, Before you decide whether my client is guilty or not guilty, I want to restate the background of my client. My client is just 21 years old this year and graduated from high school at the age of 19. He chose to start his own business because of his poor family, relying on the $3,500 borrowed from my parents to open the first internet cafe. Along the way, 2 years later, my client has created a $1 billion net worth with his own ingenuity and keen sense of business opportunities, becoming the largest in mainland China, the youngest richest man. Tom said this and stopped briefly, waiting for the jury to digest his words, also to let the jury enter the background of the story he told. My jury, I believe you also have children, and they should be about the same age as my client. Please take a look at my client. He is only 21 years old. Is he the kind of crazy terrorist? Just ask the youngest 21-year-old, the richest man, under the infinitely beautiful future life. Is there any reason to commit a suicide terrorist attack that almost killed himself? What reason does he have to do so? Another point is that my client does not know how to fly a plane. As for my client, he would take it. Spend $90 million to invest in futures. I can only say that he believes too much in our American Wall Street mythmas. Abby, so my client made such a bold investment. Fortunately, he was lucky. No, I should say Abby. Miss Cohen's predictions were accurate, and my client made a lot of money. But let me ask, because my client overbelieves in the Wall Street myth, Miss Abby, and happened to make a lot of money, can my client be found guilty? Therefore, I implore the jury to rule that my client is not guilty. Tom bowed deeply and sat down. Ron secretly gave a thumbs up, and Tom's closing statement was undoubtedly perfect, starting from human nature. After all, the jury is also human. Adjournment for 30 minutes. The judge announced the adjournment, and the jury began to discuss the final conclusion. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Whether you can pass this time depends on these 30 minutes. This time I was too careless, that's why I had this catastrophe. But this time it wasn't all without gain. At least I met Prince William, sexy Jessica, and Abby Cohen. Lin Feng is feeling that the company is a bit confused in the future, and he can invite Abby to become his chief financial advisor. For half an hour, those who supported Lin Feng were suffering, and those who hated Lin Feng were looking forward to it. Wang Meng has entered the court and arranged everything. If Lin Feng is really found guilty, he will prepare to take Lin Feng away while he is being escorted. After half an hour, the judge and the jury were all seated. Can the jury have a result? The judge gave an order, and the jury handed over the final verdict. The judge looked at the final ruling, looked at Lin Feng, and suddenly asked, "Defendant, I want to ask you one last thing. Why did you buy $90 million in futures?" Of course, you don't have to answer. It's just that I am personally curious. Lin Feng smiled. Your Excellency, it's actually very simple. The US stock market has been falling since Wall Street mythology predicts that it will continue to fall. I just have money in my hands, so I naturally have to take a gamble. I lose, but I just don't have liquidity. It hurts my vitality. If I win, my company can grow faster. Besides, I am very young, only 21 years old. Lin Feng said. Everyone was stunned. However, this reason is indeed impeccable, and Lin Feng is the most criticized young and frivolous. The judge nodded, looked at the verdict in his hand, and read slowly. After a jury verdict, the defendant Lin Feng was unanimously found guilty of planning a terrorist attack, not convicted, and released in court. Someone scolded, somebody carnival. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 255. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when the judge was not guilty of the crime. Thank you. Lin Feng shook hands with Ron and Tom to thank them. This is our duty, 100% innocence. Mr. Lin, if there is another time, please continue to contact our own law firm. Ron was very satisfied with this defense. Not only did Lin Feng earn $1.8 million, But more importantly, the reputation of Ron law firm has been unprecedentedly high through this incident, and there is a faint trend of the best law firm in the United States. Definitely. Lin Feng also opened his eyes this time. Compared with domestic court trials, the high technology used here is completely beyond Lin Feng's imagination. For example, in the court, the use of computer three-dimensional simulation of aircraft explosion, and the analysis of the trajectory of the aircraft, and the bizarre collapse of the White House, made Lin Feng amazed. It turns out that high-tech can also be used in this way, and the US court has also recognized its legality. Although the $1.8 million spent this time looks expensive, it is worth it. William, thank you. Lin Feng was most grateful that Prince William did not leave because of his identity, which moved Lin Feng very much. Ha ha, number. You saved my life, and I should pay you back. Prince William said with a smile. Lin, congratulations on your innocence and release. I think I can invite you to have a cup of coffee this time. Jessica's beautiful smile like a flower and the bright smile of Prince William's sunny face were in contrast to each other. It's a pity that they can't be a pair. Definitely. It is an honor for Xiaoxing to drink coffee with a beautiful woman like you. Lin Feng was innocent and light-hearted, joking. At this time, a spirited old man came. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I misunderstood you the other day. The visitor said slightly sorry. Lin Feng looked at people and didn't dare to even bow. Mr. Spielberg, I have seen all the movies you directed. I'm a fan of you. Lin Feng said flatly. I am also very grateful to you for helping me make this short film of the wronged hero. In greeting, Spielberg handed Lin Feng a business card. Mr. Lin, I'm busy, so we'll leave first. Spielberg is a major Hollywood director. He came to the hearing this time to see if Lin Feng is a terrorist who deceives the world. After all, Spielberg filmed The Wronged Hero for him. It is impossible not to come to see it. Fortunately, Lin Feng was acquitted. Otherwise I am afraid this short film will become a stain on Spielberg's life. Looking at the business card, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Mr. Spielberg, I want to make a TV series recently. I wonder if I can invite you to be the director. Lin Feng thought of Prison Break. Although the director of Prison Break is not an ordinary person, it is obviously in terms of qualifications and abilities can't match Spielberg. When Spielberg heard it, he was taken aback. Mr. Lin, you have to know that I am making movies, and I never make TV shows. Spielberg frowned. In Hollywood, movies are always the mainstream, and TV shows are only second-rate, and their status and influence cannot be compared with movies. I know, but I hope to be able to use film techniques to make TV series. I hope to make an enduring classic. Lin Feng naturally knew Spielberg's thoughts and quickly explained. Although Prison Break is a classic, Lin Feng, as a Prison Break fan, now has the money to shoot this classic. He naturally wants to perfect it. Spielberg's eyes lit up and he wanted to ask Lin Feng what TV series he wanted to make, but it was not the time to talk in detail, so he made an appointment to call him after Lin Feng settled down, and the two would talk in detail. Lin, you want to make a TV series? I wonder if I have the honor to play a role? Jessica said mischievously after watching Spielberg leave. Ha ha. Sure. It's an honor for me to be able to play Jessica. Lin Feng laughed. During the greeting, Wang Meng and others came to Lin Feng. When I heard that the judge pronounced the sentence just now, it was not Lin Feng who was most nervous, but Wang Meng. Once the judge pronounces Lin Feng guilty, Wang Meng will implement an unprecedented robbery plan. Once this plan is launched, there is no turning back. Moreover, in the United States, in the face of American intelligence agencies, Wang Meng was not confident that he would rob Lin Feng, at most only 40%. Fortunately, in the end, Lin Feng is a lucky person. Lin Feng Chong nodded fiercely, and the group walked out. As soon as he got out of the court, the flashlights blazed. Dozens of reporters surrounded Lin Feng and asked Lin Feng about the verdict and whether his consultation with Abby Cohen was true. Although the court has pronounced Lin Feng not guilty, the news is too plain for the reporters, and they hope to dig up some violent news. Lin Feng just said a few words briefly. Of course, I did not forget to mention Abby Cohen again and highly praised him as the world's best financial analyst. Brother Lin. Just when the reporter was about to ask questions, a few people squeezed in, and when they saw Lin Feng, they rushed forward. Lin Feng was surprised at first, and when he saw that the person was Li Zhu and the others, he was surprised and delighted. Yui, why are you here? Lin Feng looked at Li Zhu, who was obviously thinner in his arms, with great pity. Brother Lin, you are fine, great. Lin Zhui and others also exclaimed with joy. Thank you. Lin Feng felt a little bit sad. Since he was taken into custody by the US Department of Justice, no one has visited Lin Feng except for these friends I met in the United States. Of course, the United States is too far away. But there was not even a phone call, which is a bit unreasonable. Although Lin Feng also knew that they were afraid of being implicated. After all, he was offended by the US government, and he was charged with planning a terrorist attack. But psychologically, it was still a bit embarrassing. Human feelings are warm and cold. Everyone is like this. But today I saw Li Zhu, Lin Zhui, Huang Meixi, Algra, and Yuan Xianglai all coming, and my mood improved a lot. Excited, Lin Feng also forgot to hug Li Zhu, who had not seen him for many days. A French kiss directly under the public. Many reporters immediately became happy, and the flashing lights continued. Big brother Lin. Li Zhu buried his head in Lin Feng's arms shyly, afraid to see anyone. Lin Feng smiled. I was a bit emotional just now, but this acquittal is indeed worthy of joy. I was able to hit the Statue of Liberty, blow up the White House, and get a ticket by the way, but the US government can't do anything about it. It feels really good. After squeezing the reporter away, Lin Feng took Li Zhu and others, as well as Prince William and Jessica, to leave. Although many reporters haven't interviewed any violent news, the appearance of this group of beauties and the French kiss just now have been enough for them to hype for a while. In particular, among these girls there is Algra, the future heir of Versace, which is even more news. Although Lin Feng is now acquitted, but in the new issue of Google's popularity rankings, Lin Feng has overwhelmed many Hollywood stars to become the number one. And the limelight is in full swing. I don't know many people in the world want to know him. Reporters know that newspapers will not worry about sales for some time to come. When Lin Feng and others celebrated, inside the Pentagon in the United States, President Bush has been in this temporary presidential palace alone for a full hour, and there is no sound inside. Had it not been for the latest high-tech proof that Bush was still inside, I am afraid his bodyguards would have rushed in early. After the Secretary of Defense and others were so impatient to wait, Bush opened the door with a relaxed look. Well, let's discuss the next plan, Bush said lightly. After learning that Lin Feng was acquitted, Bush was indeed very angry. The Chinese who crashed the Statue of Liberty and hit the White House was acquitted. Bush scolded his mother on the spot, viciously cursing Ron, a group of damn lawyers who only recognize money. But Bush knew that this is America, a paradise for the rich. Finally, after allowing himself to be alone for an hour, Bush adjusted his mentality and returned to normal. After all, a person who can become a president has the ability to control his mind. This time the United States was hit by an unprecedented terrorist attack. Not only was the Statue of Liberty destroyed, but the White House was also destroyed. When Bush talked about the White House, he still couldn't help but twitch on his face. He took a few deep breaths to ease his emotions and said, "We must restore the reputation of the United States, because Afghanistan must fight. But everyone, remember that the biggest crisis in our country is oil, so we must drag Iraq into the water," Bush said strongly. Everyone nodded. Compared with the embarrassment and helplessness of the United States, most other countries in the world cheered. The pro-American countries in the West are embarrassed by the US government. They highly praise the US judicial system as the most just and transparent judicial system in the world, and will never wrong anyone. Those countries that are not too cold towards the United States highly praised Lin Feng as a hero, saving a Boeing 767 and the 267 passengers on it. Many countries even call on President Bush to award Lin Feng the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Of course, This is just disgusting. The United States. Everyone knows that Bush's den was bombed because of Lin Feng, and it is absolutely impossible to give Lin Feng the Presidential Medal of Freedom. But for a country that has always been disgusted with US imperialist hegemony, it is always good to be disgusted with the United States. The most exaggerated are the Arab countries. The United States has too much interference in Arab government affairs in the Middle East. And this time Lin Feng has become a hero here. Several countries, such as Iraq, Iran, Syria and other countries, are preparing to jointly issue a medal to Lin Feng. The name of the medal is tentatively designated as the Earth Peace Prize. Obviously, this is purely a spoof of the United States by these countries, but it undoubtedly makes the vast majority of Chinese people excited. In this incident, Lin Feng has been unofficially called a national hero by the people in China, and many netizens even joked that it is better to set today, September 28th, as a hero day. In this regard, the government still remains unpredictable and does not have any attitude, but it is very official. Congratulations to Lin Feng's acquittal. Wu Xiaopu, Liu Yinying and others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng was acquitted, and the company's people immediately settled down. In particular, although Lin Feng's current reputation is not good in some Western countries, Lin Feng's popularity is increasing in Asia, especially in China, and many people come to the company to apply for employment. The reason is very simple. National hero company work. Although most of these people here are just graduated college students and some young wage earners, and many of them are not qualified to work in the company, the momentum is good. Especially in the past 2 days, the players who logged into the official forum of the Second World almost blocked the Second World. A Lin Feng's good blow post. Within a few hours, the number of replies exceeded 1 million. I have to be surprised by the indignation of domestic netizens towards the United States. Wu Xiaopu took advantage of the situation and added a brand new minimap to Legend, which contained a white palace and a statue of a god holding a torch. After the player broke it, he came out and shouted, "Long live freedom." Although it's just a bit of money and no equipment, the players who come to play every day are still happy. However, although the US Supreme Court acquitted Lin Feng, there is still ongoing debate about why Lin Feng bought the 90 million futures. Even when Lin Feng became a legend in the future, when the world commented on the 9.11 terrorist attack, the biggest controversy would still be the 90 million US dollars futures index bought by Lin Feng. Many financial scientists continue to analyze the before and after stock market trends, as well as various market news, and still can't figure out where Abby Cohen made the judgment that the US stock market will continue to fall. Also, what is even more suspicious is that Lin Feng's 90 million US dollars purchase of US futures is too bold. In short, this has become an eternal secret. If the parties do not say anything, no one knows the inside story. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 256. Too many enemies. In this 9.11 incident, the victim was naturally the US government, but later generations believed that in addition to losing face, the US government had gained far more than the loss. It might even be what the US wanted. Of course, the price was a little higher, but they will no longer have to worry about oil problems for at least 30 years. Of course, apart from the US government, the one who is most indignant about Lin Feng's acquittal is probably Lin Feng's opponent. Originally, these companies also hoped to take the opportunity to replace Lin Feng's position and become the industry leader. Unexpectedly, the US government watched the Statue of Liberty be destroyed by Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng is at large. This makes a group of hostile companies feel helpless and worried. Many companies even wondered why Lin Feng didn't crash and die. Resentment. As for the beneficiaries, the critics of later generations were surprised to find that as long as Lin Feng had anything to do with Lin Feng, those who stood by Lin Feng received benefits. First of all, Ron Law Firm, by virtue of becoming Lin Feng's law firm this time, established the status of the leading law firm in the United States in one fell swoop. In the future, Whenever American celebrities have litigation disputes, especially in criminal matters, Ron Law Firm is the first choice. Tom, who served as Lin Feng's defense lawyer, was rated as the most charming lawyer. The second beneficiary is the British royal family. This time, Prince William accidentally appeared on the plane and became the co-pilot, which was liked by the British people and greatly improved the image of the British royal family in the hearts of the British people. The third one is Jessica Alba, who was originally just a small well-known actor, but since she starred in Spielberg's The Wronged Hero short film, although it is only a surprise, but in Lin Feng bought rolling broadcasts from major TV stations in the United States, and has become a well-known American star. His value has risen, and he has jumped into the ranks of medium-sized stars with a salary of $5 million. The most unexpected is Abby Cohen. She was already a Wall Street myth, the chief analyst of Goldman Sachs, but after this incident, her reputation has increased and she has a vague tendency to become the world's chief financial analyst, and the Goldman Sachs company where she works now has become more sought after by investors, and one after another has handed over the funds to Goldman Sachs for financial management. Many journalists and media organizations have unexpectedly benefited by reporting Lin Feng's related deeds. They made a big contribution. According to incomplete statistics, before 9.11, a Google search for Lin Feng found 250,000 pieces of information, and after 9.11, it geometrically jumped to 120 million pieces. Become the champion of Google search list for a long time. After a night of partying, Lin Feng woke up early the next day, gently covered the quilt valise beside him, got up to wash and eat breakfast. This time 9.11 delayed Lin Feng too much time. Lin Feng's real purpose of coming to the United States as 3D engine has not been resolved, and it can no longer be delayed. But before that, Lin Feng was going to see Abby Cohen, first to thank her for her testimony, and second, to invite her to be his personal financial advisor. Abby Cohen did not rush back to New York immediately after the court session yesterday. She knew that Lin Feng was still looking for her. What's more, Abby would like to learn more about this ancient Chinese family that has passed on 134. Especially this divination has always believed in science, and the materialist Abby was very interested in it. I have to say that Lin Feng now has another identity. 134 generations of fortune-telling masters in China's mysterious ancient family. Although it was fabricated, no one could prove that Lin Feng was not. And this identity is undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Feng. At least in the future Lin Feng's unexplored profit as an excuse. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng and Abby met in a cafe. Although the White House was also bombed after the 9.11 terrorist attacks, the citizens of Washington quickly returned to normal without too much worry and fear. Apart from the increase of police officers patrolling the streets, everything was the same as usual. Abby, thank you. Lin Feng expressed his thanks again. No thanks. You are already innocent. Abby said lightly. Abby, I want to invite you to be my personal financial advisor. Lin Feng stopped talking about it, and straightforward. Abby smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I am very satisfied with my job at Goldman Sachs, and I don't want to change jobs for the time being. And becoming your personal financial advisor is too little challenge for me, Abby said lightly and turned off. Lin Feng had already prepared, and was not discouraged. I know, so I don't expect you to quit your job at Goldman Sachs. I just hope you can be my personal financial consultant part-time. I don't need to go to China, I'm still in New York. But you can provide me if I encounter difficulties. Give me a little rational analysis. Lin Feng retreated and sought second place. Abby thought for a while, this is not a problem. Besides, she is also very interested in seeing what kind of person Lin Feng eventually becomes. Yes, but I charge a lot for each consultation fee, Abby quipped. Lin Feng laughed. Then today is the first consultation. I wonder if you have any suggestions for our company? Although Lin Feng is developing his career with the concept of not putting all eggs in one basket, as his career expands, He is more and more now. Fa felt unable to get away. Let go all. Lin Feng dare not. But if this goes on, Lin Feng feels that he has completely abandoned his original ideal. At first, Lin Feng just hoped to take advantage of this opportunity of rebirth to earn more money and enjoy life. Now I have money, but I have not enjoyed life. Every day busy with the company's business, there is almost no time to talk about love with Lizu. Fortunately, Lizu is not the kind of girl who is too careless, otherwise Lin Feng is even more depressed. Abby nodded, took out his laptop, boarded Google, and after searching, he flipped the computer screen to show Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. He didn't expect that Google already had complete information of its own. This is also the reason for this 9.11 century trial. Lin Feng's information was instantly turned over by all the media. Mr. Lin, you now own 67% of the shares of Second World, 84.5% of the shares of DingDong.com. 100% of the controlling shares of Qianxian fast food restaurant, 41.28% of Baidu, 20% of 3721 Technology Co., Limited, and 10 of Tom% of shares, at 28,800 square meters of land in a prime location in Shanghai, valued at 350 million yuan, 97% of Lin's Technology Co., Limited, of course, a small network city and a scented tea processing plant in OnePlus, and a tea house in Beijing. These three things the proportion is too small to be considered for the time being, Abby said. Lin Feng nodded. Mr. Lin, although long-term operations are good, they can minimize investment risks. For example, the Rockefeller Consortium. The industries they own involve all walks of life and can be said to be a huge empire. But compared to their large consortium, you have the biggest problem. The foundation is weak. And now you have a certain advantage in the online game industry. You are a newcomer, a challenger in other industries. Abby frowned. What do you mean? Lin Feng asked. You have made too many enemies. The history of starting fast food chain is to hit KFC and McDonald's and become the third largest fast food chain in mainland China. Mr. Lin, you have to know, Kendall, the strength of chicken and McDonald's can be established in fast food chain stores for 100 years. Naturally, there are its successes and terrible things. With all due respect, if you were not in mainland China, this special country, I am afraid that you're starting fast food. The shop has been overwhelmed by 2 fast food restaurants, and it's impossible to wait for you to grow and develop. Abby shook his head and said, your advantage of starting point fast food restaurant is cheapness and weight, as well as national brands. But in terms of taste and style, there is no doubt that there is still a gap with the 2 global fast food restaurants. Fortunately, you are in mainland China. Lin Feng nodded. Now Lin Feng is also pondering over this point. It was so smooth at the beginning. I am afraid that there is a country behind it. Otherwise, the 2 companies really want to fight against themselves with all their strength, and the company will cross over early. Your second enemy is the global game company waiting for opportunities. Second World is too profitable and too eye-catching. But you have preempted the market, especially when you pioneered the launch of the Asian Internet Plan. Unbelievable. I guess you must have some technology that can overcome the parallel connection in foreign countries. I am not worried about this. But your high-profile declaration of going to Japan, although not impossible, will undoubtedly add an enemy to yourself. Abby continued to attack Lin Feng. Later, you invested in the search engine market, and also invested in the MP3 player market, buying 2 million Intel flash memory chips at one time. Your investment is too scattered, which not only consumes too much energy for you, but also makes too many enemies for you. And you seem to be planning to invest in movies. Of course, as long as you have money in this area, there is no other trouble. Abby said helplessly. Then what should I do now? Lin Feng asked humbly. Choose the industry you value most, make it bigger and stronger, and become an unshakable position in the industry, and then slowly set foot in other industries. Abby said. For me now, The second world is undoubtedly the most important thing. Could you tell me to give up other companies? Lin Feng frowned. Mr. Lin, did you know that in the early 1990s, Pepsi had been suppressed by Coca-Cola due to its global market share, and it fell below its rivals' 5% market share every year? In order to change this dilemma, PepsiCo acquired KFC, Pizza Hut. Waiting for the catering industry, I want to surpass Coca-Cola in one go. But do you know what its market share will be after the acquisition? Abby said. How much? Lin Feng asked subconsciously. In 1997, Pepsi's market share was 11% less than that of Coca-Cola, especially in the US market. It was in a complete decline. The reason is that after its acquisition of KFC, it provoked a strong counterattack from another giant in the fast food industry, McDonald's. In McDonald's and under the full blow of Coca-Cola, Pepsi lost its wife and broke down. In the end, it had to abandon all irrelevant businesses and concentrate on making Coke. It is also the situation where the two Coke companies are now on par. Abby sighed. You are like Pepsi back then. Although your situation is far better than Pepsi back then, you have too many opponents. Once you unite to suppress you, your company may collapse at any time. Abby warned. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 257. Lin Feng fell into deep thought after hearing Abby's story about Pepsi. Abby didn't bother Lin Feng, and waited for Lin Feng to digest himself. When Abby finished a cup of coffee, Lin Feng asked, what about my other company now? Leave it to trustworthy people to develop slowly and steadily. Especially the starting point fast food restaurant should not go abroad for the time being. It is unnecessary. Why bother to cause McDonald's and KFC to attack you in other countries? I am afraid they are eager to do so now. As for the Lin's Technology Co. Limited, MP3 players can be developed, but you have to remember that your company's current focus is on the second world. Your advantage lies in the second world, turning the second world into a world. The best game company, and then focus on other industries. By the way, there is another suggestion. This time you bought the US Futures Index and made almost $800 million US. If you are not short of money, do not let the company go public for the time being. Abby analyzed and said, well, I understand. Thank you. It seems that my film plan will come to an end for the time being. Lin Feng said regretfully. I am also looking forward to filming Prison Break and then filming the movie version of my favorite game Legend of Sword and Fairy. The TV version of The Legend of Sword and Fairy that I watched before his rebirth, although the actors are good, the plot and scenes are really rubbish. Lin Feng is going to invest in 3 blockbuster movies like Lord of the Rings and understand his own. Long cherished. Anyway, making money is also for consumption, let alone being reborn. Isn't it just to fulfill previous dreams? I have no objection to this. Anyway, you only need to invest in making a movie and find a good director. After all, it is different from operating a company, so you don't need to think about it too much. Abby said with a smile. Lin Feng suddenly realized after listening, thank you. You pay for this cup of coffee today, and you have paid for my consulting fee. Abby said, pointing to the coffee in his hand. Lin Feng smiled. This is too cheap. By the way, Lin Feng, I have a message that I can reveal to you. But this message is worth $50,000. I wonder if you want to buy it? Abby smiled mysteriously. Yes. Lin Feng didn't ask for any news. Anyway, he was supposed to pay Abby's consultation fee. If you are interested, you can buy an advertising company named Avenue. It mainly helps company customers plan and implement internet-based advertising activities. I think it will be a little helpful to your career, and maybe it will bring you unexpected surprises. Abby output the company website on his laptop and showed it to Lin Feng. Thank you. The check will be sent to you later. Lin Feng thanked with a smile. I'm kidding. No need, but if you really want to thank you, it's better to donate to charity. By the way, I have a suggestion. Although you are now acquitted, most Americans are no longer hostile to you. But after all, you crashed the Statue of Liberty, and the White House collapsed in a weird. In the hearts of most Americans, there is always a trace of resistance to you. Abby thought for a while and said, "The United States is the world's financial center. Sooner or later, your stage belongs to here. Why don't you set up a charity fund to help the unfortunate victims and the families of firefighters who died unfortunately in the north wing of the World Trade Center?" Okay. Lin Feng nodded and immediately agreed. This is only good for oneself, no harm. Okay, Lin Feng, here is my business card, and on it is my personal phone number. If you encounter any problems again, you can come to consult. However, the consultation fee is $50,000 each time, and this time will never be free. Abby handed it to Lin Feng, an elegant business card, left with a smile. After bidding farewell to Abby, Lin Feng also sent away Prince William. After all, Prince William's trip to the United States was purely personally embarrassing for him. This time such a big event has happened again, and it is time to go back. It's time to face the British nationals and accept the cheers of the nationals. In Britain, Prince William is also called a hero. Lin Feng, welcome you to the UK as a guest. Remember, when you come to the UK, call me. Prince William give Lin Feng a warm hug. Definitely. It is my honor to know you, Lin Feng said gratefully. Also, if you make a movie, you must ask Jessica to be the heroine. Although she does not accept my love, as a friend, you must help me take care of her. Prince William still did not forget Jessie before he left. Card. Don't worry, she will definitely become one of the most famous actresses. Lin Feng promised by patting his chest. Jessica, how about you? Lin Feng looked at Jessica. Lin Fengen received a call from Wu Zhaopu that the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project has been closed and is preparing to launch a full public beta during the National Day. The National Day Golden Week is a national holiday for 7 days, which is the time when players have the most free time. At this time, the public beta is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Today is September 29th. Lin Feng has booked a direct flight to Shanghai, just in time to return to Shanghai to participate in the opening ceremony of the public test. Although the right to use the 3D engine has not yet been negotiated, the meeting with Spielberg has to be postponed, and the charity fund and the Avenue company mentioned by Abby can only wait for the next visit to the United States. Fortunately, now that science and technology are advanced, it will not take long for an airplane to circle the Earth. Well, I will go back to California first and report to my parents that I am safe. When you return to the United States, remember to contact me. I will invite you and coffee again, Jessica said with a smile. I wanted to hammer Lin Feng, but when I raised my hand halfway, seeing Lisa pouting slightly jealous, Jessica raised her eyebrows, secretly amused, and put her hand down. Haha, for sure. This time I really appreciate you believing in me at the critical moment. Then, Lin Feng also gratefully sent Jessica away. Well, beauties, I made you fly from China to the United States to see me. I wanted to spend a few days with you in the United States, to see Hollywood, to stroll around Disney, but now I can only go back to China. Lin Feng said helplessly. It doesn't matter, Brother Lin. We keep the account, next time you take us to Disney. Of course, there is also Hollywood. Lin Ziyi's eyes flashed slyly. All the girls laughed. Okay, let's go. Lin Feng brought Lisa and others back to Shanghai after meeting with Wang Meng and others. When Lin Feng saw Wang Meng bringing American bodyguards, he was a little frightened. The bodyguards brought by Wang Meng had already staggered the time and the flight to return home. But the group of people returning home with Lin Feng still had more than 10 bodyguards. After Lin Feng was acquitted, Wang Meng told Lin Feng that if he was charged with guilt, they would definitely take Lin Feng out. Seeing so many bodyguards, Lin Feng secretly asked Wang Meng how many people had come. Wang Meng said a number lightly, and Lin Feng was frightened on the spot. Fortunately, I was acquitted this time, otherwise it was really a super terrorist attack. It is no wonder that after investing 80 million yuan, we still cannot make ends meet. But Lin Feng was still very touched by Wang Meng's thoughts about them. At least they also choose to stand on their side. and they do not hesitate to be enemies for themselves and the most powerful country in the world. At the moment, Lin Feng decided to add another $100 million to expand the training ground and purchase equipment for them. Anyway, he is the boss of the company, and the investment is all for himself. Not to mention the money is earned in vain. Lin Feng left the United States and returned to Shanghai with a net worth of $750 million. Originally, Lam Feng made $800 million, but he spent nearly $50 million in buying advertising time on American TV channels. Otherwise, Jessica will not be allowed to become a female star with a salary of $5 million overnight. Nor will Americans change their attitude towards Lin Feng overnight. When Lin Feng arrived in Shanghai, it was already 3 a.m. on October 1st. I thought I could go home easily this time. Unexpectedly, just after getting off the plane and leaving the customs, I saw a group of reporters who had been waiting for a long time. One flash. Lin Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. Fortunately, Chinese journalists are different from foreign journalists. After all, they are all Chinese, and many journalists secretly applaud the bombing of the United States. Therefore, most of Lin Feng's questions were not very sensitive, and even the questions contained a bit of congratulations. After reluctantly answering a few questions, Lin Feng returned to the villa after Wang Meng and others cleared the way. The 5 girls were exhausted when they arrived home, and went straight to bed to rest. Brother Lin, you go to rest first. The plane is exhausted. I will call you tomorrow morning. Lisa gently undressed for Lin Feng. How can this work? You are also very tired. You should go to rest. I will take a bath, eat something, look at the information, and then leave. Lin Feng looked at Lisa distressedly. No, Brother Lin hasn't eaten my breakfast for many days, so I'm going to make breakfast for you. Lisa bit his lip and shook his head. What's wrong? You have to tell me something. Lin Feng felt that something was in Lisa's heart. It's okay. Go ahead, you make me uneasy like that. Big Brother Lin, that Jessica. Lisa hesitated and didn't say it for a long time. But Lin Feng still understood what she meant. This little girl is jealous. Hee. Don't worry, although Jessica is very beautiful, you are unique in my heart. Lin Feng gently kissed Lisa's forehead. The two cuddled together, enjoying a rare bit of romance. Brother Lin, you go to rest first, I'd better call you early. After being gentle for a while, Lisa pushed Lin Feng upstairs and walked into the kitchen with a smile on his face. Helpless, Lin Feng could only sigh secretly that his life is good. After sleeping for more than 4 hours, Lisa woke up. After eating early, Lin Feng rushed to the company. As soon as I arrived at the company, there was a round of applause, especially Wu Zhao, who exaggerated and even pulled up a banner warmly congratulate the national hero to return home. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. I know this is Wu Zhao who is using his current popularity to build a reputation for the company. But think about that, he has actually become a public figure, and there are probably very few people in the world who don't know him right now. It is interesting to think about it. After waiting for Wu Zhao to briefly introduce the company, the 10 o'clock Counter-Strike Online public beta launch ceremony began. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 258 Crazy Fight? On October 1, 2001, at 10 o'clock a.m. The open beta ceremony of the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project, which has attracted much attention from Asian players and global game companies, officially began. This ceremony is not complicated, it is just for grandeur. After all, this is the first time that an online game has been operated internationally. It is an unprecedented new concept, and it will definitely write a lot in the history of the game. Compared with players from Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, players from mainland China are particularly looking forward to the Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet. After all, Lin Feng promotes the confrontation between players from different countries. Given the intricate relationship between China and South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, no other country in the world is more entangled or more provocative than this. Domestic players sat in front of the computer early, waiting for the official beta to start at 11 o'clock. Wuzhaopu's official public beta was scheduled at 11 o'clock because of the fact that yesterday, September 30th, and today's National Day Golden Week, I was worried that many students and office workers would play late, and they would start the server too early for fear that they would not even get up. Who knows that for today's Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet, we can log into the game for the first time to experience the addiction of killing Japanese devils and Korean sticks, as well as the addiction of Taiwanese traitors. Most players went to bed early last night. Nourish your energy for today, to win glory for the country. I am afraid that since the Golden Week, it is rare to rest the next day, and no one stayed overnight the night before. Watching the seconds move slowly, many players don't know how entangled they are. Fortunately, this opening ceremony was broadcast live on Tomato.com, and Wuzhaopu also invited some players to cosplay on the spot, barely letting the players pass the time. On October 1, 2001, at exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project was officially tested in Asia. Many players immediately opened the downloaded client and clicked to log in. Just landing, as Lin Feng advertised, there is only one server, and all players in Asia are playing on one server. After landing in, you are faced with the choice of the team. Almost all domestic players have chosen the CT Camp Counter-Terrorism team, because only the CT Camp Counter-Terrorism team has the Chinese Yanlong Tactical Team Mainland China Special Forces. The game mode is divided into competitive mode, team decisive battle, individual decisive battle mode, etc. Most domestic players have chosen the team decisive battle mode. Its purpose is obvious, and it is also the original intention of this game: propaganda battle between different countries. The entire interface is also extremely simple, similar to the standalone version of Counter-Strike. But to the surprise of players, the number of players in the game is still controlled at 32, and there are still only 32 people on each map. Fortunately, each map can be opened repeatedly, similar to a copy. Shortly after landing, many domestic players found players from other countries. In the settings, Lin Feng asked the Valve development team to set up a special header display for different players in Asian internet countries. For example, players in China will have China displayed, players in Taiwan will be Taiwan, and players in South Korea will be Korean. Japan is Japan, which is also convenient for players from various countries to find rivals with each other. After all, what Lin Feng advocates is a fight between country and country. If it is always a civil war, it is better to kill the standalone version of Counter-Strike. The decisive battle mode is similar to the traditional death mod. After the player's character dies, the player can resurrect at the resurrection point to challenge, and the two sides will decide the victory or defeat by the number of kills within the specified time. The decisive battle mode is divided into a team decisive battle and an individual decisive battle. The individual decisive battle means that two players log on to a small map separately to conduct a single-player park. When the number of people on each map is full, there will be a waiting time of 1 minute for the first time. This time period is to allow all players to adapt to the map and view each other's status. When time disappeared, all Yanlong tactical teams immediately bought guns and killed them directly. Since most of them choose team decisive battles, the ratio is the number of enemies killed, and whoever kills more people wins. Of course, in order to increase the intensity, both the CT Camp Counter-Terrorism team and the T-Camp terrorists are equipped with time bombs. If you can enter the enemy space and place it, wait until it explodes, you will get a complete victory, and you will be notified of the full service. Although there was no reward, it was just a victory, but it was undoubtedly a shame to be rushed into the headquarters of his base, planted a time bomb, and successfully exploded. I believe that no player in any country will tolerate such a provocation, and the team that was bombed by the opponent would have no face-to-face other players in the country. Moreover, in order to pursue competition among countries, Lin Feng has also set a ranking in the game login interface. Every day, players from all countries will be announced in real time, and rankings will be made to enhance the sense of honor and honor among players from different countries. Competitive. Kill Little Japan is an ordinary mainland player. After learning that Second World launched Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet, it is time to compete with friends in the game. There is no monetary limit in the decisive battle mode. Everyone can equip guns at will. Kill Japan is equipped with FAMAS this unsupported assault rifle with 25 rounds of 5.56mm small caliber rifle. The number of bullets is slightly smaller, but the rate of fire is fast and the stability is good, and it can use the 3-shot shooting function. For today, Kill Little Japan is not rare to practice marksmanship in Counter-Strike. Although Counter-Strike does not have this gun, there are still similar guns. He has already practiced 3 bursts. Kill Little Japan entered the map of Tokyo Metro, and started fighting at Tokyo Metro Station in Japan. In fact, according to incomplete statistics, there are at least more than 10,000 players who open this map. Obviously, most domestic players like to destroy Japan in Tokyo. Kill Little Japan took the lead and rushed down the platform while holding FAMAS. Just now I saw a person coming out from the opposite side, subconsciously firing 3 bursts, and then heard the earphone reminder of kill the enemy, and I went straight to the front. Depending on your attributes, honor value is +1. In the setting, the player from the home country will only increase the kill value if the player of the country is killed. Killing players from other countries will increase the honor value. This is also the park between countries that Lin Feng encourages. This is also the original intention and attraction of Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet. Kill Little Japan leaned against a pillar next to the subway and hid. Just a moment ago, he had seen 7 or 8 Japanese players rushing from the opposite side. He was single-handedly, and many of his teammates were still preparing to squat or take another path. He didn't want to die in the hands of Little Japan. At least I don't want to kill a Little Japan and then die. Listening to the sound of footsteps getting closer, the heart of Kill Little Japan was inexplicably tight, but the person became more calm. For honor, Kill Japan listened to the footsteps and began to evade around the stone pillars. Although 7 or 8 Japanese players saw that a player from their home country had died in front of them, they did not care. After all, it was empty and crowded, and they were not afraid of sneak attacks. It was the corner in front that was the most likely to be ambushed. The place. 1, 2, 3. Kill Little Japan carefully counted the number of Japanese players. There are 7 players in total. They have run past the stone pillar where Kill Little Japan is hiding, and they just glanced slightly, and no one continues to see. Go ahead. For this Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet, under Lin Feng's propaganda, plus the selling point of the game itself, player battles between countries, as well as Lin Feng's declaration of challenge in Japan, has aroused the indignation of Japanese players. They threatened to teach the sick man of East Asia a lesson in the game so that they could see the power of the Yamato nation. Therefore, although the major Japanese game companies launched various masterpieces in October, not the month with the highest game production in Japan, in response to Lin Feng's challenge, and Square Enix launched the Final Fantasy XI online games, still cannot stop the popularity of Counter-Strike Online in Japan. In order not to fall under the prestige of the Yamato nation, these Japanese players also taught the sick man of East Asia a lesson. Many crazy Japanese players even collectively trained Counter-Strike, which made Japan announce a Counter-Strike craze, and even more promoted the popularity of the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet project. 7 Japanese players approached the corner and became cautious. It is quite reasonable to move forward cautiously with guns in hand, especially for the scattered positions of 7 people. Obviously, they have received a certain degree of professional training. Kill Little Japan originally planned to wait for the 7 Japanese players to pass and then fired, wanting to attack from behind. But when he saw the positions of 7 Japanese players, he could only kill 23 players at most, even in a sneak attack, and then he would be killed by the rest of the Japanese players. After thinking about it, Kill Japan decided to quietly follow suit for the time being. The 7 Japanese players walked to the corner and stopped. After looking at each other, the 2 threw 2 flash bombs in, and then one of them threw a smoke bomb, and then quickly avoided. Sure enough, a grenade was thrown inside, and then there was a sound of gunfire. It was obvious that the Chinese player inside had suffered a bit. His eyes were dazzled by the flash, and his feet were confused in surprise. The 7 Japanese players remained unmoved and waited to the side. Not long after, the impatient Chinese players waiting inside rushed out. But as soon as he rushed out, he was shot and killed by 7 Japanese players who had been guarding him. The situation returned to calm again. When someone died, no one from the Chinese player inside rushed out again, and the Japanese players outside did not go in either. Both sides were consuming like this. There is only one way here, and neither side is afraid. Kill Little Japan witnessed the conspiracy of players in his country by such a conspiracy by Little Japan, and his heart was naturally angry. But he didn't dare to shoot. He was now an invisible man, looking for a chance to kill the Japanese player at once. Kill Little Japan slowly touched the guarding place of the 7 Japanese players. The 7 Japanese players were not in a hurry to stay here. They have learned about their teammates' situation through a real-time chat tool. 7 of them guarded this path, and the other 9 rushed in from another path. According to the analysis of the killing of the enemy by a companion on the other road, at least 10 Chinese players were guarded here, obviously a large force. The opponent has a geographical advantage, and the number of people has an advantage. It is useless for them to rush in, so they squatted here with peace of mind, waiting for their companions to rush to the Chinese player base to plant the bomb. They dragged the opponent's main force. I have to say that these Japanese players are extremely shrewd and insidious. However, the Chinese players have not discovered the other party's conspiracy, and the biggest drawback between Chinese players and Japanese players is contact. Japanese players are well prepared for this exotic challenge. Not only did team training be conducted independently according to the place of residence, a Japanese company also developed an instant voice communication software for free. On the contrary, although the Chinese players are also prepared in advance, China has a vast land and resources. Most of the days, the so-called training and practice are mostly on the internet. The training between each other is only a small range of cooperation, just familiarity. What's more, there are too many Chinese players, and they may not be able to squeeze into the same map. Moreover, there is no instant voice communication software, which makes Chinese players extremely inconvenient to contact. It can be said that China lags behind Japan in terms of communication, and this is undoubtedly deadly in the real-time battle-type group station game. 7 Japanese players remained silent. Through instant messaging software, the main force on their side had already broken through the blockade of Chinese players at the base. As long as they reached the base, they would win the battle. After all, there are only a few Chinese players staying at the base, and the large forces are dragged here by themselves. The proportions are very different, not to mention the marksmanship. Everyone is similar. Chinese players only temporarily have the geographical advantage of resurrection, so they can be resurrected and put into battle immediately after death. But every time you die and resurrect, there will be a 3-second pause, and then you will rush from the inside to the base where the bomb is buried. It takes 7 seconds, which is enough for Japanese players to wait for the impact of Chinese players, plant bombs, and wait for the bombs to explode. The base has already launched a bloody battle. 9 Japanese players have suppressed 4 Chinese players. No matter how desperate the 4 people are, they are desperate and not afraid of death. However, in the face of an overwhelming number of players, the Chinese player base has finally fallen. He heard the voice of the computer. A reminder. The Japanese player successfully buried the bomb on the Chinese player base. Shame. The 16 Chinese players on this map were angry on the spot. If they become the first Chinese to blow up the base by a Japanese player, they will probably be killed by other players in the country. The 11 Chinese players squatting here instinctively wanted to retreat, but they had to run for at least 20 seconds to go back, and there was not enough time. The bomb was about to explode within 1 minute. In order to hurry up, 11 Chinese players thought about it a little, and rushed out with an angry roar. Suicide? They want to commit suicide, so they can return to the base the fastest. The 7 Japanese players who squatted on guard would naturally not be polite and sarcastically killed the group of Chinese players who committed suicide. After killing these Chinese players, the 7 Japanese players laughed and started to rush to the Chinese players' base to help their companions to defend themselves. Little Japan had a chance to kill the 7 Japanese players who gathered together just now. A grenade, plus this clip bullet, is enough to kill these 7 Japanese players. But at the critical moment, Little Japan was stunned. Because I heard the computer signal that the bomb was disarmed. Little Japan was relieved, and there was no risk when the bomb was lifted. But at this time there was a rant from QQ. Little Japan entered this map with a friend, and Little Japan rushed forward by himself, while his friend Take Down Tokyo was in another group of 4 troops. Damn, Little Japan is despicable. Take us to get points. Tapping. Tokyo chooses to pop up the QQ chat window message. Little Japan did not reply, because he wanted to kill the 7 Japanese players who were going to the Chinese player base. Damn, look at the standings. Take Tokyo again. Little Japan subconsciously clicked to open the standings, and was stunned on the spot. The above shows that Japanese players killed 128 Chinese players and Chinese players killed 3 Japanese. Except for stepping on Tokyo, which was the first violent at first, the rest only killed 2 Japanese players. What's the matter? Little Japan asked immediately. Damn, there were only 4 people in our base just now. We rushed desperately because we were afraid that Little Japan would plant a bomb. But they had 9 people and they beat us up. But in order to prevent Japan from burying a bomb, we died and died. Don't be afraid. But I didn't expect Little Japan to be despicable, so he used us to be afraid that they would plant bombs and squatted to kill us. Damn, when we found out, it's too late. Dreading Tokyo, the intestines are all regretful. Just now, in order to avoid being the first team to be bombed by Japan, the 4 of them, like Huang Jiguang, gave up their lives for justice. Who knew they were caught in the trap of a Little Japan? Even if the bomb was successfully lifted in this round, facing a gap of 129 people, it would be difficult to recover the defeat. Little Japan felt tight, and he didn't expect this to happen, and he hated Japan more and more in his heart. But I have to admit that although the opponent is despicable, but soldiers are not tired of deceit. This is war. To blame, I only blame myself and others for wanting to be heroes, and instead of falling into the trap of Little Japan, a mass of scattered sand. Thinking of this, Little Japan said to Tapping Tokyo, damn, you must disarm the bomb, and wait for me to go to Little Japan to plant the bomb. Now that Little Japan is alone, all 16 Japanese players are based in China, which is the best time to plant the bomb. As for whether it will succeed in the end, killing Little Japan is not guaranteed, but at least it must show the blood and dignity of Chinese players. Okay, damn, you must plant the bomb, and no matter how much we die, we must disarm the bomb. Tapping Tokyo said bitterly. After closing the QQ chat window, Little Japan immediately rushed towards the Japanese base. When Japan stormed into the Japanese base, there were only 2 seconds left in the countdown to the bomb. It's over, lost. Little Japan was ashamed, but instinctively let him plant the bomb. But what surprised the Little Japan was that it successfully disarmed the bomb when there was 1 second left. In fact, this is also the way Japanese players can let Chinese players disarm the bomb. It takes half an hour for a round, and it only starts for more than 10 minutes, and it ends too soon, and they haven't killed it yet. Therefore, he deliberately retreated to a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and just blocked the entrance of the base, preventing the Chinese players from rushing out. All 16 members squatted there, waiting for the Chinese players to come, and desperately. Now the Japanese players have killed 147 people, while the Chinese players have only killed 14 people. If the Chinese players don't want to lose, they must work hard afterwards. In this easy-to-defend and hard-to-attack place, they happen to be able to enjoy the joy of slaughter. Chinese people, let you see the greatness of our Yamato nation now. Japanese players shouted in unison. Unexpectedly, they were dumbfounded in the next second, and the prompt sound of a Chinese player planting a bomb sounded. Shit! How could there be Chinese players outside? All Japanese players panicked immediately and rushed to the base immediately, but it takes 45 seconds to run back, 3 seconds to disarm, and the bomb explodes in 1 minute. Can they disarm the bomb in 12 seconds? All Japanese players retreated like crazy. At this time, the Chinese players at the base heard the bomb activation sound and cheered. However, although the Chinese players who had been betrayed this time rushed out following the Japanese players, they did not shoot. Yes, no one shot. Now shooting to kill Little Japan will only allow them to return to the base as soon as possible, and they are not so stupid. Run, run, we will chase you behind. Chinese players are extremely comfortable thinking. At first, the Japanese players saw the Chinese players chasing them out, and they immediately retaliated, killing several Chinese players who did not resist. But then 16 Japanese players suddenly woke up to the fastest way to return to the base, immediately turned back and rushed towards the Chinese players, hoping that the Chinese players will kill them so that they can return to the base as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, when they rushed in front of the Chinese players, the Chinese players did not shoot, but rushed all the way. When they rushed invisibly, hey, shoot, aren't we enemies? Shoot, dash. Japanese players screamed while chasing. The Chinese player who led the front seemed to sense the resentment of the Japanese player who chased him behind him, and typed allianzly, "The Japanese players are really in a hurry." There was a delay just now and another 5 seconds were wasted. And now the Chinese players are running ahead. Even if they rush back, they probably won't have the chance to disarm the bomb. Suicide. The Japanese player shot and committed suicide immediately, hoping to return to the base as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, no matter how he fought, he couldn't kill him. When Lin Feng set it up, in order to avoid the situation that players from various countries go to the opponent's camp to make trouble, he specifically set the setting not to harm his teammates. Amidst the desperate screams of the Japanese players, the Chinese players have rushed to the bombing site and squatted on guard. Kill Little Japan was not optimistic after planting the bomb at first. After all, I am alone, and wanting to hold the bomb is undoubtedly wishful thinking, especially when I heard a sound of footsteps. I was even more flustered. Now the Japanese players are far ahead of the killing list, and the Chinese players have no chance of tying up. They can only win by blowing up the opponent's base. Originally, killing Little Japan was still praying for God to let Rambo possess him, so that he could stage a 1-16 show, but when he saw that it was his teammates, he was relieved. Prepare, Little Japan is coming. Someone typed a string of pinyin. The 16 Chinese players were immediately on guard. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer in the distance, they immediately threw out the flashes, smoke bombs, and bombs that they had bought. Seeing a bomb flying out of it, the Japanese players were shocked. Now there are 10 seconds left, and it takes 3 seconds to disarm the bomb. If they are killed, it will be impossible for them to disarm the bomb. And if the base is bombed, it will be announced in full, which is a shame. The 16 Japanese players went berserk in an instant, and unexpectedly escaped the flashes, the grenade, and even rushed in with the help of smoke bombs. The Japanese players' momentary madness is obviously beyond the imagination of Chinese players. Unexpectedly, these Japanese players were so fierce and completely suppressed for a while. Especially after arriving at the Japanese base just now, they saw that the bomb was about to explode, and their expressions were relieved. In the assault war, the marksmanship fell far short of standard under the rush. In 6 seconds, Japanese players wiped out all Chinese players on the scene at the cost of 15 deaths. Still have a chance. The last Japanese player jumped up and immediately began to disarm the bomb. 3, 2, watching the bomb lifted to the last second, The Japanese player's expression relaxed and finally lifted the bomb. As long as the bomb is lifted, with the current overwhelming number of kills, Chinese players can only become their targets. But at this moment, the last Japanese player heard an exclamation from the headset. Behind there is a Chinese player. What? The Japanese players were shocked. After the incident, a Chinese player appeared again. Didn't they all kill them just now? But now that the bomb has been lifted at the last second, it is impossible for him to give up. Giving up means an explosion. Can't hit, dash. Japanese players finally muttered words and prayed to various great gods in Japan. However, it is clear that today the great gods of Japan are restrained by Chinese power. I'm sorry, my marksmanship is very accurate. Kill. Little Japan in a 3-shot burst, once again violent, and accidentally discovered that this is the first idiot Japanese player he killed. Kill. Little Japan just got more when Japanese players rushed in. My goal is to wait for the bomb to explode. In fact, there is no need to fight with Japanese players, as long as the time is delayed. But the others were ashamed of being killed by Japanese players. Now the situation is reversed. Of course, they want to kill a few Japanese players to relieve their anger. Unexpectedly, under the carelessness, he and the other party were all killed. Fortunately, Kill Japan was not killed. After witnessing that Japan started to disarm the bomb, Kill Japan walked out, pointed a gun at the head of Little Japan, and ended his life in 3 bursts. Then next place, the bomb exploded. Long live China. Kill. The Little Japan roared wildly, and the 16 Chinese players on this map roared collectively. The XXX01 map mainland Chinese player successfully blown up the Japanese player base. The announcement of the whole server sounded at the same time. All Chinese players shouted collectively. After this time of the game, everyone understands that the success rate of blowing up the opponent's base is extremely high. After all, the opponent can be resurrected at the base. The opponent wants to rush over but has to run for about 45 seconds. The opponent only needs 7 seconds. So although it has already been done, there were tens of thousands of matches, but none of them successfully planted bombs to blow up the opponent's base. But now it is there, and it is the Chinese players' victory. Naturally, the whole people cheered. Naturally, the Japanese players were frustrated, and the Japanese players on that map were naturally downcast. Under this stimulus, the remaining fierce battles became more vigorous. Not long after, news came again that a Chinese player successfully blasted the opponent's base, but this time it was replaced by a Taiwan player. After the game lasted for 3 hours, Chinese players successively blasted the bases of Japanese and Taiwanese players, but Korean players failed to blast, and instead successfully blasted the Chinese player's base once. Obviously, the development of South Korea's game industry, especially the development of the sports industry, far surpasses Japan and Taiwan, and of course it far surpasses China. At this time, the Second World Shanghai headquarters, Donglin, this is the current highest online number of 2.7 million people, breaking the record of the highest online number in China and the world. Wu Zhang's excited fists clenched and loosened and clenched. This result is really amazing. Although it has been expected, it is so popular that it is beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Feng was also extremely excited, but he was not as happy as Wu Zhao, who had experienced too many things, because Lin Feng was not satisfied. There are only 2.7 million people, and Lin Feng hopes to break through tens of millions. Lin Feng took a look at the data sheet and found that there are now more than 1.8 million Chinese players, 400,000 Japanese players, 250,000 Korean players, and 350,000 Taiwanese players. The results are good, but obviously there are too many Chinese players, and many players simply cannot choose players from other countries to play against, which makes many domestic players unsatisfied. Obviously, the Second World will also carry out publicity, so that more players from other countries can participate in the game. However, with the big victory of the Chinese players today, I believe that the players from Japan, South Korea and Taiwan will definitely not let it go. The future prospects are bright. Cohen: how is the data overflow situation now? This is what Lin Feng cares about most. Boss: only reporting errors 3 times now is enough to meet the needs of the game. Cohen nodded with great satisfaction. This time, 2.7 million players were online, and it was transmitted synchronously in a foreign country. Only errors were reported. The results have been very gratifying. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Cohen: notify the full server to stop the service at 1800 hours tonight for adjustment for 3 days, and start the service again after 3 days. Lin Feng said. What? Everyone was shocked. The server was just launched today, and the game was so popular that it was about to be suspended. This is really unreasonable. Looking at everyone's bewildered eyes, even with anger, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Ha ha, don't you have any questions? Lin Feng asked with a smile. What's the problem? Everyone asked, especially Wu Xiaopu was even more anxious. First, there are too few players in a map, and 32 people are too few. We originally hoped that players could play tactics. But obviously, compared to tactics, players need large-scale blood battles and large-scale confrontations. 32 people are too small. Lin Feng's words made everyone nod. When everyone was paying attention to the game just now, they also noticed this problem. Many players have spoken on the forum, and the number of protests was too small. Second, there are too many unnecessary competition modes. Many modes are not needed at all and should be simplified. This can simplify the program startup time and optimize the program time. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded again. In the past 3 hours, almost no one chose other modes, basically team battle mode, and occasionally some people chose personal challenge mode. The rest is really redundant. When the Valve development team designed it, it might be that players were not unfamiliar with the game interface, so it was designed this way. But in fact, it is unnecessary. After all, online games are different from online games. I am going to only keep the team battle mode and the personal challenge mode, and cancel all the other redundant modes. Lin Feng's words, everyone deeply agreed. Third, I am going to open the mode that can hurt teammates, which can enrich tactics and be closer to reality. Lin Feng said. Then players from other countries mixed into teams from other countries to deliberately make trouble. I am afraid it will cause harm to the game. Wu Xiaopu said with a frown. Haha, this is the most important point I am going to adjust. Players from each country log in and automatically enter their own country's subserver, and then can only choose their own country's team, not other countries' teams. Cancel the distinction between the CT camp and the T camp, and only keep the countries the team. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Indeed, the choice of camp is of little use to online games. The only difference is the choice of guns. But you can pick the enemy's gun. You can't change the camp, you can only grab the opponent's gun, so it can be more attractive. The last point, this is just a public test, just to detect problems. Moreover, it allows players to taste the appetite of the players even more, and it can also make the players more memorable, and they will be more looking forward to the reopening in 3 days. And this is also it allows players from various countries to chat with each other, which is more conducive to the opening of the server after 3 days. Seeing that everyone understood what he meant and did not object, Lin Feng ordered Wu Xiaopu to notify the news. After 1 minute, all players got the news that the server was suspended at 1800 hours in the evening. 3 days later, the public beta was again. Although complaints continued, especially after just enjoying the game, the server is about to be suspended now. This makes the players very dissatisfied, but it is even more. Cherish game time. Crazy, crazy, crazy again. The server will be suspended at 1800 hours in the evening, and all players will start the final madness. No one will go offline. If you are hungry, you will eat bread, and if you are thirsty, you will be filled with mineral water. Keep fighting. When the service was stopped at 1800 hours in the evening, everyone just broke away from the game. Although they were tired from the back pain, everyone was extremely excited. After getting off the plane, they went to the restaurant in groups to order a few small dishes, a few bottles of beer, and exchanged each other's gaming experience. In the end, after 7 hours of operation, the win-loss ratio was: China won 327,560 rounds, Japan won 302,154 rounds, South Korea won 224,562 rounds, and Taiwan won 125,741 rounds. Players from mainland China took the first place, but Japanese players relied on instant voice chat software to occupy the second place, second only to China, followed by South Korea, and Taiwan players the worst. But obviously, 3 days later, the war was even more tragic. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 259. Super perfect youth and beautiful girl. Waiting is always suffering and uncomfortable. Every second seems to be eternal. After enjoying the fun of the game for a day, the players who are still interested in the game can only vent their emotions in the forum, venting today's brilliant record. Especially today, China is overwhelming Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, which makes many Chinese players happy. Shout out and be refreshed. This National Day is refreshing. As for today's first bombing of a small Japan base, Kill Japan, became famous overnight and became a hero in the minds of thousands of players. Compared with the refreshment of Chinese players, it is naturally Korean players who feel the most disappointed. Since the CG sports competition, they think they are at a superior level in Asia, but they did not expect to score in Counter-Strike Online this time. Ranked third. This made South Korean players feel shameless, and secretly made up their minds to show the Chinese and Japanese players a little more next time. Let them know the level of Korean esports players. The most irritated and angry is naturally the Japanese players. For this public beta, many players have carefully prepared for a period of time, just to give the Chinese players a good start. And it is even better to dismantle Lin Feng's platform. Unexpectedly, I lost, and with equal numbers of people. This is even more unacceptable for Japanese players. Many Japanese media have even promoted it as a national shame, and they have encouraged Japanese players to take the first place after the next server launch, so that the Chinese know how powerful Japan's Yamato nation is. The most not pursued is the Taiwanese players. Calm. It can be said that the victory is not enough to be happy, and the defeat is not to worry. Anyway, it is the fourth and the fourth. No big deal. There was no pursuit, nor did he feel any shame, like a stalemate. Compared with the player's madness and obsession with the game, although the media will not be so obsessed with Counter-Strike Online, there is no doubt that the first day's results are enough to disregard the crowd, and naturally usher in a sound of praise. The world record of 2.7 million online users was created on the first day of the service. Although it is not known whether there will be no newcomers, it is absolutely unprecedented. As for other domestic second world competitors, their eyes are all green. 2.7 million online players. How much is that? The income per second is tens of thousands, which makes many online game companies want to grab this Counter-Strike Online to run their own business. Moreover, with the open beta of Counter-Strike Online in 10.1, the online rate of almost all companies plummeted, less than half of the usual. You must know that today is the National Day, which should be the time when the players are the most. The only thing that is slightly better is the Magic Baby by Xinlang.com. With the advantage of turn-based cartoons, it still maintains a good online rate. The popularity and success of Counter-Strike Online has also aroused strong interest from other game companies and internet companies in the world. How the second world solves the problem of synchronous transmission in foreign countries is a problem that all companies want to understand. Is it really cloud computing? Before, everyone was skeptical about the cloud computing mentioned by Lin Feng. but the game was unimpeded after the server was opened, which undoubtedly proved that cloud computing does exist and it is indeed very useful. All companies are looking at the second world and want to know what role cloud computing plays in this, and how this cloud computing works, whether they can get it. No matter how the outside world might guess, Lin Feng ignored it. South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Chinese headquarters all have strict confidentiality measures, so they are not afraid of prying eyes from these companies. After stopping the service, I immediately called the Valve development team in the United States and asked them to send programmers. Since Lin Feng did not get the source code of Counter-Strike Online, he must go through the Valve development team if he wants to modify it. While waiting for the programmers of the Valve development team, Danz approached Lin Feng. The Phantom MP3 player has been produced in an assembly line, with a monthly output of 10,000 units. Before coming, Danzi had already used the two IT websites of Lin Feng's Pacific Computer Network and Zhongguancun Online to create momentum for the Phantom, and released pictures and various parameters for netizens to enjoy: fashionable appearance, low price of 298 yuan, and quality comparable to CD sound quality. Once published on the internet, it immediately attracted the attention of many netizens. However, the real mainstream of MP3 players lies in the working class, such as students and white-collar workers. The power of the internet alone cannot achieve the highest popularity, and advertising resources must be invested in other platforms such as TV platforms. Donglin, now there is an advertising heroine, who do you think? Tanz asked. Lin Feng frowned. Originally I wanted to hire Hara Sianglai as the heroine of the advertisement. She is fresh enough for Chinese people, and she has big breasts. I believe that with this fashionable Phantom MP3 player, it is enough to achieve perfect results. But this time, Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet has caused unexpected troubles. Due to Lin Feng's provocative setting in the game setting, the domestic sentiment of hatred against Japan and Korea is unprecedentedly high. Harasa Ori is Japanese. If she is used as the heroine of the advertisement, I am afraid it will be unnecessary. The criticism, especially a newcomer. The same is true for Lizu, Lin Ziyui and others. Fortunately, the three girls have already gained a lot of popularity and foundation in advance. Fortunately, the involvement this time is not too big. But under the unprecedented hatred of Japan and South Korea, it is obvious that this time we should find a Chinese. What's more, there have been many people criticizing Lin Feng for not hiring Chinese, but only hiring Koreans as company spokespersons. You can figure this out. You are the CEO. You can do everything in the future. Just give me a report afterwards. I believe in your ability. Lin Feng also didn't have any good ideas or candidates. Thinking of Abby's suggestion, Lin Feng decided to focus on the second world for the time being, and other companies would temporarily delegate powers, as long as he had control of the finances and ensured that the company's financial status was good. Tan's eyes lit up slightly. Although I don't know why Lin Feng suddenly delegated power like this, it was a good thing for Tanz. In this way, he acts more without scruples, and is also more able to do whatever he wants and give full play to his talents. Boss, thank you, Tanzi said cautiously. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It was a good thing that he didn't expect that the decentralization would arouse Tanzi's fighting spirit. But think about it, I always liked the feeling that I was in power before. Although I handed over administrative matters to the CEO of my own company, most of them were trivial matters of daily management. When I really meant important things, I often said it myself. Such a malformed management model has not been a small blow to these CEOs, and it has also restricted their performance. Well, boss, this is the person I chose, and I believe you will be satisfied, too. Danzi handed Lin Feng a plan prepared in advance. Don't worry, everything will be done according to yours. Lin Feng didn't open it. Since he delegated power, he would no longer care. Boss. Then I'm leaving. By the way, I am going to officially start selling the Phantom MP3 on 10.8, and it will be listed in China, Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong at the same time. Tanzi said. This time he has been preparing for so long. Naturally, he will not only attack the Chinese mainland market, and no matter the appearance, internality or price of the Phantom MP3 player, Danzi has no rivals in the world. Naturally, he wants to conquer the global market. Danzi must let Phantom charm the world. Well, that's just right. The heroine in the Japanese market will be Hara Yangalai, and the Korean will let Linzu and Hwang Maxi. Look for it in Hong Kong. Lin Feng suggested. Well, I have this intention too. Danzi finished speaking and reported a few words to Lin Feng before leaving. When Danzi left, Lin Feng looked at the plan on the table. Lin Feng still did not hold back and opened it to see who the domestic spokesperson Danzi was looking for was. After opening, Lin Feng was surprised at first, then happy. It was actually she, Liu Yifei. Lin Feng did not expect Danzi to find Liu Yifei. Looking at the information collected by Danzi, Liu Yifei is only 14 years old this year and has just returned from the United States. However, Tingting Ayulai, who has already been released, has the appearance of a lady and a celebrity. Lin Feng didn't know how Danzi approached her, but this is a good thing. This is the later sister of the immortal and Zhaolinga, who is called the super perfect youthful girl who there is in the sky but nothing on the ground. But looking at the price, Lin Feng wanted to laugh. Danzi's fee for Liu Yifei's 3-hour speech was 300,000 yuan. This is too cheap. But think about it, now Liu Yifei has just returned to China and was admitted by the Beijing Film Academy. He is a complete newcomer, and the price is not low. After thinking about it, Lin Feng called Danzi. Mr. Dan, how did you find that Liu Yifei? Very good. Lin Feng praised, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Hee, Lin Dong, she is the goddaughter of an old friend of mine. I was worried that there was no commercial heroine, so he recommended his goddaughter. When I saw it, I almost felt electrocuted, so I signed the contract right now. I was afraid that Lin Dong would not agree, Danzi said with a smile. By the way, Lin Dong, what are you asking her for? Danzi suddenly changed his voice and hesitated for a long time and said, Lin Dong, this little girl is the goddaughter of my good friend, you. You have Lizu already. And there are still a few beauties in the house. Danzi's words left Lin Feng speechless for a while. Where is this going to be? Do you ask yourself to show that you are interested in it? Although Liu Yifei was also the one she had imagined before, she did not have any bad intentions this time, guaranteed by a man's personality. Lin Feng was very speechless. Mr. Dan, don't get me wrong, I just want to invite her to become the spokesperson of the second world. Now, although there are Linzu and Hwang Maxi in the second world, after all, they are Koreans. This time, Counter-Strike Online has a great impact. Many players always criticize me for liking Koreans, saying that I admire foreigners and foreigners, so I hired a Chinese contemporary speaker to stop them. Lin Feng said, oh, that's okay. I will call you my old friend immediately, and now my old friend is her agent. Danzi immediately called Lin Feng, Liu Yifei's agent, Chen Jinfei. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 260 Another Beauty. Lin Feng thought over and said the purpose. Chen Jinfei immediately agreed, and his tone was extremely happy, and told Lin Feng that he would immediately bring his goddaughter Liu Yifei to Shanghai to sign with Lin Feng. Brother Lin, what is so happy about? Lisa came in with a cup of Bailuochun after returning from the United States. The next day Counter-Strike Online was launched. Although it was very popular, it also provoked hatred among players from different countries, and Linzu and Hwang Maxi were also implicated. Originally, Lisa had fewer activities after his relationship with Lin Feng became public. Now there are fewer activities, so when he is fine, he will be a secretary serving Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. This is really hard to say, otherwise, telling Lisa that he has successfully signed a future super beauty to join the company, Lisa must be thinking about it again. It's okay, Mr. Dan, the CEO of Lin's Technology Co. Limited, my subsidiary, called and said that the Phantom MP3 player is about to be launched. and I am just happy." Lin Feng lightly exposed the topic. After listening to Li Zu, he didn't think much, and was also happy for Lin Feng. "When I was happy, there was no one else here, and the two of them were naturally warm." I have to say that after Li Zu served as Lin Feng's secretary, Lin Feng was always happy when sitting in the office, watching Li Zu's immaculate figure walking around here, and the happiness from the heart that always comes from time to time. The sweet smile always makes Lin Feng's heart hot. After all, there are so many eyes and ears here, and Lin Feng still resists his lust in order to take into account the image. However, the 28,800 square meters of vacant land in Shanghai's prime area is even more hot in my heart. You must build your company's headquarters as soon as possible. You can do whatever you want by then. Very evil, very lustful. In the afternoon, Lin Feng had just arrived at the company and received a call from Chen Jinfei. He and Liu Yifei had already arrived in Shanghai and came to the company immediately. Before speaking, Chen Jinfei and Liu Yifei had already arrived at the company. Chen Jinfei was so positive this time, he was really good for Liu Yifei. The relationship between the two is very good. He can be said to have grown up watching Liu Yifei. Since Liu Yifei's parents divorced and both married separately, Chen Jinfei has treated Liu Yifei as her biological daughter. At first, he wanted to train Liu Yifei into a powerful woman, but Liu Yifei wanted to go to the show business and become an actor. Although there is not much love in his heart, he still fully supports it. What's more, he himself is a small well-known real estate developer in Beijing. Although he is not as rich as Lin Feng, he still has tens of millions of assets. This way he is not worried that his goddaughter will be harmed by the unspoken rules of the romance circle. His goddaughter is acting wholeheartedly, without being disturbed by other things. Secondly, now the domestic Second World is the most popular online game company. The newly launched Counter-Strike Online has made Chen Jinfei, a person who does not play online games, all the same. Lin Feng now hires Liu Yifei as the spokesperson of the Second World. It is definitely Liu Yifei's opportunity. Moreover, Chen Jinfei also wanted to see this national hero who bumped into the Statue of Liberty and blasted the White House, the youngest and richest man in mainland China. And not before, Chen Jinfei also heard about Lin Feng picking up a police uniform of a Beijing cadre, and he secretly marveled at him. Chen Jinfei would naturally come to get acquainted with this kind of character, given the opportunity. "Mr. Chen, hello, welcome. Welcome." Lin Feng was extremely enthusiastic. "Dong Lin, lucky to meet." Chen Jinfei was very excited. After all, Lin Feng's current status is really scary, and he overturned a whole level cadre in Beijing. This is also the reason why Chen Jinfei looks up and secretly fears Lin Feng. Qianqian Liu Yifei's nickname. "Come, please greet Lin Dong." Chen Jinfei introduced Liu Yifei to Lin Feng. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Liu Yifei was surprised, looking at this godfather who said so much about the youngest and richest man in mainland China. The national hero is really too young, and he looks a few years older than himself. "Hello, Miss Liu." Lin Feng smiled. Afterwards, Lisa brought tea and greeted everyone to sit down. However, looking at Liu Yifei's gaze was amazed. Before leaving, he cast a dark glance at Lin Feng, apparently asking where Lin Feng had found such a young and beautiful little sister. Lisa admired and worried about Lin Feng's ability to search for beauties. "Thinking of myself, Lin Feng brought it back in Korea." Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi were brought by Lin Feng from South Korea. They went to Hong Kong once, and finally fooled the future president of Versace to Shanghai to open a Versace branch, then went to Japan, and got a young girl with big breasts, Siang Li, then went once in the United States. I met the sexy and glamorous Jessica. This time I just returned to China and I don't know where to get such a beautiful lady. If he goes to other places in the future, Lin Feng will not be able to bring all the beauties from all over the world. If Lin Feng knew about Lisa's thoughts, I am afraid he could only say something he have nothing to do. See one of Godigang's poems on the stage. Buddha said, "I have nothing to do." After some greetings, when Lin Feng secretly marveled at Liu Yifei when I saw Yulian, He went straight to the subject. Mr. Chen, I'm going straight to the point. I want to hire Ms. Liu Yifei as the spokesperson of the second world. This is a contract. If you are satisfied, please sign today. I like to go straight and do things, and I don't like roundabouts. Lin Feng handed them a contract. Although the tone is extremely peaceful, but the expressions unknowingly show a kind of coercion from the superior. Chen Jinfei was secretly speechless. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's momentum was so compelling at a young age that even he could not bear it. But it's no wonder that although Lin Feng was just an ordinary person from scratch, he has experienced too many things in less than 2 years. Especially on this trip to the United States, Lin Feng even destroyed the Statue of Liberty and the White House, which naturally gave Lin Feng a kind of grandeur and fearlessness. Besides, before the future, Chen Jinfei had a kind of fear of Lin Feng. Naturally, Chen Jinfei was a little overwhelmed. Liu Yifei didn't have as much scrupulousness as Chen Jinfei, and instead immediately opened the contract. She has loved acting since she was a child and has a natural desire to express herself. So after a few years in the United States, I wanted to come back and become an actor. And with the help of her godfather, she can ignore anything and concentrate on acting. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Jinfei relieved the pressure and started to look at the contract. Chen Jinfei became more surprised as he watched. This contract made Chen Jinfei feel like a pie in the sky. Too generous. The contract stipulates that Liu Yifei's annual speech fee is 1 million yuan, the same as Lin Ziyue and others, and if there is a performance, there will be additional income such as appearance fees, and the annual contract increases by 10%, which is too generous. After all, Liu Yifei is a complete rookie. Although Chen Jinfei has great confidence in Liu Yifei, he does not know where Lin Feng's confidence comes from. After all, the annual endorsement fee of 1 million yuan is already regarded as the price of a first-class star in China. However, there were 2 points that made Chen Jinfei hesitate. One is that the contract period is 15 years. This is a bit too long. However, considering that the endorsement fee increased by 10% every year, this period is relatively not long. And for Liu Yifei, this contract is like a guarantee. Even if she does not become famous in the future, this is enough to bring Liu Yifei close to one. The income of 100 million yuan is higher than Chen Jinfei's own assets. The second is that Lin Feng wants Liu Yifei's agent rights. Once Liu Yifei signs the contract, he will become an artist under Lin Feng, and in the future, other companies will endorse the contract. Lin Feng owns 50% of the dividend. Economic human rights are not important to Chen Jinfei. His purpose is to protect his goddaughter, not to rely on her to make money. As for the 50% dividend, in Chen Jinfei's view, it is nothing. Compared with this multi-billion-dollar contract, this is also worthwhile. I don't know how many celebrities in the mainland have worked hard for a lifetime, and they have not made 100 million. Mr. Lin, I personally have no opinion on this contract, but I think you can guarantee that Sissy has the right to say number. If you encounter an unconventional request, Sissy can say no. Chen Jinfei looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng knew what Chen Jinfei was talking about, that is, the hidden rules of the entertainment industry. Relax, I can guarantee this, and it can be written into the contract. I will not ask Miss Liu to do anything unreasonable. Lin Feng promised. Chen Jinfei nodded, believing in Lin Feng's guarantee. After all, in the name of the youngest and richest man in mainland China, although his words and deeds are not like the words of Emperor Jingku Yuan, they will not be empty words. However, Chen Jinfei still wants to ask Liu Yifei's opinion. After all, this is the first official contract in her life. Dan Zeno is only initialed and not officially signed, and it may be the most important contract. Dad. Liu Yifei used to call Chen Jinfei his dad. I think it is possible. Mr. Lin values me very much. Liu Yifei nodded heavily. Although Liu Yifei's family came from quite affluent, but in the face of this multi-billion-dollar contract, and without the other so-called unspoken clauses, Liu Yifei was not touched by the fact that it was a lie. But Sissy, The Beijing Film Academy that you just applied for may not be able to go to it again, Chen Jinfei said hesitantly. Liu Yifei also hesitated. She aspires to be a qualified actor, not of us in the mouth of others. Haha, it's okay. Our company has also hired professional teachers to train its spokespersons, Lin Feng said. In this way, the two parties had no more opinions. Liu Yifei was very refreshed to sign again, and Chen Jinfei also signed his name as the guardian. Yui, call up Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi, and Yuan Xiangalai. Lin Feng called. Not long after, Lin Ziyui and others followed Li Zhu up. This is Lin Ziyui, this is Huang Meixi, this is Yuan Xiangalai, and her name is Liu Yifei. From now on, you will be classmates and receive training together. By the way, acting training will be added in the future. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Miss Liu, go to our company's training room with your friends. In addition to shooting commercials for a long time in the future, you should study here and work hard to improve yourself. Well, Mr. Lin, you'd better call me Sissy from now on. Liu Yifei nodded obediently, got up and followed Li Zhu away. As soon as Liu Yifei left the house, Lin Ziyui's voice came from outside. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful, as cute as a doll. Thanks. Thanks for the compliment. Liu Yifei obviously had never been so nakedly praised, and she was also a beautiful woman, so she was a bit at a loss for a while. Lin Feng was very speechless. This Lin wisdom is to Mr. Chen. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, expressing his gratitude to Chen Jinfei for surrendering his agent's rights. This contract is sufficient to express Mr. Lin's attitude. In that case, I believe that Sissy will definitely develop in Mr. Lin's company. The two exchanged greetings. During the period, Chen Jinfei implicitly proposed that he wanted to cooperate with Lin Feng to develop Beijing real estate. After all, now the world knows that Lin Feng is rich. He just made $750 million in the United States, and he still has a little face in Beijing. The two can be said to be strong. Joint. Lin Feng was slightly moved by Chen Jinfei's proposal. However, thinking of Abai's warning, Lin Feng temporarily suppressed the idea of entering real estate. Make money. Any industry can make money. It is better not to get involved in too many industries for the time being. After chatting for a while, Chen Jinfei got up and said goodbye to Liu Yifei. However, before leaving, Chen Jinfei wanted to hire a nanny for Liu Yifei. One was to take care of Liu Yifei's daily life, and the other was to prevent Liu Yifei from being treated unfairly. Of course, he also concealed Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng gave Liu Yifei such a generous contract. If Lin Feng had no idea about Liu Yifei, Chen Jinfei would not believe it. He knew how charming his baby goddaughter was, not to mention Lin Feng was so young. As the saying goes, people are not in vain. Although I heard that Lin Feng already has a girlfriend, he is just the secretary who is not inferior to his goddaughter in terms of body and appearance. But he must have a defensive heart. Chen Jinfei is really afraid of Lin Feng. Conspiracy against Liu Yifei. However, Chen Jinfei's kindness was rejected by Liu Yifei. Since getting acquainted with the girls of Li Zhu, the people who are about the same age are also beautiful, and they are all training together. Naturally, they can talk about it, and they soon become acquainted with each other. Liu Yifei saw that the company sent professional assistants and bodyguards when they went out to perform, but the rest of the time was to take care of their own affairs. They didn't want to specialize when they first came, so Liu Yifei rejected Chen Jinfei's kindness. Besides, she has also been in the United States for a few years, and she has already learned to take care of and protect herself. Moreover, after seeing Li Zhu, Lin Ziyui and others, Liu Yifei didn't believe that Lin Feng would be interested in her. Although Liu Yifei thinks she doesn't lose anyone, after all, she is only 14 years old now. Although she is beautiful, she loses too many people like Li Zhu and others in terms of figure. Especially Lin Ziyui's exaggerated weapons that does not lose to the Europeans and Americans is even more so. Liu Yifei was a little jealous. What's more, there is the 13-year-old Yuan Xiangalai, How Liu Yifei thought about it, Lin Feng would not be interested in herself. Seeing that Liu Yifei disagreed, Chen Jinfei could not insist too much. What's more, this girl can cleanse herself and protect herself in the United States, and she can protect herself even if she wants to come to China. After a few urges, he returned to Beijing in a cool manner. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 261 China's National Movement. Dinner time, in Linfeng Villa. Welcome Xiao Fei to our house, cheers. Lisa toasted to welcome. Lin Feng was ashamed of hearing this. Just one afternoon, a few people gave Liu Yifei the nickname Little Fei. Chen Jinfei might not have thought that Liu Yifei would actually live in Lin Feng's villa. Before leaving, he had considered where Liu Yifei would live, but when he saw Lin Ziyue and others, he wanted to be sure that a few girls would live together, so he didn't think too much. Who knows, Liu Yifei actually lived directly in Linfeng Villa, and several girls lived in Linfeng Villa. If this was the case, Chen Jinfei would definitely not let Liu Yifei live in. Although the Linfeng Villa is large and has many rooms, it is really nice to live in this way. Liu Yifei didn't think it was good at first, but after Lin Ziyue and others persuaded, and after all, she was young and innocent. After thinking about it, she nodded in agreement. When I first entered Lin Feng's villa, I was indeed a little shocked. It is too big, and there is a Chinese antique in the luxury, which makes Liu Yifei very satisfied. What's more, everyone has a closed room, which makes Liu Yifei satisfied and feel safe. Thank you everyone for taking care. Liu Yifei said, quite moved. At least my newcomer just came in. These seniors didn't show their faces, and took care of themselves in this way. This made Liu Yifei, a bit lonely and helpless, find a feeling of home here after his parents divorced. Although her godfather Chen Jinfei took good care of her, he was just a godfather after all, and Chen Jinfei also had his own family. Now here, everyone has no blood relationship, but it is extremely relaxed, and the relationship between each other is extremely harmonious. Cheers. Lin Ziyue was the happiest, and there was another playmate at home so that she could play mahjong. Since coming to China, Lin Feng taught the three of them to play mahjong when they were bored. Naturally, Lin Feng couldn't play mahjong with them every day, and the three had to fight against the landlords. But Lin Ziyue didn't like fighting the landlord. He felt that it was not addictive. The playing cards were too light, and they did not have the weight of mahjong and the excitement of playing cards. Later, I finally came to Algra. In the first few days, Algra liked this Chinese national movement. But with the opening of Algra's flagship store in Shanghai, there was no time to accompany them every day for design mahjong. Later, Siang Li came again, but Siang Li had been training all day and didn't play mahjong at all, which made Lin Ziyue extremely frustrated. Now, finally, there is another Liu Yifei, and she is a Chinese girl. When Lin Ziyue wants to come, the Chinese will play mahjong, so she naturally chuckles. Big brother Lin, congratulations, and seduce a little beauty again. Algra laughed. Lin Feng was ashamed, especially when he saw Lisa's eyes that were not an example of you. But think about it, in my own villa, there are a total of 16 bedrooms. Now, including Huang Shuqi in Beijing, there are already 7 beauties in the house, including myself. There are still 8 rooms available. Maybe when we can fill up these 8 rooms. A shameless lust in Lin Feng's heart. Little Fei, are you interested in becoming my spokesperson? Algra narrowed his eyes with a smile, looking like Huang Shiren. Spoken person? Liu Yifei's heart jumped. She lived in the United States for a few years. She naturally understood how influential Versace's brand was in the world. She thought that she had just returned to China and became the spokesperson of the second world. Now it is possible for Versace to be a spokesperson for the second world. Spokesperson. Of course, this is only Algra's personal brand. But after all, she is also the head of Versace in the future. How not excited? Emoiling. Liu Yifei nodded repeatedly, without even asking about the treatment. Ha ha, I'll measure the size for you later. Although your chest is a bit smaller now, and some clothes can't hold up, it's very suitable for my girl next door style. Huang Shuqi was studying in Beijing, and the previous spokesperson was just a name. It's just my head, occasionally to take a group of photos. Algra said bluntly, making Liu Yifei blush. Lin Feng took a look and knew that another beauty had been fooled by Algra, and I was afraid that she was going to be Algra's white work again. Algra tempted Li Zu and others in the name of Versace. Although Lin Feng opposed to doing white work, Li Zu and others made Lin Feng helpless on the grounds I was willing to. After all, Versace's influence is here, and Algra is now self-employed. Li Zu and others also have the intention to help Algra. No, I've been itching for a long time when I can play mahjong. Lin Ziyui jumped up and objected. The pair of jade rabbits on their chests bounced violently, almost bursting out of their bras. Not only did Lin Feng almost bit his tongue when he was eating, but also Liu Yifei, who had just come here, was a little dumbfounded and surprised. Secretly marveled at Lin Ziyui's perfect figure. For this, Lin Ziyui has become accustomed to this. Besides, there are no outsiders here, and only Lin Feng is a man. It doesn't matter if she can't hide her figure anyway. What's more, every time Lin Feng looks at it, he is worried about Lisa's feelings. This makes Lin Zu find it particularly interesting. Sometimes he even deliberately tempts Lin Feng, watching Lin Feng's jokes, and Lisa's cute expression when he is jealous. Playing mahjong? Liu Yifei was slightly stunned. Yes, you will, right? You are Chinese and will definitely play mahjong, Lin Ziyui said with great expectation. Algra wanted to object, but seeing Lin Ziyui's shining eyes, Huang Meixi and Li Zu also looked forward to it, knowing that tonight there will be a mahjong sound. I know a little bit, but I'm not very proficient. Liu Yifei thought for a while, then said hesitantly, ha ha, great, I can do it. Hurry up, eat, and play mahjong after eating. Lin Ziyui cheered, and immediately started eating, while stuffing his mouth. He urged Li Zu and others to eat quickly. He was an addict. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. However, these girls usually have no other hobbies, nor are they as famous as other stars. When they are rich, they go to clubbing all night and other erosive lives. The self-love of a few girls makes Lin feel relieved. A few girls just played mahjong, and they only played between a few people, and they didn't play with outsiders. Lin Feng didn't interfere too much, as long as they didn't play too late. After all, they are not afraid of affecting their sleep. Lin Feng still wants to sleep. Soundproof? Yes. It is true that the recreation room specially set up by Lin Feng is very large, and the sound insulation effect is also good. But Lisa went to play mahjong. How did Lin Feng sleep at night? I can't sleep alone. This is also the reason why Lin Ziyui did not lose sight of Lin Feng. Every 12 o'clock, Lisa blushed and said not to fight, and then went straight upstairs to sleep, but sneaked into Lin Feng's room in the middle of the night. I thought I didn't know the gods and the ghosts didn't know it, but I didn't expect to be discovered by Lin Ziyui and others. No way, everyone was extremely curious. Nothing. Lisa stopped playing every 12 o'clock, and then went upstairs to sleep immediately, but the next day it always seemed like he didn't sleep well. By the way, tonight, Zu, you are not allowed to leave at 12 o'clock. As he said, Lin Ziyui glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. He finally returned from the United States. Is this a monk again tonight? Thinking of so many beauties in the family, it would be too inhumane to be a monk. Lisa flushed. Algra grinned, but Liu Yifei was more at a loss. Under Lin Ziyui's infinite resentment eyes, Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. The monk is just a monk, not an eunuch, so what are you afraid of? Little Yifei, eat quickly and start working after eating. Lin Ziyui's bowl of rice is about to bottom out, and Liu Yifei has barely moved in front of him. After all, she was a little stranger when she first came, and the noisy feeling of so many people eating made her too comfortable, so warm, like home. Liu Yifei nodded heavily and immediately began to eat. But when I took the first bite, my eyes were wet with tears. It was so delicious. Lisa's meal is so delicious. Hey, don't be moved, we are the same. We almost shed tears when we ate for the first time. This cooking skills are so superb. Somebody is blessed to find our wise friend. Lin Ziyui groaned. Say. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This Lin Ziyui always loves to target himself. But it is also true that this family is a man of his own, and women can't fight each other, so Lin Feng will have a headache. Besides, it is a blessing to be buried by a beautiful woman. As the wind swept through the clouds, the dishes were wiped out like the water of the Yangtze River. As the chef, Li Zu was naturally full of joy. After all the things I made were eaten up by others. This is the greatest compliment to her. Okay, start playing mahjong. After Lin Ziyui hurriedly helped Li Zu wash the dishes, he immediately started laying the table. What's wrong? Why don't you go to the recreation room? Lin Feng asked. Don't go, the room there is small. The echo is loud, and the ears can't stand it. Lin Ziyui mumbled. Li Ju and Huang Meixi looked helpless. Indeed, playing mahjong inside is too echoing, but the reason is also because Lin Ziyui's voice is really loud, especially after learning to lift his breath. He naturally shouts out his singing skills when playing mahjong. Although the screaming sound with melody is very pleasant, but it is a bit noisy, especially in the small room of the entertainment room. It is indeed a bit noisy. In fact, the entertainment room is not too small, but compared to Lin Ziyui's voice, it is indeed small. Not long after, the four had already sat on the table and started the national movement in China. After watching a few of them, Alga restrained his desire to play and went back to the room to continue designing clothes. She can't fail. She must succeed. It proves to her mother Donatella and the world that she can become an excellent designer. Harasyangalaya returned to her room again to train herself in the same way. As far as personal conditions are concerned, Harasuori's appearance can be said to be a perfect score, but whether it is singing skills or dancing skills, in the words of the trainer, it is a word stupid. Fortunately, Harasuori knows how to fly first and make up for the clumsiness with diligence. This is also the reason why she was praised by the training teacher, and the reason why her talents have soared by leaps and bounds. What, you don't bet money? We played very small, and you just signed a contract this afternoon, just like ours. You are not bad for money. Lin Ziyui screamed. Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Ziyui has to bring some color every time in order to play cards, but fortunately it is not that big. Losing all, at most a few thousand yuan a night, not much in terms of their income. My mother taught me not to gamble. Liu Yifei insisted. Lin Ziyui frowned and mumbled, if you don't have any color on your head, the fight is meaningless. So it's better not to fight. When Lin Feng listened, he felt coke in his heart. It's best not to fight. Tonight, you can be gentle with your friends. By the way, why don't we play cards and take off whoever loses? Lin Ziyui suddenly exclaimed triumphantly. Punch. Lin Feng just drank a sip of tea, and all of a sudden it spurted out. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 262 Master of Matan? Lin Feng is watching the news and tasting a sip of fragrant tea, which is quite pleasant. Unexpectedly, I heard Lin Ziyui's words. He took off my clothes after losing, and they all sprayed out on the spot. With a look of horror, this girl is too dared to play, not to mention that there is a big man like herself in the house. She is not afraid. What's more, they are also celebrities. Playing the game of undressing will definitely cause a sensation if it spreads out. Lin Ziyui, Huang Meixi, and Liu Yifei were also shocked. Li Zu and Huang Meixi are okay. They have long been accustomed to Lin Ziyui's speech a little brainless, and they are only slightly surprised about this, but Liu Yifei is different. After all, she is also the first time to meet Lin Ziyui today. She is not too familiar with Lin Ziyui. She just knows that she is the champion of the domestic supergirl in Shanghai, but she didn't expect her to be so daring to play. Lisa looked at Liu Yifei's somewhat scared eyes, and knew that Lin Ziyui's open mouth frightened the girl. Little Fei, don't listen to her. This is how she speaks without thinking through her brain. Lisa finished speaking, and stared at Lin Ziyue at the same time. Lin Ziyue also felt a little bit reckless just now, but playing mahjong without a lottery head was really boring. No, I have to have fun today, or I will bring some color, or I will lose my clothes. Lin Ziyue endured for so long, and today he managed to touch a mahjong, so I have to have a good time. Especially at the moment when she was exposed to mahjong, the whole soul seemed to be singing. If she can't enjoy herself, she will definitely suffer from insomnia tonight. Liu Yifei frowned again and again. She can play mahjong and has good skills, but she usually just plays for fun and never gambles. In this way, Xiao Fei just came today. I will come out of her gambling, and I will count if I lose. Lin Feng helplessly came out to make a relief. No, that would be boring. Lin Ziyue was firmly opposed. Originally, the girls weren't playing mahjong for gambling, but for the stimulation of winning or losing in the process of playing mahjong. They didn't care how much they lost, only the middle process. If there is no lottery, or if Lin Feng pays for the gambling, then Liu Yifei will not have the intermediate excitement, and Lin Ziyue and others will feel less fun. Moreover, it seems that they are deliberately digging money. Lin Ziyue was so persistent, and Lin Feng was helpless. This kind of thing can't be used to scold her with the boss airs, let alone playing cards. A few girls also have a sense of measure, and they usually accept it when they meet, and they will never let one lose too much. Liu Yifei looked at the energetic Lin Ziyue, as well as Li Zu and Huang Meixi, who were eager to try, and knew that today was definitely going to be a fight. Okay, I'll accompany you. Liu Yifei nodded. Lin Ziyue suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. However, I don't gamble. We lost and undressed. Liu Yifei's conversation turned around and looked at Lin Ziyue slightly provocatively. The audience was stunned. Lin Ziyue was still in high spirits, but Liu Yifei suddenly came to this sentence and was stunned at the moment. Why? Don't you dare, or don't fight. Liu Yifei's tone was even more arrogant. How can Lin Ziyue be convinced in this situation, especially when he proposed this bet by himself? Fight and fight. Who is afraid of who? What rules? Lin Ziyue stared and shouted. She didn't want to be looked down upon by Liu Yifei. Besides, this was also her suggestion. She wanted to be timid, and she wouldn't be laughed at by a few girls. Take off one piece of clothing freely, and take off one by one of the other three, Liu Yifei said unequivocally. Good. Lin Ziyue agreed. Li Zu and Huang Meixi stared blankly as they set the rules. They wanted to interrupt, but they couldn't get in. As a result, there was no reason for the two to oppose. Seeing the two full of fighting spirits, Li Zu and Huang Meixi laughed bitterly, knowing that they must accompany them. Lin Feng was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect Liu Yifei would choose to lose and take off her clothes. The difference between the front and back of this little girl was too great, and she actually dared to play like this, which was beyond Lin Feng's cognition. However, Lin Feng noticed the triumphant cunning in the corner of Liu Yifei's eyes, and his heart froze. I am afraid that Lin Ziyue will be unlucky this time. Obviously, Liu Yifei must be very sure, and deliberately took the opportunity to teach Lin Ziyue, who was a little aggressive just now. Although mahjong relies on luck, technology plays a decisive role under the rule of only take off one piece of clothing when you take off the chong, and take off one piece by yourself if you touch the other three. Unless someone is lucky, there is no way. Okay, let's get started. Liu Yifei raised her eyebrows and said, wait. Lin Ziyue shouted, turned and rushed upstairs. The three were surprised. Not long after, Lin Ziyue went downstairs strictly, and everyone fell. Just now she called the most fierce one, but she was shy before fighting. Seeing that she had at least 10 pieces of clothes wrapped in her body. Regarding this, Lin Feng was very speechless. But it's only October, and the weather is still a bit hot. Isn't it hot for her to wear so much? Wait, I'll go too. The two rushed upstairs again. Li Zu and Huang Meixi suddenly woke up and ran upstairs. Not long after, they sat down at the mahjong table as tightly as Lin Ziyue. Little Fei, are you not going? Lin Feng kindly reminded. Now Liu Yifei is wearing a simple white sleeveless shirt with a golden pullover on the outside and a pair of distressed jeans underneath. This whole body garment is only 5 or 6 pieces including underwear, compared with Lin Ziyue and others. Undoubtedly suffer greatly. No need. Liu Yifei was a master, without paying attention to Lin Ziyue and others. Lizu and Huang Meixi are okay. They know the level of mahjong of the others. Although they like to play, they definitely don't care about the amateurs. After all, Liu Yifei is Chinese, and Chinese people are all masters of mahjong. Wear more and be safe. However, Lin Ziyue was furious on the spot. When Liu Yifei looked down on it like this, she instinctively wanted to take off her clothes. But after thinking about it, I still held back. My family knows their own affairs. Among the 3 of them, Huang Meixi has the highest level, and Lizu is the second. Lin Ziyue loves mahjong the most, but the level is the most stinky, and she often loses to the end by herself. Brother Lin, you still don't watch the battle, Lisa said with a flushed face. These 4 girls are playing and dressing mahjong here. Lin Feng and a man are watching, which really makes her feel inconvenient and shy. Although his body has been looked at by Lin Feng, it would be embarrassing if another girl loses. Besides, Lizu didn't want Lin Feng to take advantage of this kind of advantage. Lin Feng nodded. Although I want to stay in my heart, it is not good after all. And a few girls will be embarrassed. Thinking about it, I have to go upstairs. No, Brother Lin, just sit there and watch TV, that's more exciting. Lin Ziyue looked at Liu Yifei provocatively. It was obvious that Liu Yifei was provoked by Liu Yifei just now, and he thought Liu Yifei must be the first to get naked. Playing like this is more exciting. Li Ju and Huang Meixi are even stupid. Liu Yifei was non-committal and started to roll the dice directly. Seeing this, Li Zu and Huang Meixi were also helpless, but they were even more nervous. Every time they draw a card, they are more anxious than before. Every time they play a card, they are cautious, afraid of being abused. But I have to say that this is indeed more exciting, especially thinking that there is a man there in the living room, and my heart is even more exciting. Lin Ziyue is the boss, Lizu is the north, Liu Yifei is the west, and Huang Meixi is the south. 2 barrels, Liu Yifei said softly. Ha ha, what a fool. Lin Ziyue laughed loudly with a dynamic melody of Latin American style. Liu Yifei frowned. On the last lap, she saw Lisa had just played the second tube. She only played this lap, but Lin Ziyue was awkward. Could it be that Lin Ziyue just listened, called Huertong? Obviously not. Liu Yifei observed that when Lin Ziyue drew the cards just now, he did not change the cards at all, and directly played a 40,000. Obviously, she was called Huertong a long time ago, but she did not have Hu Lizus, so she chose humiliated oneself. Take off. Lin Ziyue clapped his hands and laughed. Don't mention too much pride in my heart. Liu Yifei didn't even add clothes, which underestimated her. Therefore, none of her cards is Hu, but Liu Yifei's Hu. Liu Yifei was also refreshed, taking off the golden pullover on the outside, revealing the pure white sleeveless shirt inside. Lin Feng is sitting in the other corner of the living room and watching TV. In fact, he is still paying attention to the situation here. After all, it is the first time that Lin Feng has met undressing mahjong. Besides, the 4 of them are all super perfect young girls. However, Lin Feng was also entangled in his heart, not knowing who should expect to lose. At this time, Lin Ziyue heard a takeoff and turned his head instinctively. Xning's jade-like skin, that smile is like a fairy in the painting, making Lin Feng's breath slightly turbid. Although Liu Yifei lost the first one, she was not timid, with a confident smile on her face. Neat and tidy. Draw cards and play cards. Brother Lin. Lisa let out a shy cry. Lin Feng gave a light cough, knowing that he was a little gaff, and quickly turned his head away. But she was secretly stunned in her heart. Liu Yifei did not lose her name as Sister Fairy. Although she was only 14 years old, she was already beautiful and fascinating. Liu Yifei's face blushed slightly. After all, there was a man on the side, which always made her feel a little uncomfortable. Although she was extremely confident in her technique, she was still nervous after taking off this one. After all, if she loses again, she will either take off the distressed jeans or the sleeveless shirt, but no matter what she takes off, Liu Yifei will be extremely ashamed. Lin Ziyue looked at Liu Yifei, who was slightly nervous, and his heart became more and more proud. She had already cleared Liu Yifei's clothes at a glance, and at most lost a few more. Liu Yifei was going to be naked. Thinking of Liu Yifei's shyness at that time, Lin Feng's entanglement that he didn't dare to see, and Li's jealous expression on the side, she felt particularly excited. Amidst a shuffle, the second set began. There was not much suspense in this game. After Liu Yifei became more focused, with a little luck, Liu Yifei touched it for himself. Lizu, Huang Meixi, and Lin Ziyue had no choice but to take off one piece each. However, Lizu and Huang Meixi took off their coats, but Lin Ziyue took out a shirt from under the thick coats. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ziyue to take off the shirt first. HMPH, there is no stipulation about which one to take off first, isn't it okay? Lin Ziyue said triumphantly. The three were speechless, and Lin Feng was speechless. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 263. Be kind and honest. The four continue to the third set. After taking off their clothes, the four of them became more focused and hesitated and cautious in playing cards. After all, no matter how much you wear, there are times when you finish taking it off. Although Liu Yifei undoubtedly wears the least among the four, she is not worried about herself. She has already figured out the playing style and habits of the three of Lizu just now. Lizu is a typical player who only cares about what he does, never cards or plays what he has. He is a junior player. Huang Meixi is a little bit more powerful, knowing that sometimes he should play with his family, but like Lizu, for his own cards. Some cards that cannot be played are also played, and the other three eat cards or touch cards are placed. As for Lin Ziyue, Liu Yifei was speechless. Originally saw Lin Ziyue arguing about playing cards. He thought he was a master, but he was a rookie among rookies. He didn't talk about cards, and between his eyebrows, he revealed the cards he wanted to eat and the cards he wanted to play. However, Liu Yifei must admit that she was lucky today, with two hands, one hustle, and the other. But she wants to target herself and only use her own cards. How could Liu Yifei let her go? Lin Ziyue's rookie performance made Liu Yifei smile slightly. At first, Lin Ziyue was playing cards and being aggressive, which made Liu Yifei very dissatisfied with Lin Ziyue. Therefore, Lin Ziyue joined the army and agreed with her undressing Mao Zhong, and prepared to show Lin Ziyue a little bit more vigorously. But now it seems that Lin Ziyue really just likes playing cards, not for any other purpose. Moreover, the cards played so badly, and even dared to play such exciting cards. Liu Yifei found her even more interesting. The bit of grudge in my heart just now disappeared, but I felt that Lin Ziyue would be very interesting if he got along. Looking mature, he is actually more children than himself. But the figure is really good mature. Liu Yifei sighed. The third one is Lizu. However, it was Lin Ziyue who released the rush. In Lin Ziyue's mouthful of Lizu's selling compatriots, Lin Ziyue took off another piece of clothing, but still did not take off the outer suit. After a while, Lin Ziyue threw out a shirt again. The four continued to fight. After playing more than a dozen games in a row, Liu Yifei never lost again. Most of them were lost by Lizu. Lizu has lost only a shirt on the upper body and a pair of hot shorts on the lower body. The same is true for Huang Meixi, similar to Li Ju. As for Lin Ziyue, almost all his trousers, shorts, and bras were thrown out, but the heavy coat outside was still not taken off. Come again. Lin Ziyue's eyes were red. Now the three of them are almost stripped of their losses. But Liu Yifei is still sitting on the Dai or Yutai. The angry Lin Zifang is itchy, but the skills are not as good as others. and Liu Yifei is helpless. Liu Yifei smiled. She's a mahjong master, but she doesn't play much. Not to mention that Lin Ziyui and others are really not high level, and Li Zu is a good player. Huang Meixi depends on whoever has more clothes, and Lin Ziyui only uses his own cards. It's strange that the three of them don't lose in this way. Okay, let's make the last lap. Liu Yifei looked at his watch. It was almost 11 o'clock, and the other girls might really be stripped off. Although this proposal was made by Lin Ziyui, it really made them all stripped, and Liu Yifei felt embarrassed. And, after all, there is still a man like Lin Feng at home. I can't really let Lin Feng look at the erotic pictures in vain. Yes, Lin Ziyui grunted and touched the card. After a while of shuffling and playing cards, she suddenly heard Lin Ziyui's excitement yelling, and she touched herself. Take off. Lin Ziyui was elated like a general who had fought a big victory. Liu Yifei was also speechless. It was luck to feel that she had no choice but to have good skills. But she didn't know whether the sleeveless shirt she should take off or the distressed jeans she should take off. Li Zu and Huang Meixi didn't think much about it. After a little hesitation, they took off their shirts, revealing bra inside. This is also because the two of them are familiar with Lin Feng, and sometimes they will inevitably walk around the house wearing bras, and naturally they will occasionally be hit by Lin Feng. Once or twice, I feel a little bit shy, and it doesn't matter if I have more times. Besides, Lin Feng's house has a swimming pool, and now he is playing cards next to the swimming pool. Liu Yifei saw that Li Zu and Huang Meixi had also taken off. After hesitating for a while, she took off her sleeveless shirt with a flushed face. After taking it off, she secretly took a look at Lin Feng to see if Lin Feng was peeking. Glancing at it, Lin Feng sat in a precarious manner without squinting his eyes, and looked serious about national affairs, which made Liu Yifei feel a little bit ashamed. But as soon as she turned her head, Lin Feng's eyes floated over. Although I usually don't see Li Zu, Huang Meixi and others swimming in the pool in sexy three-point swimsuits, their outfits are more attractive than they are now, not to mention that Lin Feng is a bit far away, and there are chairs blocking some parts, which is not more real. But the appearance now makes Lin Feng even more exciting. After all, it's a peak now, and the girls are also a little bit shy, which adds a bit of amorous feelings. A wife is worse than a concubine is worse than stealing. It is better to steal than not being able to steal. That's probably the case. Among the three girls, Li Zu and Huang Meixi are similar in figure, but now Li Zu is slightly plump, Huang Meixi is slightly thinner, and the two of them have similar breasts. As for Liu Yifei, she is 170 centimeters tall, about the same as Li Zu and Huang Meixi, but her chest is smaller than the two. After all, she is only 14 years old. Of course, Harasu or his childlike big breasts are exceptions. However, Liu Yifei is the most outstanding of the four girls in terms of temperament. Perhaps because she came from a wealthy family and her family education is very strict, she has a pretty demeanor. But it may be because she has lived in the United States for a few years, and she has the confidence of an American girl and the invisible charms. Especially now the upper body is only a black bra, which is more sexy against the snow-like skin. Haha, I'm crazy again, take it off. At this time, Lin Ziyui laughed triumphantly again. She just touched herself again. These three girls are really dumbfounded. Wisdom. Let's stop playing, Li Zu suggested. Naturally, she was not afraid of taking it off. Lin Feng could take off her body anyway, not to mention that she still had a pair of shorts to take off after losing. But Huang Meixi and Liu Yifei are different after all, especially Liu Yifei is Chinese, and it is the first day that everyone is not familiar with it, so I am afraid it is not very good. No, unless you admit that you lost and call me a master. You can stay on top of it, Lin Ziyui said triumphantly. Sweat. Lin Feng was very speechless, but Lin Ziyui's words clearly offended the three girls. Huang Meixi sniffed and immediately got up and took off the hot shorts she was wearing. Lin Feng felt that his brain was instantly congested, which was too exciting. Huang Meixi's upper body was originally just a white bra, and then he took off the hot shorts on the lower body, and immediately revealed the underwear inside. Panties are not swimming trunks after all. Although the two are similar, there are still differences. Especially Lin Feng vaguely saw that it was a pair of lace semi-transparent underwear, and seemed to see a touch of black in a mysterious location. Huang Meixi was overwhelmed with anger, but seeing Lin Feng's expression of shock and Brother Pig's expression, she suddenly remembered that there was a man in the room, and her face turned flush. Although Liu Yifei couldn't let go, she was angry when she saw Lin Ziyi's proud expression. He looked like, and immediately got up and took off the distressed pair of jeans. Lin Feng really feels nosebleed now. Although in terms of body, Liu Yifei, who is still immature, is not as good as Huang Meixi. But after all, Liu Yifei just came today and was also Lin Feng's masturbation object before he was born again. Especially during this time, Huang Meixi's figure was also printed in Lin Feng's mind. After this comparison, Liu Yifei naturally stimulated Lin Feng even more. Sin. Li Zu was also helpless, so he had to take off the hot shorts on his lower body. But this time the temptation to Lin Feng was not so great. After all, every piece of skin in Li Zu's body was seen by Lin Feng, and the relationship between the two was different from that of others. Naturally, Liu Yifei and Huang Meixi did not have as much impact on Lin Feng. Liu Yifei, Li Zu and Huang Meixi said in unison. After speaking, the three of them looked at each other and nodded. Obviously now they are in the same hatred. Lin Ziyi was shocked, knowing that he was too arrogant to offend the three, and now the three of them must have turned their heads on the outside and dealt with her together. Secretly crying in her heart, but Lin Ziyi is not afraid. She has a secret weapon. And there are only the last two left, and she is not afraid. The four began to fight again, but this time only the last two cards were left, Li Zu, Huang Meixi, and Liu Yifei. Although they couldn't lose, although Lin Ziyi was tightly wrapped around his body, he just took off so much. Obviously there is nothing left in it. A few clothes, no one can afford to lose now. But on the scene, the three people who lost 2 games in a row are already on the same front, and Lin Ziyi is dangerous. Although Lin Feng is still sitting firmly in front of the TV at this moment, the person is already half-sided, and his eyes are aimed at the 4 girls from time to time. In addition to enjoying the 3 beauties wearing extremely cool clothes playing mahjong, more people are also paying attention to the battle to see who loses in the end. However, there is still a tangled in my heart. I don't know who hopes to lose. I'm afraid Chen Jinfei couldn't think of it. Her goddaughter took part in undressing mahjong on the first day of her arrival. If you know that something so outrageous will happen, I'd rather Liu Yifei not be famous than let her sign this contract and enter the forest. Wind this magic cave. For the second to last hand, all 4 were cautious, especially Lin Ziyi, who looked at each card for a long time and looked at the cards below for a long time, and then played carefully. It was Li Zu's turn to draw a card, touched a 30,000, and touched it himself. But look at Liu Yifei and Huang Meixi, who were already almost naked. Li Zu hesitated for a long time before slapped out 30,000. Who also wants Lin's wisdom? The 3 girls are almost stripped off, but Lin Ziyi's whole body is still wrapped tightly, with no skin exposed. No one will be angry when she sees it. It was Liu Yifei's turn to draw the card, and he drew a 7 card. Liu Yifei didn't need the card, but it was a card that Lin Ziyi wanted. Li Zu didn't want a slip at the previous house, and neither did the next one. Lin Zu didn't play a single note on the opposite, and judging from the look on his face, it seems that he has already drawn. To be on the safe side, Liu Yifei left the 7 rules and made a 3 shots. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 264. The spring is brilliant. Liu Yifei made 3 shots. Huang Meixi's eyebrows jumped, and she almost pushed the cards instinctively. But in the end, if she was who, Liu Yifei would definitely be stripped of her upper body, or her lower body. This is definitely not what Huang Meixi wants now, not to mention that Lin Ziyue must be even more proud of it. Moreover, there was only the last hand of a Hu card. After thinking about it, Huang Meixi continued to draw the cards and randomly played a 40,000. Lin Ziyue mumbled a few times and touched the card. She was 4 or 7 with 2, and it turned out to be 30,000. After looking at it, there was a 30,000 below, and he shot it out casually. Who? Unexpectedly, as soon as the card landed, I heard Lisa screaming, "Who? Zu, you obviously only hit 30,000. Lin Ziyue was surprised and shouted, "Hee hee, I made a mistake." Lisa stuck out his tongue, blinked at Huang Meixi and Liu Yifei, and Lin Ziyue yelled in anger, "Take it off!" Liu Yifei and Huang Meixi stared at them. Lin Ziyue frowned, mumbled a few times, and threw a bra out of it. "Didn't you just take off a bra?" Lisa asked strangely with sharp eyes. "Huh, don't you allow people to wear 2 bras?" Lin Ziyue said angrily. The 3 girls rolled their eyes. "You wear 2 bras? Have you suffered your kill weapon?" But Lin Ziyue was happy, and they couldn't help it either. "Come again." This time the 4 girls shouted at the same time, obviously not satisfied with the ending. The last one. The 4 of them became more cautious and played more slowly, hesitating and then hesitating, cautious and cautious. The 3 girls are of the same mind of Hulin's wisdom, so you must be cautious. Lin Ziyue knew that being calculated by the 3 of them, he was naturally afraid of playing the wrong cards. With this hand, Lin Feng almost fell asleep when he looked at it. 80,000. Lin Ziyue threw a card. She had already listened to Hu, and his face was so broad, she didn't believe that Hu couldn't. Hu. Lin Ziyue was stunned for 3 consecutive beeps. The 3 girls glanced at each other and gave a high five in the air to express their congratulations. It turns out that the 3 girls happened to be all over. Lizu is 7 to 90,000, Huang Meixi is 6 to 70,000, and Liu Yifei has a pair of 80,000 in his hand. "No, I made a mistake." Lin Ziyue was taken aback, and quickly wanted to close the card. There are 3 in one family. According to the rules, she will take off 3. How could Lin Ziyue do it? But that 80,000 has been held by 3 hands. Don't shame. Take off 3 pieces. The 3 glared at Lin Ziyue. "Can you take off 1 piece?" Lin Ziyue saw this and immediately gave up. His eyes seemed to burst into tears for an instant, and pitifully pleaded with the 3 of them. "No, 3. The 3 of them must teach Lin Ziyue a lesson today, not to mention that they also know that Lin Ziyue is acting. 2 pieces? No, 3. The 3 insisted. 3 are 3, I'm optimistic." Lin Ziyue stood up. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Ziyue. His heart throbbed. If Lin Ziyue really takes off, then he will be really naked. With her nosebleed figure, I am afraid that she will really be burning with lust this time. Although Lin Feng wanted to stop it, for fear that some of the girls would be hurt by this play, there was a vague expectation in his heart. Just as Lin Feng hesitated, Lizu already threw 3 pieces of underwear out of his body, 2 bras and 1 pair of underwear. Inverted. Everyone fell. "Why do you have so many bras?" The 3 girls asked. Depressed. Originally wanted to watch Lin Ziyue make a fool of herself, but she didn't expect to wear so many bras on her. You care about me. Okay. The last one is over, I go back to sleep. Hey, 3 little beauties, you can be seen all alone. Lin Ziyue didn't stop at last, and glanced triumphantly. People, like a pervert, teasing. The 3 girls were even more angry. But Lin Ziyue couldn't help it. Who knew she was so perverted and wore so many bras? Lin Ziyue went upstairs with a smug look, and the 3 angry girls murmured with their silver teeth. "Wait, wisdom, isn't this bra mine? And how can you wear this type of bra?" Lisa suddenly picked up a bra and asked. Lin Ziyue was stunned. I will wear it." "You care about me," he said, walking upstairs quickly. But the 3 girls are not fools, bras are nothing else. With Lin Ziyue's proud breasts that are not inferior to Europeans and Americans, How can it be possible to wear a bra that is 2 sizes smaller than her? And although it is in October, it is still a little bit at night. It's hot. She wears so much all night, and she wraps it up tightly. There must be a problem. Don't run. Let's check it. The 3 girls chased Lindsay Yui. Hey, I would like to lose the bet. And now the game is over. Lindsay Yui was startled and ran away. But unexpectedly, when she ran, a pile of underwear suddenly fell off her body. Okay, you are cheating, Lisa exclaimed angrily. You actually hide all your underwear in your jacket, you liar. Huang Meixi was also very angry. No one thought that Lindsay Yui would use such a trick of stealing the dragon and turning the phoenix. Didn't this treat them as idiots? Liu Yifei was also very angry. She went into battle lightly, and now she lost almost the same as being naked. As a result, she didn't expect that Lindsay Yui, who seemed to speak innocently, was so cunning that she actually hid a pile of underwear on her body. Looking at this posture, no matter how long he fights, Lindsay Yui probably won't take one off. 2 sisters. Let's strip her off. Liu Yifei has lived in the United States for a few years, and she has also been infected by the courage of Americans. The 3 of her are almost stripped off, so we can't let the deceitful Lindsay Yui go. Hey, you have to abide by the rules. The game is over. Lindsay Yui's expression changed as soon as he heard it, and he yelled in a hurry. You didn't abide by the rules first. The 3 girls were filled with righteous indignation, rushed up, grabbed Lindsay Yui, and began to strip her clothes. Lin Feng was also speechless for a while. He didn't expect Lindsay Yui to be so cunning, but looking at the current posture, he must be clever instead of being clever. It's just that these 4 girls are crazy like this. Didn't they think they would be gone? Such a big action, and the body is all underwear. Any big step or a twist underwear will set off a large gap. Looking along the gap, infinite spring. Lin Feng felt that he was about to explode. The desire in his body was shouting like a beast. Blood was boiling all over, and an extremely evil voice was shouting in his heart, making him rush over. But Lin Feng is not the first brother after all, so he can barely control his desires. After taking a few deep breaths, in order to calm the desire of my heart, there were some girls who were embarrassed afterwards. Lin Feng quietly left, went for a walk in the garden, breathed in the refreshing air at night, and calmed the lust in my heart. Silent overnight. But when Lisa touched Lin Feng's room again at night, that night, Lin Feng was like an impulsive beast, making Lisa helpless to sing conquer for the first time. The next day, at breakfast, Lisa had dark circles under his eyes. He was choked by Lin Feng last night, but the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of happiness. As for the other girls, Algra was busy all night because of rushing to design, and she had dark circles under her eyes, while Hara sang light by herself. Meixi, Lindsay Yui, and Liu Yifei all had their faces shy, and when they saw Lin Feng, they bowed their heads in embarrassment. The 4 girls were crazy yesterday. At first it was 3 people stripping Lindsay Yui's clothes. But finally Lindsay Yui knew that he was not immune to it, so he went all out and went backhand to grab the underwear of Lisa and others. As a result, such a disturbance eventually turned into a melee. When the disturbance was over, the 4 girls were all stripped. Only then did they remember that there was a man Lin Feng at home. I was a little silly right now, but fortunately, when I looked back, Lin Feng was no longer in the house. But I want to know that I and others must have been stunned by Lin Feng, and how he was not ashamed to see Lin Feng again today, especially Liu Yifei, who had just arrived, and Lin Feng was also the first time to meet. Who expected Lindsay Yui to make such a thing, and feel even more embarrassed. Good morning, Brother Lin. After the girls said good morning, they immediately immersed themselves in eating without talking. Lin Feng would not go to provoke the topic of last night, so as not to embarrass everyone. If you get a bargain, don't sell it anymore. But I have to say that the 4 girls really have their own merits. Thinking about it, the 4 white carcasses of yesterday appeared again, and the body reacted again and had an impulse. However, there is still business today. The Valve development team will be in Shanghai today, and he can no longer come to the day to declare adultery. Besides, Lisa's face is haggard, and Lin Feng can't bear it. Originally, Lisa hurried to the United States. He was bumpy along the way. He was worried about Lin Feng and his body was always in a sub-healthy state. Later, when I went to the United States, the jet lag had not reversed, and I went back to China with Lin Feng. Then last night, I was tossed by Lin Feng all night. This will be tossed again, and people must be seriously ill. I'm leaving first. The company is still busy. Lin Feng hurriedly took a few mouthfuls of rice porridge. Little Fei, you go to the company with Lin Ziyui and others. Friends, you will not go today. Take a good rest at home. Well, I see, thank you brother Lin. Lisa nodded, and the other girls nodded. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the company, Wu Zhaopu found him. Donglin, yesterday, by browsing the company forums and branch forums, I found that Japanese players use an instant voice chat tool when playing games, so their cooperation is better than other countries' players. Domestic players can only use QQ chat. Although it can be contacted, it is relatively slow. I think we should also develop a set of instant voice chat tools to cooperate with the game. After all, as the number of game map players increases, this kind of instant language chat software is very important. Wu Zhaopu handed it to Lin. Wind a plan. This is the plan I made last night. I have formulated two plans for the voice instant chat software. One is to acquire domestic voice chat tools and then develop it myself. The other is to cooperate with Tencent to develop instant voice chat tools to cooperate with our game. Both programs have their own advantages and disadvantages. Lin Feng took the planning case and read it carefully. Indeed, as Wu Zhaopu said, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 265. The valve is here? There are many voice chat software in China, and several large portal websites have launched their own voice chat software. For example, Google's Google Talk, Tom's Skype, and of course the most famous TS Voice platform are provided for teamwork. If you choose to acquire an instant voice software for secondary independent development, it will undoubtedly be more proactive, and at the same time you can use the popularity of the game to enter the instant messaging market. There is a precedent for Tencent's success, and no one is jealous. But this way, it will definitely cause a strong counterattack from Tencent in the side of the couch. How can you allow others to snore? At that time, it must be another bloody battle. For Tencent, chat software is where its fundamental interests lie. Whoever touches the cake will definitely hit its opponents at all costs. This is definitely the second world, and it is also what Lin Feng does not want to face. If you choose to cooperate with Tencent, it is undoubtedly a win-win situation. The second world can save software development costs, as well as additional server and corresponding network bandwidth costs, just by enjoying the results. As for Tencent, based on text chat, it has developed an instant voice chat function, which can further establish the absolute hegemony of the domestic chat software industry. Perhaps it can better rely on the Counter-Strike Online Asian Internet to go abroad and go abroad. ICQ competed. What the second world loses is to lose an opportunity to enter the chat software industry. After a little thought, Lin Feng decided to cooperate with Tencent. The fiasco of Pepsi-Cola that year, Lin Feng can keep in mind that he has enough enemies now, and there is really no need to provoke Tencent, an absolute overlord in the domestic chat software industry, not to mention that he also owns 10% of Tencent. It is also Tencent's third largest shareholder after Milad International Holdings Group and Mahuang. Lin Feng didn't need to destroy the good cooperative relationship between himself and Mahuang for a chat software with bleak prospects. Wu Zhaopu nodded. Although there was a slight regret in his heart, he was more in agreement. After all, although the second world business is thriving, it is still very fragile compared to those overseas companies that have been established for more than a decade, and there is no qualification to set foot in other industries for the time being. Lin Feng's decision just cut off that little illusion in Wu Zappa's heart, and it can also ensure the steady development of the Second World. After discussing the details with Wu Zappa, Lin Feng called Ma Huang. Ha ha, national hero, call me so free today. Ma Huang was in a great mood. After Tencent went public in Hong Kong, the stock has gone up all the way. Now it has risen from the issue price of 12.4 yuan to 18.54 yuan. The company's performance is also booming. When Lin Feng called, he joked, ha ha, Dong Ma is in a good mood. Lin Feng smiled, and after a few words of greeting, he opened the door. Dong Ma, I need an instant voice chat tool. I need a partner in the chat software industry. I want to do it domestically. There is no better company than Tencent. Lin Feng complimented. Everyone loves to listen to flattery, especially when this flattery comes from Lin Feng's mouth. It's even more different. Lin Feng has just been named China's youngest and richest man by the Herun report. His status are not comparable in the past. This remark naturally made MC excited. Voice chat tool? Lin Feng's words made Ma Huang's eyes light up. Dong Lin, I think we should meet and discuss in detail. This will be extremely beneficial to both of us. Ma Huang keenly perceives the business opportunities here. Tencent can use the Counter-Strike on the Asian internet Dongfeng to break into other Asian markets, and instant voice chat tools are not troublesome for Tencent. They have enough technical and professional support. Not to mention Tencent is also preparing to develop this aspect of the market. Well, but I'm really busy this time. Lin Feng said embarrassedly. I really don't have time to fly to Shenzhou during this period, and I can only hope that Ma Huang will come to Shanghai. However, Ma Huang is now the chairman of a listed company, and in the domestic world of seniority, Lin Feng is not easy to tell Ma Huang to fly to Shanghai to meet him, otherwise he will fall into an arrogant and defiant statement. Ha ha, it's okay. I can fly to Shanghai. Ma Huang laughed. As long as you can make money, you will lose face when you make money. Not to mention Confucius said, the best is the first. In the business world, although he made his debut earlier than Lin Feng, he was not as successful as Lin Feng. He needs to learn from Lin Feng, then it would be offensive. I don't know when Ma Dong can arrive in Shanghai. Lin Feng asked. Tomorrow I will be in Shanghai. Okay. Lin Dong, I have something to say, so I won't talk more. We will talk in detail when we meet tomorrow. Ma Huang said and hung up the phone. Lin Feng nodded and solved the player communication problem. For Counter-Strike Online, it solved the problem of the lack of real-time communication among the players on different sides. This is definitely a good thing for the players, and it can be more tactically. Choose more, and you won't worry about losing a game because of lack of ambiguity. Lin Feng looked at his watch. 2 technicians from Valve were almost in Shanghai. Lin Feng asked the company's public relations department to pick up the plane. Unexpectedly, when Lin Feng saw Valve's technicians resisting the company, he was stunned. It was not only the 2 technicians who had contacted before, but also the CEO of Valve, Gable Newell, and Minla, the father of CS. Gaibo, I'm really sorry, I didn't know it was you who came. If I knew you were also here, I would definitely pick up the plane myself. Lin Feng quickly got up and said with a look of regret. Haha, it's okay, Lin, we are also uninvited. Gable shook hands with Lin Feng enthusiastically and laughed. Why don't you take a break today? And tomorrow we will talk about the revision plan of Counter-Strike Online in detail. Lin Feng saw Gable and the others with a haggard look and suggested, it's okay, let's start now, and I have very important things to talk to you this time. Gable said seriously. Lin Feng shook his heart, nodded, and invited a group of people into the conference room. Lin, we have discussed your plan to revise Counter-Strike Online in detail, but the problem is very big. After Gable took his seat, he got straight to the point. Lin Feng frowned, did not speak, and waited for Gable to follow. Gable didn't say much, but looked at Minla. Lin, Counter-Strike Online was originally designed with reference to the standalone version of Counter-Strike. Therefore, The original design theory was also modeled on the local interconnection, but it was networked and added a little new element, but it was still a map. It can accommodate up to 32 people. If you want to modify each map to accommodate more players, I am afraid that it will cause fundamental damage to the game's architecture. And there is another problem. The 3D engine of our game is the purchased id Software Quake. The engine did not pursue the splendor of the screen too much. If there are more players on a map, there will be some technical problems. Moreover, the current computer hardware configuration cannot support more players to play on the same map at the same time. Even if we can develop it, most of the players' computers will not be able to withstand the configuration requirements required for the game. Minla said helplessly. Can't it be increased at all? You have to know that the fun of online games lies in multiplayer games at the same time. If the number of players is too small, there is no difference from the LAN, which is not suitable for the development of online games. Lin Feng said. Sorry, there are only 32 people at most, and it cannot be added. If you want to increase it, I am afraid that this modification will be drastic and cannot be completed in a short day. There are too many parameters and various game data involved in it, and it will be a move. Take the whole body. I suggest not to modify this aspect. Minla shook his head and said helplessly. Lin Feng frowned deeper. I'm sorry, this is because we didn't think about it well in the design. Gable came out to make a round. This is indeed because they had a little vague concept of online games at the beginning, which led to the current situation. And he didn't expect Lin Feng to come up with a cross-century plan for Asia interconnection. However, other aspects can indeed be modified, but I suggest not to modify it for the time being. Minla suggested. No modification? Lin Feng felt that although the current Counter-Strike Online was fun, he thought it was not much different from the LAN, and was far inferior to the classic Interstellar Online that Lin Feng played before his rebirth. The battlefield that can accommodate thousands of people, aircraft, tanks, motorcycles, and imaginable weapons of war can all appear in the game, making almost no one to play. Of course, there was an unavoidable problem with Interstellar Online at that time, which was that the computer configuration was relatively harsh, and many players' computers couldn't run Interstellar Online smoothly at all. Yes, because this game was a bit wrong when we set it up. The concept was wrong. No matter how you modify it, it will be inconsistent and will not meet your requirements. Minla sighed. The feeling of self-denial is not good, but he has to admit that the original design concept of himself and others did go wrong. After all, online games are online games, which are too different from standalone games. Lin Feng's brows furrowed. If he doesn't modify it, the current situation is not impossible, but it is obviously unable to reach the height required by Lin Feng. Ha ha. Lin, don't frown, because we have brought a brand new game development plan. This plan will definitely satisfy you. That's why Min and I are here together. Gable smiled when he saw Lin Feng frown. Gable's words refreshed Lin Feng's spirit. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 266 World War? Gable took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase with trembling hands. Lin, I plan to develop a real-time first-person shooter called World War. In our planned World War, all countries in reality will be included and combined with your Asian interconnection concept. The game will use global interconnection, and all players from all over the world will be on one game server. Gable said with excitement, a little trembling. When Lin Feng heard it, he was stunned. World War and global interconnection, this plan is by no means simple, and it is exciting. Lin Feng also started to feel a little excited, even trembling. Lin, in this World War game, players in each country belong to their respective camps. There will be 2 alliances in the game. Players from each country can vote to join one of the alliances, or complete the ultimate in the game. After the mission, new alliances can be created independently. Players who join the alliance will be able to attack other alliance players. and can conquer their land and completely occupy them. Each country has land and cities of varying sizes according to the actual country, except for the capital, which can only be seized and seized for resources. All other cities can be completely occupied. Gable introduced World War to Lin Feng with excitement. Yes, and each country has different weapons, and there will be tanks, aircraft, ships and other war tools in the game. This will be an unprecedented online game on an unprecedented scale, Minla said excitedly. This is our detailed plan for the development of World War, Lin. Take a look. I believe you will be as excited as I am. Gable handed Lin Feng a thick plan. Lin Feng took it and just took a look at it, and felt that the future of this game was huge, and he couldn't help but immediately develop it, launch it on the market, and go in for a good game. This World War is not just as simple as Gable's description. It is just a first-person shooter game in which players from all countries can complete tasks to upgrade the defensive buildings and production materials buildings of their own cities. Of course, they can also be captured. The cities of hostile countries come to plunder resources. Simply put, this World War is a combination of StarCraft plus SimCity plus Counter-Strike, and players have almost unlimited freedom in it. The theme of the game is fierce war. But if you don't want to fight in battle on the battlefield all day long, you can choose to become a city builder and improve the city's defense and economy by completing various tasks. In short, players can become various professions in it, not just confined to a single profession, and each profession does not require any professional skills, as long as the system tasks are completed. This can delay the aesthetic fatigue of the player to the game to the greatest extent, and provide a variety of professions for the player to play. And it can capture enemy territory developed in the real world. This is undoubtedly the dream war game of all men. Lin Feng believes that if this game is developed, it will undoubtedly be the world's #1 online game. I am afraid that the number of games will exceed everyone's imagination, and the number of gamers will probably be hundreds of millions. Of course, there are still many problems. Will such a game be blocked by various countries? After all, as you say, it is a world map that imitates the real-world countries. This is Lin Feng's biggest concern. If the game is blocked by various countries, it will be meaningless. No, we will completely take the future world as the background. It does not have any intersection with reality, but just looks like. What's more, don't Age of Empires also have nations and nations, which are just as prosperous? Gable said cunningly. Lin Feng nodded. As long as the name and title of any country in the real world does not appear in the design. After all, in the game, it is possible to occupy the territory of the enemy alliance country and plunder the opponent's resources. You must be cautious in this regard. Is there any technical problem? Lin Feng asked. If there is no problem, Lin Feng believes that they will not come. Technically, there is no big problem. We can all overcome it. The only thing that is lacking is the funds for the development of the game. Gable said helplessly. How much do you need? Lin Feng asked. $100 million. The startup capital for game development needs at least that much. The game scene is too large, and the scale and content involved are too wide. I am afraid that its development team will also set a record. I estimate that it will cost $200 million to $300 million at most. Gable looked at Lin Feng eagerly. With such a huge game development fee, Gable couldn't think of anyone else who had so much money and believed in the future prospects of this plan, not to mention that only Lin Feng could operate this game. Suddenly, Lin Feng, it was obvious that Gable and others came here to ask for funds from himself. However, I am indeed not short of money, but whether it is personally funded or funded by the Second World, that needs to be considered. Lin, we are not only here to seek funding this time, but also to seek cooperation. Gable said. Cooperation? Lin Feng didn't understand Gable's meaning. Lin, to be honest, We can't stay in the United States anymore. The lawsuits against Xulishan Company are endless. We are already bored, and the feeling of being restrained everywhere is really uncomfortable. This time we came to China. I want to cooperate with the second world and form an alliance company, Gable said bitterly. Alliance? Lin Feng was taken aback. It is the merger of our two companies to form a brand new company and become the overlord of the computer game industry, Gable said with great yearning. Lin Feng frowned. His second world is still in the midst of the day. Although Valve is not bad and is also a well-known brand in the computer game industry, Lin Feng doesn't want his company to become a vassal of the other party, not to mention that the other party is well known. But in terms of financial resources, it is far from comparable to my own company. Ha, Lin. This is our cooperation plan, you can study it. Gable handed Lin Feng a cooperation plan. Lin Feng looked at it. Roughly, this so-called cooperation is more of a Valve's initiative to merge into the second world, and cooperation is just a fig leaf. If this is the case, in addition to the most famous Counter-Strike, it is the Half-Life standalone game that really makes its fortunes. This is the true flagship product of Valve. If you can cooperate, you will definitely enter the standalone game market. There are great benefits. Okay, this way, Gable. You rest first. I have prepared a hotel for you. You go to rest first. I will talk to the shareholders of the company, Lin Feng said. Gable nodded. This time he proposed the merger plan, but he was helpless. First, in the United States, it was forced by Xulishan Company to be too fierce, and the lawsuits between the two sides were endless, which affected the entire Valve company, and even normal operations could not be guaranteed. Moreover, another partner of the company, Mike, just last month extremely irresponsibly sold all of the company's stock and went on a so-called global vacation, which was a serious blow to the company. At the same time, Half-Life 2, which has been in research and development, is also in trouble, exhausting Valve's funds, but the game produced makes Gable extremely dissatisfied and reprimands it as rubbish. Therefore, seeking cooperation is compelling. But what makes Gable really determined is because of the world war proposed by Minla based on Lin Feng's Counter-Strike Online Asian interconnection plan. This will be globally interconnected, allowing players from all over the world to play on the same server. For first-person shooters, Gable is extremely optimistic about its prospects. But it is not difficult to develop World War Online, as long as you have money. But if you want global interconnection, it lacks a fatal software, Lin Feng's cloud computing. Without Lin Feng's cloud computing, let alone global interconnection, even countries can't get out. But cloud computing is now exclusively owned by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng does not plan to publish it, so he must cooperate with Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Gable thought of merging with Lin Feng Alliance and the two companies. With Lin Feng's financial resources and cloud computing, coupled with his own technology, it is absolutely a match made in heaven. And Gable can also use this to get rid of the endless lawsuit with Xulishan Company. Why not do it? The only thing that makes Gable reluctant is that once the merger is bound to be based on Lin Feng's company, he will no longer be the CEO. Of course, after the merger, in order to balance, Lin Feng gave Gable a second world vice president. It must be impossible to run. In addition, Gable itself does not place much emphasis on rights. What he yearns for is success in game software. It also made Gable's determination to merge the two companies. Lin Feng is not clear about these ideas of Gable, but this merger plan is extremely attractive. Lin Feng immediately called an emergency shareholders meeting to discuss this matter. Based on the importance of this matter, Li Zikai, who is far away in Hong Kong, also participated in the meeting by telephone. Everyone, what do you think of this plan? Lin Feng asked. Kui Ming, as the head of the first game development department of the Second World, also owns 5% of the company's shares. He appreciates this plan but is a bit repulsive. Although he now owns the development and maintenance rights of Legend and Audition in the Second World, it is clear that these two games are not the focus of the company. Previously, the company focused on Sword Under the Love Online merger with Valve Company. This world war is definitely the company's top priority. At that time, his position will inevitably be even more embarrassing. But in terms of professional ethics, Kui Ming still expressed his true opinion. Donglin, I think the merger plan of Valve is completely acceptable, but our company must occupy a leading position. This cooperation will officially make our company a leader in the computer game industry, Kui Ming said. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the other head of the game development department. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 267 Strategic Alliance? The second game development department, Director Cookson is responsible for the development of Sword Under the Love Online, but the game has encountered bottlenecks, but he is still very interested in the merger of the Valve. Once the merger, the company's game development team will be stronger and the Valve will have the successful Half-Life development experience is what they can learn from. Now I agree, but like Kui Ming, the second world must be dominant. The third game development department, Director Wu Gang. Now that the Plants vs. Zombies craze has passed, and the number of people online is only tens of thousands every day, Wu Gang suggested that Lin Feng is completely free to attract a bit of popularity, retain players, and accumulate popularity for the lower game. I also deeply agree with this plan. As for who is in the leading position, in Wu Gang's view, it must be the second world. The second world has sufficient funds and cloud computing that the outside world does not own, which is necessary for Valve's world war. Of course, this merger also made Wu Gang feel a sense of crisis. The most embarrassing position of the company now is his second game development department. If he doesn't come up with a new casual game, I'm afraid he will either leave or be led by someone else. The fourth game development department, Cohen, strongly agrees with the joining of his old club, so that he can cede the so-called position of the fourth game development department head to Gable, and completely spare time to continue researching his cloud computing. He is a research freak, not a rights freak. What position and money are not important to him. He only cares whether he can concentrate on his research. As for the material aspect, he can eat and dress decently. Wu Zhaopu also strongly agrees with this. In this way, the status of the second world in the gaming industry has expanded from a single online game to the standalone game market. What's more, Valve Company is also famous in the computer game industry by virtue of Half-Life. No one knows. If you can merge and take your own company as the dominant position, it will only benefit the second world without harm. Donglin, I agree, but in this way, I am afraid that our company's next main attack direction is this world war. But Donglin, you previously proposed to acquire the hardware development department of Sega. I am afraid that there will be no excess funds. Wu Zhaopu reminded. After Wu Zhaopu's financial analysis, Second World now has $100 million in funds available for mobilization, which is just enough to complete the pre-development of World War, but there is no excess funds for the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department. In Wu Zhaopu's mind, he does not agree with the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department now. The company does not need to enter the home game console market now. This time the merger of Valve can just cause the company, mainly Lin Feng, to abandon this plan. But the final decision is still in the hands of Lin Feng. But Wu Zhaopu believed that Lin Feng must know how to choose. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng nodded and agreed with Wu Zhaopu's suggestion. Well, then World War will be the main focus. I will purchase the Sega hardware development department in my own name. Lin Feng will never give up this opportunity. Think about PSP and NDSL's global market sales share. Lin, the Wind is very exciting. Not to mention the handheld is also the trend of the future. Wu Zhaopu was speechless for a while, but he didn't care about it. Anyway, Lin Feng had a lot of money, and he didn't care so little. Earned $750 million in the US stock market, and he can toss with him. After passing this resolution, what remains is the negotiation with Gable, how the two companies will merge. the shareholding ratio of the two companies after the merger, and the campaign's name. However, these tedious but sloppy negotiations, Lin Feng naturally ignored them, and left them to Wu Zhaopu to slowly grind their lips with the other party, and he just waited for the signature in the end. While Wu Zhaopu, Gable and others were grinding their mouths, Li Zhu, Lin Zhu, Huang Meixi, Yuan Xiangalai, and Liu Yifei filmed an advertising video for Lin Feng's Phantom MP3 player. Of course, the protagonist of the domestic mainland advertising is naturally Liu Yifei. I have to admit that although Liu Yifei took the commercial for the first time, she was generous in the face of the camera. The photographer who took charge of shooting praised that she has a natural desire to perform in the face of the camera and belongs to a natural actor. This made Liu Yifei extremely happy. She likes others to praise her as a good actor, rather than always being praised as beautiful. It is natural to be beautiful, given by my parents, but acting is hard trained by myself. The difference between the two is too great. The content of the advertisement is extremely simple. An angel is extremely lonely in heaven. Although there are blue sky and white clouds and flowers in full bloom, it is lonely and empty because there is no music in heaven. The beautiful angel can only force a smile every day, swinging helplessly in the beautiful paradise. When a pink phantom fell from the sky and the music wafted out of it, the beautiful angel bloomed with a smile that made all the flowers of heaven ashamed. Because of Liu Yifei's excellent performance, it is almost true. This advertising short called Charming All Living Beings was originally expected to be completed in 2 days, but it was completed in less than a day. After editing, Danzi was extremely efficient that night. Send it to major TV stations to start rolling broadcast. Danzi wants to create a trend. Before the Phantom MP3 player goes on the market, use the charm of Liu Yifei and others and the fashionable appearance of Phantom to attract everyone's attention. On October 4th, this advertisement called Charming All Beings, the Phantom of Me officially landed on the prime time of major TV stations. This time, Danzi laid down his blood, and spent 100 million working capital of the company in advertising. Not only did the major famous TV stations across the country roll over, but also the major cities were also Liu Yifei swinging in heaven with the Phantom MP3 player. Poster. Suddenly, Liu Yifei, a 14-year-old rookie, instantly gained fame and was familiar to everyone. Angelic faces, friendly smiles, slightly shy but confident eyes, and of course, Chinese identity. In fact, Liu Yifei has always been an American nationality, suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. Of course, there is also the pink Phantom MP3 player in Liu Yifei's hands, which is also familiar to everyone. After everyone inquired about it, they learned that the Phantom will be on sale on October 8th. It will be available in all major cities across the country at the same time, priced at 298 yuan 32 m. Fashionable appearance, reasonable price, and overwhelming advertising. Phantom also appeared in the mouths of college students and working class people overnight. After the full domestic launch on October 8th, Phantom MP3 players will be launched in Asian countries one after another, but only slightly later than in China. Danzi spent Lin Feng close to 300 million. The goal is to sell 1 million units in mainland China, 2 million units in Asia, and tens of millions in global sales within 1 year. This is not Danzi boasting haiku, but with the quality and price of Phantom to have this qualification. What's more, if the Phantom does not sell for more than 10 million yuan, I am afraid that Lin Feng will pay his death. After all, a Phantom MP3 player 32 meters is priced at 298 yuan, but the gross profit is only 12 yuan. Selling 10 million units only made 120 million. This has to exclude various other expenses such as taxes and advertising investment. If it is counted as a net profit, I am afraid it can only guarantee that the company will not lose money. Fortunately, Lin Feng's initial focus was not on the profit from the sale of Phantom, but on the subsequent download of MP3 songs. However, the only thing that made Lin Feng depressed was that Danzi asked Liu Yifei, Lizu and others to shoot ads. Although they belonged to his own company's artists, his Lin Technology Co. Limited also had to pay a lot of endorsement fees, and this several girls of 50% of the endorsement fee, and the rest is obtained by the second world, which is actually given to themselves of course. Lin Feng only owns 67% of the profit. The feeling of giving yourself money is really strange, isn't it? Just the left hand and the right hand. However, this also proves that Lin Feng's company has begun to move towards formality, and there has been no financial chaos. When Liu Yifei gained fame in China, Ma Huang flew from Shenzhen to Shanghai on the afternoon of October 4. Donglin, congratulations, your Phantom MP3 player seems to be a big seller again. When Ma Huang came, he received an advertising contract from Tanzi, and Tencent will prepare for it on QQ and portal sites. Publicity, and large posters of Liu Yifei have begun to be posted on the street. Ha, pure monlosing goods. Lin Feng said with a smile. In terms of the cost of the Phantom, it is indeed a loss. The two exchanged a little, and went directly to the subject. Regarding this real-time voice chat software, Lin Feng's requirements are only one point, clear, and must ensure that the call is unblocked. Of course, it must be the kind that can talk to multiple parties at the same time and speak freely. After all, this is suitable for team combat. Ma Huang has no opinion on this point, which is within his company's technical capabilities. What he cares about is the responsibilities and obligations assumed by both parties, and of course the subsequent distribution of benefits. This is another arduous bargaining. Fortunately, Lin Feng is also one of Tencent's shareholders, and Ma Huang is not a pedantic person. Soon the two reached an agreement and a press conference was held in the evening. Lin Feng and Ma Huang reached a strategic alliance agreement, and all games in the second world will support the voice chat tool launched by Tencent. All players do not need to download this voice chat tool separately, they really need to upgrade QQ to the latest version support voice chat. However, in order to ensure the quality and smoothness of the call, Tencent will give priority to second world players to provide this instant voice communication service. Tencent will exclusively bear all expenses and expenditures incurred. Of course, the obligation assumed by the second world is to add plugins that screen other chat tools in the game to ensure the unique legitimacy of Tencent's chat tools. This is also an invisible stipulation in the contract, not to publicize, so as not to be accused of illegal monopoly by other companies. But the Intel-Microsoft and Intel alliance back then was not the case. This is not a secret in the industry, it is open secret. As for the possible benefits of this voice chat tool in the future, Tencent will hold 70% of the profits, and the second world will hold 30% of the profits. Once the news was released, it immediately caused a sensation. This is good news for all domestic players. They can enjoy the voice chat service without downloading additional software, which is naturally better. For foreign players, players from other Asian countries, especially Japanese players, the complaints are very big. This means that they have to accept Tencent's software unless they don't play Counter-Strike online. But on the first day of the service, although Japanese players ranked second, they were stabilized by the Chinese players. This convinced them how. What's more, Counter-Strike Online is really good. Although there is no tortuous plot and high-quality graphics, the simple graphics, refreshing operation and exciting rhythm bring a breath to the long RPG game players who have been indulged in Japan. Breeze. I believe that in a short period of time, Japanese players will prefer this game. What's more, this game is Asia Internet. Every day there are players from various countries in the rankings. Japanese players with high self-reliance will not give up easily. Even if they give up, they will become the number one, and then quit after making an arrogant declaration. As for South Korea and Taiwan, it doesn't matter, just download it anyway. Ma Huang also took the opportunity to launch Tencent's Korean version and Japanese version, as well as the traditional version. It can be regarded as Ma Huang's wish that Tencent finally went abroad and entered the world stage. Although its global market share is still small, with the rise of the second world, Ma Huang believes that Tencent will also be able to move towards becoming the world's #1 chat tool. Although Tencent ranks first in user registration, Tencent is inferior to ICQ in terms of global influence. After all, the other party covers the world, and Tencent only covers mainland China. Regarding the strategic alliance between Tencent and the Second World, other domestic online game companies did not care much about it except for a slight frown. Anyway, if they don't cooperate with Tencent, players will naturally use QQ to communicate. However, this voice chat tool is really good, but there is more than one voice chat tool in China, and they're lazy to find Tencent to share a cup. When the time comes, the players want to communicate in real time, so they will naturally try to download the software. Why should they bother about it? Although the strategic alliance between Tencent and the Second World only surprised these domestic netizens, the next news of the Second World was not just as simple as it surprised them, and even caused a sensation in the global computer game industry. It also attracted a crazy welcome from Chinese players. The news is the merger of Second World and the well-known Valve company that developed the two games Half-Life and Counter-Strike. Yes, it is not a cooperation, but also a merger, and a merger based on the Second World. A game company that has only been established in China for less than 2 years has annexed the well-known Valve company in the computer game industry. This is definitely the biggest news in the computer game industry this year. The global gaming industry is in an uproar. Update time: generally, one chapter will be updated at noon, and 2 chapters will be updated before 8 p.m. 3 times a day. If there is no change at noon, 3 chapters will be updated at the same time in the evening. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. More chapters, support authors, support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 268: Annexation of Valve? Valve Software, one of the world's hottest emerging computer software game companies. Although Valve has really developed only one game so far, Half-Life, the rest such as Counter-Strike and Half-Life, Tit for Tat, are all related derivative game software, but they have no effect at all. Its position in the computer game industry: Half-Life sold 9.3 million copies. Half-Life, Tit for Tat sold 1.1 million copies. 800,000 copies of Half-Life. Operation Blue, Counter-Strike sold 4.2 million copies. This series of achievements is enough to make most computer game software companies ashamed. With this fruitful sales, Valve has established its position in the computer game industry. Second World, the company was established for 2 years, acting as the agent of legend to drive the entire online game frenzy in one fell swoop, and then launching Plants vs. Zombies, which set off a wave of casual online games, and then launched Audition, proclaiming leisure entertainment the storm of online games. The recently launched Counter-Strike Online Asia Internet project is even more incredible. Up to now, the monthly net profit is tens of millions of dollars. The future prospects are limitless. The merger of these two companies is definitely a major earthquake that can change the pattern of the computer game software industry for the entire computer game industry. When Lin Feng and Gable were about to hold a press conference to announce the merger of the two companies, almost all the media that could be there were present. Lin Feng and Gable jointly announced the merger of Second World and Valve. This time the merger of Second World and Valve. The new company name is still Second World. Gable believes that the name Second World is very good, and they also hope to give all players a second place through the game world. The new Second World game software company will develop online games and standalone games, both of which go hand in hand. The new Second World game software company, the original Second World, holds 75% of the shares, and Valve holds 25% of the shares. In the past 2 days, Wu Xiaopu, Gable, and others have been constantly grinding their mouths to evaluate the market value of their respective companies. After all, the two companies are not listed. The assessment in this regard is indeed not very accurate and difficult to convince people. In the end, In order to resolve this unnecessary dispute, Lin Feng invited Herun to use Herun's relationship and contacts in this area. After several authoritative experts, the market value of Second World was $3 billion, and the market value of Valve was $100 million. Originally estimated by Herun, the Second World has cloud computing and has become the key to the Asian interconnection of Counter-Strike Online. The market value of this cloud computing alone exceeds $5 billion. But what Run did not expect was that the full copyright of cloud computing belonged to Lin Feng. Therefore, the market value of $3 billion in the Second World is neither more nor less. During the evaluation, Gable learned that this cloud computing was derived from the inconspicuous little software BT of Coin that Lin Feng bought for $50,000 at the time, so let alone the regret in his heart. Finally, the new Second World shareholding ratio: Lin Feng holds 50.25%, Li Zikai holds 15%, Wu Xiaopu holds 3.75%, Kui Ming holds 3.75%, Wang Meng holds 2.25%, Gable it holds 13% shares, Minlei holds 8% shares, and the original Valve management holds 4% shares. Although Lin Feng's equity has only just exceeded 50%, it cannot shake Lin Feng's position in the Second World, and it still holds absolute controlling rights. What's more, when it goes public in the future, Lin Feng's personal assets will not be sold for cash in exchange for cash. This will have no impact on Lin Feng's status in the Second World. As for the appointment and dismissal of the new Second World personnel, Lin Feng is also chairman and president, Wu Xiaopu is the vice president, in charge of the online game department, Gable is the vice president, in charge of the standalone game department. The father of CS, Minla, served as the head of the fourth game development department, while maintaining Counter-Strike Online, while developing World War. At the same time, the fifth game development department was established, with Gable as the director, responsible for the development of Half-Life 2 Inches. Most of the employees are composed of members of the original Valve game development team, and appropriately recruited several domestic programmers with solid skills. After that, Lin Feng established the Technology R&D department, with Cohen as the minister responsible for research on cloud computing. As for the ownership of cloud computing, Lin Feng signed a power of attorney authorizing the use of cloud computing for the Second World free of charge. Of course, the copyright is still completely owned by Lin Feng. After the reorganization, due to the differences between the two countries, most of the employees of Valve are in the Silicon Valley of the United States, which is too far from the domestic wage level. If the domestic wage standard is still used, it will definitely attract the original Valve employee dissatisfaction. After careful consideration, Lin Feng formulated a new salary structure. The salary is divided into 3 levels, and the salary level of each employee will be rated by the company's personnel department for each employee's level and business ability. Ordinary programmer, the first level salary is $80,000, the second level annual salary is $100,000, and the third level annual salary is $50,000. Now Valve programmer salary. The main programmer has a first level salary of $120,000, a second level annual salary of $200,000. and a third-level annual salary of $100,000. Now the main programmer salary of Valve. Art design, first-level annual salary of $50,000, second-level annual salary of $80,000, third-level annual salary of $25,000. Now the main programmer salary of Valve. This new salary structure setting has won the welcome of all employees of the company. Both the original Second World employees and the original Valve employees are extremely satisfied with it. Lin Feng is also extremely satisfied with this salary structure. This can not only prevent the game production talents cultivated by the Second World from being poached by other companies, but also promote healthy competition within the company, especially now that the company has a Valley game development team. These people are the original people who successfully developed Half-Life. With their guidance, Lin Feng believes that this group of domestic programmers will grow up soon. Although it is the easiest to find talents everywhere, it is far inferior to the people who have been trained by themselves, who have a sense of belonging and loyalty to the company. What's more, this has also cultivated game production talents for the motherland, and has also contributed to the development of the motherland's games. Of course, this comprehensive salary adjustment has not only brought passion and motivation to all company employees, it has undoubtedly greatly increased the wage costs of the Second World, but it has also unexpectedly solved the dissatisfaction in the hearts of employees previously, due to the success of the Second World, Legend, Plants vs. Zombies, and now Audition, which has attracted a large number of beauties, all made the Second World a lot of money. With this, he became the youngest and richest man in mainland China. But for ordinary employees, wages have not risen, which makes most employees extremely dissatisfied and often complain. Of course, the most important reason for this is that the technical level of these employees is only worthy of such a high salary. But for employees, they will not consider their own level, but feel that Lin Feng is too stingy. In this unexpected salary adjustment, although most employees did not increase their wages, the three-level salary system also brought hope and motivation to all employees, which naturally eased the dissatisfaction in the hearts of employees. Although the cost of wages has doubled several times, fortunately, the Legend and Audition of the Second World are now booming. Among the two games, Legend is the most profitable, with a monthly net profit of about $10 million. Although Audition is far inferior to Legend for the time being, its monthly net profit is more than $1 million. As wage expenditures in the Second World have risen linearly, it has become the company with the highest salary among domestic online game companies, but it has also become the company that all game talents most want to work for. With promising prospects and high salaries, no one can refuse. Second World jobs have instantly become dream jobs in the eyes of all game industry talents. As for this merger, the industry is full of exclamations. The wolf is coming. Several important domestic computer magazines and media published the merger news of Second World and Valve in the most important pages. After the merger, this new computer software game company involving computer standalone games and online games the Second World has become the darling of all media vying to report. In the evening, News Network also focused on the news of the merger of Second World and Valve. This is also the second time that Lin Feng has appeared on News Network. The last time I was on News Network because of the judgment of the century in the United States, but that time, CCTV took into account various factors, and it was almost just a sentence. Unlike this time, Lin Feng appeared on the camera. There are 3 minutes. 3 minutes appearing on News Network is enough to prove the sensation caused by this merger and the country's importance to Lin Feng. The domestic media have unanimously praised Lin Feng, saying that this is a big step for the Chinese game industry to officially go out of the country and face the world, proving that China also has the strength to compete with the world's outstanding game manufacturers. It is highly praised that Lin Feng is from the Chinese gaming industry Armstrong Apollo landing on the moon, American who took the first step. As for the domestic competitors of Lin Feng, they have a look of resentment, loneliness, and a bit of jealousy and unwillingness. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Feng to have such boldness to swallow Valve and become a game software company with standalone game development capabilities and online game development capabilities. For these domestic online game companies, more are just online game operators, and they have no game development capabilities at all. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng's annexation had already left them far behind. They were too far behind, and even side. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 269 One Stone Arouses Melaleuca Waves? Reeks. Rebirth of the Evil Life VIP. The lament of many domestic online game companies is not unreasonable. Notice. Now they were already out of breath by Lin Feng's pressure. A legend 10,000 thousands almost robbed the same type of game players. The subsequent audition took away a large number of female players. It also took away a group of male players. Just a few days ago, the first day of the launch of Anti-Terrorism Online was launched. Almost all male players were eliminated, except for the new Wolf Vertical Bar S. Smile intently through Magic Baby. The rest of the game operators are hateful. This Lin Feng once again annexed the Valve. How could this keep them alive? Most vertical bar gaming companies. My eyes were dark. Can see where the way is. Transformation. Transformation. Many online game operators decided to transform at the fastest speed. The first is a turn-based game similar to Magic Baby. The second is the casual and easy online game market that Tencent has now expanded. And the third, it is the 3D online game market. But no matter which aspect is very difficult. The turn-based online game Magic Baby is the only one. So has Appleby also takes a unique approach to campus. Occupied a lot of days. In addition, there are no outstanding turn-based games in the online game market today. This leaves many online game companies at a loss. It is said that NetEase is also working on the brand new turn-based network Fantasy Westward Journey. This makes many online game companies timid. As for leisure and easy online games, Tencent relies on the absolute dominance in the chat tool market. Relaxed unified leisure and entertainment online games. After all, for all netizens, you can skip the game. You can watch movies without going online. Listen to songs. But there must be QQ. There is QQ. Tencent has a way to make these QQ users become potential players. The future of other online game operators who want to compete with Tencent is also extremely slim. None of these two aspects can target the 3D online game market. Nowadays, a 90% company's Miracle is very popular in China, although it was greatly beaten by Legend. But except for Legend, Miracle is also the second place in real-time combat online games. There are barely 300,000 people online. Of course, it's not easy to enter this market. After all, there are so many good games, not to mention competing with Miracle. One word. Difficult. As for the speculation for months, the first-person shooter game Counter-Strike Online was temporarily suspended for the public beta the day before yesterday. Originally, these domestic manufacturers were still interested in getting involved. But now that Lin Feng had swallowed all the Valve, what did they use to compete with Lin Feng? Why bother to be boring? Waste money. In the end, most domestic game makers have unified thinking. A road in Gua Mountain, 3D vertical bar visit the market. Relative to the entanglement of the internal online game market, the world's major game manufacturers were interviewed by reporters. They have also published their views. American Electronic Arts Company. The world is a well-known interactive entertainment software company. It is also the world's largest third-party game developer. Since its establishment in 1982, introducing countless games that make everyone obsessed with playing, and Conquer, FIFA Football, Live, MoMA Vertical Bar Life and Need for Speed are all from EA. EA's president, Bizemore, asked reporters whether the merger of Second World and Valve would affect EA's position. That Moore pondered for a few seconds. Confident Altdorf, the two companies merged. They are leaders in their respective fields. But I want to shake EA's position in the computer game industry. At least 3 years. Ubisoft, founded in France in 198. The world's third largest gaming company. Signature game layman. Of course. Football Theory later released popular masterpieces, such as Prince of Sri Lanka and Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft president Yves Guillemot, in an interview with reporters for the merger of Second World and Valve, smile and say the two companies have their own competitive products. But undoubtedly both companies are too young. Not enough background. Want to reach the height of Ubisoft? It's still early, but I look forward to their growth. Maybe I will live forever. Saw them becoming one of the top 10 game software manufacturers in the world. Nintendo, the #1 game manufacturer in Japan, the world's second largest game manufacturer. Both market value and sales are closely behind the EA company flag. But far away from the third-ranked education company, it is involved in gaming hardware and gaming peripheral markets. The FC8 red and white machine developed by it, 64 home use 64 game consoles and GB8 handheld consoles are all well received by the market. The games it has developed are countless. The vast majority of Chinese players have grown up with classic software such as Nintendo's Mario and Pokemon. The current president of Nintendo, Satoshi Iwata, is extremely defiant of the merger of Second World and Valve. When interviewed by reporters, had curated with contempt in his heart both companies are just established small companies. Although it must be successful in some areas. But I want to become the most famous game manufacturer in the world. They are too tender. I heard that Lindong is interested in getting involved in the machine market. I personally welcome it. I will let him know how the home console market is. Obviously, Iwata Satoshi has learned about Lin Feng's ambition to enter the home appliance market through certain channels. For a Chinese who wants to acquire the hardware development department of Japan's national brand Sega, the self-confident Iwata Satoshi thinks this is Japan's national shame. Naturally, I want to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Blizzard Entertainment Company, founded in 1991, but it is now the most prosperous software company in the industry. It is also known as the double pride of the 21st century game software with the Valve, which is the smashing Half-Life and Counter-Strike. But compared to Valve, the product is single. Blizzard Entertainment has StarCraft, Diablo and Warcraft that make all players obsessed. 3 games, although the types are different. But they are undoubtedly fine products. Also Breakout produced by XZ. It must be the reputation of boutique. Blizzard Entertainment's current appointee Mike Mohammed was interviewed by reporters. For journalists, the brand new Second World will replace Blizzard. Mike Mohammed smiled and expressed his appreciation for Second World and Lin Feng. Second World has always been a computer game software company I admire very much, whether it is the legend it represents. Plants vs. Zombies and Dance Crew, which are still independently researched and developed, have achieved extraordinary results. More Counter-Strike Online that makes me amazed by Asia Internet. This time Boundary and Valve merge. It is undoubtedly a win-win situation. I believe they will be the same as our Blizzard Entertainment, become a truly first-class manufacturer in the game industry. Maybe we will have cooperation in the future. When Mike Mohammed praised the Second World, he did not forget to take the opportunity to promote his Snow company. Compared with many game companies or hostile or welcome attitude, domestic netizens are praised. The merger of Second World and Valve let the country game company greatly become famous. And after annexing Valve, Counter-Strike Online is bound to be more mature. It also provides players with more complete and humanized services. But the sensation that Lin Feng gave to the world is absolutely here. At the press conference, in addition to announcing the merger of the two companies, Lam Feng also announced that it will launch Half-Article 2 inches next summer and will release a fully interconnected online game World War in the next 3 years. These two news are undoubtedly another atomic bomb. Let the already restless game market declare greater shockwaves. The success of Half-Life, the ball sold 9.3 million copies. His sequel Half-Article 2 inches is undoubtedly expected. This time, Lin Feng accurately told all players its launch time. Naturally, many players who have been looking forward to it are greatly satisfied. Next day, Half-Article 2 and Blizzard's Warcraft 3 will be listed. I believe that the summer of 0 years for all players is no longer lonely. As for the World War that Lin Feng revealed, at the press conference, Lin Feng didn't introduce too much, nor did he introduce it in detail on his official website. Just to introduce it is a first-person shooter online game. It is full of certain strategic and construction elements. The brief introduction of the official website naturally cannot arouse the interest of many players. However, the global interconnection it played number that allows all players around the world to play on one server still attracted the attention of many players. But after all, it was finished in 3 years. It's still early. What really excites some players is, Lin Feng announced that it will host the Esports World Cup, 1 and 2 years. Exclusively hosted by Second World. Simultaneously, Lam Feng will establish an esports league. This news has attracted the attention of players all over the world who love electronic games. The Esports World Cup is also the successful decision of the CG Esports competition in South Korea to build it into a global esports event. It mimics the general position of the Football World Cup in football. Since those such as EA and Nintendo look down on themselves, you have to take a good look at them. Let them know, in the gaming world, there is also a bit of a national company, and it is the most authoritative kind. This Esports World Cup can undoubtedly promote the development of esports. It can also consolidate the position of one's own game company in the industry. Speaking of, all game software companies, all depend on gamers for food. As long as there are gamers support, the theater company can survive forever. As for the esports league, the wind is purely promoting the domestic esports level, so that domestic esports players can at least make a living by this, even become a millionaire. Of course, Lin Feng is not just limited to domestic leagues. Instead, it is going to be the kind of football league. Let your union be like La Liga Real Madrid. Include high-level esports players from all over the world in this league. Of course, in order to distinguish it from the Esports World Cup, one is represented by the country, one island represented by the club. This news has ignited the interest of all players who love esports. However, I don't know how Lin Feng promoted his Esports World Cup and esports. However, all players are looking forward to it. But whether it is the Electronics World Cup or the development of World War or half Article 2, all these projects require money. The First World now has only $100 million in circulating funds. There is no guarantee that each project will operate normally. After discussion by the board of directors, Lam Feng Private invested $5 to finance the Second World. After the capital injection, Lin Feng shares reached 5,649%. Zikai shares are 1,312. Wu Zhao shares is 38. Kui Ming's shares are 328. Wang Meng's shares are 196. Gable holds 1,137 mil shares 7. The original Valve management holds 35. Capital injection this time not only solves the problem of insufficient funds in the Second World, it is also weakening the shares of many shareholders. It further stabilizes Lin Feng's absolute controlling stake in the Second World. Even the boss of the company in the future, Lam Feng, sold his stock for some kind of accident. It will not affect Lin Feng's position in the company. As for Li Zikai from the original Zero holding, now subtract 1,312. He has no opinion, although the shares are less. But there is no doubt, after the Second World was merged and reinvested, its market value is higher. Originally two companies, before the merger, the market value was estimated to be $0 billion. But after the merger, after Lin Feng injected capital this time, the market value has exceeded $6 billion. Li Zikai's 1,312 shares converted into US dollars. It is about $78.7 billion. Initially voted 5 vertical bar US dollars. It earned nearly $100 million in more than half a year. Let everyone look at Li Zikai again with admiration. They are also more optimistic about the prospects of the Second World. Lin Feng did not lose, although again bet $5. The shares are also reduced by 5,649. But his Second World assets have appreciated to nearly $34 vertical bar. Just 1 month is less than time. Lin Feng's personal assets in the Second World have far exceeded the rankings just made by her run. For Lam Feng's speed of making money, other rich people in the country who are on the list at the same time can only sigh the evildoer. According to who run at a private gathering conservative estimate, Lin Feng's personal assets are close to $100 million. If not conservative, I am afraid it is not uncommon for Lin Feng to break tens of billions of dollars. Of course, all this will have to wait for Lin Feng to go public. Only then can the final conclusion be reached. Tongyan giant ruins sense sweat dripping Bigfoot degrees double the ball is almost overflowing out of the Bigts video online to watch. Please follow the WeChat public account. Mainvmy 222 long press for 3 seconds to copy! Chapter 270 Sports? Lin Feng injected $500 million into the second world this time, and his cash was reduced to $250 million. He wanted to acquire Sega's development department and the online advertising plan named The New Year in the United States. The company, as well as the fund for the firefighters and the families of ordinary employees who were killed during the 9.11, I am afraid that Lin Feng will become a pauper again. However, before this press conference, Lin Feng quietly purchased 50 million shares of Tencent. At that time, Ma Huang was almost astonished when he learned that someone wanted to buy a stake in Tencent. He thought that someone wanted to buy Tencent, and he almost didn't go to the bank to get a loan to buy back a little Tencent shares. Later, after learning that it was Lin Feng's acquisition, he realized that it was a false alarm. However, I also secretly admired Lin Feng's shrewdness. While lamenting that he had no money in his hands, Ma Huang also repurchased 3 million shares of Tencent. When Lin Feng acquired 50 million Tencent shares, the market price was 18.5 yuan, and Lin Feng spent 925 million Hong Kong dollars. However, after announcing the strategic alliance between Tencent and the Second World, Tencent's share price rose several price points that day, reaching 20.8 yuan. Later, after Lin Feng's Second World annexed Valve, Tencent's share price rose again due to its positive news. By the closing price on October 4, Tencent's share price, which burst with good news, had risen to 22.1 yuan. In just 2 days, Lin Feng made 180 million Hong Kong dollars by buying and selling Tencent stocks, and his cash in hand reached $273 million. This time, Lin Feng made a small profit. The next day, October 5, after the press conference that shocked the world yesterday, Counter-Strike Online was suspended for 3 days before being reopened for maintenance. October 5 is still Golden Week, but for those who travel, they are ready to go home. But for all players waiting in front of the computer, today is the second day of Golden Week. Today is only the second day of the Counter-Strike Online Asian version of Second World called by netizens. Although there is a blank period of 3 days, these 3 days are not difficult for most players, and even feel that they have a more fulfilling life than those who travel. On the first day, the server was suspended for maintenance. Most people chose Legend or Audition to pass the time, or conduct tactical discussions in Counter-Strike Online. On the second day, after a day of precipitation, most players have summarized the gains and losses in the first day of the game. The biggest problem is communication. In an instant first-person shooter game, if you want to switch to the QQ window to type, and then switch out, it is not only inconvenient, but also extremely dangerous. It is very likely that when you switch back, the game character has fallen into the enemy's gun, under the mouth. Many players who know many languages while browsing the Second World Japan official website found that Japanese players use instant voice chat software to solve their communication problems during the game. Domestic players are preparing to respond to the Second World, calling on the Second World to develop a voice chat software. Who knows? In the afternoon, Second World reached a strategic alliance with Tencent to develop voice chat tools. Naturally, all players are satisfied. On the third day, everyone got up to discuss not games, nor voice chat software, nor tactics. It was an advertisement broadcast by major TV stations last night. The heroine in the advertisement, Liu Yifei, an angelic girl, makes people smile like a spring breeze. Of course, The extremely fashionable and trendy Phantom MP3 player in her hand has become a discussion among all players. Focus topic. The morning was spent in discussions among many netizens about Angel Girl UI-Fi and Phantom MP3 player. But in the afternoon, all the players were almost shocked. No, it should be said that they were shocked. First, I heard that the Second World had annexed the Valve company that developed Half-Life and Counter-Strike. This is undoubtedly great news for all players. At least future game operations and updates will be more secure. They can enjoy more complete services and experience more perfect games. Furthermore, Valve, a world-renowned game software company, was actually acquired by its own Chinese game company, which undoubtedly makes all players proud. On this day, Chinese players feel embarrassed. Later, Lin Feng announced that Half-Life 2 inches will be released next summer, which also delights all Half-Life players. The most pleasant surprise is World War, which is still a little unclear and unpredictable for the time being. However, only the 4 words global interconnection marked on the official website are enough to attract the interest of all players. Most players regard it as the global version of Counter-Strike Online. Although the excitement of World War is far beyond the imagination of all players, it is undoubtedly enough to attract everyone's attention and expectations. Finally, Lin Feng announced that it would host the Esports World Cup, and the establishment of the Esports League will undoubtedly bring players to a climax. It is no exaggeration to say that almost 100% of all the players who play Counter-Strike Online are fans of Counter-Strike and are also fans of esports. The CG Esports competition that was just held in South Korea some time ago has opened the eyes of many players. StarCraft champion Gonya 119 South Korea Human Race, Counter-Strike champion, LND, Canada, FIFA 2001 champion, TNPA South Korea. These are familiar names. But to the frustration of domestic players, most of the championships and runners-up were arranged by foreign players. China only won the StarCraft and FIFA 2001 championships in the case of team competitions that the countries did not pay attention to. But the Counter-Strike that really tested teamwork, the Chinese team fell short of name. This time, Lin Fengnin's hosting of the Esports World Cup and Esports League is undoubtedly good news for domestic players. As for the domestic players to watch the game in the future, they don't need to wait for the graphic introduction of major websites. They can watch directly through online video. All players believe that linfengtomato.com will definitely conduct live video, and may even see these as sports. The star in the world. There are naturally foreign players who are as excited as domestic players. Esports is a new creature after all. For players who aspire to be a professional player, naturally the more competitions the better, so that they can get more bonuses. As for the Esports League, although it is still a bit vague, I don't know what kind of mode Lin Feng's Esports League is operated, but it has already been expected and welcomed by players all over the world. After a day of excitement, many players finally ushered in the launch of Counter-Strike Online Asian Edition. This time, Wuzaorpu is scheduled to start the service on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. After learning from the previous experience, the last time the server was opened at 11 o'clock, many players did not bury Wuzaorpu on the Second World official website. Wuzaorpu naturally would not listen to players' complaints. Moreover, after 3 days of incubation, Wuzaorpu believes that today may be even more popular than the first day. In fact, as Wuzaorpu expected, 10 minutes after the server was opened, the number of online users had equaled the number of online users on the first day, 2.7 million. 1 hour later, the number of people exceeded 3 million. Setting the highest record for the number of online games on the internet again. All online game companies were stunned and jealous. Among them, 1.92 million players from mainland China, 400,000 players from Taiwan, 600,000 players from Japan, and 450,000 players from South Korea, reached 3.43 million in one fell swoop. Among them, the growth rate of Chinese players was not large, with an increase of 120,000 compared to the first day, and Taiwan players increased by 50,000. The real increase was the Japanese player, which increased by 200,000. This was also a loss to China on the first day. Because of the players, Japanese players who were not convinced today vowed to save face. South Korean players have also increased by a full 200,000. This is also the first day that South Korean players who claim to be a country of esports ranked third. They lost face, under the hype of South Korean media, vowed to get the first place and prove themselves the strength of the esports kingdom. For this reason, the number of Chinese players and the number of players from other countries approached the average for the first time after the server was launched, which also avoided the field where most domestic players could only end up with civil wars. After all players log into the Counter-Strike online game, they are also pleasantly surprised to find that the game is faster than before, especially the screen in the battle is smoother, the operation is more refreshing, and some partial settings are more user-friendly. Although Minla admitted that there is not much room for game modification, he still optimized it in accordance with Lin Feng's requirements. First of all, some unnecessary competition modes and scenes are removed to ensure that the game runs more smoothly and refreshed. Then there is a humanized treatment in the online aspect. In view of the situation that most players are not an internet cafe game, in the game interface selection, the option to add friends is added. After adding friends, you can turn on the option of enter the same group of maps with friends, so as to ensure that you and your friends are in the same vice map game. This user-friendly setting naturally contributes to the excitement of the game. Looking at the data report in his hand, Lin Feng was extremely satisfied. Although Counter-Strike Online is not satisfactory in some places, it is undoubtedly a success. Stick to it for 3 years, and wait until World War comes out, and then really sweep the online game market. Later, Lin Feng held the first shareholder meeting after the company's merger to decide on the company's direction next year, as well as his own series of plans for the Esports World Cup and Esports League. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 271 Pride and Prejudice? Strong soldiers. Lin Feng sat in his seat of the president and looked at the people attending the meeting. For the first time, he felt that his company was no longer as weak as before. Although it is not about talented people, it also brings together a lot of industry. Elite, enough to do a big cause. The 5 major game development departments, the Technology Research and Development Department, and the CG Production Department are the core departments of the Second World. Working under his own staff and working hard to build the #1 game company in the game industry, Lin Feng couldn't think of the reason for his failure. The meeting officially begins. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and said briefly, Donglin, in the third quarter, Legend launched the 10,000s battle and successively introduced measures such as merging servers, ensuring that each server has at least 10,000 online players. In addition, the World #1 tournament held every month the General Assembly. The popularity continued to rise, and the net profit of Legend in the third quarter was $41 million. According to the example, Kui Ming from the first game development department made a speech. Vice President Gable, who just joined the company, and Minla, head of the fourth game development department, took a breath and were shocked by the amazing profits of Legend. Lin Feng glanced at Gable and Minwu Li, secretly proud. This time, Kui Ming deliberately reported in US dollars, also beating Gable and Minwu Li. Although the two companies merged, in the 2 days of contact, whether it is Gable or Minwu Li, as well as those former Valve technicians under him, there is a kind of arrogance and prejudice in their bones. They think that this merger, although it is Valve is merged into the Second World, but that's because the Second World has money. Technically speaking, these original Valves looked down upon the technicians of Lin Feng Company a bit, even contemptuously. As for Cohen, who developed cloud computing, they are indeed far behind. However, most Valve employees believe that Cohen also came from Valve and do not count him in Lin Feng's company. For the employees of the Second World Group, the arrogance of Valve from the bones is extremely dissatisfied. But after all, the other party has the strength of arrogance, and they can only hide their dissatisfaction in their hearts so as not to be said. They are sour in their hearts. But if this continues, sooner or later, irreconcilable contradictions will inevitably arise. This is definitely not what Lin Feng wants to see. The danger must be strangled in the cradle. Lin Feng can understand the psychology of Gable and others. After all, they have also created brilliant achievements, especially now that Counter-Strike is becoming popular all over the world, and they have the capital to be proud of. However, although Lin Feng understands it, it does not mean that Lin Feng can accept it. Lam Feng's goal is to build the second world into a giant company similar to EA, even surpassing EA to become the world's #1 game software development company. Therefore, Lin Feng needs his employees to maintain harmony. Competition is indispensable, but it must be healthy competition, not the so-called arrogance and prejudice that may cause chaos in the company. This time, let Kui Ming speak, and also told Gable that although his company cannot develop classics such as Half-Life and Counter-Strike, its own games are more profitable than their classics. It is true that Half-Life and Counter-Strike brought hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue to Valve before, but since 1998 to October 2001, Valve has also received an off income. However, the second world closely relies on the Legend game, which can generate hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue every year, and as long as the game does not collapse, it will continue to bring huge profits to the company. On the contrary, once Gable's game is sold, there will be no second income. This is the gap. Gable and Minwoo Lee looked at each other with awe. There was a net profit of $41 million in one quarter, and $160 million in revenue that year. This is just a game. At this point, Gable and Minwoo Lee both put away the arrogance in their hearts. For a game software development company, it doesn't matter whether the game is classic or not. What matters is the profit it generates. In this regard, Gable's Half-Life and Counter-Strike are undoubtedly inferior to Lin Feng's Legend. In the face of absolute data, that point of arrogance will naturally be forgotten. Although this gave Gable and others a bit of a blow, it made Gable and others more optimistic about the prospects of the second world. Seeing the shocked expressions of Gable and Minwoo Lee, Kui Ming was also very proud. Legend was developed by him alone, although both the graphics and the content are in the second-rate, or even close to third-rate, online game market today. But as Carmack, the president of Quake, said, the background of the game is like the plot in the A film, although it needs to be, it is not the most important. As long as a game can attract players to continue playing, it is a successful game. Legend has brought absolutely huge profits to the second world, which no one can question. Maybe in my life I can no longer develop a more popular game than Legend, but a Legend is enough. The voice of Kui Ming's audition brought a net profit of $1.2 million to the company in the third quarter. Kui Ming finished speaking and looked at Kook Sin, the director of the second game development department. Donglin, since the merger between the company and Valve, we have solved the 3D engine technology and have a new concept for 3D online games. The 3D engine we are using now is the original Valve company based on the Quake 2 engine. R&D is not overly pursuing gorgeous graphics, but focuses on the refreshing and smoothness of the screen. Since some of the previous map scenes have been completed for more than half, the Swordsman Love Online will be available for public beta within 1 year. Kook Sin confidently said. During this period of time, due to the impact of the trapped 3D engine, his second game development department was seriously behind, which made Kook Sin a little bit unable to look up every time he had a meeting. After the company annexed Valve this time, Kook Sin's second game development department received the most benefits. With the mature 3D engine of Counter-Strike, their development progress far exceeds expectations. Moreover, the 3D engine concept of Valve also avoids the logical misunderstanding caused by Kook Sin's excessive pursuit of gorgeous pictures. In martial arts online games, the pursuit is the hearty refreshment between fights. Although the graphics are good, but in the refreshment and graphics of the game, Cooksin listened to Min Woo Lee's suggestion and chose a refreshing and smooth screen for the players. Fully enjoy the fun of fighting. Lin Feng nodded. This time the second game development department finally achieved some results, and it was worthwhile to invest so much money. Wu Gang, the third game development department, once developed the first domestic real-time strategy game Blood Lion, but since becoming the head of the third game development department, Plants vs. Zombies has been restricted by the game life cycle. After being free, there is nothing to do with the exception of hundreds of thousands of monthly advertising fees. Donglin, our third game development department, has developed a sports casual online game known as Football, which will be available for public beta in the near future. Wu Gang said faintly, but with a long breath of relief. Say. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Donglin, this is a recreational football. Each player controls a player to chase their dreams on the court. However, considering the computer hardware configuration and the feasibility of the game, we adopt a street football mode. It can be 1 vs 1, 2 vs 2, 3 vs 3 or 4 vs 4 mode, Wu Gang said excitedly. In 2001, in addition to the popular online games in China, Beijing's successful bid for the Olympics, what really made all Chinese men shout and excited was that the Chinese men's football team might realize their dream of the World Cup this year. Now the Chinese men's football team only needs to win another game to qualify for the group ahead of schedule. Under the leadership of the magical coach Milutilovic, all Chinese men can definitely realize their dreams. Of course, you can't forget Zhang Jilong's magical lucky draw. Under the background of the current popularity of football, Wu Gang, who has been in the casual online game market for a while, suddenly watched the game, his eyes brightened, thinking of sports online games, and developed this street football game. Lin Feng nodded. Sports online games are also a development direction, and my company really needs to diversify the development of games. It doesn't matter if a certain type of game loses money, as long as it can attract popularity. There is popularity. There is a market. There is a market. There are banknotes. But as for the national football, Lin Feng was very ashamed. It took a lifetime to get a chance to go to the World Cup. As a result, he swallowed 9 eggs and was sealed home by others. Of course, this is not bad. Since then, Lin Feng has completely ignored the national football team. No matter how much money he makes, I am afraid he will not be able to save the national football team. Yes, Minister Wu, remember that sports online games are not only football, but also basketball, tennis, table tennis, golf, etc. You can consider them, and you can consider related sports stars as endorsements. Lin Feng suggested. After Wu Gang listened, his eyes shot red, and he nodded heavily. Obviously Lin Feng gave Wu Gang a great inspiration. In the future, the third development department will no longer be the most tasteless game development department in the second world. Min Woo Lee, the minister of the fourth development department, and Gable, the minister of the fifth development department, have just taken office, and they have not generated any benefits, so there is no need to report the previous profit. Well, now we will discuss the campaign's direction next year and the focus of each game development department. Lin Feng said. Donglin, I suggest holding a annual Legend of the World tournament at the end of the year to determine the strongest player and team of Legend this year. And this Legend of the World tournament, it is recommended to invite all game players to Shanghai and let them appear in front of the camera, so that all players can witness the real style of these players in these games. Kui Ming said very excitedly. When Lin Feng heard this proposal was not bad, and it was also very helpful to promote the popularity of Legend. After some discussion at the meeting, the proposal was unanimously approved. However, Lin Feng, who was reminded by Kui Ming's suddenly brightened his eyes and decided to carry forward Queen Ming's plan and make it an annual event in the Chinese game industry. At the end of each year, the Second World will hold a gathering of players for all its games. Lin Feng hopes to make it a grand event similar to the E3 game exhibition, but the E3 game exhibition is a grand event for manufacturers to showcase their games. Lin Feng's event is a gathering of players, allowing players to enjoy entertainment and communication. As for the cost, this is only a small profit compared to the annual profits made by the Second World on the players, and Lin Feng felt that it was time to give back to the players. Moreover, Lin Feng also believes that this event will definitely give players a greater sense of belonging and identification with the Second World. Moreover, if it reaches a certain scale, Lin Feng believes that savvy advertisers will see the business opportunities. Everyone deeply agreed with Lin Feng's whim. If it can really be made into a grand event in the Chinese game industry, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the status of the Second World in the domestic game industry. Although the Second World is now overwhelming, it is only a leader, not an authority, or a supreme existence. Everyone hopes that the Second World can become the authority of the Chinese game industry, the supreme existence, and even the authority of the world game industry. As for the name of this event, Lin Feng tentatively designated it as the Second World Players Annual Meeting and decided to hold it once a year to make this event the biggest festival for Chinese players. Gaibo and Minwu Li looked admired, and they admired Lin Feng. Only at this moment did they know why Second World, a company that has only been established for 2 years, can repeatedly create miracles and become the most powerful existence in the online game industry today. Obviously, the key point lies in Lin Feng and his wonderful ideas, but these wonderful ideas can bring huge returns and countless benefits to the company. Donglin, regarding audition, I think whether we can invite some well-known celebrities to endorse the game characters in it. Kui Ming continued. During this period of time, because the characters in audition are modeled after Lizu, Linzu, Huang Meixi and others in 3D, many players are interested in dressing the stars at the same time, and they spend money to buy beautiful clothes for Lizu, waiting for the game characters to wear, and even compare with each other. This is also the reason why Audition can have $1.2 million in revenue in the third quarter. However, Audition only has 3 girls, Lizu, Lin Ziyui, and Huang Meixi, and they are Korean after all. Many players have a slight lack of identity. In addition, most of the players who play Audition are girls, which have been posted on the official website. Call on the Second World to invite some male celebrities to let them live the addiction of designing clothes and styles for the celebrities. Of course, many male players also called for more female stars to appear, preferably with some more sexy costumes. Man, to be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 272 All-Star Lineup? The voice of the players naturally reached the heaven, which attracted Kui Ming's attention. After much deliberation, Kui Ming proposed to Lin Feng to see if he could invite more stars to endorse the characters of the audition game. Of course, Kui Ming also knows that the difficulty is not small. The most important thing is the cost. Although the 3 girls, Lizu, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi, are quite famous and well known in the country, they are actually not high in value. After all, the 3 of them have not released an album, nor have they participated in the performance of any TV series or movie, and the main position is still a catwalk trader in various activities. Besides, the 3 girls are the contracted spokespersons of Lin Feng Company after all, so there is no need to consider the cost of their endorsements. But if you invite other celebrities, they must be famous ones. After all, a celebrity who doesn't have enough reputation will not be able to pass the player level first, and if you invite it, you don't. But if you want to invite the Emperor Superstar, the endorsement fee in the middle is a tricky problem. Lin Feng frowned. Among them, the cost is the key to restricting Kui Ming's good idea. Lin Feng looked at everyone, and everyone thought it was a good idea, but the stars, especially the big stars, are very valuable. The profit of audition may not be enough to pay for the eyes of these big stars. Seeing everyone's expressions embarrassed, Kui Ming also knew that this was definitely not a scene, and he knew in his heart how difficult it was. When he proposed it at the moment, he was only doing his best and resigning himself to his fate. He would not be reconciled if he didn't raise it. However, after Lin Feng pondered for a while, he gave an answer that surprised Kui Ming. Well, okay, let me solve the problem of inviting celebrities. Lin Feng thought for a while. He already had an idea. Minister Kui, you can post a vote on the official website for players to vote to see which celebrities want to invite to endorse game characters. The game characters in audition will all be composed of stars. But this way, the cost. Kui Ming heard Lin Feng agree. Not only was he unhappy, but hesitated. Everyone was also at a loss, as everyone thinks. Although the prospects of the second world are promising, the current profit points are only Legend and Audition, and the Counter-Strike Online Asian Edition, which will soon be charged. Counting the 3 games, the net profit of Legend in January is $10 million, but Audition is only about $500,000. Counter-Strike Online Asia Edition is calculated according to the profit of Legend, and the 3 games added seems that the monthly profit is more than $20 million, which seems to be a lot, but in reality, it may not even be able to guarantee the normal operation of the second world in the next year. As for the current financial situation of the second world, Wu Zhaopu is the one who knows the most and is most worried about Donglin. Although the second world has $600 million, Lin Feng invested $500 million, the original company had $100 million liquidity, but the startup capital for the development of World War is $100 million, and at least it will be invested in the next 3 years. It will cost $200,300 million. The development cost of Half-Life is also between $4,000 and $50 million. This has already accounted for more than half of our company's working capital, as well as the development of Jiangxia King Yuan Online. The development of sports and leisure online games for the second game department requires funding. What's more, we also need to build a second world building, which requires a lot of funds. Wu Zhaopu said worriedly. Lin Feng is well aware of Wu Zhaopu's concerns. The development of World War and Half-Life 2 inches took up a lot of money, but it is urgent. This is one of the reasons why Lin Feng invested $500 million. But the most important reason for Lin Feng's capital injection is that the second world now urgently needs to build its own building. With the increase of the company's employees, the continuous addition of servers, and the establishment of various game development departments, the current office buildings of the second world have been stretched out. Not to mention the company's security and the protection of the cloud computing to build its own. The office building is even more urgent. Wu Zhaopu's financial statements have even invested in the next year or even 2 years of revenue. Now Lin Feng suddenly decided to increase his budget, which really made Wu Zhaopu feel a little bit clever and unable to cook without rice. Don't worry, since we want to invite celebrities and let these beautiful players play celebrity-changing games, naturally the money will be paid by them. Lin Feng was extremely cunning and even treacherously smiled. Everyone felt a chill. When Lin Feng showed this smile, it means that the company will soon have a new idea to search for profits. Minister Kui issued a notice that Audition will launch a new expansion film Audition Stars in the near future. All the characters in the game will be endorsed by stars. Lin Feng said. After some thoughts just now, Lin Feng has already decided on the first star candidate to sign. I believe he must be happy to sign, and Lin Feng believes that the effect he brings will surely make his star endorsement game character plan a success. With his joining, Lin Feng believes that other stars will not hesitate too much. Everyone kept silent, waiting for Lin Feng's post. Vice President Kui, Audition will make the following changes. Each player can only have one character endorsed by a celebrity when entering the game initially. If you want to have other celebrity endorsement game characters, you must purchase the right to use the celebrity, and in addition to general clothes, every star has a variety of unique styles of clothing. and the clothes will not be universal. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone secretly said aloud, in this way, these audition players, in order to have more stars, will inevitably spend more money on the game. Moreover, audition has a comparability that is far more serious than the real society. Those extremely beautiful clothes require money to buy, and they are not cheap. Imagine that suddenly there are a few or even more than a dozen celebrities, each with their own clothes, and the profits from this will surely be enough to cover the endorsement fees of these celebrities. Also, our goal is not only on those players, but also on advertisers. Stars enter the virtual world, and their advertising effects are just as great. I believe this income will definitely satisfy us, Lin Feng said. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, the advertising revenue in this area may not be less than the money spent by crazy players who are addicted to the gorgeous appearance of the game characters. But Wu Xiaopu had to worry about one thing: if celebrities endorse, will it involve the image rights of the endorsement brand and its commercial interests? Will it lead to a lawsuit? Wu Xiaopu is not worried. For example, Lin Feng invited Beckham. In reality, Beckham is Pepsi's spokesperson. In case Coca-Cola buys the advertising rights on him in the game, before the game starts, Beckham holds Coca-Cola, so Pepsi does not agree with Lin. It's strange that the wind is desperate. Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while and said, we can discuss this in detail in the future. As for the infringement in this area, I will consult our law firm. Also, we are in China, and there is no such relevant law in China. The provisions of the law. There are no regulations in this area for the time being in the laws of various countries in the world. Lin Feng said cunningly. Everyone thought, too. What's more, it's just such a proposal now. Whether it can be realized then depends on the price negotiated when signing the contract after contacting these celebrities. If the invited celebrity lion speaks loudly, then naturally there is no need to think about this plan. As for whether it is infringement, it is natural to ask a lawyer before choosing advertisers carefully. Kui Ming sat down with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with today's meeting. Both of his suggestions were passed. He can expect that in the future, his first game development department will still be a very important department and profit point for the company. By the way, Minister Kui, pay attention to the atmosphere of the game in audition. For those who wantonly insult other players, never be merciful. You can take the punishment of screen speeches, delete accounts, or even block their IP. In short, you must severe punishment. I don't want audition to be criticized as a game for the brain disabled. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the most criticized reason for audition and reminded him. Yes, I will pay more attention. Kui Ming sweated on his forehead. Recently, in audition, players really abused each other. He didn't care too much about it, thinking that this was just a dispute between players, and it was not convenient for officials to intervene. But listening to Lin Feng, I said that this is indeed a big problem. After all, if the game is filled with more language to greet each other's maternal relatives all day, the impression of such a game must be very bad. The future plan of the second development department is still to focus on Swordsman Love Online, and strive to complete it as soon as possible with guaranteed quality and quantity. Wu Gang of the third development department will target sports and leisure online games. However, with the strength of the second world, the related engine technology is extremely lacking. Although the engine technology of Counter-Strike is available, the sports game engine is completely different from the engines of other games. In this regard, Wu Gang can only think slowly and study slowly. As for the future, Lin Feng sees whether he can purchase the right to use its engines from the two bosses in the industry, EA and Konami. In the fourth development department, Min Woo Lee's main attack direction is still World War. Of course, taking into account the maintenance and improvement of Counter-Strike Online. Donglin, I propose to globalize Counter-Strike Online. First, expand the campaign's influence. I can add some maps and competitive modes to it to completely replace the standalone version of Counter-Strike. The second is for the globalization of World War. Connect to experiment, Min Woo Lee said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Min Woo, as a result, I am afraid that there will be no market for the standalone version of Counter-Strike. Lin Feng said, haha, with Counter-Strike Online, I don't think its standalone version is necessary anymore, not to mention that it can also bring continuous income to the company. Min Woo said with a smile. Although Counter-Strike was planned by him alone, when it was time to end, it should naturally end. Now Counter-Strike Online can completely replace Counter-Strike, and it is more convenient to play online. What's more, if Minwoo announces that it will no longer update Counter-Strike and recommends players to enter Counter-Strike Online, from an authoritative point of view, it is conducive to the promotion of Counter-Strike Online. Lin Feng nodded. But one person strongly opposed it. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 273. The company is too poor. However, although Lin Feng nodded in agreement, Wu Zhaopu was extremely opposed. Donglin, if we build branches in the United States and Europe, the company will definitely not have enough funds. And if it expands too fast, it may not be a good thing. Wu Zhaopu hurriedly objected. Once the Counter-Strike Online global interconnection is really necessary, a lot of money will be spent. Now the second world looks rich, but in fact it is very poor. Well, I know that this is not about global interconnection now. For the time being, we will stabilize the Asian market first, and strive to allow more Asian countries to join the Asian version of Counter-Strike Online. Lin Feng said, Counter-Strike Online only has more countries participating, the more it can attract players to join, and it can also bring more profits to the company. Well, I will add special forces from Asian countries to the game. However, Lin Dong, I have a suggestion. Since the company is now financially tight, it is better for us to let go of a portion of the revenue and let online game operators from other Asian countries become our cooperation partners. We sell the copyright of its agency operation, and they will bear the cost of establishing the branch. Min Woo Lee said. When Wu Zhaopu heard this, he repeatedly agreed that instead of having to invest any costs, the company could increase its revenue significantly. As for the security of cloud computing, the game technology department of its Asian branches will be dispatched by technicians from the second world. What's more, there is Lin Feng's private Lania security company responsible for security. These security personnel are all soldiers, born and have a high degree of loyalty. They will naturally not worry about the company's employees being tempted by external interests and betray the company. For those online game operators who want to make money, they only need to provide funds and don't have to consider other things. Of course, all the premise is only one point. Counter-Strike Online must be accepted by other Asian countries. But Lin Feng believes that this is definitely not a problem. The popularity of Counter-Strike has proved that this type of first-person shooter game absolutely has a huge market, and the prospects must be bright. The fifth game development department, Gable also serves as the minister. The goal now is naturally to make Half-Life 2 Inches listed as soon as possible. Gable expects that Half-Life 2 Inches can sell at least 6 million copies, which can bring about $200 million in revenue, which can greatly ease the company's financial situation. Lin, I think, if possible, the best company can buy the 3D engine of Unreal. Although our own Havok engine has good performance in terms of fastness of action, it is still not as good as the engine of Unreal. For Half-Life 2 Inches, I hope not only to meet the needs of players in the game plot, but also to let players enjoy on the screen. And I hope to use the advanced engine technology of Unreal to integrate our own Havok engine can develop a more powerful 3D engine. Gable said. Okay, you can decide this for yourself, and then tell Vice President Wu the required funds. Lin Feng agreed. No matter how the company lacks funds, the money that should be spent must be spent. This, Lin, can you change someone? Gable looked embarrassed. Lin Feng froze for a moment, and after careful questioning, he understood the reason. It turns out that the reason why Gable was reluctant to go is that although the engine is not the world's 3rd largest game engine, it has its own pride. Since purchasing the 3D engine of Thor's Hammer 2 inches and then developing their own Havok engine, Gable and others were a little overwhelmed for a while. They got a little arrogant at a game industry summit in the United States, and they naturally offended 3 big game engine company. Now let Gable go and beg others again, thinking and knowing what kind of look the other party will show Gable. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Feng thought for a while, knowing that this might be a difficult problem. However, since Gable is unwilling to go, he can't force it. As for the rest of the company, I am afraid that the other party also knows the news of the merger of Valve and Second World. Whoever goes there will definitely make things difficult for the other party. In that case, it is better to go by yourself. Who made himself the president of the company? The Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell. Moreover, Lin Feng also plans to visit the United States again in the near future. Not only to go to Spielberg's appointment, but also to acquire the Avenue company suggested by Abby. Lin Feng believes that Abby Cohen is definitely not that simple to talk about it casually. Of course, we must also set up a 9.11 disaster relief fund to improve our image in the hearts of Americans. You can't let the company encounter unfair treatment in the United States because of your own problems. What's more, during this trip, Lin Feng can also sign the first audition star spokesperson in his mind. In Lin Feng's mind, Lisa belongs to his own person, not a star. By the way, Gable, you'd better get the simplified Chinese version of Half-Life first, and add a little bit of the plot and content of Half-Life 2 inches. I think there will be a certain amount of sales, at least, in exchange for a certain income. Lin Feng said suddenly. Gable thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Donglin, I have another proposal. Kehun's cloud computing itself was developed from BT. I would like to use this to set up a system called Steam. In the future, players from various countries will be able to log into this Steam system directly. Come to pay to download the games we have developed, and you can directly get game upgrades online. This can save costs and expand the company's influence. Gable said. Another joy in Lin Feng's heart. But this requires Kehen's support. No problem. It's very simple. But we have to design a set of download software for this purpose. But in this way, the BT technology will probably leak out. Cohen thought for a while. Does that have an impact on cloud computing? For BT, Lin Feng doesn't pay much attention to it now. Cloud computing is the foundation of his company now. No, cloud computing has long been out of the technical scope of BT. Cohen said confidently. Okay, then it's okay. You can design it as soon as possible. But it's best to modify it a bit so that people can't see the connection as much as possible. Lin Feng said. Well, that's okay. Gable also nodded in satisfaction. With this Steam system, the company's game release model will be more flexible and more profitable. At least in the future, relevant information films will be developed. Instead of being sold separately as CDs, users can directly log into the Steam system and selectively download them for a fee. And the Steam system function is not just that simple. After any player registers information on Steam, no matter when and where, just by logging into the Steam system, he can quickly download the game version, language and adjust the relevant game attributes of your choice, and extract his own archive records. You can continue the previous game progress anywhere. The only key to this Steam system is network transmission. The existing network transmission mode cannot meet Gable's requirements, but Kehen's BT can do it. With Kehen's BT technology and its download speed, Gable guarantees that all users can experience a Steam-like experience. Download quickly. As for the CG technology department, with the breakthrough of the 3D engine technology of Swordsman Love Online, they finally have a place to use them and can start rendering their opening animations and cutscenes. Everyone, I will set up an esports department, which will be responsible for all the esports projects. Minister Qui's year and first world tournament, which is temporarily named as the Second World Players Annual Meeting, will also be hosted by esports. The ministry is responsible, and will launch the Esports World Cup and Esports League in the near future. I will temporarily serve as the minister, Lin Feng said. For this, everyone agrees. Counter-Strike Online originally belongs to the online game of the esports category. Lin Feng's contract to build the esports competition is only good for the company, not to mention the budget cost is not high. Moreover, a company must clearly divide its responsibilities, so that it can continue to operate efficiently and ensure the campaign is stable and rapid development. Finally, we will discuss the construction of the headquarters of the Second World. There are many plans here, and you will refer to them later to see how our headquarters will be built. In short, it must be able to highlight our campaign, as the image must also allow everyone in this prosperous city to see at a glance that this is our Second World headquarters building. Lin Feng and Wang said. Everyone nodded, and one after another received a pile of building materials about unique styles of various countries from Lin Feng. Donglin, the address of the headquarters of the Second World Company? Wu Zhaopu asked. I have a piece of land, in a prime area of Shanghai, which happens to be idle. Lin Feng said. How can this be calculated? Wu Zhaopu naturally knew that Lin Feng had an unused prime area of land, but this belonged to Lin Feng after all, not to the company. Count me as a joint venture with the company. I went out of the land and the company built it. I own 30% of the building and the company owns 70%. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Wu Zhaopu and everyone nodded. I have to say that every time I count it like this, everyone feels a little ashamed. It's a company that makes money like this, but Lin Feng is not as rich as he is. After the meeting, Kui Ming very quickly published an announcement on the internet that the Second World Game Contest will be held at the end of the year, and of course, Audition will launch an advertisement for the expansion film Audition Stars. Compared with first-person shooters who are indulging in Counter-Strike Online, the loyal players of Legend and the many beautiful players of Audition applaud for this. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 274 Good News and Bad News? As soon as the news of the Second World Players Annual Meeting was announced, it immediately caused a sensation. When the Second World was about to hold the Second World Players Annual Meeting at the end of the year, all Legend players were very excited. Especially the Second World promised to invite all participating players to Shanghai for the annual finals in front of the camera. Everyone was excited when the game was watched by tens of millions of Legend players. Players who play Legend and dominate the game are by no means low people, or even figures who like to show off. This Second World allows them to gather in Shanghai for free and enjoy the envy and admiration of thousands of Legend players. For all players who are determined to create a career in Legend, the attraction is absolutely deadly. The direct consequence of this announcement is that the online rate of Legend players soared that night. Although it can't compare with the more than 3 million online users of Counter-Strike Online, Legend can guarantee the highest online number of more than 1.5 million. Absolutely shocked all the media, and made the opponents of the Second World feel terrified. Of course, a large part of this is due to the fact that many of the gamers of Counter-Strike Online were not originally online game fans, but loyal fans of Counter-Strike. Under the propaganda, out of the enthusiasm for Counter-Strike, he joined the Counter-Strike Online player group, and was out of control, deeply caught in it. Compared with the Counter-Strike Online players who are addicted to the enthusiasm of winning glory for the country, all Legend players are working hard to be able to go to Shanghai at the end of the year to participate in the list of Second World Players Annual Meeting. After all, only the champion teams in each server each month have the qualifications to be invited to Shanghai by the Second World. Under the double temptation of reputation and admired vanity, all players once again exploded with amazing enthusiasm for leveling. Indeed, for Legend, after the level exceeds 40, the level is no longer so important. But for players who also hold the ruling, players with higher levels always have a bit of advantage. This has once again announced the comparison of point card exchange experience. Usually, Legend players only exchange 2 times experience, the best experience exchange ratio, but under the stimulus of this news, 3 times, 4 times, or even players can redeem 5 times and 6 times. Especially after the exchange of multiple times of experience, the continuous bonus effect on attack power and defense power will make players eager. Kui Ming looked at the crazy exchange experience of the Legend players on the data, and almost smiled crookedly. In the fourth quarter, Legend will bring jaw-dropping profits. Compared with the expectations and yearning of the Legend players for the second World Annual Meeting, since most of the audition players are female players, although they have expectations, they are not too enthusiastic. What really drives her crazy is the all-star lineup announced by Second World. In this newly launched audition all-star lineup expansion, the characters in the game will all adopt Celebrity Simulation 3D models, which will undoubtedly make all women players, especially young players who are still in the Star Chasers, are crazy about it. After the Second World opened a poll to select which celebrity most want to see appear in audition, the craze for players to vote for celebrities began to sweep the internet. The first sentence everyone meets every day is "Have you voted today? Which star did you cast?" Hong Kong and Taiwan male stars voted the most: Andy Lau, Tony Liu, Takeshi Kaneshiro, Chow Yun-fat, Nicholas Tse, etc. The most voted male celebrities in Japan and South Korea: Takuya Kimura, Cha Biao, etc. Domestic stars. There is no suspense, almost everyone has chosen Liu Yi and Hu Bing. The most voted male stars in Europe and America: Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, etc. As for female celebrities, there are Stargirl Cecilia Chung, popular teens just after her debut, Zhang Zi, who has a hidden trend of international superstars, and Liu Yifei, who became popular with an advertisement for Angel's Smile and so on. Lin Fengwing took the voting data sheet in his hands, and he was amazed by the madness of the players. Sure enough, at the beginning of the voting for this all-star team, everyone voted for the popular Emperor Superstar. It is not an easy task to fulfill the wishes of the players and sign these Emperor Superstars to make them the spokesperson of audition. Among them, Lin Feng is most sure of the Chinese idol Andy Lau. After the last trip to Hong Kong, and the charity party for the stars, Lin Feng and Andy Lau have become very good friends. Lin Feng believes that signing Andy Lau to endorse audition is not too difficult. Most other Hong Kong stars also have a relationship. I believe it will not be too difficult. The real trouble for Lin Feng are European and American stars, Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and the super handsome Leonardo DiCaprio, who has just taken the world by storm with Titanic. None of the three of them earned more than tens of millions of dollars for each movie, and it would be difficult to move them. Of course, Lin Feng will try his best. After all, if they can really endorse, the influence of the game will surely rise geometrically. Moreover, Lin Feng is also going to promote it to the world, so that the storm of audition will sweep the world. Otherwise, relying solely on the financial resources of domestic players will definitely not be able to support the signing of a large number of Emperor Superstars in audition. But what really surprised Lin Feng was that there were people who voted for Fu Biao, Li Yaping, now popular with Shooting the Condor, and Chen Qian. Isn't this a spoof? Of course, this also gave Lin Feng a new idea. Although beautiful and handsome are loved by everyone, it is undeniable that stars like Fu Biao and Chen Qian, although not idol stars, are still loved by many people. Lin Feng didn't mind trying to contact them, and their worth was definitely not high. As for Li Yaping, Lin Feng ignored it. What he said is still an idol star. If you sign with him, you will definitely be spoofed by the players in the game. After all, Uncle Zhang's sculpture shooting is useless. If you really sign Li Yaping's endorsement, the players will definitely not let this spoof Brother Jing opportunity. Lin Feng didn't want the innocent to offend people. Donglin, are you really going to contact these people? Kui Ming looked horrified. Well, since the player has voted, we will naturally try to see if we can fulfill the player's wish. Don't forget, the player is our food and clothing parent. Lin Feng nodded and said, Kui Ming was speechless, looking at the list in hand. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still a little frightened when he saw the voting results of the players on the first day. These people are all superstars, and it is an impossible task to invite them. Okay, I'll be responsible for this. You are responsible for preparing the update of the expansion. Also, Audition is going to be launched in Korea, Japan and Taiwan. You have to train more talents, otherwise there will be no talents available in each branch. Lin Feng patted Kui Ming's on the shoulder, reminding him, I know. In terms of talents, after the company's salary adjustment, a lot of new talents have been recruited, plus the original ones, enough to be transferred to the branch for important tasks. Kui Ming nodded. By the way, Liu Yifei is already a contracted artist of our company. You can compile her data into Audition as soon as possible and announce on the official website that she is the first star we signed. Lin Feng said cunningly. Although Second World had signed Liu Yifei before, it did not announce the news. Announcement on the official website now can make players mistakenly believe that this is the company's response to the players' votes and fulfilled its promise. Kui Ming secretly said Lin Feng shrewdly and nodded repeatedly. Maybe you can also sign some tomorrow's stars. Their prices are very cheap now, but the future is unlimited. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then Lin Feng was called by Liu Yinying. In Dingdong.com, Liu Yinying's office. Donglin, this is the result of B2C e-commerce during this period of time. Wang Juntao, Chief Operating Officer of King Dingdong, handed Lin Feng a report. Lin Feng opened it up and took a closer look. For more than a month, with the efforts of Liu Yinying and Wang Juntao, Dingdong.com has established an express company that is completely its own unlimited express. Although it has not yet reached the county-level cities and towns across the country, however, cities of all sizes have been able to quickly and accurately deliver the goods purchased by members. At the same time, the B2C website has been successfully constructed, and electronic products have been sold on it. Unlike Dingdong.com's C2C, Wang Juntao has designed 2D pictures and DV real shot videos for each product, so that every customer who comes to buy can maximize understand the real situation and actual use status of the goods you want to buy. Wang Juntao's display method is very popular among all users of Dingdong. At least when they choose, they no longer have to look at pictures that may have been PS or boring text descriptions. Now they can see the actual product demonstration effect, which can be more intuitive. Compare the pros and cons of each product. Although it can't be compared with on-site purchases, it undoubtedly makes them extremely satisfied. After all, compared with going shopping, sitting in front of the computer, clicking the mouse, drinking tea, you can easily see the demonstration of your favorite product. The picture is already very satisfying. As for the maintenance stations nationwide, Wang Juntao has also established related maintenance outlets in 21 major cities across the country, and has recruited a large number of laid-off workers from enterprises from various countries as maintenance workers. This move also made all Dingdong users feel more at ease. At least they don't have to worry about the lack of maintenance points for electronic goods bought online. They can only burn incense and pray for Buddha before buying, hoping that their character will break out. Correspondingly, Dingdong.com has also become the company with the most employees under Lin Feng. With more than 1,800 employees, it can be regarded as a medium-sized enterprise. Donglin, this is the financial report of Dingdong.com for the third quarter. Liu Yinying handed it to Lin Feng with a smug smile. Lin Feng opened it and looked at it, and he was happy in his heart. Dingdong's net profit in the third quarter was 50 million yuan. Except for more than 48 million advertising revenue, most of the remaining more than 1 million revenue came from B2C sales profits. B2C e-commerce has only started for more than half a month. With such achievements, its prospects are limitless. The remaining part comes from the share of easy shopping cards, the profits brought by Dingdong users through installment payments and loans. Although Dingdong.com only has a 40% profit share, it still brings tens of thousands of yuan in revenue to Dingdong.com. Although it is only tens of thousands of yuan, Liu Yinying's prospects are also expected. What makes Liu Yinying proud is that although Dingdong has invested in the establishment of an unlimited express company this time and has also built maintenance stations in 21 major cities across the country, there are still more than 100 million circulating funds on the Dingdong account. Of course, this fund is mainly the intercepted manufacturer's payment. The agreement signed with major manufacturers stipulates that Dingdong will delay payment of major manufacturers for 1 month. This brings great financial flexibility to Dingdong.com, and it doesn't have to be like a second world. If you have no money, you can only find a bank loan or Lin Feng's capital injection. Well, yes, but remember, no matter what, the electronic products sold on our B2C e-commerce must be licensed. There must be no fake, parallel or refurbished products. This is our reputation and the trust of all users. Lin Feng has no requirements for anything else, but is very concerned about this. Well, we know this, Liu Yinying and Wang Juntao said in unison. This is also what the two of them are concerned about. The foundation of e-commerce is the trust of consumers in the company. At this point, neither Liu Yinying nor Wang Juntao dared to be indifferent at all. Mr. Wang, this is the share transfer letter for you. Lin Feng then handed Wang Juntao a share transfer letter. This is Lin Feng's appointment with Wang Juntao. If Wang Juntao can successfully establish B2C, Lin Feng will give him a 5% stake in Dingdong.com. Wang Juntao accepted the contract and didn't say much, but there was a bit of fiery light in his eyes. Obviously, Lin Feng's promise made Wang Juntao firmer in his determination to play in Dingdong. Donglin. The only bad news is that, according to the financial system of ICBC and ours, 13 users of Dingdong.com did not repay the purchase price as scheduled after the installment payment. We decided to appeal to the court, Liu Yinying said. Lin Feng frowned after hearing this. This is not good news, but no matter how much money is involved, it must be severely punished, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Well, it must be severely punished, and it must be appealed through the court. We must let all users know that no matter how much money is owed, we will definitely pursue it and will never tolerate it. Lin Feng said indignantly. If Dingdong is not severely punished this time, I am afraid it will be chaotic in the future, and even the entire company will be dragged down by it. Subsequently, under the joint appeal of Lin Feng and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, the court opened a hearing the next day after receiving the complaint. Obviously, the government background of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China played a role, and the country does not want this attempt to universalize credit cards to die. With absolute evidence, after a half-day trial, the court ruled that the 13 defendants paid all the money owed. At the same time, ICBC announced that it will be permanently listed as a blacklist, and ICBC will no longer provide any loans to it. Such a swift judgment not only frightened the 13 defendants, but also other users of Dingdong.com. After all, the most of these people owed more than 300 yuan, and the least owed less than 100 yuan. However, Dingdong and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China still immediately appealed through the court and severely punished them, apparently expressing their determination to combat malicious overdraft. However, although the lawsuit was won, the matter did not end so easily. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 275 The Punishment for Dumbfounding? Although the lawsuit was lost, the 13 defendants lied in every possible way in repayment, either claiming that they had no money or that their family was poor. Through investigation, President Jiang found that these people were not without money, but just didn't want to pay it back. Although their family is not wealthy, it is definitely not the kind of food that cannot be eaten. In annoyance, President Jiang immediately applied to the court for enforcement. However, President Jiang's tough attitude has attracted criticism from some netizens, who believe that DingDong and ICBC are impersonal and too snobbish. Of course, most of these remarks were said by some netizens with ulterior motives, but they did attract some netizens' approval. What is even more difficult is that one of them happened to have something wrong and was expelled from the company without any source of income. Suddenly, all public opinion pressure was on DingDong.com and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. There are those who plead for mercy, and there are also those who reprimand DingDong and the bank for being merciless. Lin Dong, do we exempt this person? Liu Yinying said anxiously. Although knowing that such a solution is not good, the company suffers too much from public opinion in this situation and has to compromise. No, as soon as this is the case, I am afraid that you will lose control later. Lin Feng firmly opposed it. This is a Pandora's box. If the bill is waived, I don't know how many people will waive the bill because there is no financial source. Whether it is true or not, it will cause endless trouble to DingDong.com. Then what to do? Liu Yinying said helplessly. Hold a press conference to announce that DingDong.com will provide jobs to help some users who have suffered misfortune and lose their ability to repay. To help them repay. Lin Feng said with a move. Let them join our company. Liu Yinying frowned and said, this is not a good idea, and DingDong does not need such employees. Haha, no, I will let them beautify the local urban environment, that is, sweep the streets. However, the salary is based on the local average level and is 5% higher than the local average salary. Lin Feng said cunningly. Liu Yinying thought for a while, chuckled. This idea can not only punish these rogues who do not pay back their debts, but also provide a way to solve such problems, and it can also exchange a certain reputation for the company. When Liu Yinying announced the news, she was completely dumb, and no one expected that DingDong.com would handle this matter in this way. Many netizens don't know how to comment. They say that DingDong is teasing people. No one can say that. To speak out means to look down on the cleaning staff who work hard every day to beautify the city. Not to mention that the salary is 5% higher than the local average, which is more than all sanitation workers. It is always weird to provide such jobs, which makes people dumbfounding. After the 13 defendants learned of the news, 10 people immediately repaid the money. In any case, they are not moneyless and unable to repay, so they will naturally not become painters to beautify the city and cause ridicules from relatives and friends. As for the other 3, after clenching their teeth for a day, they collapsed and repaid immediately. The reason is simple. Lin Feng placed the 3 under the supervision of the local municipal environmental sanitation bureau and must wear orange sanitation uniforms. However, unlike ordinary sanitation workers, they also have a line on them: DingDong.com voluntary sanitation workers. Although it is not stated that they are due to arrears, and they are so-called volunteer sanitation workers, under media reports and online propaganda, no one knows why these 3 became sanitation workers, and let them also become a celebrity for a while. Especially when they took to the streets to beautify the city on the first day. There were even TV interviews, which made the 3 even more ashamed. In particular, the other sanitation workers looked at them with contempt, and a pair of rogue eyes looking at unpaid debts, which made them even more unbearable. Besides, most of these sanitation workers were aunts of a certain age, and they whispered between the corners of their mouths, almost causing the 3 of them to collapse. The next day, the 3 of them immediately repaid the loan with tears and vowed never to owe any more. From then on, DingDong.com's ASCO card account reliant users are far lower than the malicious credit card overdraft users in European and American countries. Coupled with DingDong.com's credit points system for appraising good credit users, most people also consciously repay. Moreover, ICBC's profit is not high, and the repayment period is also very loose. When solving the first credibility crisis of DingDong.com, Lin Feng's starting point Chinese network also officially launched a VIP membership fee system. Although the results are not too satisfactory, but the small mosquito is meat. Lin Feng also took advantage of the heat to make Bao Jianfeng announce in the Starting Point Chinese network that he would vote for an online writer, and the player will vote for which one. Bao Jianfeng also released 10 titles at the right time: Zuxian, Dan Demon, Ziquan, Miscellaneous Journey, Search for Gods, Legend of Small Soldiers, Naked Orchid, Son of Light, I Am the Great Master, Emperor of the Desolate Desolation. This news also ignited the enthusiasm of many readers who love online literature, and they voted to select those in their hearts that they hope to make a movie. While driving the increase in VIP subscriptions, it also ignited advertisers' enthusiasm for online literature. Start to increase advertising investment. Of course, Lin Feng's decision also hit his rivals even more. After all, they don't have the money to invest in making movies. Although they have also introduced a VIP system like Starting Point Chinese Network, no matter from the number of writers or the readers, the comparison is made. They are far inferior to Starting Point Chinese Network. Several internet sites are still gritting their teeth and persisting in their survival, waiting for the day when Starting Point Chinese Network collapses due to unbearable attendance. But obviously, they will never wait for this day, because Lin Feng will only get richer and richer, and Bao Jianfeng will not keep Starting Point Chinese Network losing money. In his busy schedule, Lin Feng ushered in the day when the Phantom MP3 was released on October 8. Asia, China, Hong Kong, South Korea, and Japan will be sold simultaneously. In order to greet this day, several girls also went to various endorsement areas early to cooperate with the sale. Li Ju, Lin Ziyui and Huang Meixi naturally went to Korea, and the 3 girls are now household names in Korea. South Korea is also one of the markets that Tanzi focuses on besides mainland China, the most important market. Based on South Korea's economy, the popular pursuit of popular trends, and the charm of the Phantom, both Lin Feng and Danzi believe that its market prospects must be very good. So Orihara naturally returned to Japan to promote the Phantom. She and her mother Erika Kazama have not seen each other for several months. The 13-year-old girl will naturally miss her mother. This time, it happened to take the advantage of work to go home to visit relatives. There is no doubt that Liu Yifei is mainly attacking the Chinese mainland market. Shanghai, Beijing and other places are running non-stop to promote the Phantom. It has to be said that with the presence of a few girls, the stylish appearance of the Phantom, the beautiful sound quality, the low price, and the overwhelming advertising in the early stage, the sales of the Phantom on the first day are far beyond the estimates of all media. It broke all media glasses. China sold 48,000 units on the first day. South Korea sold 29,000 units, and Japan's sales exceeded everyone's imagination with 73,000 units. Obviously, Japanese people who love fashion elements are almost crazy about the Phantom. In just 24 hours, the 100,000 Phantoms prepared by Tanzi for Japan were sold out, far exceeding the sum of mainland China and South Korea. There are also a large number of pre-orders, and many Japanese businesses have sent electricity to Lin's Technology Co., Limited to request purchases. Of course, the main reason for such a sensation in Japan is the low price of the Phantom. The price of only more than 4,000 yen can be consumed by almost any student in Japan. And this Phantom craze has begun to sweep across Japan following the praise of users after the purchase. With the popularity of Phantom in Japan, South Korea and mainland China have also begun to show crazy purchasing power. Compared with MP3 players on the market, Lin Feng's Phantom is more affordable in terms of appearance, sound quality, and price. People are satisfied. There are also selected spokespersons, which are also perfectly integrated with the Phantom MP3 player to achieve the effect of 1+12. When several girls were running around, Lin Feng also came to Hong Kong. One is to promote the Phantom, and the other is to sign the audition contract with the current Emperor Superstar, or the Emperor Superstar who may become popular in the future. Lin Feng, the spokesperson of Phantom in Hong Kong, chose Tins, who just debuted. Although the 2 girls are not well known now, They are extremely pure and cute in appearance, which is very suitable for Phantom, and the endorsement fee for the two is extremely low. For the two girls of Tins in 3 years, the endorsement fee of 1 million Hong Kong dollars each has made their agent Hua Wenxi and his company Emperor Entertainment Group extremely satisfied. Due to the popularity of the Phantom, in order to take the opportunity to promote Tins, Emperor Entertainment Group vigorously cooperated with Lin Feng's Phantom promotion, and took the initiative to bear all the publicity fees and venue concession fees. Tins almost went to various prosperous markets in Hong Kong for Lin Feng promote the Phantom. The effect is also very significant. The first day of sales in Hong Kong reached 23,000 units. Although not as good as other places, Hong Kong is just a city, and Lin Feng is satisfied with such sales. Especially for Lin Fengel, these two girls, Tins, will be the Emperor superstars that will be popular in Asia in the next few years. Looking at the contract in his hand, Lin Feng didn't know whether Yang Shaoqing, the boss of Emperor Entertainment Group, would see the Tins combination become so popular in the future, whether he would still think that this contract would be as cost-effective as it is now. Of course, for Tins, who is still a newcomer and just debuted, the endorsement fee of 1 million per person for 3 years is already relatively high. What's more, the success of Phantom can undoubtedly drive the popularity of Tins. It's really hard to say who has the advantage. I am afraid that the win-win situation is even greater. After this cooperation, Lin Feng's negotiation about signing the audition endorsement agreement with artists under Emperor Entertainment Group was also extremely smooth. In the view of Emperor Entertainment Group, it is just a bit of portrait rights in online games. Basically, there is no need to bother stars to shoot films for publicity. It can also have a good income. For Emperor Entertainment Group, why not do it? As for the celebrities themselves, they are also extremely new to endorsement online games, not to mention that they are not required to travel around the mainland, just occasionally take pictures. It can't be simpler. With the agreement of the three parties, the peace agreement was signed extremely smoothly. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 276 Searching for Stars. Lin Feng signed Tsi's endorsement rights for 3 years at a price of 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and the two of Tins 100 million Hong Kong dollars in 3 years. As for the other artists under Emperor Entertainment Group, Lin Feng really doesn't think he has the qualifications to sign. However, neither Nicholas Tsi nor Tins are the real Emperor superstars in Hong Kong. Whether those Emperor superstars are willing to endorse, Lin Feng is still not very sure. Afterwards, Lin Feng met with Andy Lau, who was selected as the most popular male artist in 2001 and also the male star with the highest voice from many female players of audition. In terms of Andy Lau's current status and status, Lin Feng wants to sign the contract, and the price is definitely not low. This is my endorsement contract. I wonder if you have any comments? Lin Feng asked. After reading the contract carefully, Andy Lau smiled. Lin Dong, from the perspective of a businessman, I won't sign this agreement. Andy Lau's words made Lin Feng's heart tense, but fortunately Andy Lau did not say anything, which made Lin Feng look forward to. Dong Lin, no, Lin Feng, you have to know, I am a star after all. My identity and status are here. So many times I have to worry about many things. Your 3-year endorsement fee of 1.5 million. Based on my current in terms of status, it is definitely not only the price. If I sign, it will definitely affect my career. Andy Lau said helplessly. Lin Feng nodded, expressing understanding. After all, Nicholas Tsi is 1 million, but Andy Lau is now far better than Nicholas Tsi. Usually Andy Lau endorsement advertisements are paid for nearly 10 million pieces. This mere 1.5 million endorsement fee is really too small. But Lin Feng couldn't give more, because the second world couldn't give it. If the endorsement fee is paid according to the market value of these stars, Lin Feng has calculated, then Audition will become an online game that loses money and earns praise. With the current financial situation of the second world, relying solely on the support of the game legend is not enough. Audition must bear part of the source of profits in the near future. Also, you are not only inviting me to be a spokesperson. If I sign a contract, the endorsement fees of those superstars invited later will not be higher, and they will blame me in their hearts. Honestly, I am the people you invited. Can't afford to offend. Andy Lau shook his head and said helplessly, the celebrity industry has boundless beauty on the surface, and the efforts behind it far exceed everyone's imagination, and there are too many things to worry about. Lin Feng sighed. The reason why the first Emperor Superstar is looking for Andy Lau this time is that he hopes that the relationship between the two can have a good start. Unexpectedly, things are so troublesome. Haha, Lin Feng, although I can sign this peace agreement, I can sign another one. Andy Lau changed the number on the contract from 1.5 million to 1 million. What are you? Lin Feng froze, wondering what Andy Lau meant. Lin Feng, we are friends. I will just tell you a lot of things. Your plan is very good, and I believe it will be very helpful to your game. But you don't know our entertainment circle. There are too many unspoken rules. You have invited so many celebrities this time, most of them are celebrities with a status like me. We are all in the same status. Your signing fee must be equal, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. Andy Lau warned. Although you are extremely successful now, celebrities also have the advantages of celebrities. The popularity of celebrities is large and there are many fans. Your game depends on popularity. Moreover, if we stars unite, you will undoubtedly be very embarrassed. Therefore, although the endorsement fee of 1 million is very small, the endorsement of online games is a new thing after all, and there is no need for us to promote it. With so many stars gathering in one game, 1 million is enough. However, Imho, this one it can be the endorsement fee for friendship. Andy Lau said bluntly. Lin Feng nodded, knowing what Andy Lau meant. Letting these Emperor Superstars join in the name of friendship invitation will undoubtedly let these stars get off the stage for the sake of face, without any influence on their worth, and they can do their own things. Of course, Lin Feng owes favor to these stars. This is also the endorsement of friendship that Andy Lau said. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng nodded. If you owe favors, you should owe favors. At least these are the Emperor Superstars. One more thing, if you want to sign a star with a status like me, if you don't want to offend people, you must sign all of them, otherwise they will be dissatisfied. If it causes unnecessary trouble for you, it is always bad. Andy Lau reminded. Lin Feng nodded again. The entertainment industry is a very complicated circle. The same superstars have been invited by themselves, but if they missed so few, they must be dissatisfied with each other. It would be considered that Lin Feng looked down on them, and their fans would take this to criticize Lin Feng. Although, with their current status, they are not afraid of these stars. But it is always okay for the fans, they have to create some trouble for themselves. It is difficult to create and it is always easy to destroy. However, I am not familiar with some stars like this. Lin Feng looked at Andy Lau hesitantly. Haha, Lin Feng, you have become the richest man in the mainland, and you want to blackmail me. Okay, I will take the lead for you. But you can remember that in the game you can design some cooler clothes for me. Don't make me ugly, otherwise I will never end with you. Andy Lau laughed heartily, obviously hearing the meaning of Lin Feng's words, jokingly said, Hey, Huazi, thank you very much. Lin Feng was not embarrassed. Andy Lau is a friend worth making. After Andy Lau was finalized, under the leadership of Andy Lau, almost all of Hong Kong's most famous Emperor Superstars signed a contract with Lin Feng. The four Heavenly Kings, Leslie Chung, Tony Liu, Cecilia Chung, etc., have all become the spokespersons of Audition. Lin Feng's trip almost wiped out Hong Kong's most popular Emperor star. Of course, Lin Feng did not forget to search for some stars who became Qian, and the endorsement fee was halved. And these ugly stars were not unhappy with them, but thought that Lin Feng was very worthy of them. After all, it was an honor to be able to be in the same game with these Emperor superstars. In addition to Andy Lau's face, the freshness of the online game endorsements of Audition, the most important thing is Lin Feng's own background. The identity of the richest man in mainland China is here, and these Emperor superstars have to give Lin Feng face. This time let Lin Feng owe them a favor. In case they can't do it in the future, when they need help, they can still ask Lin Feng for help. The favor of a mainland's youngest and richest man, this is undoubtedly impossible to buy in millions of Hong Kong dollars. After all, many times, money is not everything. Favor is sometimes more useful than money. Of course, Lin Feng's behavior also aroused the unhappiness of some stars. However, most of these stars are semi-ad and not purple second-rate stars, and Lin Feng doesn't pay much attention to their resentment. If they want to make trouble for themselves, any fan of these Emperor superstars they signed can be enough to kill them. The news spread back to China, and it immediately attracted many female players of Audition to cheers, shouting that they loved Lin Feng, and they almost erected a plaque for Lin Feng to praise Lin Feng's actions. In particular, the media exclaimed that it is indeed a miracle that a game can gather so many superstars, and it also makes many media excited. Although these Emperor superstars will not come to the mainland to promote, but there is too much news for these media to report. For example, after Audition's all-star lineup is fully launched, which star is more popular with players? Which star makes the players crazier? Wait for the topic, there are too many. In particular, it is impossible to draw conclusions about the popularity of these stars in the past. But now with Audition's all-star lineup, there is no doubt that the popularity and status of each star can be easily counted. However, it is undoubtedly another blow to Lam Feng's competing companies. Many companies that are still hesitant to enter the leisure and entertainment online game market are completely hopeless. For the same game, one game has an all-star lineup and one has nothing. It is obvious which game the player will choose. As for also inviting celebrities, these companies do not have the financial resources and courage. And they don't have the title of the youngest and richest man in the mainland. Lin Feng, this is the Emperor superstar, will not sell it. What makes Lin Feng happy is that after paying tens of millions of endorsement fees, he has finally reaped a lot. The number of registered users and online numbers of Audition has risen like a blowout, and almost 70% of the players in it are female players. And many of them didn't play games before. But with the appeal of so many stars, fans of these Emperor superstars have almost flooded into the game world of Audition. They have called for the expansion of Audition's all-star lineup to be released soon. They want to match their favorite celebrities with costumes as soon as possible, and make them unique and exclusive. Lin Feng was amazed by the madness of female players, but apparently, this all-star team plan was a success. Of course, to have such a remarkable effect, the charm of these superstars played a key role in it. Later, Lin Feng went to Taiwan. Taiwan is also a market with sufficient purchasing power, and there are also stars that Lin Feng must sign. For example, Jay Chu, the star who has just started to become popular with nunchakus, does not sign now, and it will be difficult to get it until next year. Although Lam Feng Hong Kong's superstars have signed a contract with 1 million, for the Taiwanese entertainment circle, Hong Kong is Hong Kong and Taiwan is Taiwan. It is not the same. Moreover, as the endorsement of Phantom, Lin Feng also hopes to find a female star, but he is extremely hesitant in his heart. Nowadays, the most popular female star in Taiwan is naturally Xiao Qiang, who is obsessed with all men. But Lin Feng is thinking of Taiwan's future sexy goddess, the dream lover of all Taiwanese men, Lin Chiling. Lin Chiling is still a little unknown ordinary person. Signing her is very simple. But for a Phantom advertising, the appeal of a popular star is unparalleled. Especially the influx of players in Audition has proved that the appeal of the Emperor superstar is unparalleled. In Entanglement, Lin Feng arrived in Taiwan. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 277. Hey, I'm Old Woo. Tomorrow's idol? Lin Chiling, or Xiaoqiang, Tangled. Lin Feng arrived in Taiwan. The person in charge of picking up the airport is the person in charge of the Second World Taiwan branch. For the Taiwan branch, Lin Feng has never been here, so he took this opportunity to review his 3K land. But to Lin Feng's surprise, as soon as he got off the plane, Lin Feng and his party were surrounded by Taiwanese reporters. "Mr. Lin, if you come to Taiwan this time, are you also going to sign Taiwan's superstar? Who are you going to sign with?" "Mr. Lin, the superstars of Hong Kong are all signed at a price of 1 million Hong Kong dollars for 3 years. Do you also use the same price for the superstars of Taiwan?" "Mr. Lin, in your mind, which Taiwanese stars are the Emperor superstars?" A group of reporters surrounded Lin Feng and rushed to ask questions before they almost stuffed the microphone into Lin Feng's mouth. This time, Lin Feng's trip to Hong Kong searched almost all the superstars in Hong Kong. The news spread to Taiwan and it was almost an earthquake to the entire entertainment industry in Taiwan. Now Lin Feng is here, and his purpose is like the heart of Sima Zhao. Regardless of the curiosity of Taiwanese people and reporters, those celebrities in Taiwan who think they are a bit important are also very much looking forward to it. I wonder if Lin Feng will sign him. Once Lam Feng signed them, they would be a star comparable to Andy Lau, the Emperor superstar, and it would be a great help to their popularity and worth. For well-known reasons, Hong Kong's Emperor superstars are far from Taiwanese stars in terms of number, popularity, or status in Asia. So who exactly will Lin Feng sign and what price will make everyone look forward to? Reporters' propaganda and people's expectations can be described as a double-edged sword. It not only brought convenience to Lin Feng, but also made Lin Feng quite constrained during his trip. It was impossible to contact those stars without scruples. Otherwise, you contacted a certain celebrity, but didn't sign a contract. When the time came to the reporter's pen, it was either that the celebrity was not qualified, or that Lin Feng looked down on the Taiwanese celebrity. With Taiwan's current judicial system, the media can be said to be unscrupulous in reporting. In addition, with the current cross-strait relations, it can be hyped up to the point where the mainland looks down on Taiwan. This kind of gangster Lin Feng is absolutely unwilling to recite of. Therefore, Lin Feng must be cautious about this trip to Taiwan. However, Lin Feng still had a good way to deal with these reporters at the airport, and he just said guess everyone. After arriving at the Second World Taiwan branch, Lin Feng looked around and found that Wu Zipper's Taiwan branch was good. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with both the external company image and the quality of the internal staff. In particular, all the employees were sitting tightly, their eyes fixed on the screen, and the hands were crackling. This sound made Lin Feng extremely pleasant to hear. However, Lin Feng had just left, and before he had gone far, there were voices of comments from employees of the Taiwan branch behind him. Obviously, everyone just pretended to be. The person in charge of the Taiwan branch naturally heard the murmurs coming from behind, which is absolutely not a whisper. On the spot, the cold sweat on his forehead came down. The chairman of the board came to inspect the branch for the first time today, and there was such an oolong incident. Once Lin Feng asked the guilt, the head of his branch would bear the brunt. If the head of the Taiwan branch hadn't worried about Lin Feng by his side, he would definitely rush in and teach these little bunnies. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not angry, which gave the head of the Taiwan branch a sigh of relief. Lin Feng wanted to be angry at first, but suddenly realized that this was not the case before he was reborn. When the boss comes to inspect, he immediately presents the most perfect side, and once the boss leaves, he immediately returns to the original state. It's just human nature. Okay, I'm just here to take a look. You don't need to accompany me anymore. Just do what you should do, Lin Feng ordered after a round of inspections. The head of the Taiwan branch finally breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanying the company's chairman is by no means an easy task. Although Lin Feng was young, after experiencing too many things, he instinctively had a coercion, which made him a little breathless. This is not a kind of dominant power, but people experience certain things. After reaching a certain stage, they have an experience that is far superior to ordinary people and an insight into life. Everything is calm, and naturally there is something unusual. The momentum. After the head of the Taiwan branch left, Lin Fengxing was wondering how to contact Jay Chu when he brought him a call. "Hey, Lin Dong, have you arrived in Taiwan?" An extremely familiar voice came. Lin Feng was slightly puzzled. The voice Lin Feng is absolutely familiar, but there is also a strange feeling. Moreover, this phone is a private phone, and only a few friends know it. It is impossible for ordinary people to know this phone. And looking at the source of the number, it is definitely from Taipei. But Lin Feng does not remember any acquaintances he has in Taipei. Are you?" Lin Feng asked hesitantly. "Hey, sorry, Lin Dong, I forgot to introduce myself. It's me, Wu Zongxian," the visitor said in a witty tone. Lin Feng was a stunner, saying how it sounded so familiar just now, but so unfamiliar. "Ha ha, brother Xian." Lin Feng laughed. Wu Zongxian is the king of Asian hosting. His hosting style is very popular among Chinese audiences, and his personal influence even covers South Korea, Japan and other places. But what makes Lin Feng strange is that he has never seen Wu Zongxian. How did he come to him? "Oh, Lin Dong, it's Huazai. He called me and asked me to do my best as a landlord," Wu Zongxian explained. "Thank you, brother Xian." Lin Feng quickly thanked him, but in his heart he also secretly thanked Andy Law for his thoughtfulness. Taiwan itself can be said to be unfamiliar with the place of life. With Wu Zongxian, a Taiwanese king-level figure, who helped take care of one or two things, everything went well. "Lin Dong, when I have time, let me treat the youngest man in the mainland as much as the landlord can do," Wu Zongxian joked. Brother Xian has asked, "How dare I not?" Lin Fenglian dare not. The two then made an appointment to meet at Wu Zongxian's lemongrass hot pot restaurant on N Road in Taipei. Not long after, Lin Feng came to this lemongrass hot pot restaurant. "Hey, Lin Dong, please here, please here." Wu Zongxian's eyes were sharp, and he greeted him as soon as Lin Feng arrived. It's around 3 in the afternoon, and the hot pot restaurant has no customers. It is relatively clean, which is convenient for Lin Feng and Wu Zongxian to talk. "Brother Xian, I admire you for a long time." Lin Feng looked at Wu Zongxian in front of him, really feeling a little bit, because Wu Zongxian, "Why, do you think I have a big head?" Wu Zongxian saw Lin Feng's gaze and laughed at himself indifferently. "Hey, big head, no worries about rain. People have umbrellas, I have big heads. You little heads people who get wet in the rain. I only need to wash my hair when I go home." Lin Feng chuckled, admiring Wu Zongxian's witty secretly. "Come on, try our restaurant's signature pot Yuan Yang Affection Mian Mian pot." Wu Zongxian ordered the clerk to serve immediately. "This is my wife's signature dish. If you don't eat it, you will regret it for a lifetime." Lin Feng smiled. 2001 was Wu Zongxian's most frustrating year. First, he broke up with his girlfriend Chen Xiaoxuan, who had been with him for many years. Even if Wu Zongxian confessed in the media, he failed to save Chen Xiaoxuan's heart. Later, the reporter broke the relationship between master and apprentice, and fell in love with Candy, who was 15 years younger than himself, and finally broke up again. Then, it was recently revealed by reporters that he had been married 10 years ago and had 3 sons and a daughter. In the end, Wu Zongxian frank everything to the media, officially married Yuan Pei, and helped Yuan Pei, who is also his wife, open this hot pot restaurant. This series of scandals is almost fatal for an artist, enough to make a star unable to get up after falling. But not only can Wu Zongxian laugh so brilliantly, but his career has hardly been affected, which makes Lin Feng also have to admire Wu Zongxian. He is indeed unique in being the local king. At least, no matter what happened, for the audience, Wu Zongxian on TV can always bring them a laughter. The two of them met hot pot, drank beer, and talked wildly, and they became acquainted in a short time. Xiao Feng, which celebrities are you going to sign with in Taiwan this time? Wu Zongxian asked. I haven't decided on this yet, but there are a few candidates in my heart. I hope Brother Xian will stand by and help me. Lin Feng did not shy away from it. To Wu Zongxian, it's better for you to speak frankly. If he treats you as a friend, he will definitely help if he can help, but he will also say clearly if he can't help. Hey, you are a friend of Huazai, and we are so in love with each other. If you can help me, I will definitely help. Speaking of this, Wu Zongxian's conversation changed. How about, see if I am qualified to become the spokesperson of your audition. With that said, Wu Zongxian got up, danced the famous Taiwanese dance, a kind of Taiwanese disco dance, twisted the waist that was absolutely thick. Although it is not beautiful, it is indeed very coke, and Wu Zongxian is not ashamed, but jumps more and more vigorously. Lin Feng had an idea. Although players did not vote for Wu Zongxian before, it was because the trump card program hosted by Wu Zongxian was not broadcast in China. Most of them knew Wu Zongxian because of Andy Lau's Stupid Kid, or occasionally I saw Wu Zongxian appearing as the host at the awards ceremony. In Lin Feng's memory, the first time he really noticed Wu Zongxian was at an awards ceremony. When Liming won the Best MTV Director Award with All Day Love, Wu Zongxian openly ridiculed Liming, who was having a scandal with Xiu Qi. Let him thank Xiu Qi well, provoked Liming to chase Wu Zongxian on stage. Although everyone is just joking, there are not many people who dare to openly tease the king. Well, I'm not old, right? The dance is good. Wu Zongxian gasped slightly. Although Taiwanese dance is not physically demanding, Wu Zongxian's figure, coupled with the hard work just now, is indeed enough for him. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 278 100 Level 1. Brother Xian, if you can serve as the spokesperson of my audition, I am naturally happy. But the price is. After all, Lin Feng and Wu Zongxian are not as familiar with Andy Lau, and there is a little hesitation in their words. Hey, just give me the price of Huazai. He is the king of heaven, and I am very satisfied with this price. Wu Zongxian teased himself. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wu Zongxian's status in Asia is not as high as Andy Lau, but a local king of the host world, 1 million in 3 years is a very low price. But it seems that Wu Zongxian is also planning to sell his favor. This time, Wu Zongxian offered himself, first, because of Andy Lau's face, and second, because of Lin Feng's face. No celebrity wants to offend Lin Feng, the youngest man in mainland China, and many friends. Thirdly, Wu Zongxian can also be regarded as Taiwanese entertainment, the king of the circle. If Lin Feng signs other people without signing him, there will always be a bit of a face in the face. After all, Taiwanese media reported all day that Lin Feng signed the Hong Kong superstar. Almost all artists in Taiwan know that Lin Feng is coming to Taiwan to sign a star spokesperson for his audition. Money matters little, but face matters. Yes, I can accept this favor by myself. Lin Feng also nodded unambiguously and immediately agreed. Moreover, with Wu Zongxian's leadership, the following things are much easier to handle. By the way, Brother Xian, I still have something to trouble you. My Tomato network wants to rebroadcast the I guess hosted by you. In this regard, I hope you can introduce you to your station. Chief called Chief in Taiwan, by the way. Help lobby. Lin Feng said please. Now Tomato.com has too few resources. Since many movies involve copyright issues, Tomato.com dare not rebroadcast it at will. Lin Feng is also very helpless about this. Unlike other video sites, Lin Feng's Tomato.com is under the Second World banner. With the growth of the Second World, Tomato.com will gradually go abroad and face the world. In China, it may not be a problem to play unlicensed movies, animations, TV series, and the like. However, once Tomato.com is facing global internet users, it is very easy to get involved in lawsuits over copyright issues. Without the authorization of the other party, you will definitely lose the case. Once compensation was made, Lin Feng would definitely hurt him. In order to prevent problems, Lin Feng's Tomato.com does not have too many video resources today, and for the time being, it can't compare to the Tudu.com and Youku.com that have been established in advance. Lin Feng's current trump card program is Godigang's Crosstalk. Fortunately, after the last pirated rights turmoil, no website dared to broadcast Lin Feng's Tomato.com video publicly, which also made Tomato.com a lot of popularity. This time I hope to broadcast I guess and I want to add another trump card program to Tomato. This is easy to handle. I believe our chief must be very happy. Wu Zongxian nodded. The television station chief was very pleased to be able to enter the mainland market, and with his status in the TV station, Wu Zongxian believes that his words are still very important. By the way, who else do you want to invite? F4, recently normalized Meteor Garden made the 4 boys popular in Asia. Wu Zongxian asked. Lin Feng nodded. In the audition player voting selection, F4 names are also impressive. After all, Yan Chengsu, Wu Jianhao, Zhu Xiaoshan and Zhu Yiman are indeed handsome, and with the popularity of Meteor Garden, the 4 are just as popular. But their endorsement fee is probably very troublesome. These 4 people have become popular in Asia when they first came out, and Lin Feng is not sure that they can win the 4 with 1 million. There is nothing I can do about it. The 4 are too popular. You see, if there are other candidates, I can help you introduce others. Wu Zongxian was a little bit emotional and jealous of F4's so crazy popularity. It took him a few years to get to the post. Well, Brother Xian, I want to sign your artist Jchu. Lin Feng said. Yes, this kid is very promising in the future, but aren't all the Emperor's superstars you signed? He is not qualified now. Wu Zongxian reminded. Hey, Brother Xian, my name is Future Investment. I don't know when Brother Xian would recommend it. Lin Feng also learned Wu Zongxian's tone. Let's go. It happens that Jay is recording MTV today, and you can just talk to him. Wu Zongxian resolutely, without shirk, left and took Lin Feng and rushed to Jchu to record the MTV scene. Jay, come over, and introduce you to a big boss. Wu Zongxian arrived at the scene, asked everyone to temporarily suspend work, and called Jchu over. Brother Xian, what can I do for you? Jchu ran over quickly. Although Jchu has already released an album and has a small reputation, he is still very respectful to Wu Zongxian who discovered him. Lin Feng looked at Jchu carefully. Although he was still a little immature, he had already revealed the demeanor of the Asian king in the future. Of course, the speech is still so unclear. At this moment, Jchu was also looking up and down Lin Feng with his habitually cool eyes. Hello. I am Lin Feng, the chairman of the Second World. This time I want to invite you to be the spokesperson of my online game audition, and I also want to invite you to be the spokesperson of my new product Phantom. Lin Feng said straightforwardly. Lin Feng would also greet Wu Zongxian first, and it is a respect for Wu Zongxian. For the current Jchu, Lin Feng doesn't have to be so polite. The current Jchu is too young, and he has just gained his reputation. He is quite young and frivolous. If Lin Feng is too polite to him, it will make him not put Lin Feng in his eyes. Lin Dong, that Lin Dong who hit the White House of the Statue of Liberty. Jchu was a bit cool at first, but then he was surprised on his face. Lin Feng was ashamed. It seems that my notoriety that crashed into the Statue of Liberty and the White House will not escape for a lifetime. Divided by Donglin, you are amazing. Jchu stretched out his thumb with a look of admiration. Lin Feng was speechless. By the way, Lin Dong, I also heard that all audition invited superstars. Can I qualify? Jchu looked at Lin Feng with a slight excitement. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Jchu seemed very looking forward to being the spokesperson of audition. Also, Lin Dong, is this the phantom? Jaichu took out a phantom in the shape of a Capricorn and said, "Hey, why do you have this? It shouldn't be listed in Taiwan yet." Lin Feng asked in amazement. "Dong Lin, I was brought to me by a friend who just returned from Hong Kong. This thing is great. Can I be his spokesperson?" Jaichu couldn't put it down and played with the phantom in his hand. "Well, I wonder if you are willing to agree. The contract for the endorsement of Audition is 1 million Hong Kong dollars for 3 years. And the endorsement of Phantom is also 1 million for 3 years. Lin Feng asked while the iron was hot. "I was a little bit nervous. As the endorsement of Audition has Andy Law and other superstars, Lin Feng is not afraid of Jay Chou's dissatisfaction with the price. Don't endorse the Phantom. I don't know whether Jaichu will promise a price of 1 million in 3 years. You must know that next year Jaichu will start to become popular in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the mainland. At that time, his worth has increased more than 10 times than it is now." However, Jaichu and Tins are both newcomers who have just debuted, and both have a bit of fame. Lin Feng also set the same price. It's just that Lin Feng is really not sure whether Jaichu is willing to sign. "Yes," Jaichu nodded immediately. He is just a rookie now, and this is his first commercial. Audition and Laos superstars are all 1 million, so he naturally has nothing to worry about. As for this Phantom MP3 player, Jaichu himself also likes it very much, and he is quite satisfied with the price of 1 million in 3 years. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Although things went well and unexpectedly, it is always a good thing that things go well. "Hey, who is that girl?" Lin Feng suddenly noticed that Jaichu took a picture of a girl in MTV not far away, very familiar, sitting in the distance drinking water, looking at his side. Wu Zongxian followed Lin Feng's fingers and looked. His eyes lit up and he smiled badly. "Hey, Lin Dong, I have a good vision. I saw Jay's MTV heroine as soon as I came, but this girl hasn't been chased by anyone. I'm too big, and I'm married, otherwise I would have chased it early. Where's Jay's now? I'm focusing on my career, not talking about the relationship between men and women." Wu Zongxian handed Lin Feng a wicked look that a man only understands. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Hey, little sister, come here," Wu Zongxian said and beckoned to the girl Lin Feng looked at familiarly. "Brother Xian, hello." The girl ran over and bowed to Brother Xian happily. "Little sister, what's your name?" Wu Zongxian asked in a voice. "Brother Huixian. My name is Lin Yikan." The girl just lifted up and looked at Wu Zongxian and others with a little shy and timidity. "Ariel Lin?" Lin Feng was surprised. Could it be her? Looking around, this is not who Lin Yikan is. Ariel Lin, who filmed The Promise of 18 Years Old, My Secret Garden and other series, is of course the most famous prank kiss. "Oh, you know, there are 100 first floors in Taipei 101. Wu Zongxian rolled his eyes and said humorously. "Hee hee." Lin Yikan giggled. "Little sister, this is Lin Dong. He is the richest man in mainland China. This time I want to sign a spokesperson for his campaigners game. You have to seize the opportunity." After Wu Zongxian finished speaking, he threw Lin Feng an extreme look in the eyes. This statement is extremely cryptic, but it is also very obvious. The meaning is to let Ariel Lin seize the opportunity to see if he can climb Lin Feng's golden master. As for how to do it, it depends on Ariel Lin. Anyway, the ambiguity between the rich and the female stars in the entertainment industry is well known. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. Chapter 279 Cinderella's Choice. Lin Feng was speechless for a while. "I have this question when I am familiar with it. Unexpectedly, I really let myself meet the idol drama sister who will become popular in Taiwan in the future." But now that he encountered it by accident, Lin Feng didn't want to let it go. Sooner or later, the film and television industry will enter. Now first sign some tomorrow's stars, and there will be no shortage of talents in the future. Although Lin Feng was very helpless about Wu Zongxian's extremely ambiguous and lewd introduction, Lin Feng did not explain. but just looked at Lin Yikan with a smile. He wanted to see whether this innocent and cute girl, who was pure and lovely in appearance and revealing maidens everywhere, was really as innocent as it appeared in TV dramas and some entertainment shows. Lam Feng hopes it is. Lin Yikan bowed to Lin Feng, but there was no other ambiguous or hidden hint, but people took a step back. Wu Zongxian nodded, knowing that this girl is more decent and will not be desperate to be famous like other female stars. Wu Zongxian believed that if he were to be some other female celebrity, if he met Lin Feng, such a young gold master, he would have rushed forward. Even if they can't log into the giants, as long as Lin Feng can spend a little money and contacts for them, it will be enough to make them fly to the branches and become phoenixes. Lin Feng also nodded, very satisfied with Lin Yikan's reaction. Miss Lin, my surname is Lin too. Maybe we were a family 500 years ago, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Yikan smiled faintly. Miss Lin, I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson of my company's Second World. I don't know what you think, Lin Feng asked. Second World? Lin Yikan was slightly stunned, scratching his head with his fingers, slightly showing blank eyes. I'll show you the contract later, explain it in detail to you, and I won't disturb your work now. Lin Feng saw that Jie Chu and others were preparing to start work in the distance, so he stopped disturbing Ariel Lin. Well, then Lin Dong, brother Xian, I'll go to work first. Lin Yikan bowed to the two of them and left. Hey, Xiaofeng, what's the matter? Do you like this girl? Would you like brother Xian to help? Wu Zongxian bumped Lin Feng with his shoulder, with a smirk on his face. Ha ha. Lin Feng smiled without answering. It is indeed a fancy, but it is not the kind of fancy between men and women, but a talent like her. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, Wu Zongxian didn't say much. Anyway, with Lin Feng's current status, I really want to see Lin Yikan, and he naturally has his way, and he doesn't have to worry about it. Afterwards, Lin Feng followed Wu Zongxian to Taiwan China Television and met with the chief officer of China Television. With the help of Wu Zongxian, he reached a very friendly agreement. Lin Feng's Tomato Network was awarded the title of I guess from Taiwan China Television broadcast rights. Later, after waiting for Jie Chou's MTV to finish, Lin Feng and Jie Chu formally signed a contract to endorse Audition and Phantom. Of course, he also officially signed a audition endorsement contract with Wu Zongxian. Lin Ariel, this is the endorsement contract I prepared for you. Take a look. Lin Feng handed the contract to Lin Yikan. Lin Yikan looked at the contract and looked shocked. This contract is the same as the previous one signed by Liu Yifei, Lin Ziyue and others. It is an extremely generous contract with an endorsement fee of RMB 1 million for the first year, which has been increasing year by year for 15 years. After reading the contract carefully, Lin Yikan pouted slightly. Extremely cute. Donglin, I am very satisfied with this contract, and I am willing to become the spokesperson of the Second World, but I cannot accept this contract. Lin Yikan hesitated for a long time before handing it back to Lin Feng. Why? Can you tell me the reason? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yikan to refuse such a generous contract. Donglin, I already have a broker, but the contract stipulates that my economic rights belong to your company. Lin Yikan said. Lin Feng frowned. Unexpectedly, Lin Yikan already had an agent. However, Lin Feng was not reconciled to let this Taiwanese first sister of idol drama just let it go. In this way, if you are willing to become a contracted artist of our company, I will solve it from your agent. Lin Feng said. This. Lin Yikan hesitated. Lin Feng's contract is too generous for her. Lin Yikan's parents divorced, and she and her younger brother were all raised by their mother. But the mother was frail and sick, unable to do heavy work, and had limited income. For the sake of their siblings, not all of them were exhausted and sick, and they owed a car debt of tens of millions of NT dollars. This is why Lin Yikan had to come out to work after graduating from high school last year. But Ariel Lin, who did not give up his studies, was admitted to the Korean Department of National Chengshi University in September this year. But although she is now out to do things, she now only shoots MTV occasionally, The income is very low, and also unstable. If Lin Feng can sign the contract now, it will be a help for her family, and it will be able to solve her family's economic crisis. But she has already signed an agent, and the agent treats her very well. Just when Lin Yikan was hesitating, her agent Xiao's sister rushed over. "Mr. Lin, I am Chen Jin's agent," little Yu said after reaching out and shaking hands with Lin Feng politely. "Just right, Sister Yu. Right? I am the chairman of the Second World. I am here this time to invite Ariel Lin to be the spokesperson of our company. This is a contract." Lin Feng handed the contract to Sister Yu. Sister Xiao accepted the contract, and after reading it, she was as shocked as Ariel Lin. "This contract is too generous. Lin Yikan is just a newcomer. How can she match such a generous contract?" Sister Xiao looked at Lin Feng carefully and wondered why Lin Feng gave Lin Yikan such a generous contract. "Mr. Lin, I have heard of you. The most popular person in newspapers and magazines recently is you, the youngest and richest man in mainland China, the hero of 9.11, and the signing of more than 10 emperor superstars from Hong Kong this time." It was in an uproar. Sister Xiao first exclaimed, but then Yu Feng turned around. "Mr. Lin, I don't care if Lin is required to be the agent of Ariel Lin on this contract. But Chen Jin is now my contracted artist after all. I won't be responsible for her. I just want to ask one thing. Why did you give Chen Jin such a newcomer with such a generous contract? Are there any hidden terms?" "No, there are no potential terms in this contract. The reason why I signed her is only because I am optimistic about her future," Lin Feng said frankly. Sister Xiao stared at Lin Feng's eyes carefully, trying to see the flaw. "This contract is too generous, and it makes people feel guilty, afraid of fraud. You have to know that there are more than a dozen artists I have signed now, and with my current status, I don't think I need to deceive a newcomer." Lin Feng saw that Xiao was still worried and explained again. Sister Xiao nodded. Lin Feng was indeed right. With Lin Feng's current status and status, it is really impossible to deceive Lin Yikan, a young girl who has just graduated from high school. Although Ariel Lin is extremely cute, Lin Feng wants women. Sister Xiao doesn't think any woman will refuse. She is only 21 years old, but started from scratch to become the richest young man in mainland China. Although he is not as long as those male stars, it is not ugly. Such a man, Xiao Yu believes that no woman will refuse, can refuse. 21 years old, worth more than $1 billion, owns the most promising game company, and has a scary reputation. This kind of person seems to appear in China. "Chen Jin, this contract is good. You should sign it so that your mother won't have to work that much anymore. Your family's economic environment can also be greatly improved, and your brother can go to university next year." Sister Xiao turned and persuaded Ariel Lin. "Sister Xiao, but then you won't be my agent," Lin Yikan still said hesitantly. When she was in the most difficult time, it was Sister Xiao who helped her and found her a job as the hostess of MTV. Now that she wants her to get rid of Sister Xiao, she feels a bit too ungrateful. "You stupid girl, I signed you because of the bad environment in your home, and you are also a plastic material. I want to help you. Now that you have a better development, why hesitate? As for me, now it's still your agent. I still signed this contract for you, and you still have to pay me for your first year's salary." Sister Xiao touched Lin Yikan's head and said. Sister Xiao's words mostly came out of sincerity. Of course, there is also a little selfishness. Ariel Lin had an income of 1 million yuan in the first year. According to her contract with Ariel Lin, 40% of Ariel Lin's income belongs to her. Then she will receive 400,000 yuan in income from this contract, which is more than 1.6 million yuan in NT dollars. She signed with Ariel Lin for only 3 months and earned more than 1.7 million in 3 months. She made a lot of money. As for Lin Yikan's prospects, in the eyes of little Yu, there is indeed, but she can't guarantee success. After all, so many newcomers come out in the entertainment industry every day, and maybe the newcomers of today will become the old ones of tomorrow. The income of 1.6 million makes Xiao Yu very satisfied. And Lin Yikan also has a good development company. No matter what Abacus Xiao sister makes, Lin Feng only needs to sign a contract with Ariel Lin. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief when he witnessed Lin Yikan finally signing his name. On this trip to Taiwan, I missed the final contact with F4 and Xiaoqiang. See how they offer. If it is appropriate, Lin Feng will sign the contract. If it is inappropriate, Lin Feng will forget it. Of course, there is Lin Chiling. Lin Feng has commissioned a private detective in Taipei to find it. But because Taiwan is so big, Lin Feng doesn't know where Lin Chiling, who is still an ordinary person, is there, and he dare not pack up if he can find Lin Feng. Can only take a chance. Well, since it's so complete, I will invite you to dinner tonight, and then go to Taipei's most famous nightclub to play. Wu Zongxian walked out and clapped his hands. Where? Lin Feng asked. He, a nightclub opened by a friend, there are many beauties in it. Wu Zongxian smiled. Then Lin Feng and his party, Wu Zongxian, Jie Chu, Lin Yikan and her agent Xiao first went to dinner together, and then went to the nightclub. Wu Zongxian said Room 18. Room 18. His most famous nightclub. If you arrive in Taipei and don't go to Room 18 to play, you can be considered to have come to Taiwan in vain. Room 18 was opened by Taiwanese artist Qiao Zongkan. Most of the stars in Taiwan's entertainment circle like to come here at night. Since celebrities often come, it naturally attracts many ordinary Taiwanese young people to come and play. Not only can I play, I can meet celebrities, and maybe something ambiguous will happen, which naturally makes Room 18 business so good. However, nightclubs also have peak seasons and off-seasons. In order to save costs, Room 18 is only open 3 days a week: Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. Among them, Wednesday is Ladies' Day, and discounts are offered to female guests. Today is exactly Saturday, and it is also the most popular time for Room 18. Brother Xian. The janitor saw Wu Zongxian saying hello again and again, and then let Wu Zongxian in. However, it stopped Jie Chu, Ariel Lin and Lin Feng. Room 18 has an unwritten rule: stars are free. But this star must be famous and popular, or the guard will stop him and let him buy a ticket. Therefore, the Taiwanese industry also joked that to see if a celebrity is popular, it depends on whether he goes to Room 18 for free. Hey, Lin Dong, I'm sorry, I don't come here too few, and I kind of forgot the rules. Wu Zongxian repeatedly apologized, and then paid for the ticket. The guard also accepted the money calmly. This was the rule, not to mention that he did not know Lin Feng and others. Only Jie Chu is a little familiar, but only slightly. Lin Feng shook his head indifferently. Anyway, I'm not a star, so it's normal to go to a nightclub to buy a ticket. But Jie Chu has just appeared to be a little bit of a head recently, and now he is stopped by someone, obviously a little bit shameless. Sure enough, Lin Feng glanced at him. Jie Chu's face was gloomy, but he just hummed in. I don't know. From this moment on, Jie Chu secretly vowed to become the most famous star in Asia, and let these low-minded doormen take a good look at who he is. Jie Chu. Later, after entering Room 18, Lin Feng finally understood why Wu Zongxian, a person who rarely came to nightclubs, brought himself and others to this famous Room 18 today. In the nightclub, Wu Zongxian constantly introduced some stars who are close to him to Lin Feng. Obviously, he hopes that his celebrity friends can catch Lin Feng's ride. Lin Feng didn't care about Wu Zongxian's careful thoughts. I think I know the celebrity. Not to mention that Wu Zongxian didn't make it clear who he wanted to sign, even if it was revealed. The next day, while Ariel Lin continued to film Jie Chu's MTV, Lin Feng met with the now top beauty in Taiwan, Xiaoqiang, to discuss the phantom endorsement contract. I have to say that this popular Taiwanese bombshell is indeed graceful, and the charm of a mature woman is undoubtedly revealed in his gestures. People can't help but want to gallop in their arms. But today Lin Feng is here to talk about the endorsement contract, automatically filtering out the infinite charm that Xiao Daimai exudes. However, the conditions offered by Xiaoqiang's agent made Lin Feng frown. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, Please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 280, Xiao Qiang, the most popular female artist in Taiwan nowadays, has just been elected as the #1 most beautiful female artist in Asia, and was chosen as the female artist whom men want to date the most. Sitting opposite Xiao Qiang, Lin Feng felt the amazing sexy charm of Xiao Qiang's whole body all the time, which was almost suffocating. However, Lin Feng almost didn't leave directly because of the asking price of his agent. Donglin, your company is one of the most well-known game companies in Asia, and Miss Xiao Qiang has just ranked first in Asia's most beautiful female artist. I think your cooperation is a match made in heaven. It is definitely 1+12. Agent Jiang Lin. The cooperation between Feng's company and Xiao Qiang has blown up the sky. Miss Xiao Qiang can accept the audition endorsement fee of 1 million for 3 years, but the remuneration of the Phantom MP3 player, I think, Miss Xiao Qiang should be matched with this price. The agent wrote on the paper 1, followed by 3 zeros. 10 million in 3 years. Renminbi or Taiwan dollar? Lin Feng asked calmly with a heartbeat. Renminbi. Miss Xiao Qiang is worth this worth. The agent said naturally. Lin Feng frowned tighter. 10 million renminbi is equivalent to more than 40 million Taiwan dollars, which is a bit of a big talk. Last year, Xiao Qiang's worth was about 2 million yuan 1 year, and now it has doubled. Although she has just won the first prize of Asia's most beautiful female artist, it's too expensive, and it's rising too fast. Lin Feng's displeased look was naturally seen by Xiao Qiang's agent Timmy. Mr. Lin, I believe that Miss Xiao Qiang will be worth the money. Her popularity, whether in Hong Kong, Taiwan or mainland China, has a huge popularity and fan base. Timmy continued to promote Xiao Qiang's charm. Lin Feng admitted that Xiao Qiang in 2001 was a popular one, and he did have a huge popularity. The remuneration of 10 million in 3 years is not too expensive. However, Lin Feng has become accustomed to cheaply signing tomorrow's superstars, whether it is Tins or Chu, who signed before, for up to 2 years. Their popularity will not be lost to Xiao Qiang, and in the future they will far surpass Xiao Qiang. After all, Xiao Qiang is 33 years old this year, and women will age slowly after they are 30 years old, especially for a female celebrity who is known for her beauty. Signing with Tins and Chu cost 1 million in 3 years, and signing Xiao Qiang with 10 million in 3 years. How could this account be considered uneconomical? In the end, Lin Feng and Timmy broke up. However, the two sides did not tear their faces. The business is not in love. Timmy, whether the asking price is too high. I also like the Phantom, and it is said that the sales in mainland China, Hong Kong, South Korea and Japan are very good. If it can become an international brand, it does not matter if I endorse a little bit. It is very popular for me. It is still very helpful. At that time, we can ask for a higher price in other advertising contracts. Xiao Qiang is definitely not the kind of woman who only has a face and breasts. Since last year, she spent millions of dollars in shooting calendars to send to reporters and fans every year to show her cleverness. Stephanie Xiao Qiang's English name. You have to know that women's youth is limited. You are no longer young. Although you are becoming popular now, no one can guarantee the future of the star industry. You are now becoming popular. No, how can I make more money? Timmy exhorted. Xiao Qiang frowned. Timmy was indeed right. The life cycle of celebrities is limited, especially a female celebrity. Once the beauty gets sold, most of them retire, either to be a small boss, or to live on your savings, and if you're lucky, you can marry a good husband. But those are the lucky few after all. For most celebrities, it is better to make more money while they are young and when they become popular. Okay, Stephanie, don't think too much. Now you are the most popular among female artists in Taiwan. If Lin Dong wants to sell Phantom in Taiwan, he will definitely sign you. Besides, in Asia, your popularity is already very high, unless the contract allows you to enter Hollywood. That way, you can endorse for free. Otherwise, You should ask for reasonable compensation. Timmy said. Timmy was forced to endorse audition with 1 million in 3 years. So many Emperor superstars in Hong Kong have signed contracts, and Wu Zongxian in Taiwan has also signed contracts. If Xiao Qian asks for a high price, he will be criticized for being too high, and if he doesn't sign a contract, even worse, I am afraid that Xiao Qian will be criticized by the media for not being a top star in Taiwan. Since signing is a must, Timmy naturally hopes to recover a little loss in the phantom advertising endorsement contract. Xiao Qian smiled at Timmy's introduction to Hollywood. Entering Hollywood is not easy said than done. Even Chow Yun-fat's big brother, when he arrives in Hollywood, he immediately becomes a second-rate or even third-rate star. Only Jackie Chan and Jet Li, who have Chinese kung fu stars, can barely gain a foothold in Hollywood. She is just an Asian woman. Even if she gets the first place in Asia's Most Beautiful Female Artist, for Hollywood, she is just an ordinary Asian actor. Putting aside the thought of entering Hollywood, Xiao Qian didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, she is now becoming popular, and it is not bad for this advertising endorsement contract. I still listen to Timmy, take advantage of the popularity, make more money to prevent old age. Lin Feng hesitated when he returned to his residence. Although Taiwan's market is not as good as Japan's, it will never lose to South Korea and Hong Kong. In Taiwan, a region where celebrity worship is absolutely serious, the effect of a popular celebrity is amazing. Besides, signing Xiao Qian with 10 million in 3 years is not too expensive. When Lin Feng Shang was hesitating, Dan's ice call made Lin Feng dispel his desire to sign a contract. Only 30,000 phantoms arrived in Taiwan this time. Since the popularity of the market has greatly exceeded Dan's ice expectations, Danzi can only protect overseas markets now. Japan and South Korea are the focus, followed by Hong Kong and the mainland market. Taiwan, an untapped emerging market, can only be ranked last. Since there are only 30,000 copies, Lin Feng doesn't have to hesitate, so he can directly use JQ as the advertising spokesperson. Of course, Ariel Lin, who had just become an artist under the Second World brand, replaced Xiao Qian's role. Although the two have just started to take the position, and the other is still a newcomer who can no longer be new, but with the charm of the Phantom, there is still no worries about sales of 30,000 units. What's more, please move Xiao Qian for 30,000 phantoms. The price-performance ratio is really not high. In the evening, Lin Feng called Xiao Qian and said that he was very sorry that he could not invite Xiao Qian to become the spokesperson of the Phantom for some reason. However, Lin Feng and Xiao Qian reached a contract with Audition. Now this Audition endorsement contract, not only the celebrities feel a little embarrassed, but Lin Feng is also embarrassed. If Lin Feng, a superstar recognized by the Taiwan industry, would not sign, he would definitely be criticized. But in Lin Feng's mind, Taiwan has only a few stars worthy of signing. Although 1 million in 3 years is not expensive, Lin Feng does not want to sign some stars whose sales are obviously insufficient for Audition. For example, Wu Bei. If the contract is signed, the sales must be limited. In the end, Lin Feng signed a contract with most of the Emperor superstars recognized by the Taiwan industry. Wu Zongxian, Wu Bei, Ren Xianqi and others. Of course, there is also the former super idol Lin Ziying. Although the stars are bleak now, Lin Feng knows that in the future, the former Asian popular Little King will return to the public eye again. As for the hottest F4, after receiving Lin Feng's call, he didn't show up too much, and he signed the contract very readily. But 4 people are endorsement fees of 1 million yuan per person for 3 years. Lin Feng did not have too many opinions on this. After all, the 4 of them are very popular now, and they are worth the price. What's more, F4 is definitely one of the best-selling stars of Audition. This time the all-star team signing plan is so smooth. Lin Feng also deeply remembers Andy Lau's favor, as well as the favor of more than 10 Emperor superstars signed in Hong Kong. Without their refreshing signing, his own Audition All-Star lineup has never been so smooth. After the 30,000 Phantoms arrived in Taiwan, under the promotion of J-Chu and Ariel Lin, they were sold out by merchants and consumers who came to hear the news in just one day. Price. The price of Phantom plays a decisive role in it. Of course, because Lin Feng's Phantom adopts a paid download mode, it can also get benefits for major record companies, so it also contributes to the flames behind it. This is also a very important reason for the popularity of Phantom in Asia. As for downloading MP3 fees, Lin Feng also sets different prices according to the different economic levels of various regions. Of course, a large part of it is required by record companies. Mainland users download one MP3 for 1 cent, Hong Kong users $1 for one song, Taiwan users 4 new Taiwan dollars, South Korean users 51 for one song, and Japanese users 30 yen for one song. There is no doubt that mainland players are the most cost-effective, and Japanese users are the most expensive, but this is also the price adjusted according to the different price indices of various places. Of course, due to the actual consumption power of mainland consumers and the rampant piracy, record companies can only selectively abandon the mainland market and default to an extremely unreasonable price of 0.01 yuan for downloading an MP3. As for other places, naturally they will not be as cheap as the mainland. Although consumers in South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong complain about the low download prices enjoyed by mainland consumers, they are still extremely cheap compared to the economic strength of various regions. Coupled with the joint publicity and suppression of record companies, this complaint will not be resolved. After the Taiwan incident, Lin Feng took Lin Yikan back to Shanghai. But before leaving, Ariel Lin received a year's endorsement fee in advance and gave it to his mother, so that the family would no longer run around because of lack of money. Lin Yikan can also leave Taiwan with confidence and follow Lin Feng to Shanghai. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters. Support the author. Support genuine reading. Chapter 281. After Lin Feng and Lin Yikan returned to Shanghai, they had a little trouble with Lin Yikan's accommodation. Lin Feng wanted to arrange Lin Yikan to live in the dormitory, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up and let him live in his own villa. Firstly, the staff dormitory is more complicated, with too much traffic, which makes it unsuitable for stars like Ariel Lin to live. Secondly, the contractors under the Second World all live in Lin Feng Villa, and everyone has a care for each other, and Lin Feng also hopes that they can get along with each other in harmony. Third, Lin Feng is often not at home sometimes, and a few girls are often not at home because of advertising contracts or other activities. In such a big villa, there are only 1 or 2 people at home, which is indeed a bit scared, although there are guards from the Lania security company outside. For these girls, they are just security personnel, who cannot solve the loneliness in their hearts. Many people live in, and it is a little lively. Lin Yikan was unwilling at first, although he didn't give a clear reason. But from Lin Yikan's look at Lin Feng's eyes, Lin Feng knew that Lin Yikan must have misunderstood him, thinking that he was thinking of Golden House Kangjiao. Lin Feng did not have any explanation for this. After taking him to the villa, he saw Algra and looked at the rooms of Lisa and others. Lin Yikan was relieved. It's no different from the dormitory here, and everyone has their own private room. Besides, with a few girls as company, Lin Yikan also thinks that Lin Feng will not mess around. Algra was naturally happy to see more people. She was alone at night in such a big villa. She was really scared. Although the same is true in Europe. There are servants there, and after arriving in Shanghai, she is also used to hearing the laughter of other girls at night and getting used to the lively scenes. Suddenly, she was the only one left in the villa. She was indeed uncomfortable, and a little scared. After welcoming Lin Yikan's arrival, Algra finally glanced at Lin Feng deeply with a smirk on his face. Lin Feng didn't know what Algra was laughing at, but he didn't have time to think about it. After returning to Shanghai to settle Lin Yikan, he went to the company. Director Kui, How is the expansion of Audition's all-star lineup made? Lin Feng asked with concern. This time it cost tens of millions, but it can't be spent for nothing. Donglin, the data is being produced according to the exact physical information provided by the artist. All production will be completed within 15 days, and the expansion will be released in November. Kui Ming said affirmatively. For this time Lin Fengnan signed these stars at such a low price. Kui Ming really admired it. He has carefully calculated that the endorsement fee for a star for 3 years is 1 million yuan, and the price of each star in the game to be sold is 8.8 yuan. As long as 120,000 people buy a star, Audition can recover the star endorsement fee. And Kui Ming provided each star with no less than 10 sets of various costumes, each priced at RMB 6.8. Kui Ming made a rough calculation. Now Audition has close to 10 million registered users after the recent release of Audition's all-star lineup. The number of registered players has risen wildly, and each star has only 100,000 purchases. Basically the celebrity endorsement fee came back. If each player buys 2 more clothes for the celebrity, one celebrity can bring more than 1 million profits to the company, not to mention this is only the most conservative estimate. Also, with the official launch of Audition All-Star lineup, Kui Ming believes that fans of these Emperor superstars will flood into the game, and the celebrity fans are absolutely as crazy as the guild players in Legend. There is absolutely nothing less than it. Kui Ming believes that Audition's all-star lineup this time may become a new gold spot for Second World, and it is not impossible to even surpass Legend. For Lin Feng, who caused this miracle, Kui Ming worshipped him again in his heart. Great God! Lin Feng naturally didn't know that he had been deified in Kui Ming's heart, but he was extremely satisfied with this progress. After complimenting Kui Ming's for a few words, Lin Feng left the company and went to see Dan's in the admiration of Kui Ming's star. Donglin, in 3 days this time, a total of 660,000 phantoms have been sold. 180,000 in mainland China, 48,000 in Hong Kong, 160,000 in South Korea, 242,000 in Japan, and 30,000 in Taiwan. Tanzi couldn't help it. The excitement called. Lin Feng was also quite surprised. This result is too good. But in terms of the price and workmanship of the Phantom, this result is only good. Donglin, we have already started to increase production lines, and now the monthly production capacity can reach 300,000 units. But I am afraid it will still be insufficient in the short term. I plan to add 2 more production lines to 500,000 units. Danzi reported. Well, you make up your mind in this regard. Lin Feng nodded and said. Also, although the Phantom has sold 660,000 units, our net profit is 350,000 RMB excluding celebrity endorsement fees. Danzi took out the financial statement and said, although it was predicted that the Phantom itself would not make money, it only made 350,000 after selling 660,000 copies, and one made less than 0.5 yuan, which still made Lin Feng a bit speechless. But when I saw the following data, I was immediately happy. In 3 days, the MP3 download link provided by the Phantom official website has indeed been downloaded 2.2 million times in the mainland, 600,000 in Hong Kong, 1.7 million in South Korea, 3.2 million in Japan, and 350,000 in Taiwan. And for every download, Lin Feng can get half of the actual fee. The Phantom of profits in this area alone has brought Lin Feng an income of RMB 4,241,500 in these 3 days. Among them, Japan contributed more than 3.59 million yuan in income, and the mainland contributed 11,000. This data made Tanzi almost excited to faint. Facts have also proved that Lin Feng's strategy of charging for MP3 download is extremely correct, and with the hot sales of Phantom, I am afraid that this income will be even more amazing in the future. At the same time, the record companies that got this downloaded data report are also extremely satisfied. Although this profit is small for them, it is enough to make them look forward to future prospects. Worship, Dan's eyes towards Lin Feng were full of admiration and admiration. However, Lin Dong, there is still not good news. Apple also launched an MP3 player on October 8, called a Dipod, which is very similar to our Phantom. Tanzi said after looking at Lin Feng, he slightly wondered whether there was any connection between Phantom and iPod. Regarding the connection between Phantom and iPod, Lin Feng would naturally not say. But although their iPod looks similar to ours, we use flash memory as storage, and they use miniature hard drives as storage. They are far better than us in terms of capacity, but we are even better in terms of mobility and compactness. And our appearance is more diversified, and consumers have more choices. Tanzi first praised the iPod, but later showed absolute self-confidence. And their price is more than double ours. I believe that if these two items are put together, consumers will definitely choose us. Tanzi proudly said, Donglin, so I suggest that the Phantom enter the European and American markets. European and American markets? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. He would make more money by charging for MP3 downloads over there. As for the record company over there, Lin Feng believes that they will also sign a sharing contract with him. Quite simply, under the internet, consumers can still download songs from the internet without signing a contract with themselves, and they can still get at least half of the dividends after signing. But isn't it out of stock now? Lin Feng asked. However, we can continue to expand production. If Lin Dong hopes to enter the European and American markets, we can expand 5 more production lines to produce 1 million units a month. Tanzi said ambitiously. Yes, but how much money does it need to invest? Lin Feng knew that Tanzi only proposed now, and the company must be out of money. Lin Dong is really wise. Tanzi didn't forget to slap Lin Feng's flattery. We still need 30 million. Okay, I will transfer the money to the campaigner's account later. Lin Feng still has 272 million US dollars in funds, which is nothing but 30 million yuan. Haha, Lin Dong, then I will go back to Dongguan to buy the production line first. Regarding European and American celebrity spokespersons, I believe Lin Dong is better than me, so I will leave it to Lin Dong. Tanzi said cunningly. Okay. Lin Feng didn't shy away either. Anyway, I was going to the United States soon, so I happened to do it together. What's more, Lin Feng, the American spokesperson for the Phantom, already has a candidate, that is Jessica Alba Young, sexy, fashionable, and Phantom can't match. Of course, there is another actor, of course Wentworth Miller. One of these two is already a bit famous, an absolute newcomer, and they are both very familiar with him. The endorsement is not a problem, and the price of the two is extremely low. Thinking of being able to hire future superstar endorsement contracts at such a low price, Lin Feng's beauty is so cool. Rebirth, it's so fucking cool. But the so-called good fortune, misfortune never comes singly. Lin Feng's career success cannot stop the troubles in life. The next day, Lisa and others returned to the villa. Only Harasai Anglai is still in Japan, and Japan has been out of stock, but Harasai Anglai is still with her mother and will come back a few days later. However, as soon as a few girls came back, they saw a beautiful girl suddenly added to the villa, and all of them were taken aback. Welcome, my stars are finally back. Lin Feng opened his arms to express welcome, but Lisa alone gave Lin Feng a hug, but his body was a bit stiff. Brother Lin, who is she? Lin Ziyui asked in a buzzing voice. Her name is Ariel Lin, Taiwanese, and the artist I just signed, and she will live here in the future. Lin Feng explained. HMPH. Brother Lin, you are very powerful. Every time you go to a new place, you can abduct a beautiful woman back. Lin Ziyui hummed. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 282 reprinted in Times? Lin Ziyui's tone embarrassed Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly came down. When I heard Algra's laugh, I just remembered what she was smirking when I let Lin Yikan live in. Obviously waiting for a good show. However, Lin Ziyue was right. He went to several places and seemed to abduct a beautiful woman. But seeing the superstar of tomorrow, if he doesn't turn back, Lin Feng is really unwilling. However, in this situation, we must be more serious. Otherwise Lin Ziyue will definitely cause trouble again. Wisdom. Don't talk nonsense, Lin Feng said with a sullen face. Lin Ziyue has always been not afraid of the heavens and the earth. If she is allowed to worry about this matter, it is estimated that tonight will be endless. HMPH. He'll use the boss to overpower others. Lin Ziyue was shocked when Lin Feng's face became cold, but he muttered unwillingly, I don't know what your friends would think. The girl on the left, again a girl, take them all home, ha, you are a big carrot. Lin Ziyue's words made everyone dumbfounded. Liu Yifei and a few girls were also a little bit unbearable, and finally everyone couldn't help but laugh. Dong Lin, is it inconvenient for me to live here? I can live in the dormitory. Lin Yikan is not familiar with everyone, and is afraid that he will cause unnecessary trouble. She signed with Lin Feng Company this time, just wanting to make more money so that her mother and younger brother can live a good life sooner. You are Sister Lin Yikan, you are older than me, I will call your sister Chen. It's okay, don't listen to wisdom. Just live here. The dormitory is very inconvenient, there are many concerns, and I am very free here. Sister, it's so beautiful and will definitely become a big star in the future. If you live in the dormitory, it will be very troublesome. After Li Zu was so troubled by Lin Ziyue just now, the entanglement in his heart can be considered for the time being to let go. At the moment, she advised Lin Yikan as a person over here. Lin Yikan looked at Li Zu and then at everyone, and saw that everyone looked like you had stayed. It was not like lying. After thinking about it, he no longer insisted on leaving. After all, it was indeed very comfortable to live here, and it was also very safe, and Lin Feng did not have any unruly attempts. It made her feel like Cinderella became Snow White. Of course, there is only one Prince Charming, but apparently, in Lin Yikan's mind, Lin Feng is not planning to be a Prince Charming. At most it is just an interesting young boss. Ha ha, here are new friends again, let's play Mahjong tonight. Lin Ziyue was just fighting for Li Zu just now. Naturally, she welcomes as many people as possible. That's how lively. Don't. Everyone objected in unison, especially Liu Yifei called the loudest. The absurd undressing Mahjong last time made Liu Yifei a shame in her life. It was too embarrassing. Now she is a little scared when she hears of Mahjong. As for Li Zu and others, the same is true. Fortunately, there were no outsiders last time, and Lin Feng didn't mention it again. Otherwise everyone would be as embarrassed as they were. Oh, don't worry. This time I won't fight that. And don't gamble on money. Let's bet on housework. Lin Ziyue also knew that it was a bit too much last time, but Liu Yifei refused to gamble, so she thought hard and thought about it all night. It is a very exciting thing to play Mahjong without gambling. Doing housework. The women were taken aback. Yes, this villa is so big. Every time it is done by Zu, she is too hard. We are lazy again. It is better to rely on hemp to decide who will do the housework in the future. It just happens to be fun again, and can also share the housework for Zu. Lin Ziyue nodded and said. When the girls heard it, they were quite agreeable. It is indeed a bit inhumane to always let Li Zu do it alone. At night, there was another sound of Mahjong. However, some of the girls had just returned from the field, and they disappeared after 10 o'clock. However, at night, after Li Zu entered Lin Feng's room again, Lin Feng began to stand trial. Although Li Zu didn't say anything during the day, after Lin Ziyue's gag, Lin Feng snatched Lin Ariel from Taiwan and arranged for him to enter the villa temporarily. However, Li Zu is always uneasy. Now that there are no others around at night, she naturally has to take a good look at Lin Feng. However, the kind and innocent little white rabbit, under the cunning and treacherous big bad wolf Frederick and restless magic claws, Little White Rabbit once again fed the big bad wolf with his body. After a day's rest, Lin Feng embarked on a flight to Los Angeles, USA. In this trip to the United States, Lin Feng will not only buy the Unreal Engine, but also meet with Spielberg to discuss the cooperation of Prison Break. It is also necessary to acquire the Avenue Company Internet Advertising Company, and at the same time to prepare for the establishment of the 9.11 Fund, and to sign a spokesperson for the Phantom. After arriving in Los Angeles, Jessica picked up the plane. "Hi, Lynn. Welcome to the United States again, to Los Angeles." Jessica gave a warm hug. "Hi, Jessica. It's getting more and more beautiful," Lin Feng praised. Today Jessica is wearing a sexy Off-Zilder outfit, which is very seductive and has a high rate of turning her head back. However, Jessica also wore a hat that concealed her peerless face, which was even more noticeable. "Thank you." Jessica smiled charmingly, glanced at the 4 bodyguards beside Lin Feng, shrugged and said helplessly, "It seems that my car is not enough for you to take. You let them take a taxi. You take my car. Lin Feng nodded. This time in the United States, Wang Meng wanted Lin Feng to be more bodyguards. The last time Lin Feng made such a big incident in the United States, for fear of any trouble if Lin Feng went again this time, bring more bodyguards for safety. However, when Lin Feng refused, 4 bodyguards were enough. If the US government really wants to deal with itself, there are no more people. However, Lin Feng is gratified that although half of the people in the world watched the live broadcast or news introduction during the last judgment of the century, he did not become a topic that the American people talked about all day long. At least after arriving in the United States, no one looked at Lin Feng except for a few more sexy Jessicas along the way. In fact, even though Lin Feng has done such a earth-shattering thing in the era of information explosion, for ordinary people, he is just a news figure for a while. Lin Feng is too far away for them, not as close to them as stars and players. For them, Lin Feng may be mentioned in the future and they will think of Lin Feng, but it is by no means the focus of their daily attention. By the way, Lin, congratulations. It's on the cover of Time magazine again. Jessica handed Lin Feng a copy of Time magazine in October. On the cover is Lin Feng, but this time I chose the Boeing 767, the collapsed Statue of Liberty and the White House as the background. Hero or Demon? Time magazine cover with this title. In the magazine, the 9.11 incident was introduced in detail, and Lin Feng's behavior in 9.11 and the $750 million were discussed in both pros and cons. Lin Feng was speechless. "But I am quite proud. At least I became the first person to be on the cover of Time magazine for 2 consecutive months. This can be regarded as another recognition of the United States." Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the hotel with Jessica's Porsche. After Lin Feng settled down, Jessica invited Lin Feng to dinner. "Jessica, our company has a new product ready to land in the United States." Lin Feng took out the Phantom as he said, "Hey, it's like iPod." "No, your style has changed a little bit, and it's lighter." Jessica cried out when she saw the Phantom. Hee, this is no iPod, this is my company's MP3 player, named Phantom. What do you think?" Lin Feng asked expectantly. Jessica tried to operate it and found that it was not much different from the iPod. After putting on the headphones, after listening to a few songs, she nodded with great satisfaction, but finally frowned slightly. "Lin, I also bought one of Apple's iPod. Except for the slightly different appearance, the function and operation are almost the same. And the sound quality is also very good." "But how come you have 16 songs?" "iPod, but it can store thousands of MP3s. Jessica said. I can only save so much, but this one only sells for $37. But the pod sells for $91. Lin Feng said proudly. "It's so cheap." Jessica was surprised. The same quality as the iPod, except for storage is not as good. But the price is only a little more than a third of the iPod, which is incredible. Jessica can imagine how attractive this is to many Americans who are not wealthy. The United States is indeed the most developed country in the world, but it also has more poor people. This is a topic that no country can avoid. For these poor people, the Phantom of Lin Feng is undoubtedly the best choice. And it is more compact and portable, and more convenient. So, In order to open up the American market, I want to invite you to become the spokesperson of the Phantom, Jessica," Lin Feng said while looking at Jessica's beautiful eyes. "What? Invite me to be your spokesperson?" Jessica was slightly surprised, and said with a little surprise, "Hee, of course, I know you a Hollywood star, and I don't invite you to invite anyone," Lin Feng said with a smile. "That's naturally my honor, but it's not cheap," Jessica said coquettishly. Although Jessica said so, in the end, it reached an agreement with $1.5 million in 3 years. This price is very much in line with Jessica's current worth, but Jessica promised that when the Phantom landed in the United States, it would show promotion for her. This is incredible in Hollywood. Most Hollywood celebrities endorsed advertisements, except for a few top international fashion brands, are just shooting advertisements. After all, it's a shame for Hollywood stars to help out with catwalk publicity, and the money for making more movies will come back. But Jessica is also grateful for Lin Feng's life-saving grace on the plane, and this time her value has risen rapidly, thanks to Spielberg's innocent hero. Otherwise she is still just a small celebrity, ordinary Hollywood star. After spending a night in Los Angeles, Lin Feng and Jessica went to Hollywood the next day to visit Spielberg to discuss the shooting of Prison Break. But Spielberg is a big Hollywood director, and it's really uncertain whether he can take over the film. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 283 Crisis Consciousness? Crisis Awareness. The old saying goes, born in sorrow, die in happiness. After being reborn, Lin Feng never dared to be too satisfied with the status quo. After getting to know Mr. Zhu, Lin Feng thought it was a good thing for him at first. But not long ago, Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. After Mr. Zhu stepped down in 2003, the Zhu was purged except for those who had outstanding contributions in various fields and had an unshakable status. Does that count as a Zhu? Lin Feng didn't know, he had nowhere to ask, and he couldn't ask. However, the crisis awareness told Lin Feng that the future is most reliable only in his own hands. Therefore, Lin Feng hopes that this trip to the United States will continue to expand his influence and reach someone who is similar to Li Ka-shing's status. At the beginning, Comrade Xiaoping promised that Hong Kong will remain unshakable for 50 years to ensure that Li Ka-shing, the giants in charge of Hong Kong's finances, will not withdraw their capital from Hong Kong. Otherwise, once they withdraw their capital and leave Hong Kong's economy may collapse instantly. A businessman who achieves this status is truly successful. Lin Feng also wanted to follow Li Ka-shing, but at the moment Lin Feng did not have the time and capital to enter the real estate, not to mention the deep water inside. The most precious wealth that Lin Feng possesses comes from his foresight of the future. And this foresight is more limited to games, film and television, and computer industries. In the 21st century, public opinion guides everything. Public opinion is in the hands of the media, and the best media today is still television. Lin Feng wants to own a TV station, whether it is to expand his influence or for profit. The TV series produced by Lin Feng must be broadcast by a TV station, which is subject to copyright restrictions in China, while most of the foreign companies produce TV programs, which can guarantee profits. So Lin Feng desperately needs a TV station. In China, it is impossible for a private person to own a TV station, so Lin Feng set his sights on the United States. The TV station that Lin Feng wants to acquire already has a goal in mind, but with Lin Feng's current financial situation, he can only buy local stations in the United States. If a local station wants to rapidly expand its influence, it must have its ace program. Prison Break is Lin Feng's favorite show, and it will surely make a local TV station become a national TV station. But if you want a local TV station to become a national TV station in the shortest time, it is not enough to rely on a Prison Break. The smell of wine is also afraid of the deep alley. A local station, a new drama, it is difficult to make a sensation in the United States. There must be an action that makes all the media hype. Lin Feng's fancy is the Hollywood director Spielberg. A major Hollywood director suddenly went to shoot a TV series. This news is definitely hot news in all the media. As an investor and broadcasting TV station, it is hard not to be famous. But before going to Spielberg's house, Lin Feng first found Wentworth Miller. The script and the protagonist. Lin Feng hopes to impress Spielberg. An excellent director cannot refuse an excellent script. Mr. Lin, hello. Seeing Lin Feng again, Miller was a little nervous. Previously, his knowledge of Lin Feng was only a Chinese who appeared on the cover of Time magazine. Later, Lin Feng crashed the Statue of Liberty and caused the collapse of the White House, which shocked Miller while secretly worrying about Lin Feng. At the same time, I am also worried about whether my opportunity will be lost. However, after watching the live broadcast and witnessing the news of Lin Feng's acquittal, I am afraid Miller is one of the happiest people in the United States. This time Lin Feng came to him, he was naturally very happy. This means that his opportunity has really come. You are Miss Jessica. Looking at Jessica, who was blonde, blue-eyed and tall and sexy, Miller was slightly stunned and said with excitement, "Hello, this is Jessica." Jessica stretched out her hand generously. Hello, my name is Wentworth Miller, I am your fan. Miller looked shy. Lin Feng and Jessica smiled at each other. Unexpectedly this Miller would be a fan of Jessica. Then the three came to Spielberg's house together. "Mr. Steven, excuse me," Lin Feng said lightly. Ha, Lin. "I will be waiting for you after receiving your news." Spielberg gave Lin Feng a hug. "Hello Mr. Spielberg," Jessica and Miller said respectfully. Fortunately for Jessica, her status now shows signs of entering the ranks of Hollywood's top stars. She has also worked with several big directors, but Miller is the first time to visit a big Hollywood director with a cramped look. "Miss Jessica, I believe you have met Steven. This is Wentworth Miller, who is also the actor in the new drama I am preparing to film," Lin Feng introduced. Spielberg looked up at Miller, nodded, and then led Lin Feng and others to the living room. "Steven, this is the script." Lin Feng handed the script Prison Break. He wrote to Spielberg, "You are free, let me look at the script." Spielberg motioned to let Lin Feng and the three people be free, then put on his glasses and looked at the script carefully. Seeing Spielberg concentrating on the script, it was inconvenient for the boring Lin Feng to talk to Jessica so as not to disturb Spielberg's reading of the script. So he got up and browsed the home of the great Hollywood director. Jessica also wandered around with Lin Feng, only Miller sat there with a nervous and restrained expression, stiff like a log. For Lin Feng, Spielberg is just a prestigious director. For Jessica, Spielberg is a respectable director. But for Miller, Spielberg's influence and prestige are too much pressure for a rookie actor like him to stand in his heart like a mountain. Especially this time it is about his future. Although Lin Feng said that he should be the leading role, if Spielberg were to be the director, he would not agree. Unless Lin Feng replaced him, Miller would still not be the leading role. Time passed by. 1 hour later, after Lin Feng and Jessica strolled around Spielberg's house with a soft laugh, Spielberg raised his head and looked at Wentworth Miller carefully. After a long time, he shook his head. Miller was stunned for an instant, his face turned grey in an instant. Originally, he thought this was an opportunity he had waited for nearly 10 years, but he was denied by Spielberg and denied by the big-name director. Obviously, he would not have another chance. Lin Feng was also taken aback. He didn't expect Spielberg to deny Miller. This is the original protagonist, who he will not play. Ha, boy, don't be nervous. I'm not saying you are not good. Spielberg laughed at the grim-faced Miller. I sigh, I don't know where Lin found you. You are too suitable for this role. Spielberg's words made everyone feel relieved. Lin Feng also secretly shook his head helplessly. Such a famous director as Spielberg actually also joked, but this joke is really a bit scary. Thanks. Thanks. Although Miller was played by Spielberg, he was not angry, but extremely excited, and his eyes shot out. Steven, you can scare me. By the way, if I invite you to be the director of this Prison Break, would you accept it? Lin Feng asked expectantly. Looking for Spielberg, Lin Feng is not only to create a gimmick, but also to create a topical effect for his future TV station and the new drama Prison Break, but also to use Spielberg to get to know other big-name directors in the United States and some famous later-stage directors. Computer Special Effects Production Working Group. Before Lin Feng was reborn, he had an ideal, hoping to make excellent domestic games and animations, or legends into movies, such as The Legend of Sword and Fairy, Xuanyun Sword and so on. Now that he is reborn and rich, there is naturally no reason not to fulfill his wish. In addition, many classics on Starting Point Chinese Network are not enough just to read books, and Lin Feng also hopes to make them into movies. However, with the level of a domestic director and the level of a post-production computer special effects work group, Lin Feng's idea was simply impossible to achieve. If you think about the same money, Hollywood can shoot Lord of the Rings, but China can only shoot Promise, and the gap is too big. The highest level of the world film industry is naturally in Hollywood. Lin Feng hopes to use his financial resources and ambitions to make Chinese deification and Chinese elements a popular element in the world film industry, and write an indispensable page in the world film history. Knowing Spielberg is the first step. However, Spielberg smiled at Lin Feng's invitation and did not answer. Lin, your script is really good. I believe it must be very popular. But I want to ask, TV shows are different from movies, which TV station are you going to put on? Spielberg asked. Steven, rest assured, I have planned for this. I will acquire a local TV station and turn it into a national TV station. Lin Feng said confidently. Both Spielberg and Jessica took a deep breath, which is not a small ambition. As a familiar, he was still intoxicated by Spielberg's identification with him, and he didn't know what happened. Lin, you are really ambitious. I think this will probably be the first time a Chinese has acquired a foreign TV station. Spielberg said with admiration. Steven, although China is a developing country, it is slowly becoming a very important part of the world economy. There will be many such acquisitions in the future. I am just the first person to eat crabs. Lin Feng Gongqian said. Ha, yes, ambitious and planned. Then how much do you plan to invest in this Prison Break? Spielberg asked with interest. I know that the average cost of one episode of an American series is about $3.5 million, and I can provide $5 million for an episode. Lin Feng thought for a while and said. Spielberg was slightly surprised. Although he used to make Hollywood blockbusters in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, the cost of a TV series is $5 million. Based on the 22 episodes of the first season of Prison Break, there are also $60 million in production costs. It's not cheap anymore. With this in mind, Spielberg has gradually become interested in Prison Break. He had just finished Artificial Intelligence and was in a state of rest. Unexpectedly, he would meet 9.11 on the way to vacation. Then he met Lin Feng by accident and invited him to make a TV series. In the beginning of the 9.11 century trial, when the Washington Supreme Court heard that Lin Feng wanted to invite him to make a TV series, Spielberg did not directly reject it, but he did not agree with it in his heart. In Hollywood, the status of television is far from being comparable to that of movies. He is a major Hollywood director to make a TV series, and he can't afford to lose this person. But after seeing the script of Prison Break today, Spielberg was really tempted. A good director cannot refuse a good script. He could not refuse such an excellent script. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 284 Chaos Cannon Fires? A good director cannot refuse a good script. What's more, Lin Feng's promise of a production fee of 5 million episodes made Spielberg even more tempted. 5 million to make a TV series, enough for him to hire the best actors and the best production team, and occasionally filming TV shows. Playing tickets is also a very pleasant thing. What's more, for such an excellent script, Spielberg believes that it will bring him an Emmy Award, which is equivalent to a movie Oscar. his first TV series will be able to win the Emmy Award. This honor undoubtedly makes Spielberg tempted and intoxicated. Although Spielberg had made a decision in his mind, Spielberg thought a little differently. Why did Lin Feng have to invite himself to make this TV series? With Lin Feng's financial resources, he can hire the best TV drama directors in the United States. I believe that as far as filming is concerned, those excellent TV drama directors are no worse than himself. But Lin Feng found himself. Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed by Hollywood by touching a closed door or soft nail? At first, Spielberg didn't understand. He also thought that Lin Feng hoped to rely on airplane love to play the emotional card. However, after hearing that Lin Feng wanted to acquire a TV station, and even wanted to build it into a national TV station, Spielberg suddenly understood. A new local TV station is also the first TV series to be launched. In such a fiercely competitive TV circle in the United States, Lin Feng needs topics to succeed, and he needs to be the gold director of Hollywood movies to make TV series topics. Spielberg shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect his fame to be used by Lin Feng, but he didn't mind either. He has not pursued any career in the film industry, and occasionally wants to play tickets and shoot serials to prove that not only does he make good movies, but serials can also become classics. This Prison Break script is extremely satisfying to him, and Miller in front of him is also the best choice for the protagonist. Of course, in order to retaliate against Lin Feng for his utilization, Spielberg also made things difficult for Lin Feng. I can agree to your invitation, but Jessica must become the heroine of this play. Spielberg pointed at Jessica with a teasing smile. Although Jessica is not a first-class Hollywood star, she has already made a small reputation for filming Forbidden Room, Love Night and Dark Angels of the End. Later, with the help of Spielberg's innocent hero, her popularity soared. It was a shame to ask her, a Hollywood star, to make a TV series. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Stephen, is Jessica suitable for this role? Lin Feng hesitated. Jessica is too sexy, too beautiful. Is it suitable for Sarah? Rest assured, I know the hobbies of American audiences. They like handsome men and beauties, especially stunners like Jessica. If you want to make a splash in the American television industry, her participation will definitely help you. But just see if you have the ability to please Jessica. Spielberg pointed. Although Spielberg is making things difficult for Lin Feng, he is actually helping Lin Feng. Like Lin Feng, although he is interested in playing tickets, he does not want to fail and is eager to succeed more than anyone. Jessica's popularity in the United States is now soaring. With her as the heroine and her own director, it can be said that the show was half popular before filming started. Coupled with Lin Feng's overly sensitive identity, it will also be the news of the media. Spielberg believes that this Prison Break will be a success beyond imagination. As for whether Jessica agrees, Spielberg is 100% confident that Jessica will definitely agree. In terms of her prestige, if she invites Jessica, she will definitely agree. Otherwise, Jessica would not follow Lin Feng to Hollywood to visit herself. But Spielberg didn't want to invite Jessica by himself, which made him feel like he owed Jessica a favor. Therefore, if Spielberg wants Lin Feng to owe the favor of Jessica, he can still gain a reputation for supporting the newcomer. Why not do it? As for whether Jessica is suitable for this role, in Spielberg's opinion, for American audiences, any role is suitable as long as it is a sexy stunner like Jessica. What's more, Spielberg has also seen several movies of Jessica, and he still admires Jessica's acting skills very much. Pokemon Pretty Lady. Spielberg's evaluation of Jessica. I have to say that Jiang is old and spicy, and Spielberg has calculated everything in that instant, but in the end he has calculated Lin Feng. After all, he is in the American entertainment industry, and he has been exposed to these things every day in this big dye tank for decades. His experience and temperament in this area are far beyond Lin Feng's ability. Different environments create different talents. Spielberg is undoubtedly an expert in dealing with people and grasping people's hearts. The fact is indeed as expected by Spielberg. Under Lin Feng's formal invitation, Jessica readily agreed to be the heroine of Prison Break. Jessica came to Hollywood on this trip. In addition to accompany Lin Feng, she also wanted to get acquainted with Spielberg, the golden director of Hollywood. Although her popularity is soaring and she has several film scripts waiting for her to sign, Jessica knows that a bad movie in Hollywood is enough to destroy a good actor. If you can know a big director like Spielberg, it will undoubtedly be very helpful to Jessica's actor career. Since Spielberg Ken is the director of this TV series, there is nothing she can't agree to. Besides, she also likes the script very much, and she likes the role of Sarah. Cheers. Lin Feng, Jessica, Miller, and Spielberg raised champagne to celebrate the initial formation of the team of Prison Break. As for production costs, Lin Feng invested $30 million in advance, and after shooting 5 episodes, he invested the remaining $30 million. Generally, American dramas are made for 1 episode, and the money for 1 episode is invested. But Spielberg is used to having a sufficient budget before making a movie, and Lin Feng is not short of money for the time being, so he agreed. As for compensation, Spielberg's compensation is $700,000 per episode. Compared to his salary for making Hollywood movies, it is almost the same. However, the Hollywood movies he made still have global box office dividends. Spielberg didn't ask for advertising dividends when he made a TV series. After all, he was also making a TV series for the first time, and it was a bit of a ticket. As for the heroine Jessica, the pay is $350,000 per episode. Male protagonist Miller, because he is a newcomer, according to market conditions, the maximum is about $30,00050,000, but Lin Feng gave $100,000. Lin Feng knows very well that Miller has become the most popular actor voted by the audience on Fox's official website with Prison Break. The pay for an episode of $100,000 is not high. Lin Feng thinks it is very worthwhile to spend $100,000 in an episode to win over the superstar of the future American TV series in advance. You know, after Miller became famous, the pay for 1 episode rose to $400,000. After that, Spielberg began to select supporting roles and set up a shooting team for Prison Break. After all, he used to be film crews, and I don't know if these crews are willing to film the TV series Prison Break with him. And Jessica and Miller became familiar with the script, preparing for the study of the script's lines, character, and background. This time, the director is Hollywood Gold Medal director Spielberg, and the two of them have to play with the spirit of 12 points. Otherwise, the failure of the acting will not only affect the drama, but may even affect the entire career of the actor. Lin Feng rushed to acquire his first TV station. Of course, the acquisition of TV stations is still early, and this is also a private matter. Lin Feng went to deal with business first and acquired the Unreal Engine. But before acquiring the Unreal Engine, Lin Feng went to meet with Abby Cohen. Lin, I must admit that you are always a person who brings miracles. Abby met with Lin Feng in the office of Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs, the world's earliest professional investment bank, founded in 1861 by Mr. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs is known for its strong corporate culture. It has been adhering to the main strategy of investment banking for more than 100 years. It has rarely set foot in commercial banks, retail brokerage and other fields, but not completely. It is the #1 investment bank on Wall Street. There are several newspapers on Abby Cohen's desk. The headlines on the front page were all reports that the Hollywood director Spielberg went to film the TV series Prison Break, and Lin Feng is also an absolute news figure. Lin Feng picked up a copy of Washington Times. Washington Times, a newspaper under the leadership of an extreme rightist South Korean Humane Myung, is absolutely hostile to China. Today's front page headline is this report about Lin Feng's investment in Prison Break and inviting Spielberg to be the director. In the article, the Washington Times is extremely satirical, lashing out at and mocking Lin Feng. It is ironic that Lin Feng destroyed the Statue of Liberty and the White House when he came to the United States last time, and the World Trade Building was also destroyed. The 5 symbolic buildings of the United States fell halfway down, and Lin Feng preached the arrival of Satan. He also called on the American police to be careful about Lin Feng's whereabouts. I am afraid that he will destroy the other half of the 5 symbolic buildings in the United States this time. As for Spielberg and Jessica's involvement in the television industry, the Washington Times called on the US FBI to check Spielberg and Jessica to see if they were caught in Chinese witchcraft, and then set foot in this way. TV Circle. Lin Feng shook his head after reading, "This Washington Times is really sensational, but I also secretly admire the American law, and such reports can also be reported. Free speech, but too free. If this were in China, it would have been harmonized long ago." As for another newspaper in Washington, the Washington Post, it is relatively calm, but it is also acrimonious. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 285 Local TV Station? The most sensational thing about the Washington Post was that it exposed the Watergate incident and forced President Richard Nixon to retire, which gave it great international prestige. Just ask the newspapers that even the President of the United States can dismount. They are naturally not polite to Lin Feng, a Chinese. Oh my God. The Hollywood gold medal director Spielberg is going to make a TV series overnight, and the sexy stunner Jessica Alba, who has just become popular, is going to make a TV series. Is the world crazy? Is Hollywood crazy? But finally seeing the name of the investor, I finally understand all this. Lin Feng, this Chinese, was the culprit who crashed the Statue of Liberty not long ago and finally caused the inexplicable collapse of the White House. With the most tragic terrorist attack in American history, this Chinese made us Americans $750 million US, a full $750 million US. This vampire has now returned to the United States and has set foot in Hollywood. Does he want to destroy Hollywood? Washington Post reporter Gertz's article shows his worries about Hollywood and the future of the United States. Lin Feng was speechless again. 2 consecutive very influential newspapers have criticized him in this way. One can imagine how popular he is in the United States today. Fortunately, Lin Feng was slightly relieved that the New York Times, the most influential newspaper in the United States, gave a slightly more objective evaluation of Spielberg's TV series. Hollywood's gold medal director went to make a TV series. American people, what you see is not the April Fool's Day news, but the facts. The man behind the Bermuda incident was the Chinese who crashed into the Statue of Liberty last month and caused the White House to collapse for no reason. Regardless of whether he is a murderer or not, is it a wise decision for Spielberg to shoot a TV series this time? Or is it just because of the Chinese banknotes? Let's wait and see whether this TV series Prison Break, which brings together big Hollywood directors and sexy stunner Jessica, is worthy of everyone's expectations. The other newspapers are all similar comments. Concerned about Spielberg's TV shooting, he strongly criticized Lin Feng's money offensive, which harmed their Hollywood gold director. Although Lin Feng had anticipated these reports, he was still a little bit indignant when he was described as Satan descending and demonic reincarnation. Fortunately, such a violent and crazy report at least made Prison Break as I expected it to become popular before it was filmed. Abby now has a copy of the Los Angeles Times about the expectations of American audiences for this Chinese investment by Lin Feng, directed by Spielberg, and starring Jessica in Prison Break. Almost 98% of the interviewees chose it, the option to watch as soon as it airs. Regarding this, Lin Feng can only say painful and happy. Lin, if you are really interested in getting involved in the film and television industry, I think you are halfway through and have a perfect beginning. Abby said congratulations. Haha. It's uncomfortable to be scolded like this. Lin Feng sighed. In the United States, as a public figure, there are few people who are not criticized by the media, especially if your identity is so special. It's good to be used to it. Abby didn't take it seriously. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, thought for a while, called Spielberg, and apologized for making him the focus of the incident. But Spielberg didn't care about it at all. When he decided to shoot this Prison Break, he anticipated the situation today. Therefore, instead of being angry at the current situation, he is very pleased. In the past, when filming a movie, sometimes it was necessary to spend money to promote it. Now there is no need for publicity. The media has been following up and reporting. Prison Break became popular before it was filmed. This is something that many directors can't get jealous. As for pressure, Spielberg has never been afraid of pressure, let alone news media reports. He is in Hollywood and deals with reporters all day long. Sometimes he sees more reporters than his wife. This pressure he is used to. Lin Feng thought about it, and no longer cared about it. Anyway, let it be criticized by the media. I am blowing the hills from the breeze, like a bright moon shining on the river. By the way, Lin, what's the matter for coming to see me this time? Abby asked. Oh, yes, Abby, I have two things this time. One is about the acquisition of the Avenue company you mentioned. I want to entrust Goldman Sachs to take charge of the acquisition. Lin Feng said. Abby nodded. Lin Feng's decision was very correct. With Goldman Sachs' position and strength in the US financial industry, this acquisition plan couldn't be simpler. Of course, Abby was very happy that Lin Feng followed her suggestion and acquired Avenue. Lin Avenue company issued a total of 100 million shares. But you are lucky. The stock market price was $7.80 before 9.11, and now only $3.20 is left. There are 32.15 million shares outstanding on the market, and there are 8 shareholders. The largest shareholder holds 18.5 shares, and the smallest shareholder holds 4.3%. Abby turned on the computer and called up the stock price chart of the Avenue company. Avenue company Lin Feng has also analyzed before that the stocks on the market are not enough for Lin Feng to fully control it, so it needs to entrust a company like Goldman Sachs to help him with the acquisition. Spend some money and do big things. The second thing is that I am preparing to establish a 9.11 charity fund. But you also know that my business is mainly in China and I don't have much time to take care of the fund. I want to invite you to become the supervisor of this charity fund. Lin Feng said. Abby was taken aback. She did not expect Lin Feng to invite herself to be the supervisor of the fund. But then he agreed. After all, she recommended Lin Feng to prepare for this fund. Besides, this is a good deed. She is also happy to do something for the family members who were unfortunately killed in 9.11. In the United States, most people of insight hold some charity evenings every year to provide help to those in need. Abby did not attend this kind of party but it was the first time to manage a fund. This also aroused Abby's interest. After the two discussed related matters, Lin Feng and Goldman Sachs signed a contract to hire Goldman Sachs as an investment consultant for the acquisition of Avenue, and signed a commission agreement on the 9.11 charity fund with Abby. Lin, I have a personal question. You invested in Prison Break and invited Spielberg to be the director. Is it because of your mysterious divination? Abby asked with great interest. Abby is a rational investment expert who believes in science and data. But Lin Feng had previously fooled her, saying that he was the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Bigan, and the lie that the family was proficient in divination made Abby believe it true. Abby was very interested and curious about such a mysterious Oriental divination. Before today, if someone said that Spielberg would make a TV series, Abby must think that person is crazy, or think that today is April Fool's Day. However, almost all newspapers in the United States reported this news, so she had to believe it. But Lin Feng invited a big Hollywood director to make a TV series, which is too outrageous. The personality and temperament of Hollywood big-name directors are very famous, especially in Hollywood. Usually they can't get mixed up before shooting TV, and Spielberg doesn't look like he can't get mixed up, but Lin Feng has succeeded. In this regard, Abby can only believe that Lin Feng's divination has played a role. Lin Feng was ashamed. But now I can only continue to bite the bullet and hold on. A lie needs more lies to make up. It seems that in the future, I have to remember that I am the 134th generation grandson of Prime Minister Bigon. The family is proficient in divination. Lin Feng nodded heavily. It's not bad to have such a prominent ancestor. At least anything can be pushed to the divination handed down from the ancestor in the future. Then Abby invited Lin Feng to have lunch. Lin, now you are investing in TV dramas. Even I am curious about this Prison Break and I want to watch it. However, which TV station are you going to broadcast on? Or, Abby asked later. Lin Feng has invested 60 million yuan in this TV series, and it is certain that she will not be able to earn back the production fee by selling the copyright of the TV series. Therefore, Abby speculated that Lin Feng might acquire the TV station, but he was not sure. Well, I am going to acquire a local TV station and then expand it into a national TV station, Lin Feng said confidently. Abby nodded. It was logical. But after eating, it suddenly dawned on me. Smart. Abby gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. No wonder Spielberg and Jessica were also invited to join the Prison Break crew. For this purpose, Lin Feng's plan is undoubtedly perfect. These media that are still criticizing Lin Feng have undoubtedly become Lin Feng's free propaganda tools. Abby was extremely sad for the media. After Lin Feng finally succeeded, I am afraid that these media would really complain loudly and ask Lin Feng to collect propaganda fees. However, Abby guessed that if these reporters and media knew that they were being used by Lin Feng in this way, they would have to go crazy. By the way, which local station are you going to buy? New York or Los Angeles? Abby asked curiously. Although these two places already have many TV stations, the competition is fierce, but as long as Lincoln acquires it, it will definitely stand out. Under the coverage of the national media, it is difficult for Lin Feng's TV station to be famous. Neither. Houston. I am going to buy Houston's FSN Houston local TV station, Lin Feng said with a smile. Houston. Abby was taken aback. Although Houston is the third largest city in the United States, Houston is known for being a space city, not for entertainment. Abby really doesn't understand why Lin Feng chose Houston. Although competition is small, Lin Feng is not afraid of competition at all. Lin Feng smiled without answering. Choosing Houston is Lin Feng's plan. When it comes to Houston, Lin Feng believes that almost all 1.3 billion Chinese people across the country know the name Houston Rockets. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 286. Whoever sells will not sell you. Houston Rockets, a well-known name in China. In China, if you are a man and say you don't know the Houston Rockets, you're really shameless. Of course, for the vast majority of Chinese people now, the Houston Rockets are still an extremely strange and distant name. But when next year, June 27, 2002, at the Madison Square Garden Theater in New York, when Yao Ming becomes the first foreign champion in NBA history, Houston is destined to become the world's most watched NBA team. Not only has it instantly become the most watched NBA team in China, it has also become a household name in the United States, and it has become the NBA team with the fastest growing wealth. Given the popularity of the Houston Rockets for a long time in the future, Yao Ming will not leave Houston. Lin Feng will naturally choose the Houston local station when he chooses a local station. FSN Houston is now a purely sports local TV station, and Lin Feng expects to acquire it for about $4 million. Then Lam Feng plans to add a TV drama channel to broadcast TV dramas that he invested in, and another sports channel to broadcast all future Houston Rockets games. After Yao Ming settles in Houston, he will reach an agreement with domestic TV stations to broadcast all Rockets games, and his ratings and brand value will reach the maximum. This is definitely a profitable business. Of course, Lin Feng would not disclose this to Abby. If everything is accurate, it is not fortune-telling. Besides, it is better to be more mysterious. Abby didn't understand or guess why Lin Feng chose Houston. However, Houston is also the third largest city in the United States, and Lin Feng's choice is not too unreliable. Maybe this Chinese will bring any miracle. Airu is thinking. Later, after having dinner with Abby, Lin Feng left a check for $10 million to Abby to prepare for the establishment of the 9.11 charity fund. After deducting Spielberg's $30 million upfront payment for Prison Break, Lin Feng still has $206 million left in his hands. According to Goldman Sachs estimates, the acquisition of 51% of the shares in the Avenue company will cost $160,180 million. Lin Feng has more than $40 million in cash left at his disposal, which is just enough to acquire the FSN Houston TV station and pay the remaining $30 million owed by Spielberg for filming Prison Break. As for the acquisition of Sega's hardware development department, it can only be postponed for a while. Anyway, the anti-Lin Feng fever is set off in Japan, so it's not anxious. The key right now is to acquire Avenue, a company that helps corporate clients plan and implement internet-based advertising campaigns. The future is bound to be the world of the internet. In the future, online advertising will account for an increasing proportion of the advertising resources of major manufacturers. This company is worth acquiring, and in 2000, the sales of Avenue were $44.22 million and the net profit was $5.4 million. According to Abby's assessment, with the popularity of the internet and the listing of Google, the profits of Avenue will increase dozens of times. The stock price of such a profitable company is at its lowest point again, so when will it not be acquired at this time? What's more, your own company also needs the strength of Avenue in online advertising planning. Poor. Thinking of the $750 million he had earned in 9.11 and spent more than a month, Lin Feng lamented that the money was really useless. As for the previously promised 9.11 charity fund of 30 million yuan, there is still owing of 20 million yuan. Lin Feng plans to transfer the shares of Tom Network in his hand to make up for it. Originally, Lin Feng was really not optimistic about Tom's prospects. He wanted to die, so he just sold it. As for the Tencent shares held by Lin Feng, the prospects are bright. Lin Feng will naturally not choose to sell Tencent shares until he breaks through the 100 yuan mark in the future. He has made up his mind and is ready to squeeze him to death. He will wait for the annual dividend. If there is still a shortage of money, Lin Feng is ready to backdoor listing of his starting point fast food restaurant, and he is estimated to be able to raise tens of millions of dollars for himself. If the money is still short, Lin Feng's previous investment in 3721 has now developed 3721 Internet Assistant. Lin Feng believes that Yahoo, who has been obsessed with the mainland search engine market in the near future, will not let go of 3721. Once acquired, Lin Feng will also pay for it. It can be divided into tens of millions of dollars. With these incomes, as long as the past 2 years have passed and the second world has passed the initial capital bottleneck development stage, Lin Feng will no longer be short of money. Moreover, once the investment filmed Prison Break is released, Lin Feng believes that Prison Break can also bring him very rich returns. Now, just need to endure a period of poor time. But before going too busy with his personal affairs acquiring Houston TV, Lin Feng went to the Epic company that developed Unreal. Originally, Lin Feng hoped to acquire Epic and monopolize the license of the Unreal 2-inches engine technology. Although the second world has 5 game development departments today, the foundation of the second world is too weak compared to other game companies. More than a dozen game development departments, and even dozens of game development departments, need more and better talents to join the company. In particular, World War will be a cross-edge masterpiece, and more talented people are needed to complete it together. However, according to Abby's assessment, Lin Feng would need at least $1 billion to acquire Epic. Unlike the original merger of Second World and Valve, Valve had no choice but to merge with Second World because of lawsuits, high-level changes, and exhaustion of liquidity. Today, Epic is becoming popular. Its Unreal 2-inches engine has been sold to a number of game industry companies, such as Microsoft, Sony, EA, THQ, Ubisoft, etc., bringing in large amounts of revenue. Faced with such a company that has no civil strife and no external debt, no one will sell unless it throws in a lot of money that is impossible to refuse. After thinking about it, Lin Feng had no choice but to buy the right to use the Unreal 2-inches engine technology. Mark, the president of Epic, received Lin Feng with great enthusiasm. Mr. Lin, admiration for a long time. The deeds of your campaign's annexation of Valve are well known in the American game industry and admirable, Mark said with appreciation. Mr. Mark, you are welcome, Lin Feng said coldly. Lin Feng knew that Gable had offended Mark, and he didn't believe that Mark was so good at talking. Really? Mr. Lin, your Second World is the most anticipated online game company right now. I wonder if you are flying to the United States this time. What do you mean by coming to my little Epic company? I have nothing to do with the Unreal 2-inches engine. Besides, there is nothing to do. Although Mark's words are relatively modest, his tone is extremely arrogant. Obviously, Gable had offended Mark at the US Gaming Summit. Up to now, more than a year later, Mark is still brooding. Ha ha, Mr. Mark, you are so wise. I am also here for your Unreal 2-inches engine. I hope to purchase the technical use rights of the Unreal 2-inches engine. Lin Feng originally wanted to ask if he could acquire it, Unreal 2-inches, but looking at Mark's attitude, naturally there is no need to ask again, so as not to be humiliated by himself. What? Mr. Lin, you want to buy my Unreal 2-inches engine? I heard it right, Mark said in an exaggerated tone. Lin Feng frowned. It's not that Mark didn't listen to Lin Feng's words, but he deliberately yelled so exaggeratedly. At the beginning of the Game Industry Summit in the United States, due to the success of Half-Life and Counter-Strike, Gable was very energetic, saying that the computer game industry Valve will become a new game giant company, and his Havoc engine will become the best 3D engine in the world. This declaration made the major game engine companies participating in the conference irritating enough. However, Half-Life and Counter-Strike were hot at the time. Mark and the president of id Software developed Thor's hammer were forced to bear the evil in their hearts, but secretly vowed be sure to give Gable a good look. Later, when he saw that Valve was getting rid of problems due to lawsuits and changes in the company's top management, Mark was naturally very happy. The bottom line, a company established in 1998, is so defiant and indispensable. This is the lesson. But later learned that Valve merged with the popular Second World in the online game industry, which made Mark feel a little jealous for Valve escape to catastrophe. Mr. Mark, I really want to buy the right to use your campaign's Unreal 2-inches engine technology. Lin Feng Qiang endured his irritation and said it again. Mr. Lin, as far as I know, the Havoc engine off Valve is boasted by Gable as a 3D engine that can lead the industry for 10 years. Why would you buy a 3D engine from our small company? Mark said in an extremely harsh tone. People want to smoke him. Of course, this also explains how arrogant Gable was at the time, and it also better understands why Gable was reluctant to come. But Lin Feng believes that money in this world can solve many things. Mr. Mark, in my opinion, the Unreal 2-inches engine is the best 3D engine in the industry. Otherwise, why should I travel all the way from China to New York? Lin Feng said flatly. But obviously, Lin Feng underestimated Mark's resentment towards Gable and overestimated the ability of money. Mr. Lin, with all due respect, everyone sells my Unreal 2-inches engine, but I don't sell your company, Mark said brutally. Lin Feng frowned. Mark, in business talks, the contradiction between Gable and you does not affect the transaction between our two companies. I believe Mr. Mark should not also hate the US dollar. Lin Feng persuaded. Ha ha, Mr. Lin, it's very simple. I want my Unreal 2-inches engine and let Gable come in person. He comes and I will sell it, otherwise I won't talk about it. After Mark finished, he ignored Lin Feng and let the secretary came in to see off the guests. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 287, Exciting General Method. Lin Feng's expression changed. He had never encountered such an experience before. This Mark was really a bit arrogant and domineering. Mr. Mark, don't you really think about it anymore? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly, suppressing his anger. Mr. Lin, unless Gable comes, I will never sell the Unreal 2-inches engine to your company. Mark has an extremely tempting smile. Then I hope Mr. Mark will not regret it. Lin Feng turned away with a cold face. Mark triumphantly watched Lin Feng rush away angrily. The reason why he was so resolute this time, even not hesitating to offend Lin Feng, was to vent his anger. Gable's arrogant remarks still echoed in his mind. This time he finally had a chance. How could Mark let it go? Second, Mark also in order to suppress Valve. At the beginning, Valve relied on the engine of Thor's Hammer 2-inches to produce a masterpiece like Half-Life in one fell swoop, which caused a sensation in the industry. But then, Gable abandoned the engine of Thor's Hammer 2-inches and developed the Havok engine independently based on the engine foundation of Thor's Hammer 2. The others were shocked. This time, Lam Feng came to buy the Unreal 2-inches engine technology license, not just want to use the Unreal 2-inches engine. Mark guessed that Gable might want to gather the best of hundreds of families to create his own brand new 3D engine. Today, Epic's only reliance is the Unreal 2-inches engine and the Unreal 3-inches under development. Mark will never allow the arrogant Gable to launch a better 3D engine before him. Otherwise his own Unreal 3-inches there will be no market. And unlike other companies that buy the Unreal 2-inches engine, other companies buy the right to use it and don't spend energy on research and development. After all, it's not expensive to buy the right to use the technology of the Unreal 2-inches engine. Usually $400 to $1 million in licensing fees, plus about 10% of royalties game sales profit. And Gabe is different from these companies. They are used for research after purchase, and then learn from each other, and then independently develop a new 3D engine. This is too terrifying. Mark is afraid that Gable and his team will turn the Unreal 2-inches engine technology into his own technology. Mark does not want his Unreal 2-inches engine to become tomorrow's Thor Hammer 2-inches. After being used by Gable, just abandon it, and then slam yourself underfoot. Therefore, Mark did not hesitate to treat Lin Feng with such an arrogant attitude. As for Mark's saying that he would let Gable come to sell him personally, that was just a flicker. Mark didn't believe that a proud man like Gable would come to beg himself. Everyone is a top programmer, with an arrogant heart. No one is willing to bow their heads to their opponents. What's more, even if Gable did come, Mark would humiliate him and tell Gable that Unreal 2-inches would never be sold to him. Lin Feng got angry when he got out of Epic, and secretly accused Gable of being arrogant, causing him to wipe his butt for him now. Thinking of Mark's arrogant face, Lin Feng couldn't wait to go up and smoke him fiercely. Of course, you can only think about it in your heart. If you really smoked him, I am afraid that the US government will immediately arrest him in order to report that he crashed the Statue of Liberty last month and caused the accidental bombing of the White House. With a stomachache, Lin Feng found a bar at random and sat down. After 2 cups of Bloody Mary were eaten, Lin Feng sighed and calmed down. After ordering another cup of Bloody Mary, Lin Feng called Gable and told the story again. Gable, what do you want to do now? I can't stand the anger for you, Lin Feng said flatly. Gable was silent for a while. He originally thought that Mark would make things difficult, but he did not expect that Lin Feng, who was the youngest and richest man in mainland China, would also appear on the cover of Time magazine and was named the leader of the future Chinese economy to go to New York in person, to save face, but to intensify. Boss, Half-Life 2-inches can be developed without the Unreal 2-inches engine, but I have to admit that the Unreal 2-inches engine is better than mine in terms of environment, lighting, shadows, and texture technology. No, it's the company's Havok engine that is more advanced. In order to reach the sales of Half-Life or even exceed the sales of Half-Life, we must purchase the technical rights to use the Unreal 2 engine. Gabe's side helplessly screamed. He knows he was arrogant at the beginning, but think about why Mark was not at the beginning. Everyone is just 50 steps laughing, but now Mark's Unreal 2-inches engine is indeed the best engine in the industry. Then what to do? Lin Feng asked tentatively. Boss, I'll come to New York myself. I will talk to Mark myself. Now that Half-Life 2-inches wants to break through the results of Half-Life, it must use the Unreal 2-inches engine to stand in the company in terms of position. Gable can only look down. Lin Feng nodded, feeling gratified that Gable could endure Mark's difficulties in the end for the benefit of the company. But Lin Feng did not make this call to make Gable bow to Mark. Gable, no need, I guess even if you go, Mark may not sell it. I called to tell you this, just hope you know, now someone is waiting to see you. No, it is waiting to see our campaigners' jokes. If you still have a little bit of dignity and pride as a top programmer, you will develop Half-Life 2-inches for me to make it a better-selling game masterpiece than Half-Life. Lin Feng encouraged to say. In this call, Lin Feng made an exciting general method that made Gable break the boat. Thank you, boss. I understand. Gable nodded heavily. Lin Feng nodded secretly after hearing this. If you really let Gabe ask for Mark, Lin Feng is afraid that Gabe, a top excellent programmer, will eventually become an ordinary excellent programmer because of the loss of pride. It is really not worth the loss of a talent for a 3D engine. By the way, you have to know that for players, no matter how gorgeous the game is, if the configuration requirements are high, the players can only be greedy. Since there is no better 3D engine, it is better to optimize. Work harder and strive to make mainstream computer configurations to play games smoothly and refreshingly. Lin Feng said a little about his concept of 3D engine. Lin Feng didn't suffer from the hardship that a good gaming computer couldn't play. Most games come out, the graphics are very gorgeous, but the mainstream configuration cannot run smoothly, no matter how gorgeous the graphics are. After Gable groaned a little, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha, boss, I understand. Ha ha, it seems that I'm a little bit horny, and I just want to pursue a more gorgeous picture. The Havok engine is originally known for its smooth action pictures, and I will base it on this. Optimized the Havok engine. Gable regained his confidence and laughed. Lin Feng finally relieved. With this exciting general, Lin Feng believes that Gable will definitely be able to make a breakthrough in technology. Even if it is not as good as the Unreal 2-inches engine for the time being, Lin Feng believes that in the future, Gable will be able to design a better 3D engine. But when talking about the optimization of 3D engine just now, Lin Feng thought of a company whose 3D engine technology is definitely not the best. At best it is excellent, but its optimization is almost the best. This company is Blizzard Entertainment, the campaigners' World of Warcraft engine. Of course, now Warcraft 3-inches has not yet come out, and World of Warcraft based on Warcraft 3-inches is even less visible. However, Lin Feng believes that Blizzard Entertainment must already have its own 3D engine, so it is a good idea to contact. Even if Blizzard has not designed and developed a 3D engine, maybe the two companies can cooperate. After finalizing the following itinerary, Lin Feng relaxed. As the night darkened, more and more guests entered the bar. Lin Feng took a look at his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't want to toss about it anymore. In particular, the lead singer hired by this bar is very good. A young punk girl with a very beautiful voice and a very beautiful melody, which made Lin Feng extremely enjoy. At the end of the song, while the lead singer girl was taking a break, Lin Feng made the bartender offered a glass of water. The barman glanced at Lin Feng. This lead singer girl is the trump card of this bar. Many customers come here for this lead singer girl, and there are a lot of people who usually give out wine, but I have never seen a guest so stingy to give a glass of water. Humphrey, a glass of water just wants someone to call. Daydreaming. The bartender secretly despised Lin Feng, but he still passed it up. The lead singer's punk girl was taken aback for a moment. She used to receive drinks from guests, but most of them wanted her to call. It is really strange that this one actually sent a glass of water today. After thinking about it, The punk-wind girl took a deep look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng just smiled and made a thirsty gesture for her to drink, and then she drank herself. The lead singer girl shook her head, drank a sip of water, and began to perform. However, he secretly observed Lin Feng during the performance, and found that Lin Feng was only drinking while listening to his own music, and did not deal with the yin yang in the bar at all. Even if the other party came around, Lin Feng just ordered the bartender to give him a drink. After drinking, I no longer pay attention to those sexy women begging for drinks. Interesting foreigner. The lead singer girl is secretly funny. Most of the men who come to the bar and are willing to give wine to those sexy women are here for one-night stands. But this foreigner is different. Sending wine and drinking without having any relationship with him is really interesting. In the bar, those women who had no money but wanted to drink, found Lin Feng so good to talk, and simply sat beside Lin Feng, rubbing Lin Feng with her sexy and mature body, and used their own methods to ask Lin Feng for a drink. Lin Feng was helpless. Just now these women came to ask for a drink. Lin Feng is not short of a few glasses of wine anyway. Seeing that these beauties also have a bit of beauty, at least they are all bloody in terms of body, and Lin Feng is refreshed. Let the bartender serve drinks. But never thought, this caused a big trouble for myself. Seeing that these women could easily drink wine without paying any price, they even more reluctant to walk by Lin Feng's side. One mouthful of darling and one mouthful of honey, asking Lin Feng for free drinks. Lin Feng doesn't care, man. It's normal to relax occasionally. It's just drinking and not doing anything. It's always nice to have beautiful women. However, Lin Feng feels very wonderful, but some people are not pleasing to the eye. Originally, women like bars who want to drink but have no money are also a landscape of bars, allowing those rich but boring men to pass the incident. In case men and women are pleasing to each other, a glass of wine creates a night love relationship. How harmonious thing. It's fine now. These women are all around Lin Feng. Anyway, there are drinks and no need to pay. Besides, it's not bad to see Lin Feng. They can even be regarded as pleasing to the eye. Naturally, they are all surrounded by Lin Feng. A group of yin yang was surrounded by Lin Feng. But other places in the bar were open and wild. The men who had thought of picking up girls in the bar naturally disappeared. But it's always a bit snobbery to go to the bar. If you want to make trouble in the bar, you won't use it next time. However, bar drinkers are not pleasing to each other, and naturally there are rules for bar solutions. Hey, Japanese boy. Alan wanted to come to the bar to date a fisher hot girl for a night. Who knew the bar? All the beauties in the bar were surrounded by an oriental kid, and those women looked at Lin Feng, make Alan very jealous. He usually picks up girls and uses various methods to kiss fangs. Looking at Lin Feng now, that's good, not to mention being surrounded by many beauties, and all the beauties around him rubbed against him, driving with great dedication, which made Alan very jealous. Very hot. An angry Alan came with the bottle. No. Chinese. Lin Feng felt a lumps all over his body when he heard someone call himself a Japanese boy. He glanced at Alan coldly and said. Alan was startled. Lin Feng's eyes just now made him feel like a catastrophe is imminent. But then I looked at Lin Feng's figure, and then at myself. He was a head taller than Lin Feng, and his arms were thicker than the other's thighs. But Alan was still a little frustrated when he thought that this Oriental was a Chinese. Hearing that all Chinese are good at Kung Fu, Alan doesn't want to learn how well Chinese Kung Fu is. But this is a bar, and Alan is not afraid of Lin Feng's chaos. After thinking for a while, Alan squeezed the beauty away and sat next to Lin Feng. Many beauties saw Alan coming, knowing what Alan was going to do, and they left with the mood of watching the theater to make a vacancy. Chinese boy, you should be here for the first time. There are rules here. Newcomers must accept old customers' wine fights. Do you have the courage to drink tequila agave? 1 drink per person, whoever pours first. Who pays for the whole audience? Alan said arrogantly. Of course, the so-called rules are pure Alan's nonsense. However, this bar is filled with people from the community around the bar, so naturally they will not expose Alan's lies and help a foreigner. Alan is extremely confident in his drinking capacity. This kind of tequila, he is not drunk for 10 cups. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 288 is actually her. Lin Feng frowned. Obviously this person is here to find fault. Lin Feng glanced at the beauties around him, already guessing why. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. After Lin Feng got up to pay the wine bill, he turned around and left. Seeing Lin Feng about to leave, Alan was stunned. Lin Feng is gone. How does he accomplish his plan of picking up girls without an opponent? How does he show his amazing drinking capacity to seduce these beautiful women who come out to buy drunk at night? Hey, Chinese boy, aren't you scared? Alan said provocatively. A group of beautiful women around clapped and shouted, encouraging Lin Feng to fight. When you come to a bar, in addition to drinking, the greatest pleasure is to watch people fight for wine. Moron. Lin Feng looked at Alan, really not interested in taking care of this idiot. As for the booze of these beauties, Lin Feng naturally did not pay attention to it. If Britney Spears was replaced by Britney Spears, Lin Feng might consider fighting wine for him. Just for these drunk women, Lin Feng hadn't been hungry to the point. There are groups of beauties in the family, of course. There is only one belonging to Lin Feng. These vulgar fans are nothing more than sending people. Of course, if it were the beautiful punk-style lead singer girl on stage, Lin Feng might also be tempted. Hey, Chinese boy, aren't you so unkind? Lin Feng's disdainful eyes made Alan feel that he was underestimated and shouted. At this time, the whole bar looked at Lin Feng. Men can't help being called out like this. Even if you can't win, you can't lose this tone. Not far away, the 4 bodyguards of Lin Feng immediately got up, preparing to drive off the idiot, but Lin Feng waved his hand to indicate not. Lin Feng naturally has his own way to deal with this kind of deficiencies. Hey, who, don't you just want to drink? Bartender, I bought all the orders for tonight. I think I don't need this little money. Lin Feng took out a stack of dollars from him and placed it on the table. Glanced at Alan with extremely contempt. The audience immediately cheered, only Alan blushed and green. Originally, he wanted to express his mighty power by humiliating Lin Feng, but now it is fine. But instead of quain Lin Feng's boldness, he describes himself as a moneyless man, shameless drunkard drinking alcohol. Hearing the cheers of the beauties, Alan's eyes burst into flames. Lin Feng knew that Alan was extremely angry, but he was not afraid. Yes, when it comes to drinking, Lin Feng estimates that he is definitely not Alan's opponent, but who makes him rich. Now I invite everyone in the bar to drink. Although it was a loss on the surface, it actually won. However, this Alan still has nothing to do with him. If he wants to deal with himself now, let alone the bar owner's rules that do not allow it, even the bar guests will not allow it. Potential. Lin Feng pulls the momentum of the audience on his side, and Alan is weak and naturally loses. Wait. But at this time someone disagreed. Everyone looked sideways, and the lead singer girl came down. Just now she naturally saw the whole story clearly on the stage, and the lead singer girl was a little bit unequal to Alan's aggressiveness. And looking at Lin Feng's complexion, the lead singer girl believes that Lin Feng is definitely not good at alcohol. At least this kind of spirit is definitely not often drunk. And the lead singer girl suspected that Lin Feng paid for the whole bar to fill up the fat man with a swollen face. Although Lin Feng just gave those sexy women to drink free drinks, the women who begged for drinks in the bar were all very well measured. They ordered ordinary cocktails, which were not expensive. Lin Feng invited the whole bar to drink this time. It's not cheap. According to the lead singer girl, Chinese people like to take all their money with them. She is afraid that Lin Feng will spend all the money for the visit to entertain guests in order not to lose face, so she stepped forward. Alan, don't bully people, don't you drink, I drink with you. Whoever loses, who invites the barman to drink? The lead singer girl said angrily. She hates people who bully others, especially this Alan, who has harassed her many times. This time, She took the opportunity to rectify this. Alan's face froze. He coveted the lead singer girl and was old, but people ignored him. And the bar owner also said that alcoholics were not allowed to mess with the lead singer girl. Alan could only harass the lead singer girl every day. Laven, it's me and him. Alan didn't want to offend the lead singer girl. HMPH, you will bully outsiders. Why, you are scared? The lead singer girl said provocatively. The people around also started booing. Anyway, no matter who loses or wins, he can have drinks and watch people fight. So he is naturally happier. How could Alan pull his face down under the crowd booing? Open wine. Alan took a few deep breaths and adjusted his state. The lead singer girl and him drink about the same amount of alcohol, but he drank a lot just now, and now he may not be the lead singer girl opponent, but a man can lose everything. There are only two things that can't be lost. One is wine and the other is a woman. The lead singer girl smiled contemptuously, and drank 7 cups of tequila in one go. After drinking, his face turned red. Alan also made 7 consecutive cups, but after drinking, his whole body shook. The crowd around was even more uproarious. The lead singer girl drank 7 cups again, but after drinking, her face was flushed and her footsteps drifted slightly. Alan was also extremely neat, drank the cup in one go, but when he reached the 5th cup, he staggered and fell to the ground, and then he couldn't get up again. Call everyone in the bar despised for a while. A big man can't drink a little woman. Of course, everyone selectively forgets the fact that the lead singer girl can drink. Lin Feng shook his head, but still put the money on the counter. It's the first time I'm here today. Please drink, Lin Feng said, knocking the bell in front of the counter. Everyone in the bar cheered again, and they all told the bartender to have a drink in order to spend a free carnival night. The reason why Lin Feng did this was because he didn't want to make a big mess. This Alan is obviously not a rich man. He invites everyone in the bar to drink. He must have no money to pay for at least several $1,000s this night. By the next day, no matter what means he used to pay, he would definitely hate himself and this lead singer girl anyway. Lin Feng doesn't care. I'm afraid he won't come again in the future, but this lead singer girl is different. It is definitely not a good thing to sing here every day and to be remembered. Thank you. The lead singer girl is also extremely smart, and she has guessed why Lin Feng is like this in her heart. Hee. I also want to thank you for helping me out. I really can't drink so much wine, Lin Feng said with a smile. With that, the lead singer girl suddenly fell into a vacant footsteps and almost fell. Lin Feng hurriedly held on. Hi, where do you live? I will take you home, Lin Feng said. The lead singer girl broke free of Lin Feng's support slightly, looked at Lin Feng fully guarded, touched her red cheeks, shook her head and said, No, I know how to go home. Lin Feng smiled and wanted to leave, but in the next second, the lead singer girl got on her mind with alcohol and couldn't control it anymore and passed out in Lin Feng's arms. Before she fell into a coma, the lead singer girl yelled something bad. She had a little cold today because she couldn't understand Alan bullying a foreigner, and Lin Feng's actions were so admirable for her that she slapped the injustice. Unexpectedly, because of a cold, she could usually drink 17 glasses of alcohol, but today she was drunk with 14 glasses. I hope he can be the same as before, a gentleman. Before the coma, the lead singer girl thought so. Looking at the lead singer girl sleeping in her arms, Lin Feng was helpless. Amidst the envy and tacit laughter of everyone in the bar, Lin Feng helped the lead singer girl to leave the bar. Obviously, these guests and the bartender thought that Lin Feng and the lead singer girl knew each other, otherwise, how could the lead singer girl teach Lin Feng and teach that Alan just now? Boss, where are we going now? The 4 bodyguards looked at Lin Feng a little puzzled. Back to the hotel, Lin Feng said helplessly. But this girl, the 4 bodyguards actually wanted to search, fearing that the lead singer girl might have any bad intentions. Although it doesn't look like it, their duty is to ensure the safety of Lin Feng 100%. And they must not be paralyzed at all. But this lead singer girl is a woman, and the 4 of them are really inconvenient to search. Take her back to the hotel. Lin Feng was helpless. He couldn't leave this girl on the side of the road. This girl is extremely beautiful, about 165 centimeters tall, and she was so drunk when she left such a beautiful girl on the side of the road. You don't need to think about what will happen this night. The 4 bodyguards nodded and stopped speaking. After returning to the hotel, Lin Feng put the lead singer girl on the bed. Of course, there would be no undressing for her. Lin Feng did not want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings tomorrow. But Lin Feng was not happy to leave. After all, a drunk can still toss at night. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to sit on the sofa next to the bed all night. Fortunately, the lead singer girl had a good drink, and she didn't have to toss about it at night. With a soft groan, the lead singer girl touched her headache and sat up, looking at the unfamiliar luxury room, and a strange man not far away. The lead singer girl was surprised. But the next second, relax, her clothes are all there, check carefully. The clothes are in good condition, there is no discomfort in the body, there should be nothing happened last night. Hi, awake. Lin Feng was awakened by the lead singer girl. Watching the lead singer girl's behavior, Lin Feng secretly laughed. Thank you. The lead singer girl also recalled what happened last night. Lin Feng just smiled and handed a glass of boiling water. By the way, where is this place? The lead singer girl asked while drinking boiling water. Oh, the Waldorf Astoria, in Manhattan. Lin Feng said. The lead singer girl was slightly surprised that the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on 5th Avenue 4950 Street in Manhattan is one of the most luxurious and famous hotels in the world. She didn't expect that she would actually live here. Unexpectedly, you are really a rich man. The lead singer girl sighed, remembering Lin Feng's actions last night. It seems that her bravery for righteousness last night was really superfluous. The other party is so rich that she really doesn't need her to help. One night's money is enough to stay in the Waldorf Astoria for one night, but depending on the room specifications, it may not be enough. Ha ha, Lin Feng, Chinese. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Hello, I am. The lead singer girl also introduced herself. But Lin Feng was stunned when she heard the girl's name. It was her. This is incredible. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 289 The Pop Queen? Hello. My name is Avril, said the lead singer girl. Lin Feng was taken aback. Avril? The Avril who swept the world pop music scene? Looking closely at the lead singer girl, although she is slightly younger than I remember, it is indeed the little pop queen who swept the pop music world in the future and loves the punk style. Avril. What? Is there something on my face? Avril was a little uncomfortable when Lin Feng looked at him, and asked when he touched his cheek with his hand. No. Nothing. Lin Feng sighed for a while. Unexpectedly, when I came to New York this time, I would unexpectedly meet Avril at a bar in Manhattan. Thinking of Avril's records sweeping the global recording industry in the future, and winning the prizes and getting soft, Lin Feng started the activity. This young queen in the future is still not well known, and she seems to be picking a treasure again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help letting out rather wretched laugh. Lin Feng's laughter made Avril a little hairy. Looking at his watch, it was 9 o'clock in the morning and he got up and said goodbye. Thank you last night, but I'm leaving. Goodbye. Avril straightened her hair and walked out without taking a ripple. Wait, Avril, there is something I want to talk to you. Lin Feng was startled and called Avril quickly. Avril stopped and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Avril, you sing so well, haven't you thought of making a record? Lin Feng asked. I moved to Manhattan to plan my first personal record. I sang in the bar at night just to earn living expenses and to hone my singing skills. Speaking of singing, Avril was very interested. Avril, what do you think if I make a record for you? Lin Feng showed the fox's tail. No, I can make a record with my own efforts. Avril didn't even want to refuse, but looked at Lin Feng more vigilantly. Nothing to show your courtesy, you will steal if you do it. Avril doesn't believe that someone would be so kind to unconditionally help a girl who sings in a bar to make a record. Besides, The two met for the first time. Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't expect that Avril had such a personality. Someone helped him make a record, but he refused without even thinking about it. Why? Lin Feng couldn't figure out why Avril refused, and wanted an answer. Avril frowned and thought for a while. Lin, you have to understand that although I helped you block the wine yesterday, it was just that Alan was not pleasing to my eyes, but it didn't mean anything to you. Also, I'm not one of those casual girls, especially in music. I will never compromise, Avril said solemnly. Lin Feng couldn't help applauding Avaya. With this persistence, it is no wonder she will succeed. But it also shows that this 17-year-old girl misunderstood herself. Avril, I am not making a record for you for free. I have conditions, Lin Feng explained. Avril frowned, waiting for Lin Feng to follow. Avril, our company has a product Phantom MP3 player. I hope to find a global spokesperson, so I want to invite you to be my campaign's spokesperson, Lin Feng said, taking out the Phantom from his arms. MP3 player. Avril was taken aback for a moment and took the Phantom from Lin Feng. After some tinkering, she immediately liked this compact Phantom MP3 player. Do you want to invite me to be its spokesperson? Avril asked in disbelief. I'm just an ordinary girl. Why are you looking for me? Because your singing touched me. I believe that you will definitely become a singer loved by fans in the future. I am investing in advance, Lin Feng said with a smile. But you are so sure that I can be famous? Avril was a little puzzled. Hee, for sure. Okay, you go wash first, and we will have breakfast together later and talk slowly. Lin Feng got up and said. Avril thought for a while, nodded in agreement. If Lin Feng could help her produce records, she would not have to work so hard every day to make money, and she would be able to write songs more attentively. As for whether Lin Feng was lying to her, Avril knew that Lin Feng was definitely rich just by looking at the room in this Waldorf Astoria hotel. How could she come to deceive such an ordinary person, not to mention that she is not that easy to deceive? When the two had breakfast, Lin Feng and Avril also finalized the contract. Lin Feng invested $3 million to help Avril to produce records, and paid Avril's $1 million in endorsement fees every year. Avril served as the spokesperson of Lin Feng Technology Co., Limited under Lin Feng, with a 5-year contract. From Avril's point of view, this contract was too generous, and she could hardly believe that she would sign such a generous contract. It is easy to earn $1 million a year and help her make records, and she is only the spokesperson of Lin Feng Company. Lin Feng is also extremely satisfied with this contract. In the next 5 years, Pop Queen will become the spokesperson of her own company. This contract is absolutely worthwhile. Think about the future, as Avril's songs sweep the music scene. His own Phantom will surely follow Avril to become famous all over the world. Although the Phantom has already had Jessica and Miller as American spokespersons, their influence is definitely not comparable to that of Avril, especially the Phantom as an MP3 player, a music fashion electronic product, and Avril is a perfect match for this popular queen. Later, after Lin Feng invested $3 million in recording money and $1 million in endorsement fees the first year into Avril's account, Lin Feng went to Irvine, a 40-minute drive from Los Angeles. Blizzard, the headquarters of the entertainment company, is in Irvine. As for whether the $4 million will allow Avril to abscond with the money, Lin Feng is really not worried. Who is Avril? After the pop star in the future, the first album sold 15 million copies, worth hundreds of millions. Although she is not rich now, she will never do anything irrational for the sake of a mere 4 million just from the perspective of her persistence in music. As for Lin Feng's failure to sign 15-year contracts like Lisa and Liu Yifei with Avril, it is also that Avril's future is too popular. Compared with Avril's popularity and value in the future, Lin Feng's contract is really true. It's too cheap. At that time, there must be countless jealous agents who brought their lawyers to find Avril, instigating Avril to jump out of Lin Feng's company. Lin Feng is not short of money, so why bother to bury a hidden danger for this little money? It is better to have a good relationship with Avril now. Many popular divas be friends, and the help they get is far beyond imagination. Besides, He has signed an endorsement contract for the next 5 years, and Lin Feng is already very satisfied. People must be content, otherwise they must be swallowed by a snake. In fact, Lin Feng's move indeed won Avril's favor. A stranger who only met for the first time and only spent more than 10 hours together, most of which was still asleep, gave himself a 5-year endorsement contract of $1 million a year, and also helped himself for free. There was no requirement to release the record, and Avril was extremely moved. Although she cannot give back to Lin Feng or anything, she has secretly made up her mind to write songs and record albums with all her strength. As long as she becomes more famous, the products she endorses can bring greater benefits to Lin Feng, and it is not in vain. Her funding, give it back. For this kindness, Avril began to write songs in retreat, and began to work hard for her musical dreams and Lin Feng's expectations. Blizzard Entertainment, a world-renowned computer game and video game software company, is currently a subsidiary of Vivendi. Its products include the Warcraft series, the StarCraft series and the Diablo series. Warcraft and StarCraft have been listed as major competitions by a number of well-known sports competitions. Blizzard Entertainment is divided into Northern Blizzard and Southern Blizzard. Blizzard North is in Canada and is mainly responsible for the development of ARPG games in the Diablo series. And South Blizzard, the Blizzard headquarters, is responsible for the development of real-time strategy games such as Warcraft and StarCraft. Southern Blizzard, the headquarters, is located in Irvine, California, USA. Irvine, a small city with a population of less than 200,000, has been ranked among the safest cities in the United States every year. It is also one of the few cities in the United States that has no so-called slums, and it is also a city with 97% greenery. At the same time, it is also one of the few cities in the United States where it is not necessary to own a car. A city created with dreams. After arriving in Irvine in the rented Lincoln car, Lin Feng got off the car and wandered around this dreamlike city casually, feeling particularly comfortable. "Hey, are you Mr. Lin Feng? The president of the second world?" A blond middle-aged man walked over and hesitated to ask when he saw Lin Feng. "Hello, this is Lin Feng. May I ask you, who are you?" Lin Feng stretched out his hand and asked in confusion. "Ha ha, Mr. Lin, fortunately meeting. I am Mike Mohammed, president of Blizzard. I think we just called on the phone yesterday." The middle-aged man shook hands with Lin Feng enthusiastically, and at the same time carefully looked at Lin Feng, secretly marveling at Lin. "The wind is young." Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect to meet Blizzard President Mike Mohammed on the street. "Mr. Lin, why not let me take you to visit our Blizzard first? What do you think?" Mike Mohammed asked. "It's an honor." Lin Feng nodded, and he happened to have a look at Blizzard's headquarters and learn from advanced experience. After browsing, Lin Feng was surprised. Blizzard's headquarters is not as organized as expected. The employees work meticulously in front of the computer. Instead, there are employees laughing and scolding everywhere. The desks are also random documents and materials. These employees saw Mike Mohammed coming in. It was just a smile and said hello, without the slightest evasiveness, still doing what should be done. In addition to the fact that everything in the company is spotless and the decor is very stylish, it really makes people think it is a little unknown company. Lin Feng dared to make a guarantee. If this scene is put in the country, which leader comes to inspect and sees this scene, he will definitely curse on the spot. Even if they don't swear, these employees who dare to play around will definitely be fired. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 290, Blizzard's Cooperation. Lin Feng's look. Mike Mohammed sees it in his eyes. Mr. Lin, I don't know how your company manages, but at Blizzard, we don't place much emphasis on employee discipline, and we will not suppress the nature of employees. Game programmers need not discipline, but creativity. Creation. It comes from life. A person who is well organized, stereotyped and has no interest will not have any creativity. Mike Mohammed seemed to see Lin Feng's doubts and explained with a proud smile. If Lin Feng understood, he nodded deeply. Then the two arrived at Mike Mohammed's office. Mr. Lin, I don't know what advice you have when you come to Blizzard this time, Mike Mohammed asked with a smile. Mike, then I will be blunt. I came here this time to ask whether Blizzard has a self-developed 3D engine, or is it going to develop a 3D engine? Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. Mike Mohammed was taken aback for a moment, and secretly guessed what Lin Feng meant by this. Mike, you and I should all understand that future computer games belong to the 3D world, and an excellent 3D game cannot do without an excellent 3D engine. Is your company interested in developing a better 3D engine? Lin Feng continued. Mr. Lin, as far as I know, Second World just acquired Valve. Isn't their Havok engine an excellent 3D engine? Mike Mohammed said lightly. Mike, the Havok engine is good, but I need a simpler and more optimized 3D engine. I believe your company must have plans in this regard, or is already developing it. Lin Feng guessed. Mike Mohammed's heart is tight. Blizzard is indeed developing its own 3D engine. Next summer, Blizzard will launch Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos and is now developing a 3D action called StarCraft Ghost. The game naturally has its own 3D engine, but I don't know where Lin Feng knew it. Yes, we do have our own 3D engine technology. I don't know what Mr. Lin Feng meant. Mike Mohammed admitted frankly after hesitating. Now in the industry, the Unreal 2 inches engine is the only one. I hope to develop a better 3D engine technology than Unreal 2 inches, but we can't do it with our family alone, so I want to cooperate with Blizzard. Lin the Wind said. Cooperate? How to cooperate? Mike Mohammed lifted his spirits. Blizzard's 3D engine technology has been unsatisfactory due to technical limitations, and there is an urgent need for an excellent 3D engine. However, Blizzard's game philosophy is different from that of most 3D game companies on the market. Blizzard's philosophy is to allow mainstream configurations to play all Blizzard's games. Therefore, Blizzard did not purchase an engine such as Unreal 2 inches that overly pursues gorgeous graphics. Now that there is no technological breakthrough, Blizzard can only work hard on optimization as much as possible. Blizzard's Havok engine of Valve is highly optimistic, and it was interested in buying the right to use its 3D engine technology, but then Valve had a copyright dispute with Xulishan Company, and the subsequent merger with Second World also caused Blizzard put the matter on hold. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng came to the door today. We share resources. I provide the Havok engine, and your company provides your 3D engine for joint development, and then 3D engine technology sharing. Lin Feng said temptingly. Mike Mohammed's eyes brightened. Although the Havok engine is not the best engine in the industry, it is known for its smooth action graphics and unobtrusive refreshment, which coincides with Blizzard's philosophy. Blizzard is now better than optimization. Home can indeed complement each other. It's just that no matter how you look at it, his company is taking advantage in this respect. And Lin Feng has no reason to be so kind. The development funds are borne by your company. I think this condition is not excessive based on the current leading technology of the Havok engine, Lin Feng said with a smile. Mike Mohammed nodded. This request is indeed not excessive. Also, after successful research on the new engine, I will account for 60% of the future profit sharing. Lin Feng said his request. Mike Mohammed frowned. Although Blizzard is still not too disadvantaged, but Mike Mohammed will not easily agree to this condition. In the end, after the two bargained, Second World and Blizzard Entertainment reached an agreement to jointly develop a new 3D engine. In the end, Second World had 55% ownership and Blizzard Entertainment had 45%. Second World and Blizzard Entertainment cooperation to develop a new 3D engine news was announced, causing quite a stir in the industry. The two are the most prosperous computer game companies in recent years. This cooperation can be described as a strong alliance. Many game giants lament that the computer 3D game market will be surging again in the future. Previously, id Software relied on the Thor's Hammer 3D engine technology to sit firmly on the throne of the 3D game boss. As a result, before the butt was hot, it was surpassed by Epic's Unreal Engine. Epic took over the id Software company. The Baton has become the best 3D game company in the computer game industry. Now it seems that Epic's boss position may not last long. Second World and Blizzard Entertainment jointly developed a new 3D engine. Most surprised, and the most resentful is naturally Epic president Mark, who just arrogantly refused to buy Lin Feng from his company Unreal 2's engine technology use Gwen, who expected Lin Feng to reach a cooperation agreement with Blizzard Entertainment to jointly develop a 3D engine after only a day, which was like a slap in his mouth. Next summer, Mark has learned that next summer's Second World Half-Life 2 and Blizzard Entertainment Warcraft 3 will be launched at the same time, and Mark is also preparing to release his own Unreal 3 at the same time. The market proves who has the better 3D engine and who is the dominant player in the computer 3D game industry. Mark squeezed the teacup in his hand bitterly. After reaching an agreement with Mike Mohammed, Lin Feng wandered the streets of Irving City, with clean and refreshing roads, green sidewalks everywhere, and a well-planned urban layout. This is the first time Lin Feng has come to such a dream, like a city. It's no wonder that in the United States, most wealthy people live in this small city, and it does make sense. Living here can have a long life. Of course, regardless of the small size of the city, the land price is not cheap. The average person really can't afford to live, and the housing price is not much cheaper than that of Silicon Valley in the United States. The rich live in the countryside and the poor live in the city. The living habits of the United States are really right. Lin Feng walked casually on the street, unexpectedly saw an old man strolling leisurely on the streets of Irving City accompanied by his family, pointing to the surrounding buildings from time to time. What a happy family. Seeing that this family is so happy, Lin Feng seemed to be infected with their happiness, and he couldn't help thinking of his parents who were far away in Chu City. It's time to go back to Chu City. Since arriving in Shanghai, Lin Feng has only gone back once, especially after the 9.11 incident, because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to his parents. After all, he would definitely cause a big sensation when he went back now. Lin Feng just called to report that he was safe. I wanted to take my parents to Shanghai, but the two elders were reluctant to go to Shanghai. Yi Luo returned to his roots. There is no reason to leave his hometown when he grows old. In the end, the persistence of the two elders caused Lin Feng to compromise. And those relatives, although they had some misunderstandings in the past, they shouldn't hold too much grudges now, and should be tolerant of others. Maybe we should buy them a suite in Chu City so that everyone can live together. Of course, I would definitely not live under the same roof. There would be more troubles like that. Lin Feng wondered whether he would like to learn from the golden boy of England Irving to buy a street and let many relatives and parents live. In this way, everyone usually has a caring and lively, and at the same time, it will not cause unnecessary conflicts because of living under one roof. With his current financial resources, although he is still poor, it is more than enough to buy a street in an underdeveloped secondary city in Chu City compared to the buying company. Young man. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, the old man shouted at Lin Feng. This old gentleman, are you calling me? Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, not sure, pointing to himself and asked, it's you, young man, I ask you, what do you think of this city? The old man nodded and asked. The children around him shook their heads with a helpless smile. Old gentleman, this city is simply a dream city. I think if I can live in this city, it will definitely be the happiest thing in my life, Lin Feng said without exaggeration. After hearing this, the old man suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked smug. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, this is my father William Pereira. He is the designer of this city. The middle-aged man beside the old man explained, but he couldn't hold back the words, proud of. Lin Feng was startled. but he didn't expect that the old man in front of him was the designer of this dream city. It is really admirable to design such a dreamy city. Lin Feng's admiration from his heart made the color of the old man's eyebrows thicker. Hee, gentlemen, I'm sorry. My father is 73 years old, a little like a child. But this is indeed a great and admirable project. Ira's son was embarrassed and continued to explain. Lin Feng smiled and said he didn't mind. People are like children in old age, and it is indeed worthy to be proud to be able to design such an ideal city. Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. Mr. Pereira, if I take the liberty, can I ask you a question? Lin Feng asked respectfully. Go ahead, boy. William Pereira said with a smile. Mr. Pereira, our company wants to build a building that can represent the image and style of our company, so that people will know that it is our company's building at a glance. But everyone does not have a unified opinion, and they don't even know how to use it. What kind of architect? Can you give me some advice? Lin Feng asked respectfully. Sir, I'm really sorry, my father is getting older. In this respect, Ira's son was afraid that his father would use his brain because of his age, and he quickly discouraged him. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 291. The strongest opponent appears. Ira's son quickly stopped. He didn't want his father to be 73 years old and he had to work hard, not to mention his father's health. John, shut up. Your father and I are not old enough to be so useless. Pereira screamed, and John suddenly didn't dare to speak anymore. I know that my father's occupational disease has committed again. But think about it, my father will definitely not design at this age, at most he will give some advice, and he will no longer speak much. Child, go ahead, tell me your company's philosophy and corporate culture, and I will help you refer to it. Pereira looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng repeatedly thanked him, and then told Pereira about the general situation of his company. After listening, Pereira pondered for a moment. Child, I have to admit, I am old and I can't think of a too suitable plan, but I will introduce you to someone. You go to him, and he will definitely be able to design a work that satisfies you. Pereira sighed. After being worthless, he handed Lin Feng a business card. Tom Wright. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. A very strange name for the Second World Headquarters building. Lin Feng also consulted the architect's information. The name is extremely unfamiliar. Of course, there is also the designer of this city of Irvine, Mr. William Pereira. Lin Feng has never heard of it. Of course, Lin Feng has never heard of it, which does not mean that the other party has no name. It can only be said that Lin Feng is very unfamiliar with architecture, and he has only heard of a few people. The ignorance can be used to describe Lin Feng's understanding of architecture. He is really not too famous. He has designed few works in his life. It can even be said that before he designed his most famous masterpiece, he was only 32 years old, without a white hair, no relevant high-rise building experience. Even there is no ordinary architect who has designed a building with more than 15 floors, but with one building, he is enough to become one of the greatest architects of this century. William Pereira said. Lin Feng is more interested. Arab Star Hotel is his design. Of course, it is also called Dubai Burj Al Arab Hotel. William Pereira said. Lin Feng didn't care at first. The name Arab Star Lin Feng was very unfamiliar, but when he heard the Burj Al Arab Hotel behind, he was shocked. This is currently the only 7-star hotel in the world. It is famous for its type resembling a sailing boat. This Tom Wright was the one who designed the Burj Al Arab Hotel in Dubai, which is really surprising. Most outsiders only know that the Arab Star was built by Atkins in the UK, but the real designer is Tom Wright. William Pereira explained in detail. His design, the concept is very bold and avant-garde. In terms of creativity alone, he is far superior to me. I think that the designer of your company should be him. You call him then and say that I introduced him. He will definitely not make things difficult. Thank you Mr. Pereira. Lin Feng sincerely thanked him. Ha ha, number. It would be my honor if I can see another magical building come to the world in my lifetime. William Pereira sighed. Thank you. Lin Feng said goodbye after careful thanks. Father, is that Tom Wright really that good? Why has he only designed the Arab Star so far? After Lin Feng left, Pereira's son was puzzled. He is too young. He is only 34 years old this year. He is too young in the profession of architects, and his ideas are too avant-garde, and few companies like Dubai Group appreciate his ideas, and his character is extremely weird. Architects have their own perseverance. If everything can't be done according to his ideas, he would rather go to design the school office. William Pereira said helplessly, shaking his head. Okay, let's go. Let me see the city again. I don't have much time to see it. William Pereira sighed. The family felt sad. But then he resumed his family in harmony again. After Lin Feng left, he did not call Tom Wright immediately. After returning to Shanghai, he would see how the crowds commented before making a decision. Lin Feng hopes that this second world building can become a landmark in Shanghai. After finishing his business, Lin Feng started to do his own private work and flew to Houston to purchase the local TV station FSNeston in Houston. FSNeston, a very small local station in Houston with only one sports channel, was founded in 1984. When the founder Terry created the TV station, he was fancying the Houston NBA team at the time, the Houston Rockets. In the draft, picked the number 1 pick, Olajuwon. Terry was extremely optimistic about Olajuwon, thinking that he was a great player who could lead the Houston Rockets to the championship. Terry, who saw this point, immediately founded the FSN Houston TV station. For 17 years, he has witnessed the rise and fall of Houston. In 2017, the Houston Rockets won 2 consecutive NBA championships in the 94 and 95 seasons. They were also FSNeston, which brought Terry millions of dollars in profits. But as Olajuwon's old age, the Houston Rockets also fell apart, especially the damn boss of the Rockets last year, Alexander, in order to save a little salary, unexpectedly swept the symbol of the Houston Rockets, Olajuwon, out of the house mercilessly. This extremely cold-blooded, impersonal, purely commercial approach has caused complaints among Houston fans, and the ratings of FSNeston have been declining. Today, it is already operating at a loss. Now that Terry learns that someone wants to buy his own TV station, he can't help it. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement that Lin Feng bought the ownership of FSNeston for $3.7 million, and Lin Feng became the owner of FSNeston. After buying the FSNeston TV station, Lin Feng invited Terry to become the CEO of FSNeston. After all, Lin Feng himself couldn't stay in Houston every day. FSNeston must always be managed by someone. What's more, Terry was able to seize Olajuwon's entry into the Houston Rockets and set up a television station, which shows that this person has a full vision. For Lin Feng's invitation, Terry readily accepted. Originally living here with Olajuwon for 17 years, FSNeston has already become his all, and he was forced to sell it out of desperation. Now Lin Feng invites him to become the CEO of FSNeston again, and he is naturally happy. What's more, for Lin Feng, although he is only Terry on the sports channel, he is by no means unfamiliar. From the 9.11 century trial to today's Hollywood gold medal director Spielberg's TV series Because of Him, Lin Feng can be described as a man in the United States today. Ordinary Americans may be relatively unfamiliar with it, but to TV people like Terry, Lin Feng is no stranger to it. Even red hot. It is absolutely unusual for Lin Feng, a man of the kind, to suddenly acquire his own small local TV station. The far-sighted Terry had faintly guessed what Lin Feng was going to do. Lin Feng Shuang's record investment of $60 million to shoot Prison Break will definitely not be sold to other TV stations for broadcasting, so no matter how he calculates, he will not be able to recover the cost of $60 million, and the acquisition of its own FSNeston must be used to play Prison Break. However, relying only on the influence of a local station, wanting to reap a cost of $60 million yuan, is undoubtedly a dream. Lin Feng has only one way to turn it into a national television station. For Lin Feng's subsequent actions, Terry is extremely looking forward to it. The fact is indeed as Terry expected. After completing the acquisition of Fsneston, Lin Feng asked Terry to prepare the TV station's star plan and prepare to turn Fsneston into a national TV station. In this regard, Terry readily agreed. Prior to this, he had the ambition to expand the TV station into a national TV station, but his ability and financial resources were not enough. Now Lin Feng is here, enough to fulfill his wish. After that, Lin Feng received a call from Abby. Abby specially organized a charity party for Lin Feng's 9.11 charity fund. As the founder, Lin Feng would naturally attend. 3 days later, Lin Feng flew to New York again to attend the charity party organized by Abby. Lin Feng originally wanted to name this charity fund 9.11, but Abby thought it would be offensive to always mention 9.11. And Abby wanted to make this a long-term charity fund, renamed it Lin Feng Charity Fund. This is also for Lin Feng. In the United States, owning a charity fund is a sign of successful people. The people Abby invited this time are also well-known figures in the industry, including successful people in the financial industry, as well as customers of Goldman Sachs, plus the reputation of Abby Cohen today. As a supervisor, she will almost always come when invited. Of course, Hollywood superstars are also indispensable. They are also Abby's customers. The high salary earned cannot be held in hand. It is undoubtedly the wisest choice to invest in Goldman Sachs. As the founder of the fund, Lin Feng naturally also sent invitations to Spielberg and Jessica. As a familiar, he is still unknown, and he is really not qualified for this kind of occasion. The party was full of stars, and there were many wealthy businessmen. If Al-Qaeda can send people to hijack the banquet hall at this time, I am afraid the world economy will fall back 30 years. Lin, I'll introduce a friend to you. Abby Cohen led Lin Feng through the crowd holding a wine glass. From a distance, Lin Feng saw a person standing there with a smile, frequently raising a glass to the people around him. It's this person. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This person is now his own competitor. It is a bit awkward to meet now, but Lin Feng still smiled and followed Abby Cohen. What Lin Feng didn't know was that this person would become one of his main competitors in the future. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 292, Steve Jobs. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, with bald forehead, half-black white hair, golden eyes, and a confident and wise smile on his face. Lin, let me introduce to you, this is Abby Cohen said. Abby, I know who this gentleman is, Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. I also know who you are, Lin Feng, the founder of Second World and the youngest and richest man in mainland China. Steve Jobs also extended his hand, extremely enthusiastic. Both hands clasped together in the air. Most of the guests in the banquet hall gathered together to chat. Few people noticed here. Even if they noticed here, they didn't care much. But I don't know that after this handshake, Lin Feng and Steve Jobs did not shake hands again for their entire lives. Steve Jobs. Lin Feng's mind suddenly showed his information. As a computer enthusiast, there must be Steve Jobs among the top 10 figures in the IT industry. Steve Jobs, an American hero, has gone through many ups and downs, but still stands tall. Just as Hemingway said in The Old Man and the Sea, a person can be destroyed but not defeated. He and Steve Watts created the Apple, which sparked the wave of personal computers and changed an era, but was blocked at the peak, falling from a tall building to the bottom of the valley. But 12 years later, he made a comeback, restart the second Steve Jobs era. In 1977, Jobs and his partners founded Apple. In 1980, Apple stock went public. In 1983, the Apple company reached its peak, but it was also a time of decline. In 1984, Jobs was swept out by the directors of the Apple company. In 1997, when the Apple company was on the verge of bankruptcy, Jobs returned to Apple again. At that time, Apple was in debt of $1 billion US. By the beginning of 1999, Apple made a profit of $309 million US. After returning to Apple, Steve Jobs launched the Mac laptop, and earlier this month launched the iPod. It can be said that these two products have rejuvenated the Apple. While Lin Feng looked carefully at Jobs, Jobs was also looking at Lin Feng. For the young man in front of him, Jobs had naturally heard about it. However, the fields of the two parties were different. Before, Jobs was only interested in Lin Feng. After all, there are too many examples of getting rich overnight on Wall Street. The myth of becoming a billionaire overnight. Wall Street can cite many every month. Of course, there is indeed no billionaire as young as Lin Feng. What really made Steve Jobs pay attention to Lin Feng and carefully studied it was when his own Apple company launched the iPod on the 8th of this month. Asia also launched an MP3 player called Phantom. This Phantom MP3 player is very similar in appearance and quality to the Apple iPod, except that the Apple iPod uses a micro hard drive, and the Phantom uses a flash memory. Although the iPod has an absolute advantage in terms of capacity, it is undoubtedly at an absolute disadvantage in terms of price. Compared with the pros and cons of the two products, Jobs is more concerned about Lin Feng's idea of using paid downloads of MP3 songs to make money. This young man is extremely visionary and very ambitious. Jobs comments on Lin Feng. He had discovered the Phantom MP3 player on Jessica's chest just now. Jobs knew at a glance that it was not his company's iPod, and immediately guessed Lin Feng's attempt. Although the news that Lin Feng signed Jessica as the spokesperson of the Phantom has not been released yet, Jessica has put the Phantom on his chest so high profile. As long as he is not a fool, he can guess the mystery. Jobs finally pulled Apple from the edge of the cliff. iPod is Apple's big plan for the next few years. He absolutely cannot tolerate the failure of iPod. And Lin Feng's Phantom is undoubtedly the most powerful competitor of iPod. When Lin Feng and Jobs looked at each other, Abby also looked at them. The attitude of the two is too strange. Abby can be sure that the two have not met before. But the first time they met, they gave people a sense of tension, which made Abby a bit at a loss. Abby didn't know that Lin Feng's company had launched a Phantom that was almost the same as Apple's iPod. If she knew, she would not introduce them so passionately. "Mr. Lin, when will your Phantom land in the United States?" Jobs asked faintly. "Mr. Jobs, soon. I believe that the American people will soon see another MP3 player of excellent quality. And the price is extremely cheap." Lin Feng is not afraid that Jobs will know. "Besides, this matter can't be covered even if you want to." Then I wish Mr. Lin's Phantom will sell well in the United States. After Jobs finished speaking, he politely said sorry and left. "Let's wait and see," Lin Feng and Jobs said in unison. "What's the matter, you two?" Abby asked. "Haha, it's nothing. It's just that an MP3 player produced by a company under my company just hits against Apple's iPod," Lin Feng said with a smile. Abby shook his head and secretly said that he was confused. On this occasion, it is really inappropriate to introduce two people who are on the opposite side of the business to meet. Fortunately, neither of them had any excessive behavior. After that, Abby introduced several financial giants to Lin Feng, such as the president of Goldman Sachs, blank Fein first-year salary of investment bank. This charity party first announced the establishment of the Lin Feng Charity Fund, and at the same time introduced some major figures in the American financial world to Lin Feng. As one of the most important customers of Goldman Sachs in the future, Abby naturally hopes that Lin Feng will get to know more of the giants in the US financial industry. At the subsequent founding ceremony, Lin Feng and Abby delivered speeches one after another, and the guests at the meeting also generously donated. The Lin's charity fund, including Lin Feng's $30 million raised a total of $41.2 million. Of course, at the charity gala, Lam Feng's biggest gain was that he met several Hollywood stars through Spielberg. For example, Tom Cruise, Lin Feng wanted to invite him to be the spokesperson of Audition, but his agent directly scared away Lin Feng with an annual endorsement fee of $3 million. Although this price is not expensive relative to Tom Cruise's position in Hollywood, Lam Feng cannot afford it. If it is 3 million yuan, Lin Feng can consider it. As for Leonardo DiCaprio, the hero of Titanic that has been hot recently, Lin Feng doesn't want to try again. With Tom Cruise as precedent, for Leonardo DiCaprio, a super handsome guy who is more critical than his wife, Lin Feng doesn't have to think about it, or he won't agree at all, or I can't stand the bidding. However, in terms of signing endorsements for Hollywood stars, Lin Feng still reached the object he wanted to sign before coming to the United States. Keanu Reeves. The Matrix, released in 1999, allowed Keanu Reeves to instantly rise to the status of a Hollywood superstar. Although the salary was not as good as Tom Cruise's $20 million, it also reached $15 million. And Keanu Reeves' extremely cool time to avoid bullets has made countless fans around the world go crazy. Film critics once said so when Keanu Reeves puts on a black cloak, wears sunglasses, and dodges bullets. No matter how high the pay is, it is reasonable. Although Keanu Reeves is now popular, Lin Feng is still very sure about finding him to endorse. As a Hollywood superstar, Keanu Reeves is also a crazy music lover with his own band, and he is extremely heroic. He was once famous for The Matrix. In order to thank the members of the working group, he bought a Harley heavy machine for each of the working group members. To know that a Harley heavy machine, the cheapest one, is 10,000 yuan, Keanu Reeves bought 18 of them as a gift. A person who loves music and doesn't value money, Lin Feng believes that he will be moved by his sincerity and Audition. This is indeed the case. After learning about Lin Feng's intentions, Keanu Reeves carefully asked Lin Feng about the game concept of Audition, and learned that Lin Feng was going to use his character 3D model in the game. When the bullet dodge time appeared in the game, Keanu Reeves showed expectation. In the end, the two reached an agreement. Second World signed Keanu Reeves' endorsement rights in Audition at a price of $1.5 million per year. The contract period is 3 years. Although the price is high, Keanu Reeves is now popular, and with the upcoming The Matrix 2 inches in the future, Lin Feng believes that this money can definitely be earned back. Not to mention Keanu Reeves can also become a signature character of Audition. After finalizing the endorsement contract of Keanu Reeves, Lin Feng's trip to the United States almost ended perfectly. At this time, Spielberg also finalized a cooperative team and found good actors. He also followed Lin Feng's introduction to the Fox River Prison in Salt Lake City and began filming Prison Break. As for the actors, it is almost the same as the original drama, except that the heroine becomes Jessica Alba. Of course, for his first TV series debut, and perhaps the only TV series, Spielberg invited many Hollywood movie stars to appear in the TV series through his contacts. After this news was leaked to reporters inadvertently by Spielberg, it immediately drew huge repercussions. It should be understood that only popular stars from TV series have guest appearances in movies, but this time it is movie stars who have guest appearances in TV series. When many viewers were looking forward to the performance of Spielberg and Jessica in Prison Break, they also began to look forward to seeing how many big Hollywood stars can be seen in this Prison Break TV series. Just when Lin Feng was about to leave the United States and return to Shanghai, a phone call came. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 293, Three-Dimensional Holographic Land. Mr. Lin, this is Roger. Are you still in the United States? The voice of Fox President Roger Ayers came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, wondering why Roger Ayers called to find him, but after a little thought, he realized that Roger Ayers must have come to him because of his investment in Prison Break. Roger, I'm sorry, I've booked a ticket and am ready to go back to Shanghai. Lin Feng said helplessly. Lin, where are you? I have something very important for you. and I will fly over immediately. Roger Ayres said hurriedly. I'm in Los Angeles, but the plane is about to take off. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Feng said. Roger Ayres was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so indifferent. But he didn't want to think that when Lin Feng came to Fox, the talk show arranged by Fox made Lin Feng extremely unhappy. What's more, Lin Feng just acquired the Fsnistan TV station. In the future, everyone will be a competitive relationship, and sooner or later, they will be rivals. Lin, let me just say it straight. We at Fox want to buy the exclusive US broadcast rights of Prison Break that you invested and filmed, and a reward of $3 million for one episode. Roger said hurriedly. Lin Feng secretly said so, but the mere $3 million wanted to buy himself a huge amount of money to shoot, hired Hollywood director Spielberg, and also invited the sexy stunner Jessica as the hostess of the copyright of Prison Break is too whimsical. Roger, you should know that my investment for each episode is $5 million US. Do you think I might sell it to you at this price? Lin Feng said with a sneer. Then add 10% of the advertising share. Roger knew that Lin Feng would not agree, and immediately threw a second bait. Lin Feng shook his head straight. Then 20% advertising share, up to 30% advertising share. Roger was a little anxious, and had to say the bottom line. Roger, let me tell you directly, I won't sell it. I have already sold it to other TV stations. Lin Feng had a clever move and told a little lie, but this is not a lie. It was indeed sold to other TV stations, but that TV station was just acquired by myself. Sold? Is it ABC, NBC or CBS? Roger asked in a moment of chagrin. When Roger learned that Spielberg was filming Prison Break, he thought it was just a joke made by Spielberg. After all, how could a big Hollywood director go to film a TV series? So he didn't care. Unexpectedly, when Spielberg took the entire working group and all the actors to Salt Lake City, after the filming began, Roger realized that this was not a joke, but a fact. At the moment, Roger froze, and was ecstatic afterwards. Think of a TV series featuring Hollywood gold directors, sexy actress Jessica, who has recently risen in popularity, an unprecedented investment budget, and a large number of guest appearances by Hollywood stars. This will definitely become this year, and may even become the most popular in history. A hit TV series, how can Roger not be tempted? After Roger recovered, he called Lin Feng the first time, but he knew that Lin Feng had already sold it. How could he not regret it? Secretly annoyed that I was being late, and at the same time, I did not forget to draw a circle and silently figure out which TV station bought this, probably the most popular TV series in history. After Roger hung up, Lin Feng's phone rang again. This time it was called from the ABC TV station, which also requested the purchase of the American broadcast copyright of Prison Break, but it was still dismissed by Lin Feng with the wording that it had already been purchased. After that, NBC, CBS, HBO, TNT, and the president of the most famous national television station in the United States all called Lin Feng to buy the copyright of Prison Break, but they were all fooled by Lin Feng. In the depression of the president of these 6 stakun TV stations, Lin Feng happily boarded the plane and flew directly to Shanghai. Lin Feng is gone, but I don't know that the presidents of these 6 TV stations are depressed. All day long, he wondered who bought the copyright of Prison Break. The 6 presidents kept making phone calls every day, beating side by side, trying to dig out the inside story from his opponents. Unexpectedly, the presidents of the 6 major TV stations are pregnant with ghosts, and they all lie, but even if they are telling the truth, no one will believe it. After arriving in Shanghai, Lin Feng immediately held a meeting to observe the campaign's progress. Donglin, Audition's all-star lineup has been developed, and all-star data has been compiled into the game. Counting Lin Dong's just signed Keanu Reeves, Audition's all-star lineup has a total of 48 star. The game can be upgraded within 3 days, said Kui Ming, director of the first game development department. Lin Feng nodded secretly. It couldn't be better this way. In terms of pricing, after our investigation, We set the purchase right of each celebrity's 3D simulation character model at 12.8 yuan, and a set of clothes at 8.8 yuan, but we also added various colors and styles of hairstyles. One hairstyle is 4.8 yuan. Yuan color can be changed for free. Kui Ming said. Lin Feng was not surprised that Kui Ming raised the price. Compared to the slightly more beautiful set of Audition in Lin Feng's memory, the price is more than 20 yuan, which is already very cheap. What's more, the madness of fans is absolutely jaw-dropping. With so many stars, I believe their fans will not care about the mere 12.8 yuan. By the way, I have an idea, Lin Feng said. This was also the idea that Lin Feng thought of after meeting Keanu Reeves. In the game, add each star's unique celebratory action and failure action, and add special effects. Lin Feng said. Everyone was taken aback. In the game, after each round of the game, each star will have a unique way of celebrating victory or failure. For example, after Zack Sinch's victory, he has that exaggerated long smile. And after defeat, he is dressed in a tattered beggar costume. Lin Feng said. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it. Of course, the unique celebratory actions of these stars must be familiar to all players. To be intercepted from the movies they shoot, everyone must be different and unique, and it is best to have multiple modeling options. Of course, the celebration style will cost money to buy, but the failed style will be given away for free. As for the pricing, it can be cheaper, Lin Feng said. Kui Ming nodded repeatedly. Also, the so-called stunt means that you can add a short individual dance step to a dance song. If the player inputs the correct input, the controlled star will issue a stunt. If the input is wrong, it will be used by other stars. Stunt and temporarily rest on the ground for a few seconds. Lin Feng said. Everyone was a bit at a loss, and didn't quite understand Lin Feng's words. For example, if you choose Chow Yun Fat, when the stunt comes out, after the input is correct, there will be a scene of my little horse lighting a cigarette with banknotes. If you choose Keanu Reeves, after the input is correct, there is a cool time to avoid bullets. Lin Feng said. Everyone understood now, and nodded again and again, which would increase a lot of fun. Of course, we must control the frequency and timing of special effects, otherwise too often, it will ruin the fun of the game. Of course, this stunt can also be sold for money, and each star can add multiple sets of stunts. Lin Feng thought for a while and added another sentence. But this way, I'm afraid the expansion will be postponed again, Kui Ming said with a headache. No, this stunt and celebratory action can be released in the next expansion. Audition's all-star lineup is launched first. It is important to make money for the company first. Lin Feng shook his head and said. Kui Ming nodded. Kook Sin, the director of the second game development department, has nothing to say. Swordsman Love Online is under intense development. The third game development department, Minister Wu Gang, has already put Break Football into public beta, and it is popular with China's entry into the World Cup. However, in terms of fees, it has not yet decided what form of fees will be charged. If you use props to charge, it will undoubtedly destroy the balance of the game, but if you use point cards to charge, most players will choose to play Live Football or FIFA Football. In addition, in the face of a single-player base for sports and leisure online games, Wu Gang does not know which charging method to choose. Minister Wu, item charges are absolutely undesirable. Lin Feng is well aware of the scourge of the street basketball item charges, which will undoubtedly destroy the fun of competitive games. Once the balance of the game is disrupted, players will immediately choose to give up game. However, if you take a point card to charge, I am afraid that many players will not buy it. For the time being, it's good to win popularity. Moreover, it is impossible for every game to make money. The important thing is to maintain popularity and strive to develop these players into paying players for other games. Lin Feng said after he indulged for a moment. Wu Gang nodded, before thinking of a better way. It can only do so now. Minla, the head of the fourth game development department, also reported on the work in the past 2 months. World War is naturally still under intense and orderly research and development, but it needs too many talents and the game world is too huge. Not only has to make detailed maps of countries that mimic the real world, LA hopes to move all the important cities in the real world to World War, so that players can enjoy the refreshing battle fun while also browsing the city scenery of various countries. Of course, in the game, in important cities around the world, players can unscrupulously destroy cities, which is undoubtedly an exciting thing. Although it is a bit violent and will be criticized, it will undoubtedly arouse the desire for destruction hidden in everyone's heart. However, this work alone is done by the 215 technicians of the fourth game development department, which is undoubtedly idiotic. Boss, I think, in terms of map production, we should entrust other companies to help us make it. This can save a lot of time and manpower, but in terms of funds, it may exceed estimates. Minla said helplessly. According to his estimates, it would cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars to just produce 3D maps of major cities in the world. Everyone sighed for a while. They didn't expect Minlay goal to be so ambitious, but this project is indeed attractive, but the funding is indeed far beyond the budget. What do you think? Lin Feng didn't say anything directly, he wanted to listen to the opinions of the audience first. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 294 The $1 billion Game? Lin Feng glanced at the crowd and motioned them to express their views on Min's idea. Although Lin Feng admired this plan very much, he still understood the idea of brainstorming. What's more, if you always speak up, the blow to the top executives of the company is certainly not small. I agree. If this plan succeeds, I believe this World War will become the most successful game in history. Kui Ming was the first to agree. As for funding, I believe Audition's all-star lineup will definitely be able to bring in huge profits to the company absolutely beyond imagination. Kui Ming's attitude is also the attitude of several other ministers. Everyone is a game maker, and it is always a pleasure to witness an excellent work come out. I agree in principle, but if Min's plan is followed, I am afraid that the funds for the development of World War will exceed $1 billion. After careful calculation, Wu Xiaopu frowned. $1 billion to develop a game is not only unprecedented, I am afraid that there will be no future. But can the current capital chain of the Second World support the development of this game? In history, too many companies ran out of funds because of their grand plans, which eventually led to decline or even destruction. Wu Xiaopu doesn't want the Second World to follow in this footsteps. Wu Xiaopu's worries are also Lin Feng's worries. That was not the case with the Apple company back then. The Lisa database that was painstakingly developed not only exhausted Apple's funds, but it was also too expensive to be paid for. Even Americans can't afford it, let alone other countries in the world. In the end, Apple also began to decline because of this. $1 billion to develop a game. If it spreads out, Lin Feng can be sure that all newspapers and magazines in the world tomorrow will have only one title: Crazy Second World. However, this plan is indeed very tempting. During the game, it is really tempting to visit all major cities around the world, and to be able to wreak havoc in the city. When Wu Xiaopu saw Lin Feng's eyes, he knew he was going to suffer. My own young boss must have begun to fall into illusions about a bright future. Indeed, this idea is very tempting, and Wu Xiaopu himself is looking forward to it. But there is no doubt that this idea requires too much capital and is an absolute heavy burden on the Second World. Donglin, there is not only a financial problem, but also a problem. Even if we develop it, can the player's computer bear it? Will the computer configuration after 3 years be able to withstand such game requirements? Three-dimensional holographic maps of major cities around the world. What kind of computer configuration is needed to be able to play? Wu Xiaopu thought for a while and tried to persuade Lin Feng from another angle. Everyone thought for a while. Indeed, if the game is developed but the player's computer cannot run, it will undoubtedly be even more miserable. Minla sighed, knowing that this idea might be shelved. World War can only get rid of these ideas. Even without these plans, Minla believes World War will still be the best game, but it is full of regrets. Lin Feng was also contemplative. In terms of funds, Lin Feng believes that he still has the ability to solve the problem. At most he can inject capital again. But if the player's computer doesn't support it, Lin Feng will be incapable. Lin Feng can't give every player who plays World War a computer that can support World War. It is undoubtedly crazier, not to mention something that will never be implemented. Tuke. Lin Feng kept tapping his fingers on the table. The conference room was quiet, and everyone was waiting for Lin Feng's final ruling. Lin Feng is searching for the future direction of computer development in his mind. Such games may require at least dual core to run, and the graphics card must be configured with at least GT 4850 or GT 9800. It will take at least 57 years. Waiting 57 years before launching World War, Lin Feng felt that it was too long. Moreover, there is a very good idea and plan, but it can't be implemented, which is also a grind. And many more. Lin Feng suddenly thought that today's computer hardware manufacturers, such as Intel, are not without more advanced technology. They only postpone the sale of new hardware out of interest. Think about in the beginning, if it weren't for AMD and its competition, I'm afraid that the Pentium 4 inches CPUs now used, don't know when and how long it will be on the market. In my memory, AMD's real rise is due to the 64-bits processor and the beginning of a company that can threaten Intel. However, in the previous few years, AMD has taken many detours and even wrong paths. If I can disclose the development direction of CPU to AMD in the next few years, then AMD can also avoid detours, and can pull Intel from the world in advance and detonate fierce CPU competition in advance. Intel must be faced at this time. I am afraid that the dual-core era will come ahead of schedule. Lin Feng remembered what Intel said: the market determines the sales volume determines the price determines the profit, and the profit determines the technological update. When a product is profitable, there will be no newer technology. Only when profits are weak, manufacturers will continue to develop new technologies to seize new markets. This is a cycle. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had an idea. Lin Feng opened his mouth and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Technically, I think there is no problem. The development of computers is always changing with each passing day. I believe that after the development of World War, the computer configuration at that time will definitely meet the needs. And this time we cooperated with Blizzard to develop a new engine technology. I believe in terms of optimization, it must be greatly strengthened. It can greatly reduce the game's demand for computer configuration. Lin Feng said with certainty. Everyone was slightly taken aback. However, the development of computer hardware is indeed always beyond people's imagination, and no one knows what the future will be like. Dong Lin, the conservative Wu Xiaopu, still wanted to discourage. Okay, Min, just do as you said. However, when entrusting other companies to make the 3D holographic map, I want the full copyright of the 3D holographic map. This point will be handled by Mr. Wu, and Mr. Wu will be responsible for contacting the relevant company. Negotiate, Lin Feng said. Seeing that Lin Feng had agreed, Wu Xiaopu could only choose to accept it. Although he still has many worries about this plan, he hopes that Lin Feng's decision is right. Also, Mr. Wu, you can go and negotiate with the governments of various countries. On the yellow pages of the governments, there must be maps of cities, and we can promise to help them design three-dimensional holographic maps. In this way, the cost of the three-dimensional holographic maps we produce can be passed on to the governments of various countries, and perhaps a fortune can be made. Lin Feng quipped. Everyone's eyes lit up. In this internet age, in the future, countries and cities will certainly produce three-dimensional holographic maps to meet the needs of people from other cities to visit. This is a business opportunity. Since it will be done sooner or later, it is better to do it by your own company. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the funding problem could be solved. that would be great. As for the technical problem, even if the player can't play, the big deal will be delayed by a few years at most. The happiest one was naturally Min, but after solving this problem, he had an idea in his mind. Boss, I propose to increase the flexibility of the game characters in World War, Min said. Everyone was taken aback again. The World War we are currently developing is modeled after Counter-Strike, but under the game World War, I think a single jump and squat will not meet the needs of players. There are more actions, such as climbing, crawling, lying down, etc. But this is a brand new action system. My development team is not good at it. I like the boss. You can buy a similar company, join in to help us develop World War. And now there are too few members in the development department, and the progress is too slow, Min said expectantly. The heads of several major game development departments were pleasantly surprised. This is a good idea, which can further increase the fun of the game. But this will make the game operation too difficult, Lin Feng asked doubtfully. We can simplify. Don't have to do as complicated as an action game. Just enrich some necessary body movements available on the battlefield, Min said. Lin Feng nodded. Min, I want to ask, if you increase these, how much do you estimate the cost of game development? Wu Xiaopu asked helplessly. I'm afraid the budget will increase by about 10%. Min said a little ashamed. Everyone was shocked. Okay, let's put it this way, anyway, 1 billion is out, and I don't care if it is 100 million. But in that case, we must pursue perfection and make World War the most successful game in history. If it fails, Min, we will throw you down in the Pacific Ocean and let you swim back to the United States by yourself. Lin Feng quipped. Definitely. Min nodded heavily. How is Counter-Strike Online currently running? Lin Feng asked again. Currently, the highest number of online users has exceeded 4 million, and the average number of online users is 1.2 million. In addition, companies in several other Asian countries, such as India, Pakistan, Singapore, Thailand and other countries, have also sent us consultation and join letters. Wu Xiaopu said. Well, as long as the other party's conditions permit, let him join. The more countries you join, the more popular this game will be. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone thinks so too. Only China, Japan, South Korea, and the 4 regions of Taiwan are ranked. Although they are hot now, as time goes on, everyone will get tired of playing. The more countries there are, the more intense the competition. Donglin, we have developed a new expansion for Counter-Strike Online and have been able to upgrade the game, Min confidently said. He is extremely confident in this brand new expansion. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 295, One Emperor, One Courtier. Min's newly developed expansion film for Counter-Strike Online is called Counter-Strike Who Fights. Min adds a new competitive mode, and the game method returns to tradition. Only 5 players from each country can enter the same map. At this stage, each map only has players from the 4 regions of China, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and a total of 20 players enter the same map and engage in fierce confrontation. In the future, there will be up to 6 regions and 30 players will play on the same map. This new competitive mode is divided into several game modes, such as protecting hostages, blowing enemy buildings, and capture the flag. Players from the 4 regions will be in groups of 5, and they will play indiscriminately. Each round will be 1 negative ranking. At the same time, Min cancelled the ranking of the number of national bureaus on the home page of the client, and adopted a points system. The first place has 3 points, the second place has 2 points, the third place has 1 point, and the last place has 0 points. This scoreboard is cleared once a month. If players from any country can get the first place for 3 consecutive months, Second World will reward players from that country in the game. Everyone is very optimistic about the new expansion of Min, but as for the final result, it depends on the market. Second World Vice President Gable, who also serves as the head of the 5th Game Development Department, is responsible for the development of Half-Life 2 Inches is still under intense and orderly research and development. But because it has just reached a cooperation with the Blizzard Entertainment Company for joint development, the new 3D engine agreement, although the new 3D engine is still in the foreseeable future, after getting the Blizzard Entertainment engine, Gable has discovered the advanced technology in it. Blizzard Entertainment's 3D engine is indeed superior in terms of optimization, which can greatly reduce the demand for computer configuration in the game, which is one of the reasons why Blizzard's games are popular all over the world. Of course, this also means that the Half-Life 2 Inches previously developed by Gable will be overturned, but for a game developer who pursues perfection, it is normal for a game to be overturned and restarted. When Gable developed Half-Life, it was completely overturned and restarted twice, and only then did it have the brilliance of Half-Life. However, in the process of developing Half-Life 2 Inches, Gable also launched the simplified Chinese version of Half-Life in accordance with Lin Feng's instructions. It was just a change of language, which couldn't be easier. However, Half-Life did not adopt the traditional sales model of CD-ROM release. Instead, it was sold on the Steam system developed by Gable using Kihen's BT technology. But considering that Half-Life is already on the market too for more than a year, so this simplified Chinese version named Half-Life Nostalgic version, on the Steam system players can purchase the Half-Life Nostalgic version for only 4.8 yuan. I don't know if it's because the price is too low, or because everyone likes Half-Life. The nostalgic version of Half-Life sold 230,000 copies in mainland China, bringing the company 1.104 million yuan in profit. Be regarded as an unexpected surprise. Well, everyone, let's talk about the construction of the company's headquarters building. Do you have any good architects to recommend? Lin Fengwing thought of everyone. Everyone looked at each other with helpless expressions. They are all leaders in the game industry, and they are good at developing games. When it comes to architecture, they are really idiots. Although I checked a lot of information and consulted a lot of related professionals, I was still very vague about the style of the Second World Headquarters building. Although the construction of the headquarters building is a very important event for the company, in the end, Wu Xiaopu and others shrugged shamelessly and looked at Lin Feng, with an expression that you can make up your mind. Lin Feng was speechless. But fortunately, he had a surprise when he went to Irvine City this time, otherwise he wouldn't have to catch the blind like them. Come on, take a look. This is the architect I want to invite to design the Second World Headquarters building. You can give me some suggestions. Lin Feng handed Wu Xiaopu and others a copy of the information. Wu Xiaopu opened it. Tom Wright. What a strange name. He has heard of. Wright built the most famous flowing water villa. Harrison United Nations Headquarters Building, J. Wu Chong Sydney Opera House and others. Name, this Tom Wright is really the first time I have heard of it. Wu Xiaopu looked at the others, but also looked blank. Apparently he had never heard of this person's name. But when Wu Xiaopu opened the second page, a big picture of the Arab star, the Burj Al Arab, was signed underneath designer, Tom Wright. Seeing this, Wu Xiaopu didn't look down anymore. With this Arab star alone, this Tom Wright can be the design of the Second World Headquarters building. Not to mention that they have no good candidates to recommend. Lin Dong, I think he will be fine. I believe that Lin Dong chose the best choice. Wu Xiaopu flattered him irresponsibly. Yes, Lin Dong's choice is definitely the best choice. Kui Ming and others also nodded. Lin Feng was speechless again. The meeting ended in a high-level flattery. After witnessing Lin Feng leaving the meeting room helplessly, everyone stroked their chests with guilty conscience. During this period of time, although everyone was also concerned about the construction of the Second World Headquarters, it was the game that everyone was really proficient in, and there was nothing wrong with this aspect. Thinking that there is a boss with almost magical powers behind him, everyone unanimously chose to ignore the construction of the Second World headquarters and give him full power to Lin Feng. As for the flattery just now, everyone was irritated by Lin Feng that they had lost their temper for not paying attention to the construction of the company headquarters building. But everyone is sure again that the boss is omnipotent. Going out casually not only disturbed the turmoil in Hollywood, it made Hollywood's gold directors not shoot movies, and went to make TV series. They also established the Lin Feng Charity Fund in the United States. When they came back, they also brought back a talented architect people admire. Everyone again decided that they would not worry about these miscellaneous things in the future and concentrate on developing their own games. It's hard work for those who can. Besides, Lin Feng's decision is extremely correct every time, so why bother to get mice? If Lin Feng knew everyone's thoughts, he wouldn't know whether he would vomit blood in anger. Of course, this is also good. Everyone will not be distracted, and can develop the game wholeheartedly. When Lin Feng returned to the villa, it was time for dinner. The 7 girls were already waiting for Lin Feng at the dinner table. So Orihara also returned from Japan. Hey! There are so many people, are all waiting for me? Lin Feng was moved a little. Lise waited for himself. It was because the relationship between the two was different, and other girls were also waiting for him with a look of expectation, which made Lin Feng extremely moved. Looking at the 7 delicate faces, Lin Feng was full of excitement. Brother Lin, sit down. I'll serve you rice. Lisa obediently served Lin Feng a bowl of rice. Lin Feng nodded. Brother Lin, eat vegetables. Lin Ziyue quickly picked up a chopsticks dish for Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled. Well, Brother Lin eats vegetables. Liu Yifei also gave Lin Feng a chicken leg. Lin Feng noticed something was wrong. Brother Lin, come and have some soup. Algra filled Lin Feng with a bowl of soup. Seeing that the vegetables in the bowl were about to pile up, Lin Feng knew that these girls must have something to ask for himself. Let's talk. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked helplessly, shaking his head. Hee. The women giggled. Big Brother Lin, is that Tom Cruise handsome? Is Leonardo DiCaprio really that handsome? With your words and my words, the women are asking about the top Hollywood stars, looking like a star chaser. Lin Feng was speechless, and dared to feel that the girls treated him so much today, not for themselves but for the Hollywood stars. Although he was hurt in his heart, Lin Feng answered them one by one. A group of Orioles-like voices circling in the ears. It is always a pleasant thing to make people feel. Lin Feng couldn't help thinking that Irving City saw the family happiness of Pereira's family, which could be regarded as an alternative family happiness. But Lin Feng didn't know that in Beijing, Huang Shuqi, a childhood sweetheart, looked sad. Shuqi, you should ask your Xiaofeng brother to be obedient, because my aunt gave so much money to others. Hiding around is no way. Huang Shuqi's best friend Li King suggested. Yes, although 3.7 million is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, for your Xiaofeng brother, it is just a drop in the bucket. According to the latest Heron ranking list, your Xiaofeng brother's net worth is at 84 million yuan. He is the youngest and richest man in mainland China. This amount of money is really nothing to him. Another best friend Tan Yutong also persuaded him. The persuasion of 2 buddies. Huang Shuqi didn't know how. It's just that the amount owed by her mother this time is too large, 3.7 million, and Huang Shuqi wants to cry when she thinks of this figure. She worked a month in the Second World during the summer vacation, with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. She wanted to repay 3.7 million gambling debts. She had to work 462.5 months without food or drink, totaling more than 38 years. Huang Shuqi thought of this number. Gosh. Huang Shuqi still didn't know that she could earn 8,000 yuan a month in the Second World. It was Lin Feng's intention to ask the finance department to give it to him, and Lin Feng would pay for it public and private accounting. Otherwise, if Huang Shuqi is one college student, not to mention whether there is a company willing to hire, even if the market price of the hire is generally around 4,000, which is converted into a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, then Huang Shuqi will have to work all his life to pay off this gambling debt. Shuqi, just make a phone call. It's very simple. Li King and others were also worried about Huang Shuqi, and they were comforting again and again. In this situation, they couldn't think of a way. After thinking about it, only Lin Fengnin was able to help Huang Shuqi solve this debt. Huang Shuqi picked up the phone hesitantly. Both of her willow eyebrows were frowning, her face was sad and embarrassed. But in the end Huang Shuqi was still relieved to call. Shuqi, what's the matter? Li King asked puzzledly. Huang Shuqi shook her head. I want to calm down alone. Don't follow me. After speaking, Huang Shuqi walked out of the dormitory, walking around the campus of Peking University at will. Huang Shuqi has many thoughts. The reason why she didn't want to make this call was because she didn't want to always trouble Lin Feng, and didn't want Lin Feng to think that she was just a person who kept causing trouble. Especially she didn't want the girl next to Lin Feng to look down. She has her pride and reservedness, but her mother is too unbelievable. Thinking of her mother, Huang Shuqi felt angry and distressed. Lin Feng gave her 300,000 yuan and asked her to pay her mother's debt. The next day Huang Shuqi put the money into her mother's account and called her mother repeatedly to warn her not to gamble. At that time, when Huang Shuqi's mother learned that Lin Feng had helped him pay off the debt, she was thankful and proud, boasting that she had given birth to a good daughter. Huang Shuqi was helpless and somewhat proud of her mother's boasting. At least her Xiaofeng brother always cared about her. As a result, it was only more than a month. When her mother called again the day before yesterday, she warned Huang Shuqi to be careful not to trust any strangers, let alone walk with strangers easily. Huang Shuqi realized that something was not right at the time, and after repeated questioning, her mother faltered and told her about the matter, saying that she had won a few games. After winning a few, Huang Shuqi paid her 300,000 yuan before she paid her debts. Also made a small profit. Later, with Huang Shuqi's 300,000 yuan, she became obsessed with money and became a banker for gambling, collecting money from all over the world, and becoming the first big sister of gambling in Chu City. In the beginning, although Huangma had wins and losses, it still made a profit overall. Unexpectedly, in subsequent games, Huang Mu lost more and more, and the gamblers pressured the bet more and more. In the end Huang Mu owed 3.7 million gambling debts. In desperation, she could only run away. Fortunately, she still felt very distressed for her daughter. She was afraid that the other party could not find herself and troubled her daughter, so she called her daughter in advance. Huang Shuqi sighed. 3.7 million, an astronomical figure. How can she pay it back? Looking at the dark night sky, Huang Shuqi looked helpless. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't know Huang Shuqi's distress. At this moment, he was lingering in the gentle homeland. The so-called Little Love Wins newlyweds. Lin Feng has just returned from the United States and naturally has many things to say to Lizu. One night of spring. The next day, Lin Feng got up early. Today is the time for the launch of the Audition All-Star lineup expansion. Lin Feng is going to the company to see with his own eyes how good the expansion can be and whether the fans of those stars are as crazy as he expected. For the sake of his hearty favorite star, hesitate to spend a lot of money. After eating a hearty breakfast, Lin Feng rushed to the company. Lizu and others now go to work in a nanny car arranged by the company. After all, Lin Feng is now a celebrity, and Lin Zhui, Liu Yifei and others are also stars. It is really inconvenient to always get in and out by Lin Feng. Being photographed by a reporter, it was too much trouble. As for everyone living together, Lin Feng was not worried. The specifications and security system of the Four Seasons garden were inaccessible to reporters. Even if he barely got in, he wouldn't get into Lin Feng's villa. And for safety reasons, Lin Feng's Lania Security Company also took over the security work of Sijiayuan. With Lin Feng Villa as the center, Sijiayuan can be said to be like an iron bucket. Here, Lin Feng is not afraid of anything at all. Reporters don't even want to shoot anything. When Lin Feng arrived at the company, everyone was as expectant as he was, but also a little nervous. Lin Feng, Kui Ming and others are looking forward to Audition's all-star lineup. Many Audition female players since the announcement of the signing of 48 Emperor superstars. The number of Audition female players has accounted for 80%. Naturally, I am even more looking forward to it, thinking that the idol in my mind is about to become my own personal doll, dressing up and manipulating it as I want. These fans, who are both players and fans, have a look of excitement and a little hysterical madness. Compared with the expectations of Lin Feng and others, the desire of many players and fans for Audition's all-star lineup is also particularly concerned by other domestic game companies. They want to see if Lin Feng's star and game match plan can be implemented. If feasible, they will also launch their own star online games to allow celebrities to participate in online games. Of course, in front of many game companies, in addition to whether this star plan can achieve the desired effect, the most important thing is which stars they can sign to fight against Lin Feng's all-star lineup. Lin Feng has almost included most of the Emperor superstars in Hong Kong and Taiwan, and even Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves has become the spokesperson of Lin Feng's contract. Then what stars do they use to fight against Lin Feng? Tom Cruise or Michael Jackson? Many online game companies have a headache, secretly criticizing Lin Feng for being unkind, and signing all the superstars, so that they want to sign but no one signs. You, Lin Feng, just eat meat. As a result, we can't even drink the soup. It's so unkind. Many online game companies drew circles and cursed Lin Feng with great resentment. At 9 o'clock in the morning of October 26th, the Audition All-Star lineup expansion was officially launched. After a long update and download, in the torment of many players and fans, after a day of suspension, the Audition server at 6 o'clock in the evening reopened the service on time. The network resources that were originally idle and surplus are instantly exhausted, and the bandwidth saturation rate of the second world has increased significantly. Lin Feng slowly tasted by Liu Watch-hun, with an expression of an old god, waiting for the data to come out. Kui Ming looked worried and excited. This time, he signed 48 celebrities. Except for Keanu Reeves, the other 47 celebrities are all endorsed by Friendship of 1 million in 3 years. But this also allows the company to this paid 47 million in endorsement fees, plus Keanu Reeves' annual endorsement fee of $1.5 million. Within 3 years, Second World will have to spend a total of more than 84 million endorsement fees, which is close to 100 million, for the 48 stars signed by Audition's all-star lineup. This is also a huge expense for today's Second World. If it fails, Kui Ming can't shirk the blame. Although this plan was approved by Lin Feng, it was Lin Feng who expanded it to where it is today and signed 48 Emperor superstars to form an all-star lineup. But once this all-star project fails, it is Kui Ming's, who will naturally take the responsibility, because he is the person in charge of the development of Audition. Lin Feng can fail, but he can't, especially in the current situation where the company's game development departments are so competitive. He can't fail. Once an emperor and a courtier, once he fails, his title as a Second World hero will also be replaced by a Second World sinner. To be continued. If you want to know what's going on, please log in. More chapters, support the author, support genuine reading. Chapter 296 The Crazy of Fans. Half an hour after opening the service, the technician sends a data report. Kui Ming quickly grabbed it, shaking his hands slightly, took a deep breath, and read the datasheet. As of 18:25 p.m. on October 26, 2001, Audition All-Star lineup has a total of 23 million registered users. Up to now, the highest number of online users is 2.1 million, and the number of celebrity simulation models purchased is 2.52 million. On average, each person bought 1.2 pieces and sold 3.57 million sets of clothes. Kui Ming's voice was almost trembling and unable to say a complete sentence after he read it. Dong Lin, we succeeded. Kui Ming placed the data report in front of Lin Feng's table, clenched his right fist, and looked at Lin Feng with excitement a little uncontrollable. Hearing the numbers, the teacup in Lin Feng's hand trembled slightly, and the tea almost didn't spill out. Although I had anticipated this in my mind and knew that I would succeed, I was shocked when I got the data. Moreover, Lin Feng did not expect to be so successful. This data is far beyond the imagination of himself and others. Lin Feng carefully looked at the data report again, and confirmed that Kui Ming had made a decimal point correctly. Minister Kui, we succeeded. Lin Feng nodded his head heavily. Donglin, we succeeded. Kui Ming held his right fist high. We made it. Long live. A group of technicians let out a shocking carnival. There are 2.52 million simulated celebrity models, and one simulated celebrity model sells for 12.8 yuan, which is 32.256 million yuan in revenue. 3.57 million sets of clothes, each priced at 8.8 yuan, which is 31.416 million yuan in income. On the first day, only 25 minutes after the service was opened, Audition's all-star lineup brought 63.672 million yuan in revenue to the second world, and it has almost recovered the endorsement fees of 48 celebrities in 3 years. But this only took 25 minutes. Only 25 minutes. Miracle. This is definitely a miracle that has created a record of online game fees. No, maybe it should be called a myth. But miracles, no. The deification continues. Boss. The number of online users has exceeded 2.5 million. The technician couldn't help crying in ecstasy. Kui Ming's heart shook wildly, and Lin Feng shook his hands. Boss, the number of online users exceeded 2.7 million. The technician shouted again. Lin Feng shook his hands again, and Kui Ming had begun to cover his chest slightly, a little unable to bear the joy of victory. When it was 9 p.m., the highest online rate of Audition All-Stars had broken the highest online record of 4.2 million people created by Counter-Strike Online Asia, reaching an appalling 4.31 million people. The profits created for the second world are also even more exciting, worshipping, and calling it a miracle. As of 21 o'clock in the evening of October 26, 2001, Audition's all-star lineup sold a total of 5.603 million models of simulated celebrities, creating a profit of 71,718,400 yuan, selling 7.758 million sets of clothes, and creating a profit of 68,270,400 yuan. 3 hours, only 3 hours, only 3 hours in the past, Audition's all-star lineup has brought more than 100 million yuan in revenue to the second world. And just these 3 hours of income is already an income that other online game companies cannot reach for a year. I'm afraid that if it spreads out, I don't know how many online game companies are jealous to crazy about it. There are many reasons for Audition's all-star lineup to be so successful. But it is the 48 Emperor superstars who played the most critical role and caused such a sensational effect. It is also because of their infinite charm that these crazy star fans join the game and become players of Audition's all-star lineup, throwing gold and silver in the game in order to have their idols. Of course, so many crazy fans and players are so hysterical, but also because the simulated celebrity models of Audition's all-star lineup and their clothes are not too expensive, and they are within their tolerance. A simulated 3D celebrity model that I like plus a set of gorgeous celebrity costumes costs only 21.6 yuan in total. Usually, these fans don't know how much money they spent to buy related celebrity magazines, photos, and records every month. Relatively speaking, this amount of money is really nothing. Successful, we succeeded. Kui Ming was still there with many hard work for more than a month, and the technicians who developed day and night roared, venting the excitement in his heart. There was such an exciting roar from the first game development department, and the other 4 game development departments were naturally noisy and unable to work, but they were also very pleased when they complained about not being able to work. After all, no matter how successful Audition's all-star lineup is, it belongs to the second world banner. Kook Sin, the director of the second development department, admired the success of Audition's all-star lineup. This all-star idea is really incredible, but it is so successful. However, he is also extremely confident in his own development of Jiangxia King Yuan Online. Compared with Audition's all-star lineup to win popularity by stars, his Swordsman Love Online relies on the profoundness of martial arts and the player's fascination for seeing uneven roads, drawing swords and helping each other. The future of Swordsman Love Online is bound to be promising. Wu Gang from the third game development department can only be helpless envy of this. Although his breaking football has been relatively popular recently, there has been no suitable charging model. Witnessing the current popularity of Audition's all-star lineup, he also can only helplessly envy. Fortunately, everyone is a company. Otherwise, Wu Gang is certain that he will go crazy with jealousy. As for Min, the head of the fourth game development department, he laughed the most happily. He is undoubtedly the most excited about Audition's all-star lineup, which broke 100 million yuan in revenue in 3 hours tonight. It is no exaggeration to say that Min even hopes that Audition's all-star lineup can make a profit of 1 billion overnight. It should be understood that the more successful Audition All-Stars and the richer the second world, the more World War development funds he can get. Min has too many ideas for World War, and he hopes to develop it into the most perfect, most successful, and most obsessive online game for players. Undoubtedly, with these ideas, he is convinced that this world war is probably only the second world capable of providing such huge funds for its research and development. If you change to another company, he will certainly not give him sufficient funds to develop such a game, and it will take several years to develop it. As the vice president and the head of the fifth game development department, Gable is shocked to say what to say about the popularity of Audition's all-star lineup and the creation of such horrible profits. I can only say again how good the number of Chinese people are. Of course, I don't forget to say that the charm of stars is indeed endless. In many cases, things that cannot be resolved by the police, the judicial system, or the president may be resolved by a single word from the celebrity. Vice President Wu Xiaopu is also very excited, so that the funding problem that has plagued him for many days can be easily solved, and the construction of the second world headquarters can also start as soon as possible. Everything is perfect. Lin Feng was also extremely excited, but he was not as exaggerated as everyone did. As a boss, you always have to be a little bossy and a little deeper, so that everyone knows that you have long expected this result. Of course, this is also commonly known as pretend B, but whoever becomes a boss, who is not pretends B all day long, just don't go too far, otherwise you will be struck by lightning. Of course, the reason why Lin Feng is not as excited as everyone is that apart from being the boss, another extremely important reason is that Lin Feng does not think this is the limit of Audition's all-star lineup. China has a population of 1.3 billion. The population aged 014 is 264.78 million, accounting for 20.27% of the total population. The population aged 1559 is 89.42 million, accounting for 68.70% of the total population. Calculated in this way, the population who are obsessed with celebrities can range from 7 to 40 or even higher, and the number will be about 300 million. Among them, Lin Feng estimates that at least 40% of those who are invested in the game because of celebrities. After all, I invited 48 celebrities at a time, covering the 3 generations of old, middle-aged and young celebrities. There are old generation celebrities like Chow Yun-fat and Jackie Chan, as well as Mesozoic celebrities like Andy Lau, as well as new generation celebrities like F4, like Sonzo celebrities. But it is almost impossible to find a star without your favorite in Audition All Stars. Of course, some men will say that they only adore themselves. It is undeniable that such people do. And many people like celebrities, but they just like them, not crazy. There are also many such people. But it is undeniable that there is a wise saying in the business world: women are the best to make money, and women fans are the best to make money. Among the 300 million people, there are at least 130 million women according to the proportion of men and women in China. Subtracting the gap between the rich and the poor on the basis of being able to surf the internet, Lin Feng estimates that at least 230 million women will be crazy because of celebrities. These crazy female fans are undoubtedly the potential players of Audition's all-star lineup in the future. At the same time, there are more female online game players, and there will be no fewer male players, no matter how you hide it. As a male player, if you can pick up girls while playing, why not do it? What's more, the 48 stars in Audition's all-star lineup have powerful stars like Jackie Chan and Leslie Chung, which are liked by countless male players. In addition to the ethos, if most people around you buy a simulated star character model, and you do not buy it alone, you will naturally feel that you lose face in comparison with others. Therefore, Lin Feng is sure that the future money of Audition's all-star lineup is extremely unlimited, and I am afraid that it will become the most profitable online game under his own. Long live! The technicians of the first game development department kept shouting. Lin Feng smiled slightly when he heard cheers coming from his ears. Since you are so excited, let you be more excited. Lin Feng gave a big finger. Director Kui, tell you the technicians in the development department under your banner that each employee will be given a bonus of 10,000 yuan. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the first game development department broke out again with shocking cheers. No matter how good the game is, there is no practical benefit other than proving their hard work and ability. Now Lin Feng's generous reward of 10,000 yuan per person has naturally made everyone more excited. 10,000 yuan. Most of the technicians in the first game development department have more than 1 month's salary. For Lin Feng, 10,000 yuan is not much, and there are more than 170 people in the first game development department, which is more than 1.7 million. Compared with the profits created tonight, it's really nothing. Naturally, Lin Feng would not be stingy at this juncture. The shocking cheers of the first game development department because of the 10,000 yuan prize money naturally made other game development members jealous. But the other party did succeed. Audition's all-star lineup made 100 million in 3 hours, and they were helpless. Ha ha, Mr. Wu, continue to inform. All employees of Second World each have a 1,000 yuan bonus. Lin Feng also saw the jealousy and envy in the eyes of other game department technicians. In order to prevent the 10,000 yuan from the first game development department, Lin Feng would not be too stingy for the negative effects brought about by the bonus. Lin Feng's decision. Wu Xiaopu nodded secretly. Just now Lin Feng boldly issued a bonus of 10,000 yuan to each technician in the first game development department, and Wu Xiaopu was afraid that this would have a bad influence on the company. After all, people are always jealous. Together with this jealousy, I am afraid that the company will be divided into factions in the future, which is absolutely detrimental to the management and unity of the company. Wu Xiaopu originally wanted to remind Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had solved it. More and more mature, more and more like a strategizing boss, Wu Xiaopu said secretly in his heart. Finally, I added a sentence. Still a bold and generous boss. The remaining 4 technicians in the game development department cheered when they learned that they and others also had a 1,000 yuan bonus. Although compared with the first game development department, it is only a neat tenth, but it also makes it satisfied. And this also proves one thing, their boss Lin Feng is by no means a stingy person. As long as he works hard and makes achievements, Lin Feng will definitely reward and penalize. Working under such a boss is naturally fame and fortune. Compared with the Second World because of the crazy profits of Audition All-Star lineup, it is also an excitement as a player of Audition All-Star lineup. When Lin Feng first heard about the expansion of Audition's All-Star lineup, many players and fans secretly looked forward to it. Originally, this game is a relaxing and casual music game. While playing the game, you can also listen to beautiful music, which in itself is extremely pleasant. In particular, the second world also invited many superstars to join in to produce simulated star character models, which made many female players obsessed with it and eager for its early launch. The first thing we do every day is to ask when Audition's all-star lineup will be released. Since then, when Lin Feng signed 47 endorsements of the Emperor superstars in Hong Kong and Taiwan in one fell swoop, many female fans who were already crazy were naturally even more crazy. As a result, Non-Earl fans set up fan clubs of related stars. At the same time, he also guessed Audition's all-star lineup simulation star character model will be, how elaborate and what costumes will be. However, after the launch of Audition's all-star lineup, many players and fans were rejoiced at first, and then stunned. Whether it is a simulation model of a star character or clothes, the second world will charge money. Although it is not expensive, everyone is always a little tangled. But then I figured out that before Audition also charged, although compared to the current price of 12.8 yuan simulation star character model. But this time the price increase is not much. What's more, the fees for inviting so many Emperor superstars are extremely reasonable. After all, for yourself, you only need to buy the character models and clothes of the Emperor superstars you like, and you don't want to buy the other things you don't like. I have to say it again. The charm of celebrities is endless. The fans' madness is also hysterical, and their money is the best. Today, the expansion has just been released, and many female players have downloaded it, and they stayed up until 6 o'clock in the evening to log into the server. I just logged onto the server, and at first there was a little hesitation, considering whether to buy, and want to see if other people buy or not. However, after seeing the lifelike simulation star character model, all female players lost their minds, especially seeing someone buying Andy Lau's character model, wearing that extremely chic denim suit. How can I control the desire in my heart? And bought them immediately. Although it hurts a bit when I bought it, I saw my idol appear in my private space, especially with the perfect costumes carefully designed by the second world. This hesitation and distress was suddenly thrown out of the sky, and there was only one feeling in my heart: satisfaction and worthy. Especially in the game, the full screen is full of stars, which makes many players feel that the money is worth it. Those players who were still hesitating saw that everyone else was a star, but they were one of the three Lizu, Linzu, and Huang Meixi they had at the beginning. They were suddenly a little embarrassed, especially after hearing the ridicule from other players. He bit his teeth and bought the star he had coveted for a long time. Although it hurts a little bit, many fans still feel satisfied when they see their favorite celebrities dancing under their control. Of course, for Lin Feng, he has to consider how to comfort the three of Lizu, Linzu and Huang Meixi. The three are now in the lowest position in Audition's all-star lineup, and Lin Feng must try to comfort the three. After all, this has a great influence on the popularity and future of the three. Lin Feng looked at the cheering people and told Wu Xiaopu, "Mr. Wu, contact the reporter. I will hold a press conference tomorrow." During this period of time, some companies are complacent because of their little achievements in individual games, and Lin Feng decided to teach them a lesson tomorrow. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 297 Suggestions from Star Players. The madness continues. The highest online number of Audition All-Star lineup is constantly being refreshed, setting a record for the number of online games online in China, as well as a record for the number of online games online in the world. When the hand of the clock points to 12 o'clock in the morning, when many female fans and players start to go offline due to their respective reasons such as going to work and school tomorrow, the highest online number of Audition All-Stars is impressively printed 5.01 million. Horror numbers 5.01 million. A new record for the highest number of online games in online games was born again. Kui Ming and others looked at the 5.01 million horror online population record with a look of admiration, and they all lamented that the charm of stars is indeed amazing. attracting so many fans into the game. After Kui Ming announced that he was off work, all the technicians of the first game development department who had passed the excitement period left the company with a satisfied and exhausted smile, and took advantage of the moonlight to set foot on their way home. There was only auditions all-star lineup. Dozens of GMs still stick to the screen, monitoring all the data in the game. However, at this time, the bank account of the owner of the first game development department has an income of 10,000 yuan. On the list of the most popular celebrities who are interested in Lin Feng, according to the latest data, among the players tonight, the most popular star is the recent F4, followed by Chinese idol Andy Lau. After that was Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves. I have to admit that when Keanu Reeves put on that black cloak and sunglasses, it was so cool. Male and female kill. If it weren't because he was not a Chinese, he would have been ranked first. Lin Feng also returned home after waiting for good night with Kui Ming's. But when Lin Feng returned home with an excited smile, what made Lin Feng depressed was that there was no one in the villa, there was no waiting for Lisa in the warmth, and there was no bowl of duck soup that Lisa brought up by himself. There was no smile from the heart that made Lin Feng feel extremely pleased and warm. What happened? Lin Feng wondered, but after seeing that the security personnel outside were still meticulously patrolling around, there was no sign of anything happening, and Lin Feng went upstairs suspiciously. Lin Feng gently pushed open the door of Lisa's room. There is no one in Lisa's room. There is no one in Lin Ziyui's room. Huang Meixi, Liu Yifei, Yuan Xiangalai, and Lin Yi can have no people in the room. Only Algra's room is occupied. But Algra is devoting himself to designing clothes on the design board. Lin Feng scratched his head and secretly guessed where the girls had gone. Ha ha, Zhu. Didn't see my Keanu Reeves? Wow, black cloak, cool sunglasses, wow, so handsome. Suddenly there was a lowly exaggerated laughter from Lin Ziyui. Lin Feng followed the sound and found several girls in the entertainment room. Why are you all here? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, thinking that something had happened to the girls, so dare to hide in the entertainment room to play auditions all-star lineup. At this moment, all 6 girls looked excited. The stars who are controlling their respective choices danced to their heart's content in the game. At the end of the song, the 6 girls found Lin Feng standing behind them. Brother Lin. Lisa patted his forehead, sticking out his tongue. Excuse me, Brother Lin, I forgot to play. I will give you the soup. The other 5 girls are still struggling in the game, changing stars from time to time, picking all kinds of gorgeous costumes. Haha, it's okay. How do you feel about this game? Lin Feng shook his head lightly, scanned the computers of several girls at random, and found that there were almost a dozen stars in the private spaces of the 6 girl games, and all of them wore the most gorgeous costumes. After all, for the 6 girls, this little money is really nothing. They should also support Lin Feng, and the rich and powerful will be star players. Brother Lin, this game is good. With so many stars in hand, as long as you have money, you can buy it. And you can change clothes for them, which feels really great. Hee, I want them to wear whatever they want. This lady is angry. Let them not wear it. Lin Ziyui said joyfully. Lin Feng was ashamed of hearing this. Fortunately, every simulated star figure doll in the initial game has an undershirt, otherwise I am afraid it will really come out. Well, there are no Japanese stars. Harasa Ori said that she was a Japanese after all. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, after the Asian version of Audition All-Star lineup, there will be Japanese stars, and of course, there will be Korean stars, and Emperor superstars from Asian countries will have them. Lin Feng explained. Lin Feng's words were naturally welcomed by Lin Ziyui and Yuan Xiangalai. After all, they are not Chinese. Although they are now living in China, they still have some indelible local feelings for their stars in their hearts. Brother Lin, there are many celebrities, and the clothes are very beautiful. Every celebrity has an expression. Although you can change your hairstyle, it is still a bit monotonous. Liu Yifei slightly complained. Lin Feng listened to a move in his heart. This is indeed a problem and another business opportunity. A rich expression system can be developed in the future. Well, Brother Lin, it would be nice if the celebrities could have a little more personality in their physical movements. Now most of them look the same, but the celebrities are different. A bit monotonous. Huang Meixi said critically. Lin Feng frowned helplessly. If you develop personalized body movements and dance steps based on each star, the amount of work would be huge. But Huang Meixi's suggestion is indeed something you can try, which can increase the playability of the game and improve the game appeal. After all, the characteristics of this game are relatively simple, and it can add a little freshness, it can attract players more, and it can also bring more money to the company. Brother Lin, can I also make an opinion? Seeing Lin Feng frowned, Lisa had some suggestions for Audition's all-star lineup, but he was afraid that Lin Feng would be hit and unhappy, so he asked carefully. Lin Feng saw Lisa's nervous and cautious look, and shook his head amused. After so many things, I am not so easy to get angry, not to mention that these are all kind suggestions, which are helpful to the game. Even if you put aside all of this, you can't get angry with Lisu, who has always been well-behaved. Women are for love, so they must be cute. Lisu is so cute, how can he bear to scold her? Lin Feng gently stroked Lisa's cheek, leaned in and bit Lisa's rosy lips, and took a bite. Lisa never expected that Lin Feng would suddenly make such an affectionate behavior. His face instantly resembled an apple after autumn. Even the snow-white neck was flushed with shame. His head was lowered and he did not dare to look at people. Tweak. Although Lisa and Lin Feng did not know how many more affectionate movements were done, it was the first time under everyone's eyes. Cough, cough. Brother Lin, this is a big crowd. You have to go to the room intimately. Of course, you have to perform an erotic show, and we don't mind. Lin Ziyui smiled and said jokingly. The other girls chuckled. Lisa listened, and buried his head in Lin Feng's arms, not daring to see anyone. Lin Feng reluctantly stayed with the shy Lisa softly, and then glared at Lin Zhu. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziyui glared back provocatively. Although he wanted to be a little bit fierce, it made her more attractive. Uncontrollably, Lin Feng squeezed Lin Ziyui's nose slightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhu, who was yelling just now, suddenly became like Lisu. His cheeks were flushed. His silver teeth were clenched. He stomped his feet, pinched his pink fist and protested shyly. Brother Lin, how can you pinch Sumyeon's nose? Lin Feng's slumped mouth was just impulsive just now, but seeing Lin Ziyui's excitement and his chest ups and downs was really weird. Could it be that her sensitive spot is in the nose? Lin Feng thought a little badly. Brother Lin, you are not allowed to pinch people's nose next time. Lin Ziyui pouted, holding a fan fist to beat Lin Feng, but he was worried about Lin Feng's identity. Dare to fight down. Seeing Lin Ziyui's rare deflation, the women laughed helplessly. Okay, friend. You just said you have any suggestions. Let's talk, don't be afraid. Lin Feng saw that Lin Zhu was like this. It was also funny, but thinking of Lisa in his arms, he stopped ignoring Lin Zhu and asked softly. Brother Lin, what I said is wrong, or if there is something wrong, you can't laugh at me, let alone be aggressive with me. Lisa took Lin Feng with both hands and said coquettishly. In my heart, I was still afraid that I would make Lin Feng angry by making wrong opinions. Well, definitely, let's talk. Lin Feng squeezed Lisa lightly and promised. Brother Lin, although Audition's all-star lineup invites 48 Emperor superstars, it is very attractive, but I think I have bought so many stars, but each game can only choose one star. So many stars are placed. Private space is useless at all. After this period of freshness, it will be boring. For Brother Lin's company, this is not good. Lisa said nervously. Lin Feng's heart tensed after hearing this. As Lisa said, although these 48 Emperor superstars can attract people, after the initial freshness, I am afraid that most fans will mainly buy the clothes of one star at most. and the other favorite stars will buy at most 1 or 2 sets of clothes. This is not good for the company. There are indeed huge profits in the early stage, but in the middle and later stages of the game, the profits may drop sharply. In the end, even the player will not invest any more money. In order to maintain such a large number of users, I am afraid that the cost of the server is extremely alarming. Although there is cloud computing, considering data security and anti-plugin functions, the key data of all users must pass through the terminal server unit of the second world. If you think about the daily traffic of more than 5 million users, this is undoubtedly the burden on the server is too heavy. Besides, I am afraid that more fans will come in the future. If the number of online users exceeds 10 million, according to Cohen, no matter how powerful cloud computing is, the number of server units assumed by Second World will also be an astonishing number. If these fans and players no longer invest in the later period, Second World is absolutely impossible to shut down the server under the premise that there are players in the game due to credibility reasons. That way, it will be a heavy expense to the Second World at that time. Yu, do you have any comments? Lin Feng pulled Lisa to sit down, expecting to ask. Although Lin Feng didn't have the idea that Lisa's suggestions would definitely be rewarded, Lin Feng didn't want to make Lisa feel that he was not taken seriously. Although the other 5 girls are not as far-reaching as Lin Feng thought, after playing just now, they also found that although there are many celebrities, only one actually controls. In addition to the original freshness, it is actually a bit redundant. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters, support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 298. Who is the best looking? When everyone looked around, Lisa's face blushed again, but after pursing his lips, he recovered. Brother Lin, I think whether it is possible to allow players to choose multiple stars to play, increase the difficulty of control a little bit, so that players can choose several stars to play at the same time. You can add such as combined dance steps and the like. Lisa thought for a while. Straighten out your thoughts. Lin Feng nodded. This is indeed a feasible way. Of course, there is no guarantee that it can be implemented. There are also many issues involved. However, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't try to discourage Li Zhu and the enthusiasm of a few girls. Yes, Zhu is right, and it is better to have special dance moves between different stars. Lin Zui also shouted. Lin Feng nodded again. Brother Lin, you can also increase the degree of tacit cooperation between different stars, so that you can induce players to buy multiple stars and try various combined dance steps. Huang Meixi also suggested. Lin Feng still nodded. You can also add certain attributes to the clothes, such as charm value and tacit understanding, so that players can buy clothes. Yuan Xianglai also joined in. Lin Feng still nodded. Brother Lin, I think we can also add a certain development system. We have many similar celebrity development games in Taiwan. I think we can also add development elements to the Audition All-Star lineup, so that players will have to spend more money. Brother Lin's company can make more. Lin Yikan thought for a while and said. Lin Feng was dumb, and the opinions of these girls were all good. It seems that the Second World can add a player complaint suggestion department, which not only allows players to complain about unfair treatment in the game, but also allows players to put forward their own opinions on the game. Brainstorm. Lin Feng and others are from the perspective of the company, but the opinions of the players are often based on the players' own interests. Although there is a certain contradiction in the interests of the two, they are not irreconcilable. There should also be a lot of common interests. After all, they are all for the good of the game. The better the game, the more happiness the players get in the game, the happier playing naturally, the money invested will naturally not be stingy, and the company can also earn more. Brother Lin, I also have opinions. Lin Feng nodded, motioned to the 6 girls to speak slowly. Then he took out his notebook and began to record the opinions of the girls. All the women talked about the game and expressed their opinions on the game. Of course, there are many absurdities, but Lin Feng recorded them one by one. Many great ideas come from absurdity. Unknowingly, the whole night passed like this, and the eastern fish belly was slightly white. Well, 6 beautiful ladies, are you willing to show your face to accompany me to a rich and delicious breakfast? Lin Feng bent over and stretched out his right hand. Please say respectfully. At this time, the women realized that the sky had dawned, and realized that the night had passed unknowingly, stretched, and the faces of the 6 girls showed fatigue. Brother Lin, I'm going to make breakfast. Lisa yawned slightly. No, I have worked hard for you every day. Today we will go out to eat. Lin Feng tenderly gave Lisa a hug and said, well, 6 princesses, go and change clothes. Lin Feng opened the door of the entertainment room and urged. The 6 girls nodded and immediately went back to change their clothes. In any case, the 6 girls are now small and famous stars. In any case, they must not be too shabby when going out. They must be decent and show their most beautiful side. Lin Feng went to wash up while the 6 girls were changing clothes. When passing by Algra's room, Lin Feng knocked gently on the door, wanting to call Algra to eat breakfast together. Unexpectedly, the door opened. Looking at it, Algra fell asleep on the design board. Hearing the sound of Lin Feng pushing the door in, he opened his eyes wistfully. Big brother Lin. Algra rubbed his eyes and fell asleep on the design board again. You don't need to guess that Algra worked almost overnight last night. Algra. Lin Feng walked over and patted Algra's face gently. What's the matter? Algra murmured. Get up, let's go eat breakfast. Lin Feng said. No, let me sleep for a while, and I have to go to the store later. Algra murmured. Algra's Versace Shanghai Algra brand store in Algra. Although she didn't need Algra to go to the store, but she was outraged this time. Although her mother no longer pursues it, she also let her develop alone in Shanghai. But this does not mean Allegra's mother has forgiven Algra. On the contrary, it is a kind of punishment in disguise. If Algra can't make a name for herself within a year, she will not be allowed to mess around until she is 18 years old. In order to prove his strength and not let his mother underestimate himself, Algra had to do his best. Lin Feng shook his head lovingly. A very strong girl. But recently, I really lost a lot of weight. Algra, who had begun to slowly return to his normal body shape, is now obviously losing weight. Thinking of the scrawny Algra in history, Lin Feng shook his head again and again. Get up, it won't work if you don't eat breakfast. Lin Feng pulled Algra up with a reluctant look. Hate, I'm going to sleep. Algra struggled impatiently. Okay, get up. Lin Feng forcibly pulled Algra to the bathroom, and after dampening his face with cold water, Algra finally became sober. Brother Lin, I'm sorry just now, Algra said with his tongue out. Hee hee. Let's go eat early after you change your clothes. Remember, your body is important. I think if your body is straddled, you don't have to think about anything. Lin Feng reminded. Algra nodded. After Lin Feng sat in the living room and waited for half an hour, the 7 girls came down from upstairs. Although it made Lin Feng wait a little impatient, all the impatience and irritability was wiped out when the 7 girls came down from the stairs. Tanxian country color, winter chrysanthemum of winter chrysanthemum. The 7 girls are like 7 fairies descending from the earth, walking down from the 2nd floor, making Lin Feng feel like being in a fairyland for a while. Or, he has become a cowherd at this moment, waiting for his weaver girl. The 7 girls were a little embarrassed when Lin Feng saw him. When Lin Feng thought of Lin Feng pinching his nose, Lin Ziyue frowned and whispered in the ears of the 6 girls. When Lin Feng was curious, the 7 girls lined up, smiled at Lin Feng, and then turned around as if dancing at the same time, asking in unison, Big brother Lin, who of us is the best? Lin Feng's forehead sweat suddenly came down, and after thinking about it, he was looking for an excuse for being slippery. Don't say it's all pretty. Lin Ziyue rushed to talk, with a smug expression on his face. Lin Feng frowned, but his eyes rolled. Don't say that Lizu is the best. When Liu Yifei saw Lin Feng's eyes, she knew that Lin Feng wanted to use Lizu as an excuse. After all, The relationship between Li Zu and Lin Feng is here. Isn't there an old saying that sight is in the eyes of the lover? Lin Feng praised Li Zu as the best looking, and the other 6 girls couldn't say anything at all. Lin Feng suddenly lost his words. Each of the 7 girls has its own beauty, and they are all rare beauties. It is really difficult to tell which one is beautiful. What's more, no matter who is beautiful, the other 5 will definitely not follow. This shows that 6 girls are playing tricks on themselves. Of course, the culprit is Lin Ziyue. Looking at Lin Ziyue's proud expression, Lin Feng was speechless. Don't you just pinch your nose? You are so embarrassed for yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng glared at Lin Ziyue, but she was not afraid at all, but laughed triumphantly. When Liu Yifei and others saw Lin Feng's face looked embarrassed, they suddenly burst into laughter, spreading flowers and trembling silver branches. Lin Feng looked at it, and his mind was trembling for a while, and he was almost lost in it, but suddenly he had an idea. The one with the happiest smile among you is the most beautiful. Lin Feng smiled slyly. The 7 girls stared at each other for a moment. Who laughs the happiest? Lin Yikan asked. Although this is just a joke, among the 7 girls, apart from Li Zu, the other girls probably value Lin Feng's phrase who is the most beautiful. Haha. What do you think? Lin Feng drove off as soon as he finished speaking. At a glance, the 7 girls stomped their feet one after another, knowing that Lin Feng had slapped his head. This group of people went out, although Lin Feng went to a relatively high-end morning tea restaurant with private rooms, but it still caused quite a stir. After all, 7 beauties of heavenly fragrance and national beauty are accompanied by a young man who seems to be ordinary, which is really jealous. However, these 7 girls are extremely affectionate to this ordinary boy, which makes people jealous. Fortunately, this restaurant is a high-end restaurant after all, and no one has been jealous and provocative. Many of them have also recognized the identities of Lin Feng, Li Zu and others, and if they are aware of it. If it wasn't for his identity, I'm afraid he would go up to say hello. The youngest and richest man in mainland China is worth making friends with. Lin Feng was also quite proud. From the eyes of others, Lin Feng saw only envy and jealousy. What's more, Lin Feng, who was regarded as a party, was almost fascinated by the beauty of the 7 girls around him, so he would not talk about others. Although Lin Feng has become accustomed to eating with the 7 girls, after all, at home, the 7 girls are all plain-faced, and they would not dress up so carefully and put on all kinds of beautiful clothes. Compared with usual, this dress-up today has had too much impact on Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng is no longer an ordinary person, and he can barely bear it. In the end, in the morning tea restaurant, accompanied by 7 beauties, after enjoying a good breakfast, Lin Feng asked the girls to go back today for a day of rest, sleep for a day, and rush to the company. There is a press conference at 11 o'clock today. Before that, I had to discuss with Kui Ming the opinions put forward by the women yesterday and explore its feasibility. Although the great success of Audition's all-star lineup yesterday made Kui Ming sleepless until dawn, he still woke up early this morning thinking of today's press conference. When Lin Feng introduced the success of the first day of Audition's all-star lineup to the outside world, I am afraid that the whole of China will be shaken. No, it should be said that the world will shake. There are hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue overnight, and there is no game that can make money faster than this. Even the most popular Hollywood blockbuster Titanic in history is far less profitable than Audition's all-star lineup, not to mention the cost. Audition's all-star lineup is much lower than Titanic number. The world game pattern will be changed due to Audition's all-star lineup. Kui Ming is convinced of this. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 299 3 Conditions? Lin Feng took out the notebook that recorded the results of the discussion last night from his arms. Minister Kui, this is a piece of advice from Li Zu and others on Audition's all-star lineup yesterday. I have sorted it out. You can take a look first, and let's discuss the feasibility of it. Lin Feng will sort out the notebook after finishing, push it in front of Kui Ming's. Kui Ming was taken aback for a moment, instinctively a little repulsive in his heart. Although several girls are extremely beautiful and contributed to the company's popularity, Kui Ming does not recognize their abilities in his heart when it comes to game development, and even despises them a little. But out of respect for Lin Feng, after all, Li Zhu is Lin Feng's girlfriend, and Lin Feng personally gave this notebook to him. Kui Ming still took the notebook very carefully. Of course, Kui Ming had an attitude of just looking at it casually and then dealing with it. However, Kui Ming still admires Lin Feng in his heart. Yesterday, Audition's all-star lineup was a big success. Today, Lin Feng put forward a proposal for revision. Such a cautious attitude made Kui Ming admire him. Thinking of this, Kui Ming also put away his contempt and perfunctory, and began to read the contents of the notebook carefully. It's okay not to look at it. But Kui Ming suddenly looked shocked. Many of the suggestions in it are indeed a bit whimsical and impractical, but some of them are indeed lacking in Audition's all-star lineup and are feasible. After a long time, Kui Ming put down his notebook in sorrow. Donglin, please say sorry to Li Zhu and others for me. At first, I despised them very much. Now I know I was wrong, Kui Ming said sincerely. Lin Feng smiled. He can understand Kui Ming's thoughts. After all, as a game developer, most of them are extremely confident in their games. It is really difficult to accept comments from a layman. But he didn't know that the person who made the comments was not a game developer, but a game player. Although most of the game players' proposals are based on their own personal interests, sometimes they can still raise a few more critical questions. Donglin, I think the invitation to more celebrities should be implemented immediately. And we can now launch the Asian version of Audition All-Star lineup. Nowadays, the Asian entertainment industry is more developed in the countries or regions such as Hong Kong, Japan, Taiwan, mainland China, India, Singapore. India, due to cultural issues, we can temporarily set aside other countries or regions, except for the city country Singapore, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan. We all have branches. As for Hong Kong, one, it's because the pace of life is too fast. Second, just like Singapore, it's just a city, and it's not very suitable for the development of online games, so we don't need to think about it for the time being. Kui Ming said. Lin Feng nodded. This is what Lin Feng is about to implement immediately, launching the Audition All-Star lineup in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. To launch this Asian version, you only need to sign more first-class stars from South Korea and Japan, and there are no technical problems. I believe that with the madness of Korean and Japanese fans, I am afraid it will be the beginning of a new round of madness. Regarding the expression system, I also think it is feasible. This can increase the degree of simulation of the simulated star dolls in the game, and also give players more fun in the game, and there is no technical problem. Kui Ming pointed to Liu Yifei's opinion, say, well, we can spend more time and effort in this aspect, but we must require realism and image. We can't fool the players. Also, when adding the expression system, we can increase the star level setting, and the star can reach a certain level. Only then can I have a richer expression. Lin Feng said. Increasing the star level also allows players to continue to play and continue to create benefits for the company. There is also this richer body movement and dance steps with their own unique styles. There is no technical problem with this. It just requires a certain amount of manpower and time investment. Kui Ming said. Lin Feng nodded. The only trouble is that controlling multiple stars at the same time, combining dance steps, is too demanding for both the player's computer and the player's response. I am afraid it is difficult, Kui Ming said helplessly. Lin Feng also knows this is difficult. After all, a player only has two hands. It is indeed difficult to control multiple game characters at the same time. The setting is too simple. Undoubtedly this so-called combination dance step has become a tasteless one. The operation is complicated, and the test is too great for the players. I am afraid that many players can't control it. After all, Most of the 5.01 million players are female players, and many of them probably didn't play games before. The operation is complicated. Not only can't add points to the game, but it will damage the popularity. There is also a celebrity development system. I am afraid that this needs to be planned well, and the changes to the game may be very big. Kui Ming knocked his head. A headache. There are many good ideas, but they are very difficult to implement. Consider not only the player's computer configuration, but also the player's operation, as well as the balance of the game. What's more, the industry has always had an unwritten clause that successful games do not modify. That means don't modify a profitable game, even if there is a slight change. As long as you can make money, don't modify it. Although this is not conducive to innovation, it is undoubtedly the safest method, and it also brings the most benefits. Okay, don't think about the other things for now. You can put it aside. First, develop the expression system. Lin Feng also knew that he couldn't make a decision to modify it hastily, so he thought about it and ordered it. Kui Ming nodded. This is also the safest way at present. After Kui Ming left, Lin Feng looked at his watch. At 10:20 in the morning, there were still 40 minutes before the press conference. After thinking about it, Lin Feng took out the business card given by Mr. Pereira, and broadcasted and designed the Arab star young architect Tom Wright called. "Hey, this is Tom Wright, who are you?" Tom Wright was starting the construction of a rural school in London, England. It was very strange to witness the call from China. "Hello, is it Tom Wright? I am Lin Feng from China." Lin Feng said. "Hello, Mr. Lin from China. Do we know each other before?" Tom Wright had a tone of rejection from thousands of miles away. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. After thinking for a while, "I thought that I didn't seem to offend anything in terms of words." I thought about it and continued. Tom, we didn't know each other before. I called you through the introduction of Mr. William Pereira." Lin Feng moved out of William Pereira. "Oh, Mr. Pereira." "Mr. Lin. Do you know Mr. Pereira?" Tom Wright exclaimed, with obvious mood swings in his tone. Lin Feng's mouth narrowed. He thought Pereira would call Tom Wright, and he informed him, but he never thought that Pereira didn't call Tom Wright at all. However, judging from Tom Wright's mood swings, it is obvious that Pereira is extremely important in Tom Wright's heart. "Tom, my company wants to build a headquarters building. Mr. Pereira introduced you to me and said that you will be able to design a building with a unique style that satisfies my company. Lin Feng would like to come by himself," one said. Tom Wright frowned, and instinctively wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, William Pereira introduced it. "It's not too bad to save face." After thinking about it, he said, "Mr. Lin, let me design my 3 conditions." Lin Feng was taken aback. He gave him money, but he actually asked for conditions, which was really weird. It is no wonder that he designed such a famous Arab star and is still a lesser-known famous architect. "Let's talk, as long as I can do it," Lin Feng said. "First, the architectural drawings I designed do not allow others to point fingers and feet, and must be constructed in accordance with my design drawings." Tom Pitt was not welcome, and directly set out his own terms, but at the end he added, "But you can do it before. Give me advice, but I just consider it, but don't necessarily adopt it." "Yes, please make the second point." Lin Feng absolutely agrees to the first point. "Since you choose to hire a designer, you must trust his level. Second, I must invite the best construction team and the best decorator to decorate the building I design. I don't allow any flaws in it." Tom Wright continued. "Okay, please make the third point." Although this point is a bit nitpicking, it is also for the construction itself, not too demanding. 3. I must ensure that funds are in place before construction of my design drawings. I can't allow my design to become unfinished, or cut corners in the later stage because of financial problems," Tom Wright said. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. "But I finally understand why Tom Wright is still only designing buildings such as teaching buildings for schools that have no effect. His 3 conditions alone are not harsh, and they are very unacceptable when put together. I am afraid that the world can promise Tom Wright these 3 conditions, and only the Dubai Group, a super consortium, will agree. Tom Wright, for the sake of Tom Wright's Arab Star, he did not hesitate to spend $1.1 billion to build a man-made island to complete the concept of sailboat hotel and make it perfect. Tom Wright didn't expect Lin Feng to agree to all his 3 conditions, and he was stunned for several minutes. In the past, other companies left immediately when they heard of his conditions. These 3 conditions are really harsh. But Tom Wright is a perfectionist. He doesn't want his architecture to be imperfect, and because of this he is so talented. But his life is approaching middle age, and only one Arab star is famous in the world. Mr. Lin, there is another condition that is not counted. That is, your building must be constructed by Atkins, where I worked before. Only they can understand my idea and can construct it in full accordance with my design drawings. Tom Wright said. Lin Feng was speechless, but he had agreed before, and the latter condition would naturally be agreed. There was a little more expectation of Tom Wright in my heart. Such a unique architect, I am afraid that the design of the building must be so unique. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. May I ask where your company is? I'll come over right away. Tom Wright was also delighted. After all, he always designs the school building, and his talents are limited. Unless the school cannot limit his inspiration, let him play. But in that case, I am afraid that it will no longer be called a school. Later, Lin Feng told Tom Wright the address of the second world and his phone number, and asked him to call himself when he arrived in Shanghai. After making an appointment with Tom Wright, it happened that Wu Xiaopu came to Lin Feng and told Lin Feng that it was time for the press conference. Lin Feng nodded, cleaned up his appearance, and rushed to the press conference with Wu Xiaopu. On the way, Lin Feng sighed again that it was really inconvenient to not have his own company headquarters. Every time you hold a press conference, you have to borrow other venues. When your company's headquarters is completed, you don't have to be so troublesome. When Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu arrived at the press conference, many reporters had already filled the conference hall, waiting for Lin Feng's presence. It's not that Lin Feng is late, but that many reporters are early. After all, Lin Feng has a weird rule for holding a press conference. Start asking questions from the front. If you are late and sit back, it is very likely that when it is your turn, you will find that the press conference is about to end. I can only come to have a free lunch at the starting point fast food restaurant provided by Lin Feng. Therefore, reporters who interviewed Lin Feng often joked with each other, saying that those who were late came to eat and drink. However, there are indeed many reporters who come every time Lin Feng sends news, so it is a bit to save a little. Besides, Lin Feng always has news. No matter what type of reporter you are, you can always find news that belongs to you. As soon as Lin Feng arrived, many reporters calmed down and waited for Lin Feng's press conference to begin. Many reporters have long heard of Audition's all-star lineup. After all, when Lin Feng signed 47 Emperor superstars from Hong Kong and Taiwan as the spokespersons of Audition's all-star lineup, it was already news that shocked China, not to mention that Lin Feng also signed Hollywood superstar Keanu Reeves. This is even more violent news. Yesterday, many reporters of Audition's all-star lineup also tried to log into the game, wanting to see how popular this game is. But after landing, everyone was shocked and it was too hot. Especially in internet cafes, the reporter found that most netizens play Audition all-star lineup, and those who have not played Audition all-star lineup are also playing Counter-Strike Online or Legend. It can be said that almost internet cafes were wiped out by Second World Games yesterday, and there is no place for other online game companies. Today Lin Feng held this press conference again. Many reporters don't need to guess. It must be related to the Audition all-star lineup opened yesterday. With the hot scene yesterday, I am afraid it will create an amazing record. Many reporters are looking forward to it. To be continued. If you want to know what is going on, please log in. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support genuine reading. To be continued. Chapter 300. The reporter can't take it. In this press conference, Lin Feng will broadcast live on to internet as usual, so that all Second World players can get the news and future development plans of Second World as soon as possible. This can be regarded as Lin Feng, a little feedback to the players. Facts have also proved that every time Lin Feng holds a press conference, Tomato.com has a good ratings and is also very popular among players. They hope to understand the trend of their favorite games. Lin Feng and Wu Xiaopu sat on the stage, looked at the expectant reporters under the stage, and nodded to each other. Dear friends from the press, thank you very much for being able to attend the press conference about Audition All-Star lineup held by our Second World in your busy schedule. Wu Xiaopu said a series of guest remarks. Many reporters secretly nodded, and it was indeed about the press conference of Audition's All-Star lineup. All reporters took their pens and prepared to record the following details. After Audition's All-Star lineup was launched at 1800 hours last night, the highest number of online users reached 5.01 million as of 10 o'clock this morning. Wu Xiaopu's faint voice drew out the reporters in exclamation. 5.01 million. The heads of many reporters were slightly dizzy. What a terrifying number this is. Ha, ha, ha. There was a sound of writing at the scene, and many reporters immediately wrote down this horrible figure that would detonate the global online game industry. At the same time, many reporters can't help but speculate, how much profit will 5.01 million players bring to the Second World? Many reporters know the charging model of Audition All-Star lineup, which is 12.8 yuan per star and 8.8 yuan per suit. 5.01 million players, each buy a simulated star figure doll, buy a set of clothes. This is a huge profit that can make people jealous. 50 million or 80 million? Many reporters breathed a little bit hurriedly, guessing the possible numbers in their hearts. As of October 27, 2001, at 10 a.m., Audition's All-Star lineup has created a total of 170 million gross profits. Wu Xiaopu said lightly, but the reporters in the audience took a collective breath. A few minutes of consternation were speechless. Dozens of reporters in the audience opened their eyes wide and looked incredible. Although they have used their imagination as much as possible before, the facts are still beyond their imagination. 170 million gross profit. It was only 16 hours from 1800 hours last night to 10 o'clock this morning. Especially night and morning, most of the online games were the time when the number of online games was the least, and it actually created 170 million gross profit. This is too exaggerated. And the so-called gross profit is actually not much different from net profit. The simulated celebrity dolls and the gorgeous costumes are just a bunch of data, without any cost. There was a swallowing sound from the audience. After the initial silence, the press conference hall was instantly like a vegetable market, and many reporters whispered one after another to express their surprises. It made 170 million gross profit in one night. It was like robbery. No, robbery didn't make money fast. It was like printing money. In view of the success of Audition's All-Star lineup, we will launch a new emoji system in 1 week, which will be provided to players for free. At the same time, Audition's All-Star lineup will be launched in Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. The game. Of course, it is easy to understand and can be the Asian version of Audition All-Star lineup. Wu Xiaopu continued. Many reporters exclaimed again. In the mainland, I made 170 million in one night. How much money will this small leisure and entertainment online game make in Asia? 500 million or 1 billion? Even more. Many reporters are caught in endless fantasies. How can they think that the Second World will make a profit this time? Everyone. Lin Feng took the microphone and yelled softly, drawing the attention of many reporters back. In order to give back to the players, our Second World company will hold a New Year's Eve concert on the evening of December 31st this year, and will invite 48 Emperor superstars from Audition's all-star lineup to gather in Shanghai. And all fans and players greet the arrival of 2002. Lin Feng said. Uproar. Many reporters once again exclaimed deeply. Wu Xiaopu was also stunned. Lin Feng didn't ventilate him beforehand. Wu Xiaopu didn't know that Lin Feng Yui suddenly announced that he would invite 48 superstars to participate in the New Year's Eve concert. Are there any schedules for these Emperor superstars? Will it come? Moreover, they just signed the endorsement rights for Audition's all-star lineup. Participating in such a New Year's Eve concert is bound to have an appearance fee. Given the worth of these 48 Emperor superstars, it would be cheaper to attend such a party, at least several hundred thousand. With this calculation, at least tens of millions will be gone. Wu Xiaopu was speechless for a while. This makes money faster, but his boss, Lin Feng, spends money faster. But now Lin Feng had announced it in public, and he couldn't take it back if he wanted to. Fortunately, the profit of Audition's all-star lineup is so lucrative that everyone is jealous, and it is enough to make up for Lin Feng's sudden move. Lin Feng naturally knew Wu Xiaopu's resentment. However, Lin Feng's own consideration of the invitation to 48 stars to participate in the New Year's Eve concert was also due to Lin Feng's own consideration. 1. For making so much money on players, it is necessary to give back to players. A company that is too stingy cannot prosper for long. What's more, what you pay today is to make players pay more tomorrow. Lin Feng also believes that when these 48 superstars attend the New Year's Eve concert, the excitement for these fans and players must be hysterical, and it will also make these fans and players even more crazy to participate in the game. Another point is that Audition's all-star lineup is too profitable, and the speed of making money makes everyone jealous. And Audition's all-star lineup can be so successful. These 48 Emperor superstars are indispensable. But they signed a 3-year friendship price of 1 million yuan. Although they had their own goals when signing the contract, after witnessing the success of Audition's all-star lineup, Lin Feng could not guarantee that these Emperor superstars would not be a little cautious in their hearts. Money always makes people lose their minds and go crazy. My company relies on these stars to make profits that make everyone jealous. If I don't express it, I am afraid that not only these stars will complain, but also Lin Feng's stinginess, and even the fans of these stars will come out and criticize Lin Feng. Blackheart. Moreover, the agents behind these superstars are not vegetarians. Therefore, Lin Feng invited them to participate in the New Year's Eve concert this time, but also gave these stars a red envelope in disguise. Of course, Lin Feng will certainly not be too stingy. Although I feel a little bit painful about this, Lin Feng has been in the business world for so long, and he understands that he can't make a small fortune, but he can't make a big fortune. Many reporters naturally did not understand Lin Feng's worries and concerns. If he is not in his position and does not seek his job, many reporters will naturally not think so much. They only care about Lin Feng, who invites 48 Emperor superstars to hold a New Year's Eve concert. 48 Emperor superstars gathered for a concert. No matter when and what occasion, it is absolutely jaw-dropping masterpiece. Think about the usual concerts. Only a half of the Emperor superstars attending can make the fans who bought the tickets shout that the ticket is worth it. Now a concert is full of Emperor superstars, and that doesn't make many fans die happy. When the fans and players who were watching the video heard the news, they applauded and cheered on the spot. No matter how many celebrities are controlled in the game, it is impossible to witness your favorite celebrities in reality. These are two completely different concepts. Platonic love is no better than a gentle hug from the people around you. However, many fans and players are a little bit worried. 48 Emperor superstars will appear together. How much will this fare sell? Even if, according to Lin Feng's previous practice, some free floats will be provided, but there are more monks and less meat, how can you get enough points? Many fans and players refer to the usual concerts. The general ticket price is at least several hundred yuan. Compared with this all-star lineup, I am afraid that the cheapest ticket for this New Year's Eve concert will also cost thousands of yuan. Most of these fans and players are from ordinary family backgrounds. No matter how much they admire the stars, how crazy they are, if you want an ordinary family to spend thousands of dollars to buy a concert ticket, you still have to think about it, or even choose it at last. Reluctant to give up, as if perceiving the helplessness of these fans and players, Lin Feng smiled slightly and announced the next crazy news. As for the ticket price, this time will be a New Year's Eve concert for the second world to give back to the players. Therefore, all ticket prices will not be sold in the sales model, and all tickets will be given to the second world players for free. Lin Feng said with a smile. Many reporters were dumb again. Today they had had enough. They were startled by Lin Feng's news again and again, and their hearts were already a little unbearable. They almost couldn't help protesting against Lin Feng, asking them not to always announce the news that made them almost crazy. There are too many exciting news. They are journalists and they have a big heart, and they can't stand it. However, many reporters deeply admire the atmosphere of the second world. I'm afraid this concert is just to invite these 48 stars, at least tens of millions of appearance fees, such a large amount of feedback to players. It is indeed rare. When many fans and players who were watching heard that Lin Feng announced the free ticket, they couldn't help but cheer again. Although this ticket is still far from enough for tens of millions of players, it at least proves the attitude of the second world towards players like them, and they don't have to consider whether they have money to buy tickets. Now for everyone, all are equal. But Lin Feng's shocking news is not over yet.